No. He belatedly realized the excruciating pain, staggering as he looked at Su Hao with terror in his eyes. This battle had certainly improved his skills, but was losing his right arm really worth it? You lost, Su Hao announced coldly. Su Hao, I will remember you. I will definitely come back for revenge when I have the chance. Xing Qi said these words and left unwillingly. The farce has come to an end. Su Hao smiled helplessly. He had already said that this person brought this upon himself, which was why he ended up like this. However, the effect of making an example of someone to scare others was very good. The others, who were originally unconvinced, are now seriously considering whether they have the strength to fight against Su Hao. As a result, on the one hand, everyone does not think that they are weaker than Su Hao, and on the other hand, no one continues to challenge him. Thank you for the weapon, Miss Ren. Su Hao turned around and presented the strand of hair with both hands. Young Master Su, you're too kind, Ren Xianxian said, both amused and exasperated. Brother Hao, let's go, I'll take you to eat beef. Zhao Hongyu was quite impatient. She remembered that she had eaten very delicious braised beef in Dong province before now. As a disciple of Shushan, it was the perfect opportunity to be a good host. Okay. Su Hao readily agreed. Young Master Su. Just then, Dengen stepped forward and said, to be honest, after you became famous in one battle yesterday, the elders of our sect have taken a great interest in you and specifically instructed me to come over and invite you to discuss important matters. Who are you? Su Hao asked calmly. I am Dengen from the Tianxia gang. The man introduced himself. I'm sorry, I have no connection with the Tianxia gang, so this meeting will have to be postponed. Su Hao shook his head, not agreeing. Young Master Su, our elders mean well, they are not hostile. Could you please give us some face? Dangan's expression was rather unpleasant. He couldn't understand why the face of the Tianxia gang was not working. Looking across the entire martial arts world, who else but him would dare to refuse their invitation? If he really has something important to discuss with me, he should come in person. Su Hao left after uttering those words. Dangan stood there, stunned, still somewhat unable to react. Is this a complete rejection? What kind of status does Su Hao have that makes an elder personally seek him out? Isn't that absurd? Young Master Deng, it seems your Tianxia gang isn't all that important after all. Duan Tianjiao sneered and left with a relieved expression. Senior brother, what should we do? Should we stop them and invite them by force? One of them said unhappily. You think you can beat him? Besides, the beauty next to him is probably Zhao Hongyu. Even all of us combined wouldn't be a match for him. Zhou Xiaotian, you stay with them and keep in touch. I need to go back and explain things to the elders. Dangan selected one person, gave instructions, and then led the rest of the men to the hotel where they were staying. Damn it, I actually lost. Xing Qi's face was pale. He came on the deserted mountain path. I prepared to return to my sect to heal my injuries. Su Hao's strength was beyond imagination. The two didn't actually exchange many moves. The match ended with Su Hao completely overwhelming Su Hao. He ended up severely injured, unable to express his suffering. Although he made empty promises, he said he would take revenge later. But hope is slim, his wound is still bleeding. Ha! Suddenly, a masked man appeared ahead, carrying a long sword and looking menacing. His heart tightened, and he asked, Who are you? A dying person has no right to know. The newcomer's voice was low, as if he was deliberately hiding something. Xing Qi was greatly surprised and frantically pondered, what person had he offended in his life that would want to kill him? Before he could figure it out, the dazzling sword light made him stop thinking. With a thud, his head rolled off. Who you are doesn't matter, a dead man is more useful than a living one. The man muttered to himself as he left with the head. 1040, Chapter 1040. Same name and surname. The century-old shop in the ancient town only had 2 tables of elderly customers. One table was occupied by local regulars, and the other by martial artists from out of town. Have you heard? It seems that Su Hao is about to become the most famous person around here, an old man said with a smile to his companion. Yes, he's a hero in my eyes because he can defeat the people from the East Island. Another old man said earnestly. the Eastern Island martial arts community has been causing trouble lately, resulting in numerous incidents and deaths across various martial arts worlds. Many are considered among the worst offenders in the martial arts world. The hatred many feel towards them surpasses even that for the poisonous Gu cult, and everyone feels it is everyone's responsibility to defeat the Eastern Island martial artists. Against this backdrop, Su Hao's courageous defense of everyone's interests is surely a testament to the power of circumstance. I think Su Hao is just so he was just lucky to run into yesterday's arena match. The young man at another table seemed very unhappy and said indignantly. Senior brother, if we had arrived yesterday, you might have become famous. Another woman said with a smile. That's right, this guy surnamed Su is still far inferior to our senior brother. Another male disciple nodded and said proudly. Young man, you can't drink recklessly or speak carelessly. Young Master Su has been tested and his strength is indeed formidable. What sect are you from, and how dare you make such boastful claims? The old man was displeased and said indifferently. To be honest, I am a disciple of the Ji family. You may not have heard of them, but do you know the Divine Martial Pavilion? Their previous pavilion master, Ji Yuanzuan, was a distant relative of our family. This man was called Ji Tianhu, he said proudly. The old man was somewhat stunned. There weren't many people with the surname Ji, so it was normal that most people hadn't heard of him, but mentioning Ji Yuanzuan was something everyone had heard of. He had once been a powerful and influential figure, but ultimately died in the western regions, a truly tragic end. Unexpectedly, he was actually a disciple of the Ji family, which sounded quite impressive. Are you really a relative of Ji Yuanzuan? Just then, several exceptionally good-looking men and women walked in. It was Su Hao and his group. That's right, Ji Yuanzuan is my distant ancestor. Ji Tianhu said with a smile. Su Hao immediately realized that this person was just trying to establish a connection. The two of them had probably never met before, and he and Ji Yuanzuan might not even be related by blood. That same sentence saved his life. Get out of here, our young master doesn't want to see you. Lu Wanner said unhappily, shooing him away. Who does he think he is, and what right does he have to drive us away? The female disciple said unhappily. Because he is Su Hao, and you are surnamed Ji. If you are not satisfied, why not have a life or death battle with the young master? Lu Wanner said with a grin, looking like she was enjoying the show. Su Hao frowned. This wasn't his usual style, but if the other party's surname was Ji, then it really was a different story. He would analyze each situation specifically and deal with them decisively without any hesitation. They only have themselves to blame for using Ji Yuanzuan's name, which led to their current predicament. Is that Su Hao? Ji Tianhu looked over in shock, realizing that the man in front of him had a restrained aura and he could not sense the other party's strength at all, just like a peerless martial artist. He immediately felt guilty. If it were just a normal challenge, he might have gritted his teeth and initiated it, but a life or death battle was out of the question, so he left with his men, saying, You're a madman, my life is much more valuable than yours. Seeing the group leave in such a sorry state, the two locals burst into laughter, thinking they were nothing more than clowns. There were 4 tables in the shop, and Su Hao and his 3 companions sat at the innermost one. Boss, bring out your restaurant's signature dishes, and a pot of good tea. Zhao Hongyu said with a smile. Okay. The owner in the kitchen readily agreed. Su Hao looked around the shop. The equipment was somewhat outdated, and the walls were dirty, suggesting that little money had been spent on renovations. There weren't many customers. It was already a miracle that it could stay afloat. The century-old shop, brimming with the warmth of everyday life, stirred a sense of nostalgia in him. Back then, his pharmacy in Dong province was about this size. Brother Hao, are you missing Grandpa Jiao? Zhao Hongyu suddenly asked. Yes. Su Hao nodded. The Sword Immortal said he went to Yanjing, but there has been no news of him since. Don't worry, he's very capable and will definitely be able to take care of himself, Zhao Hongyu reassured her. I hope so. Su Hao nodded. When the food was served, he smelled the fragrant braised beef, immediately swallowed hard, picked up his chopsticks, took some, and after tasting it, praised it highly. No wonder Zhao Hongyu likes to eat beef. It turns out this is where she developed her love for it. Your judgment is truly excellent. Su Hao praised. He. She chuckled. Just then, an elderly man with white hair walked in through the door, followed by a young girl. After glancing around and seeing Su Hao, the two of them smiled with satisfaction. They sat at the table next to each other, and the girl told the owner that she wanted the same food as the table next door. Another table of locals, unsure if they were friends of young Master Su, exchanged a glance, fearing something might happen, and then left. "You're Su Hao?" The girl, dressed in training clothes, asked somewhat disrespectfully. "That's right, who are you?" Su Hao nodded. He had never intended to hide his identity when he came here. "You don't seem like much either," the woman muttered, then proudly introduced herself. "My name is Zhang Linger, and this is Elder Lu of our Tianxia gang." "I see." Su Hao remembered that a disciple from some kind of Tianxia gang had come looking for him before. He casually told the elder of the gang to come over himself, but he didn't expect Elder Lu to actually come. He couldn't help but take a closer look and noticed that the man had a smile on his face, and his first impression was not unpleasant. "Young Master Su, I still need to give you face," Lu Chang, the old man said with a smile. "Elder Lu, that was just polite talk. I still have great respect for the Tianxia gang." Su Hao clasped his hands in a fist salute and said politely his principle was simple: "I won't offend others unless they offend me. As long as there was no conflict, he was polite to everyone, let alone seniors. Our young leader once lost to someone named Su Hao. You two share the same name, could you be the same person?" Elder Lu's gaze was sharp as he spoke directly. "What young master? I don't remember that," Su Hao chuckled. "Our young leader is called Han Feiyan. You can't possibly not remember him. You must be pretending to be stupid," Zhang Linger said incisively. "So it's young Master Han now. I remember you as a master." "Master, we barely managed a draw," Su Hao said calmly. "A draw?" Elder Lu was delighted. He had the upper hand back then, making their young leader look rather embarrassed. 1041, Chapter 1041. Bad news. But since they had said that, he couldn't very well say that Han Feiyan had suffered a crushing defeat, so he could only smile slightly and say, "Young Master Su, if I may be so sincere, as long as you are willing to join our Tianxia gang, we will definitely help you find a good identity. If you know me, you'll understand that I like to be Alanites best if I'm not surrounded by anyone," Su Hao said. "Yes, brother Hao doesn't even want to bring me," Zhao Hongyu hurriedly explained. Elder Lu sighed helplessly. He truly valued talent. Believing that a young expert like Su Hao was a once-in-a-millennium talent, he then changed the subject, saying, "Alright, let me tell you something serious. I've heard that the people from the Heavenly God Temple are making moves lately. If we can unite, perhaps we can handle this crisis." Temple of Heaven? Su Hao felt like he had heard of it somewhere before, but he couldn't quite place it. "Young Master Su, have you forgotten that when you were in Dong Province, someone attempted to assassinate your father? They were people from the Heavenly God Temple," Elder Lu reminded him. Su Hao's heart skipped a beat. It turned out to be that group of foreigners. He was also surprised that the Tianxia gang knew so much about this matter from so long ago. On the surface, they were a sect in Yanjing, but their disciples were all over the world, and they had spies in various places. They actually kept a record of what happened that day. "Elder Lu, this isn't right. If we want to deal with these external forces, shouldn't you cooperate with the Shu Mountain sect?" Su Hao asked in surprise. He was alone, and the help he could provide was very limited. "Elder Lu, is this true?" Zhao Hongyu asked seriously. "Of course it's true. If you don't believe me, you can ask Miss Ren," Elder Lu said with a smile. At this moment, everyone's attention was focused on Ren Xianxian. When it comes to the ability to gather information, if the fortune teller is second, no one would dare to claim to be first. Ren Xianxian was somewhat helpless. It seemed her identity had been exposed. She could only say, "We've only received the news about this temporarily and haven't confirmed it yet. Besides, our young lady wasn't present, so how could I dare to say anything?" "You mean, Miss Li will come to Mount Shu in person?" Elder Lu asked in surprise. "Of course, our young lady must cheer for young Master Su." Ren Xianxian was a smart woman. She keenly realized that the Tianxia gang had no way of tracking Li Qingmei's whereabouts. Using other reasons would not be appropriate, but this explanation would be enough to get by. "Ah, I see, young Master Su, if I were decades younger, I would definitely envy you." Elder Lu glanced at Zhao Hongyu and said meaningfully. Zhao Hongyu blushed. This was something that was understood without being said, and there was no need to point it out. "Elder Lu, what is the goal of the Pantheon?" Su Hao asked seriously. Their main goal is to win the championship of this martial arts tournament, Elder Lu said. Impossible, are there any powerful young people abroad? Zhao Hongyu said in surprise. Miss Xiao, we cannot underestimate our opponents after all, there are billions of people overseas, and it's certain that there will be some strange and unusual inheritances, Elder Lu said. In any case, we must ensure that the champion stays in the country, otherwise, the loss of the secret treasure will be detrimental to our future. So, Elder Lu thinks highly of young Master Su? Ren Xianxian couldn't help but ask. I have high hopes for two people, Su Hao and Hong Mingxuan. However, the latter is not present yet, so at the moment, I only have high hopes for young Master Su, Elder Lu said with a smile. Su Hao was somewhat surprised. Elder Lu, as a senior figure from other forces, was able to take a liking to him, something that others could not do. Elder Lu, I can't say for sure that we will win, can only do my best. Su Hao said calmly. I'm relieved to hear you say that. Elder Lu nodded. Actually, he was still somewhat hopeful that Su Hao would join the Tianxia gang one day. Building a good relationship with him today was more important than anything else. If there's nothing else, let's continue with our meal. Zhao Hongyu said with a sweet smile. All right. Elder Lu nodded and said nothing more. The group ate in peace. The shop was in a secluded location, so there shouldn't have been any disturbances. Strangely enough, Yan Wuming arrived in a hurry with 3 members of the sword sect shortly afterward. Young Master Su, something terrible has happened. He shouted as he entered the room. What's wrong? Su Hao asked casually, holding his chopsticks. Do you still remember Xing Qi? He asked, standing beside him with a bead of sweat on his face. I just had a match with him, of course I remember. Su Hao nodded. Something happened to him just now. A group of people were spreading the word that Xing Qi was dismembered on his way back to the sect, and his head was hanging from a tree. 5 big characters were written in blood on the ground. The killer is Su Hao. Yan Wuming said excitedly. Ha? Zhao Hongyu was stunned. She pointed to the person next to her and said, Brother Su was right here. Why would someone frame him? People actually believe this? Su Hao frowned. It seemed that this person's goal was to provoke someone and deliberately create trouble. Certainly. You were the last person to fight Xing Qi, and now the Mad Sword sect is searching for you everywhere. This man's elder brother rushed over immediately, just in time to collect the body. Yan Wuming explained. Who is his brother? Su Hao couldn't help but ask. Xing Qimo. Yan Wuming exclaimed in terror, as if he had mentioned some extraordinary figure. Upon hearing this, Su Hao remained calm and continued eating, seemingly treating it as a name he had never heard of. Ren Xianxian, however, exclaimed in surprise, Xing Qimo is the 6th-ranked expert on the astounding ranking. He's come to the ancient town too? Young Master Su, this is not an easy person to deal with. Once he sets his sights on you, the consequences will be unimaginable. Yang Rushua said worriedly. That's right. Yang Rushuan nodded as well. For most people, the higher someone ranks on the list of most impressive individuals, the stronger they are. Young Master Yan, what do you think I should do? Su Hao finally put down his chopsticks and asked curiously. The best course of action now is for Miss Zhao to find a safe place to hide until the day of the martial arts tournament, and then come out to participate in the competition. Otherwise, if Xing Qimo targets her, her chances of survival will be slim. Yan Wuming said seriously. Oh, in that case, I'll have to trouble Miss Zhao? Su Hao tilted his head and asked with a smile. Brother Hao, when did you become such a cowardly and timid person? This matter has nothing to do with you. You should go directly there, confront Xing Qimo in person, and tell him the truth. Zhao Hongyu shook her head. This wasn't like him at all. He was probably just teasing Yan Wuming. 1042, Chapter 1042. Each holds their own account. Young Master Su, this won't. Doxing Qimo is not an easy person to talk to, and he doesn't have a good reputation among us, Yan Wuming explained nervously. Yes, the disciples of the Mad Sword sect are frantically searching for your whereabouts. Don't walk into their trap. Yang Rushua was concerned about Su Hao and didn't want anything to happen to him. Young Master Su, to put it bluntly, you're not even qualified to carry Xing Qimo's shoes. Going there now will only lead to your death. Su Yang said disdainfully. Thank you for your advice, but I've decided to listen to my fiancé's suggestion. Let's go, everyone, go and meet Xing Qimo. Su Hao smiled calmly, took Zhao Hanyu's arm, and said with a grin. The happiest person at this moment was Zhao Hanyu, although she knew he was joking. Hearing the words fiancé from his mouth was sweeter than honey. Are you sure? Yan Wuming frowned. Lead the way. Su Hao nodded, having already expressed his opinion. Seeing that they couldn't persuade them, everyone left helplessly. It wasn't far from there. The group walked for about 10 minutes and arrived at the scene of the murder. Sure enough, there were many bloodstains on the ground, which appeared to have dried, and a rather unpleasant odor filled the air. Hundreds of people had already gathered around to watch the spectacle. Inside were dozens of Mad Sword sect disciples. Some were maintaining order, while others were cleaning up the mess. One of them carried a long sword and looked incredibly cold upon closer inspection. A blood-red light shone in his eyes, as if he were filled with immense rage. He was Xing Qimo, a genius disciple from the Mad Sword sect. He once defeated dozens of young masters from the southwest with a single longsword, attracting the attention of the Heavenly Mystery Pavilion and landing on the astounding ranking. His reputation in this area even surpasses that of Zhao Hongyu. He was preparing to participate in the martial arts tournament and was originally in seclusion cultivating. It wasn't until someone reported that Xing Qi had died suddenly in the wilderness that he rushed over in anger. Do you know who Su Hao is? Xing Qimo asked coldly. It said he's a martial artist from out of town, not very famous, but after fighting and winning against a martial artist from Dongdao yesterday, he's become quite well known now. Many people can name him. A junior brother said directly. What grudge does he have against my brother? Xing Qimo was very puzzled. Such a scene of killing was very rare. Generally speaking, unless there was a deep-seated hatred, no one would do such a thing. That's anyone's guess. We disciples of the Mad Sword sect have always been kind to others. How is he any different from a beast for doing something like this? The junior brother said angrily. Men, hurry up and bring him back to be punished. If anyone tries to stop us, execute him first and report later. I'll take the blame if anything goes wrong. Xing Qimo shouted. All right. The junior brother was about to take action when he suddenly heard some commotion in the crowd and couldn't help but look over. You won't believe it until you see it, and what you find will shock you. Su Hao actually came directly? Normally, many people wouldn't recognize him, but now, his story has spread throughout the entire ancient town, and everyone knows what he looks like. Strange. The junior brother muttered to himself. Why aren't you arresting them yet? Xing Qimo shouted. Senior brother, Su Hao delivered himself to our door. The man pointed at Su Hao, who was gradually approaching, and said in surprise. Xing Qimo followed his finger and saw a handsome and composed man slowly approaching. The man showed no fear or regret on his face, but was simply surveying the scene. Is he Su Hao? Xing Qimo was a little puzzled, as he couldn't sense any fluctuations in this person's aura. This can only mean two things. First, that this person is a martial artist and therefore doesn't possess true qi. Second, that this person is very strong and has concealed their aura very well. The killer is Su Hao. Su Hao looked at the 5 blood-red characters on the ground, shook his head slightly, and said, no one would actually believe such a low-level frame-up, would they? If they did, what's the difference between them and someone who's missing a screw in their head? Su Hao, how dare you come here? Do you think you have nowhere to run away, so you've come to apologize? The junior brother said unhappily. Admit a mistake. I didn't do this, so what mistake have I made? Su Hao said calmly. You still want to deny it? It's written here clearly, everyone knows you did it. The junior brother said sternly. Oh, you all think it was me? Su Hao smiled faintly and looked around. The spectators looked at each other in bewilderment. They were just bystanders. How could they possibly participate in the trial? Seeing that these people remained silent, Xing Qimo coldly said, it's no use talking. This matter will be decided by my Mad Sword sect. Since you're here, things will be easier. Surrender now, and I will definitely investigate thoroughly. If you didn't do it, you will apologize and admit your mistake. If you did do it, then I'm sorry, murder will be punished with death, and you won't escape either. Isn't this ridiculous? I only sparred with him once, and I've never seen him since. There's no way I could have killed him. To put it bluntly, your Mad Sword sect has no right to make me take action. Su Hao said decisively. Upon hearing this, Yang Rushua rolled her eyes. This was truly impolite. The Mad Sword sect was currently very powerful. How could they possibly listen to such words? Su Yang secretly rejoiced. This was going to be fun, anyway. Su Hao never backed down and wasn't afraid of even the strongest opponent. Hey Su, don't be so arrogant. You'll definitely suffer the consequences of provoking the Mad Sword sect like this, Xing Qimo said unhappily, then pretended to be impartial. In short, I didn't do it. If you're willing to wait a few days, I'll definitely get to the bottom of this. Su Hao said solemnly. Since someone framed him, he will definitely find out the real culprit and will not let anyone get away with it. Nonsense. This is a matter for our Mad Sword sect. What right do you have to interfere? Are you here to investigate? I have only one demand now, and that is to arrest you and lock you up no matter what. Someone must pay the price for my brother's blood feud. Xing Qimo shouted. Young Master Xing, let me say something fair. After the competition, young Master Su simply went to eat and did nothing else. Miss Xiao can testify to this. There is absolutely no mistake about it. Yang Rushuang walked out and said coldly. What qualifications does she have to testify? Xing Qimo was furious and wouldn't listen to anything anyone said. Oh, your Mad Sword sect is really arrogant. You don't even put our Shu Mountain sect disciples in your eyes? Zhao Hongyu frowned and said coldly. The junior brother next to her recognized her and quickly pulled the senior brother aside, saying a few words to him. The man's expression changed slightly. It turned out that this woman was Zhao Hongyu, and her words just now were a bit too much. 1043, Chapter 1043 Explanatory Circumstances. It must be said that the Shu Mountain sect holds a very high position in the martial arts world, and there is no benefit in provoking her like this. So it's Miss Zhao. Forgive me for not recognizing you. However, this matter is of utmost importance. Even if it's just based on Miss Zhao's word, I cannot trust him. Xing Qimo did not violate his principles and still spoke very seriously. This is related to your brother's death, so we really need to be careful. To his surprise, Zhao Hongyu didn't make things too difficult for him. Instead, she encouraged him, as if to say, you'd better fight with Brother Hao, and I'll see who's stronger. Thank you for your support, Miss Xiao. Xing Qimo breathed a sigh of relief and said, besides Miss Xiao, is there anyone else who needs to act as guarantor? Me. Su Yang walked out casually, immediately attracting everyone's attention. When he stepped forward, everyone was stunned. Doesn't this person dislike Su Hao a lot? Why did they suddenly step forward to offer their support at this point? Yang Rushuang frowned, feeling that this junior brother was just looking for trouble and wanted to make things difficult for Su Hao on the one hand, and for the Mad Sword sect on the other. And which sect are you a disciple of? Xing Qimo asked unhappily. My name is Su Yang, from the Sword sect. The man replied smugly. Xing Qimo was immediately embarrassed. What was going on today? He just wanted to cause trouble for Su Hao, but he didn't expect that the people around this man were all more powerful than the last. Neither the Shu Mountain sect nor the Sword sect could be offended by the Mad Sword sect. He couldn't help but wonder, could this matter be over? Don't feel pressured. I am just revealing my identity, but you can't judge a book by its cover. Whether Su Hao killed your brother or not, only heaven and earth know. How can outsiders know? If you want to find out the truth, words won't do. We'll have to use force. Su Yang immediately expressed his true feelings. He didn't care whether Su Hao lived or died. He just wanted to make an appearance and let everyone know that the Sword sect had arrived. Yan Wuming and Yang Rushua looked rather grim. Was this person just creating more trouble? I see. I think what you said makes a lot of sense. This is the world of martial arts. Words alone are useless. You surname Su, you now only have two choices, either fight me or surrender. If anyone else pleads for your life, they are going against the Mad Sword sect. Xing Qimo has become smarter in any case. He is not afraid of any other sects except for the Shu Mountain sect and the Sword sect. He shut them up with a single sentence. The others frowned, feeling that the Mad Sword sect was still somewhat arrogant. Is Su Hao going to die at this man's hands? Yesterday, when he stood up for the martial arts world, he was a hero in everyone's eyes. So what? He made a mistake, so he has to pay the price. The opponent is Xing Qimo, a peerless master ranked among the top on the astounding list. How could he possibly compare? That's right, yesterday I only defeated a martial artist from the East Island is not in the same league as Xing Qimo. The others discussed it amongst themselves, maintaining a detached, spectator-like attitude. Are you really going to challenge me? Su Hao asked calmly. Challenge? You've got it wrong, this is revenge. Xing Qimo didn't accept that explanation and said coldly. I can compete with you, but if I lose, this matter will have to be put on hold for now. We'll wait until the truth comes out before we find out the real culprit for your brother. Su Hao emphasized. He wouldn't spar for no reason, there has to be some benefit involved. If he wins, the Mad Sword sect will have to cause him trouble. You actually think you can win? His junior brother asked in surprise. Just a disciple of the Mad Sword sect, what's the big deal? I can take down Xing Qi in one move. Su Hao said disdainfully. I really don't know what to say to you. Those two brothers are not even in the same league. You only beat one of them. Does that mean you can ignore the other expert? Let me put it this way, junior brother Xing's strength is less than 1% of senior brother Xing's. The man said proudly. I hope he really is that strong. Su Hao said calmly. I don't bully people, take out your weapon. Xing Qimo's weapon is excellent, it is a top-grade treasure. Upon closer inspection, it turns out to be 3 sections, yellow, blue, and red, seemingly made of materials with different properties. With a gentle wave, it possesses a mysterious beauty. Su Hao began to seriously consider what weapon to use. When dealing with Xing Qi, they indeed only used some random weapons because their opponent was too weak. However, the masters on the astounding ranking still need to be taken seriously. His gaze shifted, sweeping over the group of beautiful women beside him. Having previously taken weapons from Zhao Hongyu and Rin Xianxian, he now fixed his gaze on Lu Wanner. Noticing her boxing gloves, he smiled and said, Wanner, may I borrow your weapon? Okay. She also had a long sword, which she took out and handed over. Not this one. Su Hao pointed to the boxing gloves. Young Master Su, these are just ordinary boxing gloves. I bought them online for 99 yuan with free shipping. Lu Wanner said helplessly. That's enough. Su Hao said calmly. Alright. Lu Wanner handed over the weapon. He put it on his right hand and found that the material was very light, just ordinary leather with a little sponge inside. The cost was not high, so it was understandable that it was sold for 9 yuan and 90 cents. Xing Qimo's expression was not good. He was one of the best among the younger generation, yet he was being so disrespectful to him. Su Hao, you have no sect or school, yet you're so arrogant. Aren't you afraid I'll kill you in one move? He said indignantly. I'm not afraid. Su Hao said calmly. Why? Xing Qimo asked, unconvinced. Confidence. Su Hao's answer was simple. The simpler it was, the more contempt it conveyed. Damn it. This kid is really good at pretending. What makes him so special? Perhaps they're like frogs in a well, never having seen a true master. Think about it, Pooh, how could an ordinary person possibly encounter a master from the astounding list? Su Hao, I've never even heard of him before. This guy will definitely pay a heavy price. The disciples of the Mad Sword sect were very unhappy, and they all looked at Su Hao with disdain. The others chuckled. They had previously heard that Su Hao showed no respect for his opponents, but they thought it was just hearsay. They hadn't expected it to be true. He hadn't taken Yayoi seriously when dealing with Yayoi, nor when dealing with Xing Qi, and when he encountered Xing Qimo, he treated him the same way. Everyone could understand Xing Qimo's feelings. After all, Su Hao was a peerless master, and to be so slighted like this, he probably wanted to kill Su Hao. He brought this on himself. Please resolve this quickly, it's annoying to look at. Damn, he's even more arrogant than me. This kid must not be allowed to live. I bet it will be over within 3 moves. The others gloated, hoping to see someone die a horrible death. 1044, Chapter 1044 Substitution. Great, this is the result I wanted to see. Su Yang was somewhat smug, feeling that his previous words were meant to set a trap for Su Hao, and the man actually jumped into it. He simply couldn't stand it. How could an unknown person defeat so many experts? He felt it was completely unreasonable. Everyone here was a martial artist who had diligently trained. Why was his strength superior to the others? Does being handsome give you an advantage in cultivation? Let's begin. Su Hao nodded. His meaning was clear. Even if he were to take action, he wouldn't seize the initiative, because that's a thought only the weak would have. Xing Qimo understood his meaning. He had originally intended to strike first, but since the other party wasn't cooperating, there was nothing he could do. His goal, after all, was revenge, and he had to prove himself. He brandished his long sword, the three-colored sword like carrying a strong killing intent that caused the world to lose its color. Su Hao found this move somewhat familiar. It was the Burning Heaven move that Xing Qi had used. It's very powerful. The two brothers' abilities are also clearly contrasting. Xing Qimo's strength is indeed far superior to that of his younger brother. Su Hao stood still, not particularly flustered. Everyone's eyes were fixed on his fist, which suddenly turned golden and pressed forward. Xing Qimo's swordsmanship was indeed fierce, but Su Hao's fist skills were equally formidable. Boom! The two shockwaves spread outwards, causing people nearby to lose their footing and fall to the ground. Looking down at their feet, the bluestone street had already crumbled. It ended in a draw? No, senior brother only showed 1/10 of his strength. Still too kind. He didn't want this person to die on the spot. I see. I thought this person was strong enough to fight against my senior brother. The disciples of the Mad Sword sect were already spouting nonsense and frantically trying to cover it up. They couldn't believe that anyone could withstand their senior brother's moves. The others were somewhat surprised, but found it acceptable. Su Hao is, after all, the one who defeated Yayoi Maru, a proven master. If he were to defeat her in one move, wouldn't everyone have waited in vain? Only in this way can it be proven that they are evenly matched opponents. Great, a duel between masters has finally taken place in the ancient town. I have to say, Xing Qimo's strength is about the same as the legends say. He is indeed very strong. If you ask me, young Master Su's strength is not bad either. Yesterday, when he dealt with Yayoi Maru, it was also a fierce battle. Yayoi Maru's moves are too strange and difficult to deal with. In comparison, Xing Qimo's moves are quite ordinary. Some people aren't very skilled, but when they give their comments, they speak eloquently, as if they know the strengths of the two people very well. Su Yang was slightly displeased, feeling that Xing Qimo's reputation was too great, and that failing to defeat Su Hao in one move was already a huge loss of face. He should have known that his opponent wasn't even on the astounding ranking, and the difference in strength was vast. He should have won in a single move. Not bad, it seems you have some skill. Xing Qimo sneered, but things won't be easy for you from now on. Let me show you the true strength of the Mad Sword sect. True strength? Su Hao couldn't help but feel curious. Could it be that yesterday's Mad Demon Sword technique wasn't their strongest sword move? Amidst great anticipation, Xing Qimo once again unleashed his tricks. The shock of his weapon was unprecedented. With a hiss, the long sword split into 3 sharp blades. Launching an attack, it was as if the power of a single move had suddenly tripled. Every move is a deadly attack, and every move has a different attack route. His weapon can split? Su Hao smiled. This was indeed very strong. He remained calm and unhurried, first using his protective inner energy as the first weapon, then throwing a punch that sent the second weapon flying. When the third piece of weapon flew over, everyone had a thought. Did he have no other way to fight back? Yang Rushua's hands were covered in sweat, and she looked even more distressed than yesterday. After all, the duel with Yayoi Maru was completely obscured by outsider Xing Qimo's strength, however, truly astonished everyone. You won? Xing Qimo was very happy. This was his specialty. Utilizing weapons to their fullest potential can create unexpected effects. With this move, he has defeated dozens of masters without leaving a single one alive. People only knew that he was a master on the astounding ranking, but they didn't know exactly what made him so strong. Now, facing Su Hao, he pulled out all the stops, only wanting to win and make a name for himself in one battle. Good timing. Su Hao was not flustered at all. He had seen far too many storms to handle this level of attack with ease, even with a touch of playfulness. He opened his mouth and bit down on the third section of the weapon with his teeth. This scene was enough to shock everyone. Keep in mind that this is a weapon thrown by a master, carrying extremely powerful true energy. If not handled properly, it could shatter all teeth or even cause decapitation. Only someone who is confident enough in their own abilities can resort to such methods. How much of his strength did senior brother Xing Qimo use in his second move? About 30%. Yes, my senior brother wasn't serious yet, he was just lucky to live a few more minutes. The Mad Sword sect still couldn't believe it. Then Su Hao made them even uglier with a gentle bite. A section of the top-grade treasure crumbled into dust like candy. Is this Su Hao's strength? Was he serious or not? If not, then his strength is terrifying. It seems that the Mad Sword sect is still doing all the work for others, becoming a stepping stone for young Master Su's rise. Does defeating a master on the astounding ranking mean we can replace them? Are we fortunate enough to witness the rise of a new master? In the martial arts world, strength reigns supreme. Su Hao's displayed strength has already impressed many officials. I accepted it and started choosing to support him. Su Yang's expression was not good. This was completely different from the outcome he had imagined. Su Hao was not only strong, but also showed no respect. Couldn't he lose once and make everyone happy? Brother Hao's strength, could it be that he has already entered the celestial realm? Zhao Hongyu's heart stirred. If it weren't for the overwhelming power that transcends realms, he definitely couldn't have done it so easily. However, it is extremely rare to see a celestial realm expert so young. It could even be said that this is the first time in nearly 1,000 years. The situation is not good. Xing Qimo wasn't stupid. He could see that Su Hao's strength was far greater than he had imagined. His weapon was missing a section, essentially destroyed, akin to cutting off his own arm. But facing his enemy, he refused to give up, so he gritted his teeth and decided to fight one last time. Su Hao, between you and me, only one of us can leave standing. Xing Qimo emphasized angrily. 1045, Chapter 1045 Disfigured? Don't worry, I won't kill anyone. Su Hao shook his head. This level of sparring was not worth killing anyone. Hateful. Xing Qimo did not feel comforted. On the contrary, he felt humiliated. Wasn't this a sign of being looked down upon? With that in mind, he launched another attack. Having lost his signature weapon, he used an ordinary one instead and charged forward without hesitation. This person's moves seemed to be at their best, and hadn't weakened compared to before. However, everyone also knew that this level of attack wasn't a guaranteed victory against Su Hao. You can't do it. Su Hao threw another punch. The golden light overshadowed all other brilliance. A simple punch was enough to send the man flying and even shatter his weapon into countless pieces. Thump! When this person fell from a height of tens of meters, he had already lost the ability to protect himself. Su Hao's powerful true energy directly injured him. But at that moment, a gentle force actually supported him. After landing, he surprisingly had very few external injuries. Su Hao, what do you mean? Xing Qimo is an arrogant man, and he feels extremely frustrated by his defeat. I was just helping you out, nothing more. As per our agreement. From now on, the Mad Sword sect is forbidden from causing me any more trouble. If you have the ability, go and investigate the real culprit. If you can't find him, then wait for my actions. Su Hao said coldly. He wasn't a bloodthirsty person, he considered it just a meaningless contest. Having said all that, Xing Qimo had no choice. He was no match for them, and even with his other junior brothers, they had no chance of winning. He glanced helplessly at Su Hao and said, "Alright, I'll believe you for now. No matter what, I will find the real culprit to comfort my brother's spirit in heaven." Senior brother, are we just going to let it go like this? His junior brother was somewhat unwilling to accept defeat, believing that the others were also quite strong and that as long as they had the advantage in numbers, they could still put up a fight. Find evidence first. If it's proven that this person did it, I won't be afraid, even if it costs me my life. Xing Qimo said helplessly, then turned and left. Seeing this, the others from the Mad Sword sect didn't say anything more. They just glared angrily at Su Hao and then resolutely left. Su Hao frowned. These people were too reckless. He hoped they wouldn't run into any trouble. Wanner, thank you for your weapon. Without these gauntlets, I'm afraid I would have suffered a crushing defeat, Su Hao said politely as he returned the gauntlets. Young Master Su, please stop joking. What kind of weapon is this? It's just an ornament at most. Lu Wanner said with a smile. Brother Hao, what do you think the perpetrator's motive was? Zhao Hongyu suddenly asked. The direction things are taking is somewhat unpredictable. Logically speaking, the Mad Sword sect isn't a particularly powerful sect, so it seems pointless for them to merely sow discord between the sect and Su Hao. It's hard to say. It could be a natural bloodthirsty nature, or it could be a conspiracy. Remember what the elders of the World Alliance said, someone wants to muddy the waters, that's why they're killing people everywhere. Su Hao said calmly. It could also be an accident. Su Yang had a completely different opinion. We've all seen Xing Qi's character. He goes around challenging people to fights. If he encounters someone he can't beat and has a bad temper, he won't tolerate it. He'll definitely defeat them in one move. Su Hao shrugged. That was also a possibility. Senior brother, you're just arguing for the sake of arguing. If this keeps up, my positive impression of you will be completely shattered. Yang Rushua was unhappy. Why did he have to refute everything young Master Su said? It was really annoying. Su Yang was stunned. He had wanted to win over his junior sister, but who would have thought it would backfire? Did this mean he should say less from this moment on? He lowered his head, as if making a difficult decision. Senior brother. Just then, a weak voice came from afar. Yan Wuming looked over sharply and saw Yan Shi running towards him, covered in wounds and stumbling. Her beautiful face was filled with terror, as if she had encountered the most horrible thing. 11, what's wrong? Where are the others? Yan Wuming was shocked and rushed over immediately. Senior brother, she wanted to say something, but suddenly her head tilted to the side and she fell directly in front of Yan Wuming. Dad? Su Yang had barely finished speaking when he drew an angry glare from Yan Wuming. Su Hao was also surprised. Wasn't this a disciple of the Yama Pavilion, one of the 5 great evils? Yesterday he was quite arrogant, with a repulsive attitude. Today he was seriously injured and on the verge of death? Brother Hao, saving a life is more meritorious than building a 7-story pagoda, please do it. Zhao Hongyu felt a pang of guilt. Yan Shi is in terrible shape. He has dozens of wounds on his body, indicating that he went through a life-or-death battle. Young Master Su, you also know how to treat illnesses and save lives? Yan Wuming asked in surprise. Ahem, I was originally a doctor, I just stumbled into this world by mistake. Su Hao explained calmly. Stumbling into the martial world by accident, Zhao Hongyu shook her head. Anyone who believed him was a fool. He was from a renowned martial arts family. He was simply living in seclusion in the city for revenge. Young Master Su, please save my junior sister. For this great kindness, I will ask my junior sister to repay you with her body. Yan Wuming knelt down excitedly. He believed that although Yan Shi had a terrible personality, she was at least a great beauty and would be a suitable lover. What nonsense are you talking about? Su Hao smiled, ignoring his words, and led Yan Shi directly to a nearby pavilion. Watch your mouth next time, or I'll skin you alive. Zhao Hongyu said angrily. Yan Wuming had no choice but to apologize. He had barely finished comforting them when he saw the angry looks from Rin Xianxian and Lu Wanner. He was a little puzzled. Weren't these two maids? What business was it of theirs? Wanner, let's go and help the young master. Rin Xianxian said coldly. Okay. Lu Wanner nodded. They were arranged by Li Qingmei to be by Su Hao's side. They were supposed to be at his beck and call, but in reality, they were there to monitor him and prevent him from having any affairs with other women. An hour later, after Su Hao's emergency treatment, Yan Shi slowly woke up. She was wrapped in bandages, looking like a mummy. However, she was bathed in a cool, refreshing sensation, as if her wounds were healing rapidly. To save her, Su Hao used a lot of medicinal herbs, and most importantly, he used Gonlin Dan. Senior brother, my physique won't be ruined, will it? Yan Shi was most worried about the injury on his face. If his beauty was gone, what was the point of living? This Yan Shi couldn't guarantee it. After all, when she ran over just now, the injuries on her face were very serious. 1046, Chapter 1046 Absolute Supreme Strength. Senior brother, are you saying that I've been disfigured? Yan Shi asked in despair. No, don't worry, you don't have any external injuries, you've already recovered. Su Hao said with a smile from the side. Impossible. Su Yang blurted out. He had decided to keep quiet and only said 3 words, but they expressed his shock. The others all agreed. After all, Yan Shi's injuries looked very serious. How could he recover so quickly? Don't believe me? Su Hao nodded at Lu Wanner. The latter understood and immediately took action to help remove all the straps. To everyone's astonishment, Yan Shi's external injuries had completely healed without any scars. When Yan Shi touched her face, she felt an incredible sensation. Her skin seemed even more radiant than before. She took out a mirror and examined herself carefully to make sure there were no scars. She then realized that the handsome man in front of her had saved her. The next moment, she felt incredibly guilty. She had been extremely rude to Su Hao earlier, and she hadn't expected him to be so kind. She knelt down excitedly and said solemnly, "Thank you so much, young Master Su, for saving my life. I confess all my past wrongdoings to you. If you agree, I will serve you like a slave for the rest of my life, serving you tea and water, warming your bed and washing your feet." Put. Su Hao thought to himself, how come she thinks the same way as Yan Wuming? He then put on a stern face and said, "I only saved you once, don't you dare repay kindness with enmity." I'm not ugly. How about I let you inspect the goods now?" Yan Shi was a bit straightforward and put his hand directly on the button. "No way." Su Hao waved his hand and said, "Let's talk about serious matters. Why did you come alone, and why are you covered in injuries? What happened?" "Yes, let's get down to business." Yan Shi's expression immediately turned serious. With tears streaming down her face, she said sorrowfully, "Senior brother, the 5 of us were searching for treasure in Mount Shu when a swordsman suddenly appeared. He didn't even reveal his identity before launching an attack. We were no match for him. Yan 12 and the other 3 sacrificed their lives to cover my escape. I only managed to escape the pursuit after I reached a crowded place." "A master swordsman?" Yan Wuming's expression was somewhat unpleasant, and he couldn't help but think of Xing Qi's death. Wasn't this person also attacked for no reason? Could it be that these 2 things were done by the same person? "Yes, his swordsmanship is very strong," Yan Shi said in horror. "Can you see this person's face clearly?" Su Hao asked. "No, he was wearing a mask at the time, but there seemed to be some kind of red birthmark on his face. Only part of it was visible. I can't quite put my finger on it." Yan Shi tried his best to recall, but in his panic, he couldn't remember much. "Young Master Su, I need to spend some time investigating," Yan Wuming said, frowning. "Okay." Su Hao nodded. Since this matter had happened to the Yama Pavilion, it would definitely be investigated seriously. That evening, they met at the guest house. Yan Wuming frowned, as if the investigation results were somewhat unsatisfactory. "Young Master Su, our Yama Pavilion's intelligence capabilities are definitely quite good. However, very little is known about this person." As Yan Wuming spoke, he placed a portrait on the table. In the painting, there is an extremely ugly man with a mouthful of yellow teeth and a pointed, monkey-like face on his forehead. There is a blood-red birthmark, which looks very strange. "Is he the murderer?" Su Hao asked calmly. "That's right, this was seen by a passerby before he put on the mask." Yan Wuming nodded, "But things have become even stranger. I asked many people, and no one knows him at all. Is there such a person in the martial arts world?" Su Hao looked at Ren Xuanxuan. If she didn't know something, then investigating it would be very troublesome. "Young Master Su, you're putting me in a difficult position. Let me just say this, if this person were a famous figure, appearing in an ancient town with this appearance would have already caused quite a stir. This can only prove one thing, he was specially cultivated by a certain force. There is absolutely no problem in treating him as an assassin." Ren Xianxian provided a truthful analysis. The others nodded, agreeing that it made sense. The current problem, besides the fact that this person's identity is unknown, is the sheer amount of killing he has caused. He not only killed members of the Mad Sword sect, but also disciples of the Yama Pavilion, and even Dengen of the World Gang. Dengen is dead? Su Hao was somewhat surprised. He was a disciple of an elder of the world-ranked gang, yet this person had caused so much bloodshed. He was simply lawless. It seems an invisible conspiracy is unfolding. To survive, the mastermind behind this must be found. Besides him, there was another person who was also brutally murdered, and that was Zhang Yuchang. Yan Wuming glanced at Zhao Hongyu and said helplessly, "What, Uncle Zhang is actually dead?" Zhao Hongyu's expression changed drastically. "Who is he?" Yang Rushuang asked, puzzled. "Strictly speaking, he's not our senior uncle, but this senior is the sect leader's disciple and Zhang Tianji's senior brother. Zhao Hongyu explained. Mentioning Zhang Tianji will make everyone understand. This shows that this person held a very high position in the Shushan sect. Their strength is definitely above that of a supreme. Regardless of whether this person used assassination methods, being able to defeat such a strong opponent demonstrates considerable strength. So, what we're dealing with now is a master who's elusive, whose identity is unknown, and who's lurking in the shadows. Yang Rushue asked in surprise. Everyone, this person is so strong, I'm afraid we won't be able to handle him, Su Yang said with some fear. He had originally thought that coming to the ancient town to watch the competition was a great or a fortunate thing. They have now discovered that their situation is extremely dangerous. Both the Tianxia gang and the Shushan sect were attacked by the enemy. Is their sword sect next? Their rankings are by no means inferior. By the way, are the people from the Poison Gu cult here too? Zhao Hongyu suddenly asked. Yes, they did come to the ancient town, but for various reasons, they haven't revealed their identities. If they're attacked, then it'll be a big problem. Yan Wuming said with emotion. The Poison Gu cult is the most mysterious and also the most terrifying. They are much more low-key now than before, and rarely have conflicts with others. However, the bloodshed they have left behind cannot be erased. Once members of the Poison Gu cult die, it will trigger a series of chain reactions. Either the Poisonous Gu cult will doubt the righteous path, or the righteous path will begin its revenge. If this matter is not resolved, I believe the ancient town will soon be engulfed in bloodshed. When the nest is overturned, no egg remains unbroken, everyone will be implicated. 1047, Chapter 1047 is hard to say. Inside the room, everyone's expressions were somewhat solemn. Originally, the group came from different sects and had different purposes for participating in the martial arts tournament. Unexpectedly, a super terrifying assassin appeared. If not handled properly, everyone would be in danger. This person has offended both the Shushan sect and the Tianxia gang. He should be dead by now, right? Yang Rushue sighed. It's not that people who can offend both sects at the same time are extremely rare, but they are practically 1 in a million. Yes, he will definitely be targeted by these two forces. Yan Wuming nodded. But the problem is, the martial arts tournament is about to begin. What are we going to do? Don't you know that all the dead were people who registered for the martial arts tournament? You mean, he killed people according to a list? The others were stunned. Su Hao frowned. The situation was becoming increasingly clear. This person's goal was to destroy the future masters of the martial arts world and the Suicide Dragon Kingdom. Everyone who could participate in this conference was the hope of a sect or family. If they were destroyed, the consequences would be unimaginable. Young Master Yen means that if the Shumadan sect and the Tianxia gang make a big move, it will easily alert the enemy. Although it's possible to trace them, this person will likely commit further evil deeds before that happens. At that point, everyone who is registered for the martial arts tournament will be in mortal danger. Su Hao concluded. Yes, take myself for example. I successfully registered and was even assigned to Group 2. If we encounter this person, he'll be really difficult to deal with. Yan Wuming sighed. The assassin's modus operandi, as far as he knew, was basically to target lone individuals. Within 5 people, all of them are considered to be alone. Even if he only acts with Yan Shi, it is still extremely dangerous. Upon hearing this, everyone present felt a sense of danger. Only Su Hao seemed very at ease, as if he wasn't afraid at all. Young Master Su, why are you not reacting? Do you have a way to deal with this person? Yang Rushue asked with a smile. No. My reason is simple, I haven't registered yet. To be honest, after arriving in the ancient town, I was delayed by various things and haven't had time to register yet. Su Hao said with a smile. Everyone was rolling their eyes. He was so calm, he wasn't in a hurry at all until the very last moment. Brother Hao, just say the word and I can help you get into the best group. Zhao Hongyu said with a smile. No need for that, I'll go register in person. Su Hao shook his head. Anyway, there's still time, I can go tomorrow. Speaking of which, I've now thought of a way to deal with this person. But there are certain risks involved, and success is not guaranteed. Yan Wuming said seriously. He was much more focused than usual in his pursuit of revenge. Remembering that 4 of his fellow disciples died with their eyes wide open in disbelief, he felt obligated to find their killer. The best approach is to eliminate it completely, thus solving the problem once and for all. What method? Su Yang asked hurriedly. Lure the snake out of its hole. He said calmly, isn't this person's goal assassination? Then we'll create a buzz, select the most famous contestant, have him appear in a secluded place, and then everyone will lie in ambush to lure him out and take care of him. Isn't this a bad idea? Yang Ruxue frowned. Who could survive facing this person alone? The unknown expert is simply too powerful. The top experts from the Tianxia gang have all been assassinated, and the rest are being used as bait. It's far too dangerous. I know a suitable candidate. Yan Shi suddenly said. Who? Su Hao was drinking tea. Of course it's you. Yan Shi said seriously. Young Master Su, I don't mean any harm, although this operation is extremely dangerous. You are definitely the most famous among us. As long as we spread some word, it will surely attract this person's attention. Then, you just need to hold off his first few attacks, and we can surround and kill him. Oh, so you think highly of me, Su Hao said casually. No, absolutely not. This has nothing to do with young Master Su. Can't let him get involved. Yang Ruxue objected directly. Young Master Su, I think you'd better sign up at the last minute, then you can escape this predicament. Junior sister, young Master Su is not a coward. Su Yang emphasized. But if you lose the bet, your life will be in danger. Yang Ruxue argued her case based on reason. Su Hao was slightly moved, not expecting this female disciple of the sword sect to think so highly of him. He smiled and said, I understand Yan Shi's thoughts. This may be the only way, so we have to try. As for myself, I welcome this operation. This person wrote my name down. He's probably been watching me for a while. We must find a place to fight him to the death. Su Hao was already angry when he said those words. He didn't want to be someone's scapegoat, he had to teach them a lesson himself. Young Master Su, you are truly our savior. Yan Shi exclaimed excitedly. Alright, that's all for today. Be careful on your way home. Su Hao said calmly. Clear. Yan Wuming and the others left one after another. Su Hao stood alone by the window, sipping his floral tea, his gaze deep and thoughtful. For some reason, he found himself missing Li Qingmei. What was that young lady doing at this very moment? He took out his phone and sent a greeting message. Hee, that's rare someone actually thought of me. Is it because I'm not around that you can't sleep at night or have a good appetite? Li Qingmei replied quickly. Miss Li, have you finished your work? Su Hao asked. It'll be soon. I'll arrive before the martial arts tournament, but I've heard that a lot has happened in the ancient town recently. It seems there's a conspiracy going on. Li Qingmei sighed. I'm not afraid of conspiracies. Su Hao felt confident. He said, I think the things after the competition will be more troublesome. What we're doing now is just the appetizer. There's something even more dangerous waiting to happen. Yes, Li Qingmei readily agreed, then asked a strange question. I heard that you and Miss Zhao were betrothed since childhood, is that true? Who's complaining? If it were true, we would have been married long ago, and even have several healthy sons by now. Why would we have waited until now? Su Hao didn't really explain, he was just stating the facts. You know what, I regretted now. I should have cried when father forced you to get engaged. You would have softened then. Li Qingmei seemed cunning, thinking that Su Hao was more responsive to gentle persuasion than force. That's hard to say, we weren't familiar with each other back then. Su Hao said. So now, do we still have a chance to get engaged? Li Qingmei asked excitedly. Go to sleep, I have a lot to do tomorrow. Su Hao had no way to answer. 1048, Chapter 1048, Proud. On the edge of the ancient town, there is a huge mansion. Hundreds of people were quietly queuing in front of the gate. This is where the Shushan sect selects participants for the martial arts tournament. Many people sign up every day, and today is no exception. When Su Hao came to register, he was surrounded by many other people. You guys, I really don't know what to say. Are you afraid I'll run away? He smiled helplessly. Young Master Su, we're just scared and think this is the safest place. Yan Wuming chuckled. There's a madman outside killing people everywhere, where else could they go? Of course, you should stay with the experts. Young Master Su, we know the registration process. Yang Rushue chuckled. There are so many participants in this martial arts tournament that will be divided into 3 groups, beginner, intermediate, and advanced. The registration criteria are simple. Anyone who can lift a 30,000 Gene bronze cauldron will be assigned to the beginner group, anyone who can lift a 50,000 Gene bronze cauldron will be assigned to the intermediate group, and only those who can lift a 100,000 Gene bronze cauldron will be assigned to the advanced group. Furthermore, they need to progress gradually from beginner to advanced levels, step by step, instead of jumping straight to the top. Yang Rushuang explained. It's clear that the 2 sisters also signed up. Su Hao didn't ask them which group they were in. He stood in the crowd and was initially not very noticeable. After a while, someone stared at him for a long time, then suddenly shouted, "Look, that's young Master Su Hao." What, even young Master Su has to queue up personally? The person next to him said in surprise. I'm just an unknown person, so queuing is normal. Everyone, please be quiet and don't cause trouble for others. Su Hao said with a faint smile. Clear. These people looked at Su Hao with absolute admiration. Su Hao's story is particularly inspiring to many people. He was originally an unknown person, dreaming of becoming famous overnight at the martial arts tournament, and now he is realizing his dream step by step. This is his dream, and it is also the dream of other martial artists. Perhaps most people don't have his achievements, so everyone can only regard Su Hao as a role model. Young Master Su, I suggest you use this. Ren Xianxian smiled slightly and took out a human skin mask. There are too many people here. If we don't try to hide our identities, we're likely to cause more trouble. Good. Su Hao took it and put it on. The mask is exquisite, making him look like a completely different handsome man. However, it is far removed from its original appearance. Miss Xiao, do you prefer this version of young Master Su, or his original appearance? Yang Rushue asked with a smile. Of course, it should be the original way, it's too unfamiliar. Zhao Hongyu smiled, then asked, what about you? Yang Rushue blushed, she was too embarrassed to talk about such a thing. They queued for a long time and were finally almost at the testing site. There was a person standing in front of me, who was over 2 meters tall and looked very imposing. Gentlemen, I am Li Lingfeng from the southwest. Today, I will show you what it means to have the strength to uproot mountains and the spirit to overwhelm the world. The man said boldly. Come on. You can do it. Everyone else applauded politely. After writing down his name and identity, the burly man went directly to the massive cauldron weighing 30,000 Gene, approximately 15,000 kilograms. He gave a soft shout, then effortlessly lifted it high into the air. Beginner group, Li Lingfeng. The tester simply drew a check mark. Again. He didn't stop there, he took on new challenges. Before long, the 50,000 Gene, 25,000 kilograms, cauldron was also barely finished. At this moment, sweat was already beading on his forehead. Everyone was a little worried when they saw his expression. Handsome, why don't you give up? The intermediate group is pretty good. They've already selected a batch, and you'll be able to meet quite a few experts. Someone kindly advised. We are martial arts practitioners, so we must act within our capabilities. Someone reminded us. No, I'm here to challenge myself. 10 years of hard training have led to this day. How can I give up halfway? Li Lingfeng was very unhappy. He still felt that challenging the advanced group was his goal. The competition is actually very strict, and the grouping is very important. Only those who win in the beginner group are qualified to challenge the intermediate group, and so on. If you are in the beginner group and your skills are not very strong, you will never meet the advanced group contestants. On the one hand, this is to ensure the fairness of the competition. On the other hand, it will shatter the dreams of some people. They only want to win the championship, not any honors or awards. Maybe we should just forget about it. The person in charge of the advanced group's testing was an outer sect elder, who said sternly, I want to give it a try. Li Lingfeng said seriously. All right, the elder said, somewhat helplessly. Li Lingfeng assumed a horse stance, gripped the cauldron's legs with both hands, and shouted sharply. The bronze cauldron, weighing 100,000 jin, approximately 50,000 kilograms, looked incredibly heavy, yet he managed to lift it 3 feet off the ground. However, according to the agreement, this was far from enough. He had to lift it above his head and hold it for 10 seconds to pass the test. This person continued to exert himself, wanting to complete the final advancement. Unexpectedly, due to insufficient strength, everyone heard a cracking sound, as if something had broken. Li Lingfang immediately collapsed to the ground, bleeding from all 7 orifices, and fainted. Seeing this scene, many people felt a pang of sadness. How can an ordinary person challenge the strongest group? His strength is actually quite great, it's just a pity he's too greedy. Life is a long journey. If you can't win this time, there's always next time. Why make things difficult for yourself? Some people sighed. The people from the Shu Mountain sect immediately came out to clean up the area, took the person away for treatment, and then cleaned up the surroundings. Cut. I thought they were strong, but it turns out they're just all bark and no bite. Just then, a person next to Su Hao spoke with sarcasm and ridicule. Why are you like this? He didn't do anything wrong, he just lacks the ability. There's no need to slander him. Yang Rushue was very unhappy. Is this what you call defamation? Insufficient strength is the original sin. One is not qualified to participate in the most prestigious martial arts tournament. The man continued coldly. That's right, this is a gathering place for experts from all walks of life, not a place for clowns to show off. A man next to him sneered. What the 2 senior brothers said isn't entirely wrong. This is his fate. Another girl, who was quite pretty, said disdainfully. Which sect do you belong to, that you dare to be so arrogant? Yang Rushuang couldn't stand it anymore. Our sect. If I told you, you'd be scared to death. The senior student who spoke first revealed a confident smile. Oh, tell me, I'm not easily intimidated. Su Hao smiled faintly. Listen up, everyone, we come from the Vermilion Bird sect, affiliated with the God-Slaying Hall, and are one of the strongest sects in the south, the man said smugly. 1049, Chapter 1049. The fear is comparison. The Vermilion Bird sect? Ren Xianxian couldn't help but laugh. It turned out that the Vermilion Bird sect really did hide a master. These people from the God-Slaying Hall seem stronger than the others, their overall strength appears to be quite good. Scared now? Our purpose in coming here is simple, to let everyone know that there is such a sect in the martial arts world. The senior brother said, I hope you remember my name clearly. My surname is Zhao and my given name is Wuji. This is my junior brother Mei Changyuan, and next to him is my junior sister Hao Yuer. Everyone laughed when he said that. What kind of name is this? It's nonsense, it has no long-term goals, and it's just a vulgar name like Yuer. When Zhao Wuji saw everyone laughing, he assumed they were admiring them, and he was overjoyed. I still acknowledge the prestige of the name Vermilion Birdgate. Su Hao said with a smile. Young Master Su, are you serious? Yang Rushue was somewhat surprised. This was just a third-rate sect, not even third-rate. What was there to admit? Su Hao smiled without saying anything, offering no explanation. Ren Xianxian understood that the Vermilion Bird sect was the sect Su Hao had impersonated the most. If they could make a name for themselves in the competition, they might be useful in the future. 3 experts, does your sect have any other members? Ren Xuanxuan's meaning was beyond the comprehension of most people. She felt that if this was the full strength of the God-Slaying Hall, it would be a great pity, as none of them seemed very strong. Yes, we also have the young master and the others, they've already secured their spots. Zhao Wuji, oblivious to the hidden meaning, introduced with a smile, young master, are you also planning to participate in the competition? Let's just say, don't worry about a good ranking, just try to make an appearance and let more people remember you with your handsome face. Maybe you can even trick a few female martial artists into going home. I don't have any grand ambitions, I'll just go wherever I can. Su Hao said calmly. Alright, it's our turn to test. Zhao Wuji was actually behind Su Hao, but with a push, he cut in line without hesitation. Su Hao frowned and finally chose to line up behind them. When he wrote down the name Su Hao, the disciple in charge of the test looked up in surprise. This name had become quite famous in the last 2 days. Could it be that expert? However, Su Hao's appearance was different from what he remembered, so he assumed it was a different person. Everyone, take a look at our strength. Zhao Wuji walked to the preliminary testing area, waved to the people around him, then gripped the support leg, exerted a little force, and lifted it up directly. In an instant, his two fellow disciples were overjoyed. This is our senior brother, a symbol of strength. Mei Changyuan said proudly. Yes, in the future, when you step into the ring, it's best to just admit defeat, understand? Hao Yuer said with a smile. At first, everyone thought they were a bunch of clowns and found them quite entertaining. Now that they're going too far, I'm getting a little unhappy. Hey, this isn't a place for you to fool around. This is a testing ground under the jurisdiction of the Shu Mountain sect. What right does the mere Vermilion Bird sect have to look down on other sects? There are at least 8,000, if not 10,000, sects like yours in the entire martial arts world. What are you so arrogant about, a few frogs at the bottom of a well? If fighting weren't prohibited here, I'd be here teaching you a lesson right now. The others were furious and spoke fiercely. What's the use of all this talk from you weaklings? I can only give you 4 words, impotent rage. Zhao Wuji said with a chuckle. What a bunch of lunatics. Su Hao had never thought there was anything wrong with impersonating the Vermilion Bird sect, and now he was even more convinced of this idea. However, it's just that his fake Vermilion Bird sect disciples are more prone to causing trouble, while the real disciples are even less capable of causing trouble. Pretty boy, was that you speaking just now? Mei Changyuan immediately demanded. That's right, Su Hao nodded. What right do you have to look down on us? My senior brother has already passed the first round of testing. You'd better show some skill first. Mei Changyuan's meaning was clear. Unless one was of comparable strength, they had no right to speak with Zhao Wuji. Okay, I'll give it a try. Su Hao said calmly. His appearance, after being disguised, became even more understated. Coupled with his not-so-muscular physique, this only drew ridicule from several disciples of the Vermilion Bird sect. With your condition, don't end up like Li Lingfeng, coughing up blood and collapsing to the ground. Mei Changyuan said disdainfully. He definitely won't even pass the first test. Hao Yuer said coldly. Young man, don't follow everyone else's example and participate in competitions. This isn't your path. You can only rely on your looks to make a living, not your abilities. Zhao Wuji's words seemed to be advice, but they were actually laced with deep sarcasm. Su Hao wouldn't take such words to heart, he only regarded them as noisy stray dogs. I'm going to start the test now, he said calmly. He approached the massive cauldron, neither adopting a horse stance nor squatting down, but simply kicked it with his foot, sending the 30,000-pound cauldron bouncing up. He held it up with one hand, the other in his pocket, quietly waiting for the testers to start the timer. 3-1. Su Hao has advanced to the intermediate group. The man announced loudly, seemingly in support of Su Hao as a disciple of a prestigious sect. He had absolutely no liking for such an arrogant little sect as the Vermilion Bird sect. I didn't expect you to be from a circus, coming up with all these fancy tricks. A test is a test. Is it really necessary to create such a spectacle? Next up is a strength test of 50,000 jin, 25,000 kilograms. I don't believe you can pass it. Zhao Wuji said unhappily. He felt that Su Hao's actions just now were extremely eye-catching. However, on the surface, he was still unwilling to admit it. I have to give it a try, no matter what, Su Hao said calmly. The difference between the two is obvious. Everyone felt that Su Hao was calm, composed, and unfathomable at this moment. Applause erupted. The phone rang, undoubtedly for Su Hao. Zhao Wuji and his two companions, on the other hand, received a barrage of eye rolls, making them feel extremely embarrassed. Senior brother, you are the hope among the three of us. You must continue to be serious and never stop here, Mei Changyuan said. Yes, no matter what, we must pass the intermediate group test. Hao Yuer nodded. Zhao Wuji immediately began the second round of testing. His situation seemed similar to Li Lingfeng's. He barely passed, but his forehead was covered in sweat. Su Hao, as before, once again supported the cauldron with one hand, seemingly without any pressure whatsoever. What should we do? Zhao Wuji was in a dilemma. His goal was to pass the intermediate group, but now an unexpected thing had happened. He thought Su Hao was a weakling, but he didn't expect him to be such a tough opponent, passing both rounds of testing just like him. If he stops there and Su Hao passes the advanced group test, wouldn't that make the Vermilion Bird sect seem incompetent? 1050, Chapter 1050, Leading the Way. If you can't do it, then I'll do it. Just then, another unexpected event occurred. A bald, burly man stepped forward, looking at Zhao Wuji with a disdainful gaze. Who are you? What gives you the right to look at me like that? Zhao Wuji asked, extremely surprised and angry. Listen carefully, I am Zhao Liren, a descendant of the Kasayapa Temple. I am here to tell you that the Kasayapa Temple has not completely disappeared, and there are still many descendants. The man said proudly. Upon hearing this, many people recalled the largest battle ever fought in Yanjing, which took place near Kasayapa Temple at that time. Kasayapa Temple existed in name only and had no disciples. However, some disciples gradually emerged afterward, and there have been signs of revival recently. Most of them are scattered and have not formed a sect. Now, this wave of revival has finally reached Shushan. Zhao Liren's goal was to ensure that Kasayapa Temple remained a righteous and prestigious sect. Kasayapa Temple? Zhao Wuji revealed a disdainful smile and shouted, You are just a third-rate sect. Even if you were all alone, you wouldn't be worth a penny. Oh, in that case, why not let me participate in your test comparison? Let's see who will ultimately lose. Zhao Liren said confidently. Su Hao calmly sized up the man. He had fought with the descendants of Kasayapa Temple many times and knew some of Kasayapa Temple's martial arts. Looking at him now, he realized that Zhao Liren's strength was incredibly powerful. He is far more powerful than any of the experts we've encountered before. It seems that his appearance truly carries ambition and a desire to vindicate the sect. He was certain that this person possessed the ability to join the astounding ranking. I don't care, one more person won't hurt. Su Hao stated his feelings directly. The pressure suddenly fell on Zhao Wuji. Facing a martial artist with the same surname who had suddenly appeared, he felt somewhat uncertain. The upcoming test involved a 100,000 gene, 50,000 kilograms, cauldron. Was he capable of lifting it? Are you scared? Zhao Liren sneered. The Vermilion Bird sect is nothing special. If you back down now, you can at least ensure your safety. Otherwise, being crushed by the cauldron would not only bring shame to the sect but also plunge you into utter ruin, a lose-lose situation. His words sounded very harsh, making the other two disciples of the Vermilion Bird sect feel somewhat embarrassed. Senior brother, why don't we give it a try? Mei Changyuan said calmly. Yes, if it doesn't work out, just admit defeat, how you are also advised. When the others saw him hesitate, they immediately revealed mocking smiles. If you don't have the ability, don't try to stand out. This place is full of experts from all walks of life. What is the Vermilion Bird sect? They're not even worth mentioning. Small sects are truly pathetic, completely unaware of their own limitations, daring to join in any kind of commotion. Kasayapa Temple was at least once glorious, but did Suzaku Gate ever have any prestige? Of course not. It's not too late to leave now, and you won't lose anything. When you're out in the world of martial arts, if you don't even care about your reputation, it's no different from being dead. These words felt like silver needles, piercing every pore and making him feel uncomfortable all over. Zhao Wuji's face turned bright red, and he said angrily, Fine, let's compete then. Do you think I'm afraid of you? After saying that, he went to the testing cauldron, took a breath, and was about to take action. Young man, it is my duty to advise you not to act recklessly. This is no ordinary weight. Without supreme strength, do not attempt it. The outer elder of the Shu Mountain sect, who was conducting the test, said dutifully. Don't worry, senior, I know my own strength. Zhao Wuji nodded. Alright, let's begin the test. The elder said with a helpless smile. All eyes were on this person. He was now in a bind, so he took a deep breath, gripped the cauldron with both hands, and lifted it up sharply. And you know what? The cauldron was only a few centimeters off the ground, but it was already shaken. Mei Changyuan's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that his senior brother's strength was greater than he had imagined? Had he reached a new realm in such a short time? How you were looked worried, and it was clear that the situation was far from ideal. Come on. Some people still couldn't help but cheer him on. Zhao Wuji continued to channel his inner energy, gradually lifting the cauldron until it was above his shoulder. It seemed he was just one step away from passing the test with hope within reach. He channeled his inner energy once more, preparing to seize the opportunity and succeed in one fell swoop. However, to my surprise, their strength was still quite lacking. My hands were getting increasingly sore, and I gradually couldn't hold on any longer. He felt everything go black before his eyes and collapsed to the ground. Just then, the large cauldron crashed down with a loud bang. With a soft poof, the man was instantly reduced to a bloody pulp before everyone's eyes. Senior brother. Hao Yuer was extremely surprised. This was the worst possible outcome, even worse than Li Lingfeng's previous death. It wasn't just fainting, but complete death. Ha! This is what happens when you're not strong enough. You have absolutely no understanding of your own strength. If you don't die, who will? This kind of trash would be instantly killed in one move if he went to the arena. The reality is cruel. The others didn't pity Zhao Wuji at all, but instead thought he was a good-for-nothing. Mei Changyuan's gaze fell directly on Su Hao and Zhao Liren, and he said angrily, "You are the culprits. If you hadn't forced our senior brother to compete with us, how could this situation have arisen? It was you who killed our senior brother." Faced with this accusation, Su Hao smiled faintly and said, "It seems that this is similar to my understanding. It is impossible for the Vermilion Bird sect to have any experts. You were useless before, you are useless now. And you will always be useless. Kid, you've got to screw loose with your mouth. I can forgive you for this one mistake because you're angry right now, but if you dare say another one wrong word, I'll make sure you die a horrible death once you leave this testing ground." Zhao Liren became even more aggressive, his fierce glint fully revealed, exuding murderous intent. Mei Changyuan felt a chill run through his body. A single glance from the other person had completely stunned him at that moment. He was filled with immense regret. If he really makes a move, will he and his junior sister both end up following in their senior brother's footsteps? Someone, clean up the scene. The elder of the Shu Mountain sect easily lifted the main hall, and the others came over to do the cleaning. Everyone was busy and orderly, and no one cared about Zhao Wuji's death at all. Once the place was restored to its original state, everyone couldn't help but wonder, did this person really exist? The weak have no right to be remembered. Mei Changyuan and Hao Yuer discussed it and decided to finish watching the test. They simply refused to believe that these two could accomplish what their senior brother couldn't. They were all about the same age. Could they possibly be a whole realm stronger than their senior brother? "Humph, senior brother is a cautionary tale for you," Mei Changyuan muttered. "Yes, they will fail and become a laughingstock." Hao Yuer nodded. Zhao Liren glanced at Su Hao, a confident smile on his face, and said, "Young Master Su, would you like to take the test first, or should I go first?" 1051, Chapter 1051. What to do next? Okay, I hope you pass the test. Su Hao nodded. His goal was simple. It would be great if he could meet this person in the competition. He held the martial arts of Kasayapa Temple in high regard, having already learned fist and sword techniques. Witnessing other powerful martial arts techniques would certainly be a good thing. Are the experts from Kasayapa Temple very strong? Yang Ruxue asked calmly, as she always felt that Zhao Liren's aura was different, much stronger than Zhao Wuji's. He's a master. Zhao Hongyu nodded. She had recently felt a sense of crisis. She used to be seen as a genius by everyone, but now she realized that wasn't the case at all. There were hundreds of millions of martial artists in the Dragon Kingdom, and some of them never got the chance to show their skills, hiding in various sects. In fact, there were quite a few who were more powerful than her. Perhaps going into seclusion after this matter is over is the right solution. Didn't the sect leader just say he wanted to put her in solitary confinement? This can be considered a different kind of care. With so many talented people emerging, who can reign supreme without absolute strength? Yes, this person's strength is definitely not comparable to Zhao Wuji's. As others have said, Kasayapa Temple was once glorious and was once among the top 10 sects. It is normal for a few powerful disciples to emerge. Yang Ruxuan nodded in agreement. Amidst everyone's anticipation, Zhao Liren circled the large cauldron once and said, "Su Hao, watch carefully." His hands were covered in golden light. The true energy of Buddhism instantly surged throughout the entire testing area, drawing everyone's attention. At that moment, everyone was astonished to discover that a super expert had appeared today. Many people from various sects were surprised, wondering why this person's face was so unfamiliar. Could he be from some unknown sect? But when they found out that he was a descendant of Kasyapa Temple, everything seemed so natural. So it's Kasyapa Temple after so many years of silence, are they finally going to rise again? They must be disciples of ancient sects. They have deep roots and excellent martial arts skills. As long as they find suitable successors, they will definitely have a chance to shine. Great. Great, this year's martial arts tournament is sure to be very exciting. After this battle, will he be able to make it onto the list of most outstanding figures? Many people's comments also affirmed his abilities. A true master's skill is immediately apparent upon their first move. These lights have already demonstrated strength. Apart from those waiting for and being tested, everyone else ran over. Some female warriors looked at his bald head and thought he was so handsome. Strength is what's truly attractive. What's the use of a handsome but weak person? Isn't he just a pretty boy? Rise! Zhao Liren roared, golden light burst forth, and his full power erupted when he lifted the cauldron. The entire ground trembled in one breath. He raised it above his head and circled the crowd. When we returned to the starting point of the test, we let go of both hands. The massive cauldron crashed down, sinking more than 10 meters into the ground, demonstrating its terrifying weight of 100,000 jin, approximately 50,000 kilograms. Zhao Liren, you've passed the test. The elder said with an appreciative look. Congratulations, congratulations, this is truly a master. They're too strong. This level of strength is enough to get them into the strongest group. Kasyapa Temple is about to re-enter everyone's view. If you can win the championship, you will become the future pioneer of the sect. I wonder what the criteria are for accepting disciples at Kasyapa Temple. I have a younger brother who is quite talented. Would he be qualified to join? The crowd erupted in delighted applause. Zhao Liren stared at Su Hao, slightly surprised to see the admiration in the other's eyes. If it were any other talented disciple, it would likely have been met with intense jealousy. The saying goes, 2 tigers cannot share one mountain. Who would want a powerful opponent to emerge? He also acknowledged Su Hao's abilities. However, the other party's behavior left him somewhat puzzled. Does this person lack ambition, or is his strength enough to make him stand out from the crowd? In any case, he didn't want the latter to happen. Young Master Su, it's your turn. Zhao Liren said with a smile. Good. Su Hao walked out silently. It was only then that the others realized there was another person preparing for the test. When everyone's gaze fell on Su Hao, it was with a hint of doubt. This person's aura was too ordinary, showing absolutely nothing. Who is he? What sect does he belong to? It seems to be called Su Hao, but it's not the same person as the other Su Hao. Why would someone like that dare to take on the most challenging test? Sigh, he'll probably be the next Zhao Wuji. If you're not strong enough, you'll end up in the same situation. What a pity. She's quite good looking, but with such a face, why doesn't she find a good job and flirt with rich women? Mocking voices rose from the crowd. Mei Chuanyuan and Hao Yuer were extremely jealous of Zhao Liren's passing the test. They secretly thought that even if he barely passed, Su Hao would definitely lose. I hope he gets crushed to death. Mei Chuanyuan thought with hatred. Ignoring the many astonished gazes, Su Hao simply walked up to the cauldron and asked, "This has sunk more than 10 meters. Do I need to lift it out myself?" "That's right, this is my test for you," Zhao Liren said with a smile. His strength was sufficient to handle it with ease, so the reason he fell heavily was to put some pressure on the subsequent test subjects. The elders of the Shu Mountain sect simply smiled and said nothing. Su Hao didn't seem to care much and said, "Alright, since that's the case, I'll have to show you some skills too." Sister, do you think young Master Su is any good?" Yang Rushue was a little worried when she first saw this cauldron. She made the right choice, to give up immediately. The weight of this large cauldron is not something an ordinary person can handle. Yang Rushuang shook her head, indicating that she didn't know either. How could an outsider see through this person's strength? He seemed very strong, but no one could force him to reveal his true abilities. He decided okay. Zhao Hongyu confirmed. Hearing this, Yang Rushue breathed a sigh of relief. but she also wanted to see how he did it. Let's begin. The elder of the Shu Mountain sect said with a smile, seemingly quite approving of Su Hao as a senior. He had seen countless people. In the past few days, there had been at least 800 or 1,000 participants in the third test, but he had never seen anyone as confident as Su Hao. He was almost certain that this person's strength was definitely not simple. Good. Su Hao nodded, then extended a finger and flicked it on the cauldron. It seemed like he was just making a casual remark, as if he wasn't taking it very seriously. However, a powerful surge of true energy instantly caused the entire cauldron to fly dozens of meters into the air with a whoosh. Everyone was somewhat surprised that such a simple finger strike possessed such powerful energy. How did he manage to do that? What do we do next? Zhao Liren couldn't help but wonder. 1052, Chapter 1052 Tournament Tickets. The force of falling is actually the most terrifying. A 100,000-pound cauldron falling down is something no ordinary person could do. Some of the nearby martial artists, hearing the whooshing sound of the falling wind, were terrified and retreated hastily. They thought to themselves that if they were standing underneath, they would surely be crushed like Zhao Wuji. Mei Changyuan revealed a disdainful smile. He felt that Su Hao was just trying to show off, and had even messed up. He would definitely learn a terrible lesson. Was this person strong enough to withstand the massive cauldron? But then Su Hao stood below, his right hand raised high. As the cauldron fell, a powerful force erupted. Upon closer inspection, it appeared as if countless ropes were binding the cauldron. The downward trend is instantly customized. In the end, what everyone saw was him lifting the cauldron with one finger, standing still, and smiling faintly. He actually did it? That's real strength. As expected, there are no weaklings among those named Su Hao. This composure seems to represent confidence, even stronger than Zhao Liren's. Wow, this guy is handsome and capable. I wonder if he has a fiancée. Maybe I can steal him away. The loudest voices came from a few girls, who looked on with admiration. Su Hao loosened his grip slightly, and the main hall landed smoothly on the ground again. The weight of 100,000 jin, 50,000 kilograms, did not make a sound. Su Hao, you have passed the test. The elder announced. Not bad, as expected of the expert I recognize. I hope we'll have the chance to meet in the competition. Zhao Liren nodded, revealing an appreciative look. Yes. Su Hao had the same thought. At this moment, the two from the Vermilion Bird sect had already slunk away. They were the biggest joke, unable to compare with these two experts. Applause erupted from the others around them, who seemed excited to witness this expert pass the test. Let's go, let's get down to business. Su Hao smiled. Good. Yan Wuming nodded. Su Hao's performance was better than expected. Now everyone knows he was the most outstanding person in today's test. The assassins will definitely target him. He might even be in the crowd right now, and he'll be blacklisted immediately. Brother Hao, wait a minute. Zhao Hongyu's voice came through. What's wrong? Su Hao turned around and looked. You forgot your number tag. Zhao Hongyu floated over, holding a number 13 tag in her hand, and handed it over. Everyone who passes the test at this martial arts tournament will receive a tag, which will be used for group assignments. We won't reveal everyone's names beforehand, we'll keep it a secret. I see. Su Hao nodded. Young Master Su, it's still daytime, it's not appropriate for us to show up so openly. Yan Wuming smiled. How about this, we can split up first, and I'll send you all a text message with where to appear at dusk. Are we the only ones involved in the encirclement? Yang Rushua was somewhat worried. With the enemy lurking in the shadows, Su Hao was still in mortal danger. I will contact the elders of the Tianxia gang with them, that should be enough. Does this person really have the strength to fight against so many people? Yan Wuming said confidently. Okay. Su Hao nodded. Then let's get together later. I'll go back to my guest house to rest first. B&B. After Su Hao returned, he meditated for several hours to get himself into the best possible state. Just as the sun was about to set, my phone vibrated. The first message was the meeting place Yan Wuming had chosen. to which he replied okay. He then read the second message, which was a greeting from Li Qingmei. Brother Hao, I miss you. Those 5 simple words left him somewhat stunned. When are you coming? Su Hao asked. Soon, she replied quickly. By the way, I heard you were a bit pretentious during the test today. That's not true at all, it was just a brief demonstration, Su Hao said with a smile. I have a question. Has your strength broken through again? Li Qingmei was very curious. According to Ren Xuanxuan's account, she believed that she was also at the great perfection of the Supreme Realm and could never be as nonchalant as Su Hao. Keep it a secret. Su Hao did not answer directly. Li Qingmei smiled. Those 2 words already said a lot for a man of this character. It was tantamount to an admission above the Supreme Being lay the celestial realm. Such a young and incredibly skilled fighter can only be described as terrifying. In short, you still need to be careful, and don't let things go wrong unexpectedly, Li Qingmei warned. I'll be careful and get here as soon as possible, Su Hao replied. Great. Upon seeing these words, Li Qingmei wished she had the ability to teleport. The two did indeed find common ground. Su Hao asked about things in Yanjing, and she answered with some less important questions. Even at the end, when Su Hao asked if she wanted to participate in the martial arts tournament, Li Qingmei simply replied with 2 words, it's a secret. Well, Su Hao couldn't quite figure that out. Upon closer reflection, aside from some emotional outbursts, Li Qingmei didn't really reveal her true feelings. She always acted according to plan, and because she bore the heavy responsibility of revitalizing her family, she was more vigilant than anyone else. Participating in the martial arts tournament has both advantages and disadvantages. The advantage is that it can publicize the Li family's power. The Immortal Palace's strength has never been recognized by most people. They are merely a force established by the Divine Martial Pavilion. The downside is that once powerful strength is revealed, it might attract the attention of other forces. Developing discreetly might not be a bad thing. Besides, every competition carries risks. Given Li Qingmei's actual combat abilities, there are far too many people she couldn't defeat without special training. Master Su, we're about to set off. Ren Xianxian reminded him from outside. Come out right away. When Su Hao opened the door after finishing his conversation with Li Qingmei, he saw that she was dressed very casually. He was dressed in a tight-fitting black outfit, somewhat like a night cloak. He placed his right hand on her shoulder and said, Did you tell Li Qingmei everything? Young Master Su, I am, after all, Miss Li's person. Please understand. Ren Xianxian blushed and said shyly. Just don't exaggerate. Su Hao smiled helplessly. No, I can even beautify it, Ren Xianxian said proudly. To be honest, she also liked Su Hao. Who could resist such a perfect man? It's just that her status prevents her from expressing her feelings in this way. Being able to stay by Su Hao's side as a maid for a few days is already a blessing. And don't embellish it. Su Hao emphasized seriously. Okay, Ren Xianxian nodded and said, let's go. Alright, let's go meet that assassin. A ruthless glint flashed in Su Hao's eyes. That was a ruthless killer who would not let anyone get away with him once they encountered him. 1053, Chapter 1053. Assassin severely wounded. Nighttime, on the hillside. Su Hao sat in the pavilion, holding the 9 Cauldrons longevity manual, studying it repeatedly. He had already begun practicing this martial art, and so far, the results were quite good. Currently, a chaotic true energy within his body was gradually becoming the main body of his true energy. In any case, this is a cultivation technique obtained from the treasures of the ancient Lulan kingdom, and it can be considered one of the most top-tier ones. Young Master Su, we haven't detected anything on our side. Just then, Yan Wuming's voice came through the earphones. Everyone lay in ambush all around, on high alert at all times. Could it be that they already know we're here, so they're not going to make a move tonight? Su Yang's voice followed. To stay connected, everyone chooses to use Bluetooth headsets for communication, which allows for long-distance communication. Should we wait a little longer? Yang Rushue suggested. If no one comes, doesn't that mean the news has been leaked? Yang Rushuang frowned, filled with worry. The plan was originally known only to a few people, but the terrain was vast, and they couldn't complete the encirclement on their own, so, with Elder Lu's help, they attracted many young experts to come and assist them. In this way, more people will know about it. No one could be sure of the identities of the newcomers, so a sliver of suspicion remained. Don't fight amongst yourselves, we have to deal with these people today no matter what. Elder Lu said Dengen of their Tianxia gang had been murdered, and this revenge had to be taken. It's alright, let's wait a little longer. Su Hao had just begun to grasp some of the secrets, so he wasn't in a hurry and continued to calmly study the manual. Ren Xianxian and Lu Wana were closest to Su Hao, and they were somewhat impressed to see him still able to diligently peruse the book. This was the most dangerous time. As bait, he was the most conspicuous target. Who else but him could remain so calm? Ren Xuanxuan's heart stirred, and she took a picture of the scene and secretly sent it to Li Qingmei, which could be considered as fulfilling her duty. Just then, a commotion came from Yan Wuming's side, who said, "Something's wrong, I've spotted a masked man carrying a sword, everyone, assemble immediately. Stop him, we absolutely cannot let this person get away." Elder Lu was very excited. Great, it's finally time to close the net. Yang Rushue was also very happy. Led by Elder Lu, dozens of experts rushed towards that person. The masked person sensed danger, immediately changed direction, and ran away frantically. Stop! Yan Wuming roared, grabbed his weapon, and charged forward. He launched an attack in midair, but the man retaliated with a sword strike, successfully counterattacking, and continued running forward. Su Hao frowned, feeling the auras of these people fading into the distance, and looked somewhat helpless. Just then, a figure suddenly appeared beside the pavilion and said coldly, "You are Su Hao? So what if it is?" Su Hao raised his head slightly, put away the manual, and said calmly, "Your plan is truly insane, daring to fish for us. Do you think we're a bunch of idiots who would fall for it?" The man said coldly. "Us, does that mean you're an organization?" Su Hao frowned. The information this person revealed was somewhat frightening. If these assassins are not alone, but merely appear in grotesque forms, people are likely to be misled. Meanwhile, even more people will be attacked and become victims of their swords. This is not something you should know. Since you've risked your life, then I'll grant your wish. The man drew his long sword, its chilling aura palpable. If you can't do it, let the others come out with you. Su Hao slowly stood up and said disdainfully. Arrogant. After saying this, the man thrust his sword forward. It was fast and fierce, its target being Su Hao's heart. If the stab goes in, the consequences would be unimaginable. He shook his head, thinking this man wouldn't learn his lesson until he was faced with a fatal mistake. Suddenly, he extended two fingers, mysteriously clamping the long sword between them, and applied a slight force. The long sword turned to dust, and this powerful force sent the assassin spinning like a top. Die! Su Hao immediately flicked a finger through the air, piercing through his head. The assassin collapsed to the ground and died instantly. Come out, stop hiding. Su Hao said coldly. Su Hao, you killed my brother, this isn't over yet. Hey Su, how did you find us? Do you intend to challenge 3 masters at the same time? 3 figures in black appeared and surrounded Su Hao from all sides. Su Hao had sensed their presence long ago. These people were well hidden, almost blending into their surroundings. However, their faint breathing still gave them away. They were martial artists, not immortals. They couldn't possibly hold their breath for an extended period. Ha! Su Hao looked regretful when he saw the true strength of these people. They are merely at the master level. They have no chance of defeating the experts from the Tianxia gang and the Shushan sect. Could it be that they have a powerful backer? What exactly are your identities? Su Hao asked coldly. Want to know? That's impossible. You're already dead anyway, so there's no point in telling you or not. The man in black on the left said in a deep voice. Hey Su, don't forget who you are. You re nothing, yet you insist on showing off. Aren't you just courting death? The man in black on the right said disdainfully. The most ridiculous thing is that you actually joined forces with the Tianxia gang. If they were really capable, how come their disciples died at our hands? The person behind him laughed loudly. In their view, the Tianxia gang was nothing special, they were just rumored to be very powerful, nothing more. You really don't want to confess, this puts me in a difficult position, Su Hao sighed heavily. Make your move, kill him first. The person behind him gave the order directly. The three black-clad experts each unleashed a powerful attack. To mislead everyone, they all presented themselves as swordsmen, but dispatched assassins of varying strengths to target contestants of different abilities. Although their weapons were identical, however, their moves are completely different. Faced with the martial arts of three different schools at the same time, Su Hao revealed a surprised smile. It seems that the assassin organization really dares to recruit anyone. It's useless. He uttered only 3 words, despite the appearance of. The 3 attacks were instantly blocked by the protective true energy. The 3 men frowned. So far, they had never failed. As a result, when faced with Su Hao, he was unable to defeat him for a while. For assassins, getting caught in combat is obviously a very troublesome situation. Ideally, they would spot the enemy, kill them immediately, and then escape. Damn it! The person behind muttered under their breath. Since that was the case, they had no choice but to grit their teeth and continue. Otherwise, how will I explain this when I go back? 3 offensives erupted once again. Overestimating yourself. Su Hao appeared to be merely raising a rain shield, but in reality, his true energy surged, enough to generate a powerful rebound force. The 3 assassins collapsed, severely wounded. Their defeat was utter. 1054, Chapter 1054. Getting deeper and deeper. You defeated opponents, now you can reveal your true identities, right? Su Hao said coldly. Impossible, even if you kill us, you'll never get any information. The man said, pointing to his ear. Su Hao glanced over and noticed they were also wearing headphones. It seemed they had all thought of the same thing and chosen modern communication methods. He looked at the other 3, who also seemed ready to die, and decided not to waste any more words. He suddenly flicked out 3 silver needles to seal the itchy acupoints. Before long, the 3 of them were rolling on the ground, their bodies itching terribly, but they had no way to release their pressure points. Young Master Su, we've fallen into a trap. Are you alright? Yan Woming's voice came quickly. The one who escaped was a weakling, lacking strength. He was surrounded and killed by us. Yang Rushua said regretfully. Yes, I don't know why this person is so resolute. Is he really willing to give his life for some power? Yang Rushuan wondered. Some people are really too foolish. Of course, they want to live for themselves. Young Master Su, how's it going on your end? Have you caught anyone alive? Old Ginger is spicier, Elder Lu thought to himself, realizing that Su Hao would definitely have a chance against these people. We arrested 3 people. Su Hao replied calmly. Okay, we'll be right there. Elder Lu immediately responded. When they returned, they were astonished to see Su Hao's 3 assassins groaning in pain. So many of them had failed to capture even one, yet Su Hao had single-handedly captured 3 and killed one. His strength was truly unfathomable. I have some bad news for everyone. The assassins have already sent out news of their mission failure through earpieces. Su Hao said. That's right, our people will be here soon. Every single one of you here will not survive. Remember, we are going to kill everyone who participated in the martial arts tournament. One of them said viciously. Everyone was surprised by these words. If these people are part of a force, then they will definitely be difficult to deal with. The truly powerful assassin never reveals his true identity. To put it bluntly, only a few small fry showed up today. They underestimated Su Hao's strength. Once the other experts arrived, they would face a fierce battle. Suddenly, all the newly joined young experts felt insecure. Their strength was no match for Deng Yan and the others. Could they really protect themselves? Oops. Things didn't go as we expected at all. Yan Wuming was quite helpless. He thought the underworld had investigated thoroughly enough and had found the assassin's portrait. Little did he know that this was just the tip of the iceberg, and that there was an even stronger organization behind it. I wonder when such a powerful assassin organization appeared in the martial arts world. Yang Rushuang exclaimed, being able to kill a supreme expert is quite terrifying. Why hasn't anyone heard of it? I think they are very likely foreign forces, and their goal is to deal with our entire martial arts world. Elder Lu said seriously. Hadn't he investigated? The Temple of Gods has been making frequent moves recently, and it's very likely that they've contacted many experts. Elder Lu, what should we do? Yes, if we stay, wouldn't we risk losing our lives? We're only here to help catch one person, not to face a horde of killers. These young people panicked and started thinking about quitting. Elder Lu, please hear me out. Yan Wuming's eyes darted around as he thought of a good plan. The most important thing now is to invite the Shu Mountain sect to intervene. Once their experts arrive, we can wipe out the entire assassin organization. Everyone is facing a crisis now, so we must unite. You mean, we should send someone to contact the Shu Mountain sect? Elder Lu asked. It's not about sending someone. Elder Lu has to go in person. Others aren't of high enough status to talk to the higher-ups of the Shu Mountain sect, Yan Wuming said seriously. But if I leave, can you hold me back? Elder Lu asked, somewhat troubled. Don't worry, with me here, we can buy at least half an hour, Su Hao said. In that case, I'll go and ask for reinforcements. Elder Lu nodded and quickly headed towards the Shu Mountain sect. Those who remained looked at each other, unsure of what to do. They wanted to leave, but were too embarrassed to say so. Everyone, this concerns the life and death of the martial world. How can we cower like cowards? Yan Wuming shouted. As a disciple of the Yama King Pavilion, I have a duty to help you solve your problems. Even if we face death today, I will never back down. I, Su Yang, am a disciple of the Sword Sect, and I will not be a coward. Su Yang declared that he would stay. Me too. Yang Rushuang said, one after the other. For the sake of justice and to punish evil and promote good, I am willing to give everything. Ren Xianxian solemnly declared. Lu Wanner and Zhao Hongyu also stood firmly by Su Hao's side, expressing their silent support. The other martial artists felt a little embarrassed. There were 5 beautiful women here, and if they left, wouldn't it seem very disloyal? Damn, they're just some foreign experts. What kind of strength can they have? We can just fight them to the death. A person lives for their pride. Nobody wants to be a coward. We will all stay and fight them to the death. If I leave, I will never forgive myself for hurting my fellow disciples and even my relatives and friends. Everyone expressed their opinions. Most of them are young people, who wouldn't want to be a hero. Su Hao listened to them silently, appearing very calm. There was no way he would leave, even facing the entire assassin organization alone. There was no reason for him to back down. Alright, everyone spread out, don't scare them away. Yan Wuming commanded. Okay. These people can also be considered. Recognizing his abilities, they all obeyed his orders and took action. Everyone lay in hiding again, and all that could be heard from the surroundings were the groans of the 3 assassins. They are now extremely weak. The three of them glared angrily at Su Hao, regarding him as their most direct enemy. Su Hao remained calm and continued to sit in the pavilion, resting with his eyes closed. Yan Wuming glanced at it and secretly admired it. No one could match this composure. Although Su Yang was hostile towards Su Hao, he was actually more jealous, thinking that Su Hao was a born strongman with the composure to remain calm even if Mao Tai collapsed in front of him. He's so handsome. Yang Rushua's eyes sparkled, and she was even more smitten. Silly girl, he could never be interested in you. This infatuation will ultimately be in vain. Yang Rushuang shook her head. This younger sister was really lovestruck, and she was getting more and more deeply involved. But to be fair, Su Hao is indeed outstanding. Perhaps she admires him to some extent, but she just doesn't want to admit it. 1055, Chapter 1055 Extreme Arrogance. Someone's coming. Su Hao said softly. This sound was clearly transmitted to everyone's ears at that moment. Although the person wearing the headphones was surprised, they also became wary. Those without headphones were utterly horrified. Su Hao's words seemed to echo in everyone's ears. meaning he had spoken to everyone using a secret method of telepathy. There were still over 20 experts remaining, spread over a kilometer, and he was now revealing a true chi strength that was enough to shock everyone.
Wow, that's amazing. No wonder he's gained the approval of the Tianxia gang. Perhaps following this person can really help us take down the assassin organization.
It would be best if the Shu Mountain sect didn't have to participate, because that would mean many people would have a chance to survive.
Everyone sighed with emotion.
Just then, the sound of footsteps could be heard in the distance.
Everyone frowned instinctively. Were they really facing an assassin organization? Why do these people act so recklessly?
The next moment, dozens of figures appeared in front of the pavilion, all wearing masks and dressed in night clothes. Each of them carried a long sword, as if it were standard equipment. The leader, shrouded in a long black robe, revealed a pair of venomous snake-like eyes. A gigantic, blood-red python had appeared on his chest, a truly awe-inspiring sight. I never expected you could force us to show ourselves. This man was the squad leader of the organization, codenamed Blood Python, and he seemed rather arrogant.
Who exactly are you? Su Hao demanded. All you need to know is that we're here to exterminate you, that's enough.
The Blood Python said coldly. Now I'm giving you two choices, either release my men immediately, or die without a burial place today.
Release them?
Su Hao gave a cold laugh. He simply raised his hand, and a strange force pulled the silver needles inside the three masters' bodies, causing them to burst out with a whoosh. These people immediately returned to normal and breathed a sigh of relief.
Ha ha, now you're scared, aren't you? There are so many of us, what can you weaklings possibly do against us? It's too late to admit your mistake now. You have only one option, suicide, otherwise, you will face the most severe form of execution.
The three of them burst into laughter.
Hey, I don't know what you're so happy about. When did I ever say I'd let you go?
Su Hao waved his right hand again, and three silver needles shot out once more. This time, instead of sealing the acupoints, the attack went straight through the temples, taking 3 lives.
Holy crap!
Yan Wuming was taken aback. It turned out that young Master Su could be ruthless at times. He showed no mercy when facing enemies. Currently, all 4 assassins who faced him have been killed instantly, achieving a terrifying 100% kill rate.
So cool! Yang Rushui exclaimed. She would remember that flick of his hand forever. Damn it, he bumped into me.
Su Yang said with a wry smile. Everyone came out and stood behind Su Hao, looking at the assassins with wary eyes. In terms of numbers, the assassins actually had the advantage, with more than a dozen more people. However, the emotions of these people, including Blood Python, were somewhat off. Originally, everyone gathered together and appeared on stage, looking incredibly powerful, which would normally frighten most people. Unexpectedly, Su Hao did the opposite and actually killed their people.
This is a provocation. This is contempt. This is extremely arrogant. Su Hao, do you not know how to write the word death?
The Blood Python roared. I don't know who was behind you, but choosing to follow them is absolutely the worst decision you could have made. You still have one chance, surrender and explain everything, otherwise, you will face my wrath. Su Hao said these words in a calm tone. But Ren Xianxian felt that he was angrier than usual.
As warriors of the Dragon Kingdom, we absolutely will not allow anyone to harm our own people. Once discovered, there is only one objective, to kill. He has already sentenced these people to death. A joke, you think we'd be afraid of you? Go, kill them all, leave no one alive. The Blood Python suddenly gave the order.
The other assassins drew their long swords and attacked.
Don't be afraid, everyone, now is the time to test our strength. We must fight to the bitter end.
Yan Wuming roared and was the first to rush forward. His eyes were bloodshot as he saw these people as the murderers of his fellow disciples. With a determination to kill them all, he attacked.
Ru Shui, junior brother, stay with me, don't get separated. Yang Ru Shuang's expression was solemn. These were not weaklings, they all possessed at least the strength of a master. They had to unite.
Okay. Yang Rushui and Su Yan were also very focused. It was a matter of life and death, and neither of them dared to be negligent. Wanner, be careful, prioritize your own safety. Ren Xuanchuan's hand gripping the longsword was sweating. This was her first time fighting someone, and she was facing an experienced assassin. Right away she was unsure of herself. Lu Wanner was actually the weakest, and she and her companion were facing the same person. Without saying a word, Zhao Hongyu drew her snow shadow sword and took down 3 opponents with a single strike. Seeing this, the others roared and attacked. Ridiculous! Just then, an assassin swung his sword and killed one of the men, appearing quite disdainful. In the midst of the chaos, the relative strengths of the two sides became apparent. The Blood Python organization members were all hand-picked, each carrying several lives on their shoulders. They were ruthless and disregarded human life. After their attack, their men only suffered minor injuries, while several members of the righteous faction perished. The situation was already very bad for them. See this is your helper. It's ridiculously weak. The Blood Python said coldly. Yeah. With a flick of his right hand, Su Hao pulled back an ordinary longsword, which he then slashed at the Blood Python. This move was both fast and ruthless, and even the Blood Python dared not be careless, drawing its weapon to fight back seriously. Without what he expected was that Su Hao was only feigning an attack. He unleashed his second move, carrying the power of the first, instantly engulfing the two assassins. Sizzle! Ren Xianxian and her companion saw the enemy in front of them, along with the people nearby, all turn into blood mist. They were relieved to be out of danger. Thank you very much, young Master Su. The two said immediately. You should try to avoid participating in the war. Su Hao instructed them that they were not suited for this level of combat at all and would only be a hindrance. Okay. Ren Xianxian blushed. Was she being rejected? That's great. Lu Wanner didn't feel embarrassed at all. She was just a paid bodyguard, so there was no need for her to risk her life. Su Hao, where are you running to? The Blood Python roared, and when it realized it had been tricked, it angrily gave chase. His offensive had indeed become much stronger, with his moves aimed directly at Su Hao's back. If they hit, they would surely kill the enemy. Thank you for seeing me off. Without turning his head, Su Hao slashed out with his sword, using the force to accelerate rapidly and rush into the midst of the assassins. 1056, Chapter 1056. Ultimately, they are the weak. The assassins were stunned. Su Hao's speed was simply too fast. The Blood Python's attack was crucial, almost like a rocket booster. Before they could react, they became victims of his sword. With Su Hao joining the battle, the pressure on Yan Wuming and the others was greatly reduced. As expected of young Master Su, he's worth several people by himself. Several, all of us combined don't equal one of theirs. His strength is indeed formidable, which gives us a great sense of security. Fortunately, it was young Master Su who took action this time. If it had been anyone else, we might all be on our way to the underworld by now. Everyone was quite moved, saying that Su Hao's assistance was very timely. After dealing with several troublesome enemies, the situation here temporarily stabilized, becoming evenly matched. When he turned back to look at the Blood Python, he noticed that the man's eyes were bloodshot. It wasn't because of injury, but because of anger. Su Hao was too agile, giving him very few opportunities to make a move. Hey, you surnamed Su, why are you running? The Blood Python roared. What, you're my opponent? Su Hao said dismissively. Certainly. The man brandished his weapon and charged forward. Only then did Su Hao realize that he was holding a heavy black iron sword, which looked to weigh at least 70 or 80 pounds. Every move he made carried the force of thunder. Anyone whose strength was insufficient would definitely be injured by its power. Su Hao's weapon was quite ordinary, simply made of refined steel. Bang! Even so, with the support of his true energy, the two still managed to exchange a single blow. Su Hao took the opportunity to retreat a few meters, his posture elegant and completely without any pressure. Blood Python found it strange his opponent didn't seem to be using much force, so why was his hand holding the longsword trembling after the confrontation? So the question is, where did this power come from? This person's martial arts are rather strange. Blood Python frowned. I told you, you're no match for me. Su Hao said coldly. Don't be too happy yet, I haven't used my full strength yet. The Blood Python gritted its teeth,
and its aura became more powerful.
Under his charge, the greatsword was comparable to a siege weapon.
This person's strength has been directly increased. Strange, how come the captain can't take it?
I must say, Su Hao is truly a talent.
No matter how good he is, he can't win. Let him be happy for a while, he won't live much longer anyway.
The assassins muttered to themselves.
Hey, are you guys mistaken? No matter how you look at it, it seems like young Master Su has the upper hand.
Yang Rushue found it strange that these people still had confidence in the blood python.
A bunch of frogs in a well, how could they know the power of the martial artists of the Dragon Kingdom? Yan Wuming emphasized. We'll find out who the frog in the well is soon enough. You're not dead yet, you'll live to see that moment.
After saying that, the other side launched a fierce attack. Even with Su Hao's help, Yan Wuming and the others' chances of winning are still not high. Although they were disciples of prestigious families, they had a fatal weakness: they lacked the resolve to die. On the other hand, their opponents are all veterans who have fought their way through countless battles. Each of them has some useful moves, and they will even resort to mutually destructive tactics if they can gain the upper hand. Therefore, in terms of morale, the opponent has the upper hand. Of these people, only Zhao Hongyu was able to fight back and forth. However, she was temporarily facing 3 opponents and was finding it difficult to break free. Hateful. A hint of helplessness flashed across Zhao Hongyu's face. If it were just the 3 opponents in front of her, she believed that when facing Su Hao, she probably wouldn't even last 3 moves, but against these people, she couldn't defeat them in a short time.
The gap between the two is widening.
When she was a child, she was only slightly inferior. During the Eastern Provinces period, they also had the strength to fight. Unexpectedly, we met again, and our involvement grew larger and larger. She always felt that Su Hao's adventures outside the Great Wall had greatly helped his martial arts.
Boom, boom, boom.
The more fiercely the blood python attacked, the more injuries it sustained.
Are you committing suicide? Su Hao said coldly. Anyone could see that he was not strong enough. If he continued to fight like this, what difference would there be between him and suicide? What's the rush? I have my own reasons.
The blood python said mysteriously.
Fine, I'll play along.
Su Hao was also curious about what sure-win strategy he would come up with. His attack remained strong. After a few more moves, the aura emanating from the blood python not only did not weaken, but instead intensified.
Not good. It's coming. Everyone, stand back.
At that moment, the assassin's side caused a great commotion. Sensing the blood python's aura growing stronger and more ferocious, everyone instinctively abandoned their enemies and distanced themselves by a kilometer, choosing to observe from afar. Yan Wuming and the others found it strange that these people had fear in their eyes.
Could it be that the blood python holds some secret? We can't let these people get away. Yan Wuming brandished his long sword, ready to give chase. Wait, these people aren't the main focus. We need to wait until young Master Su's side has a victor. Yang Rushuang frowned, feeling that something was amiss. Yes, they are ultimately the weak.
Yang Rushue felt somewhat embarrassed when she mentioned the weak, because she herself couldn't beat them. While these people were fleeing for their lives, Zhao Hongyu managed to kill one of them and was in a good mood. However, when she looked at Su Hao, her expression changed drastically. At this moment, the blood python's transformation was absolutely unexpected. He had already torn off the mask, revealing an ordinary face covered with blood-red lines. His eyes gradually turned cold and ruthless, as if he had entered some kind of bestial state.
You're all finished.
Next comes the captain's complete form. He inherits the bloodline of the ancient giant serpent, and once awakened, he will bring about a cataclysmic disaster. At that time, all of you will be plunged into despair.
One person shouted excitedly from a distance. This is what they find terrifying. The blood python's bloodline is too strong.
Once transformed into a beast, it becomes ruthless and indiscriminate in its killing. Regardless of friend or foe, all will perish.
How could this be? How could this be?
Yang Rushue sensed something was wrong, the blood python's power was increasing. This didn't seem to be an ordinary forbidden technique, it could even be considered a release of its primordial power.
Oh no, we're in danger.
Yan Wuming's palms were sweating profusely, things were getting increasingly difficult to manage. In order to deal with the martial arts tournament, the other side came prepared and brought in a master that no one had ever heard of. Su Hao had roughly figured out the principle behind his beast transformation. Simply put, it involved putting himself in a life or death situation, stimulating his inner potential, and letting a ferocious beast take over his body and become its true master. This method is somewhat similar to how he utilizes his own talent. However, the difference lies in their level of self-control. He is able to control himself, while this person only attacks mindlessly.
Interesting, Su Hao said calmly. 1057, Chapter 1057 Blood Python Attack. Interesting?
Yan Wuming's smile vanished. Young Master Su, judging from his current aura, this person's strength has increased at least tenfold, and this isn't even his final form, it will continue to grow stronger.
Yes, if he doesn't get stronger, he's not worthy to fight me. Su Hao nodded and said seriously.
The others were somewhat amused and exasperated. It sounded as if Su Hao hadn't been serious in his previous battles, but rather was deliberately anticipating his opponent's ultimate form. This isn't just being arrogant, it's showing contempt for one's opponent.
Brother Hao, you're truly beyond my reach now,
Zhao Hongyu said helplessly.
It's alright, my strength isn't invincible either. There are definitely people who can be my opponents, Su Hao said modestly.
Does she really have any rivals? Zhao Hongyu looked around and felt that everyone was far inferior. Yan Wuming's heart stirred from the very beginning. He had felt that Su Hao was a master, and as their interactions increased, this feeling grew stronger. This man's strength seemed to be even greater than he had imagined, and he was bringing even more surprises. Su Hao, I don't know whether to call you stupid or arrogant. The blood python's voice grew colder and colder. My strength has increased 15-fold, and it will eventually increase 20-fold when I reach the great perfection of the Supreme Realm. How could you possibly deal with me? Wow, that's so strong. In that case, my life might be in danger, Su Hao said casually.
Seeing his nonchalant attitude, Blood Python was very unhappy.
His form also underwent a drastic change. He no longer resembled a human, but transformed into a python. At first glance, he looked similar to the golden python of the oasis, but in reality, his aura was 100 times stronger.
Roar!
As his transformation into a beast became more and more successful, his humanity gradually diminished.
But its current appearance is already quite terrifying.
The transformation from a human to a giant python is terrifying no matter how you look at it.
Damn it!
Even Zhao Hongyu frowned upon seeing this thing and retreated dozens of meters to the side, not daring to get too close.
Holy crap, what is that smell? It's awful.
As a gentle breeze blew by, a stench approached, somewhat nauseating. The smell of the python was absolutely terrifying. It had a very strong bloody odor. More and more people fled, and in the end, only Su Hao remained to face the giant python. He was quite calm, having seen many storms, and felt that the pressure from this thing was nothing special.
Roar!
The blood python's transformation was finally complete, and what appeared before them was a monster 100 meters long.
Little guy, come on, let me see what you're capable of, Su Hao said indifferently. Little one? The others frowned. Was this some kind of joke? Could it be that young Master Su is encouraging himself? Su Yang guessed.
Perhaps even facing something this powerful requires a bit of psychological suggestion. Otherwise, if a real fight breaks out, no one can withstand it.
Yan Wuming's scalp tingled. Who would have thought that the opponent actually had the ability to transform into a beast?
I think Brother Hao is serious. He seems to look down on this snake, Zhao Hongyu said with a smile.
Really?
Yang Ruxue glanced at it, then looked away. Even though she came from the sword sect, she was still afraid of snakes, especially large ones like this. They were a nightmare.
Hopefully he can withstand their attack,
Yang Rushuang said helplessly. The happiest people at this moment were undoubtedly the assassins on the other side, who were well aware of their captain's strength. Once he transformed into his beast form, he was invincible. If you don't run now, you'll all be eaten by snakes and your days are numbered.
This is a python, our deity. How could you mortals possibly deal with it?
I think you guys are lucky to witness such powerful energy before you die.
With unbridled might, he will dominate the martial world.
Their voices grew louder, signifying a sense of trust.
Roar! Just then, the blood python launched another attack.
With a flick of its tail, it swept across the battlefield with a devastating force, flying to Su Hao's side in the blink of an eye.
Good timing.
Su Hao remained motionless, a golden light emanating from his body, the familiar protective true energy.
However, this time, an unexpected event occurred. The blood python's power was immense, and cracks appeared in the golden aura.
The enormous snake tail pressed in directly.
Under everyone's watchful eyes, Su Hao sank deep into the ground.
Therefore, all that everyone saw was a snake's tail, and there was no trace of Su Hao.
Oh no, young Master Su was too arrogant and was killed by the python in one move? Su Yang's expression changed drastically. He thought to himself, Su Hao is really something, still relaxing even when facing such a strong opponent.
His tail has such power? Yang Rushue was somewhat incredulous. Su Hao had used his protective true energy for many attacks, but the blood python's power was too fierce, simple, and brutal, destroying the energy shield and slamming its master into the ground.
Could it be that young Master Sui dead? Yang Rushuan dared not think any further. TSK, this thing's attack is pretty fierce.
Zhao Hongyu's gaze darkened as she carefully examined the giant python's body, noting that it had scales the size of basketballs, estimating that its defensive capabilities were also very strong. Even if it doesn't make a move, just by standing still, even a master or expert would never be able to break through its defenses in their entire life. Haha, wasn't this kid arrogant enough? Now he knows he regrets it, right? It's too late, he's turned into mincemeat and can't survive. I don't know what this person was thinking, going head to head with the blood python.
Doesn't he know that our captain is invincible? He's a descendant of a god.
They're all frogs in a well, how could they possibly know such advanced things? Isn't it better that they're dead now? The others are just small fry, not worth mentioning at all.
An arrogant voice came from the other side.
In their view, Su Hao's death was a foregone conclusion, and no one could save him.
Could Su Hao really be dead?
Zhao Hongyu frowned, her beautiful big eye. She was filled with doubt based on her understanding of Su Hao. The attack she had just received was merely unexpected and definitely not enough to cause serious injury.
Roar! The blood python seemed to think the man was dead, so it hung up his head and looked directly at the remaining experts.
Its gaping maw was enough to terrify anyone when Su Hao didn't stand in front of them, and they faced such a powerful monster. Everyone was initially disgusted, then somewhat desperate.
Damn it, I shouldn't have participated in today's event. What does the safety of the martial arts world matter compared to my life? Why should I heed the call of the World Alliance if it means sacrificing my fellow Taoists?
These people were terrified, trembling with fear. They now had only one plan: if the blood python attacked and everyone scattered, would it have a chance to catch up with them all?
Little Snake, don't scare my friend, your opponent isn't dead yet. 1058, Chapter 1058, Falling Short of Success. As soon as the word Little Snake was uttered, everyone couldn't help but show expressions of joy. Was that Su Hao's voice?
Immediately afterward, a loud boom was heard, and he flew directly out from underground, dragging the blood python in his right hand, and hurled it at the assassin opposite him. Upon landing, it killed or injured more than a dozen people. Those who managed to run the fastest were also utterly astonished. How did this person emerge from underground completely unharmed? That's wonderful, young Master Su is not dead. His strength is enough to lift a 100,000 gene cauldron, let alone a small snake. We have a chance to survive, and it feels so good to have someone protecting us. Everyone was overjoyed to have escaped death. Zhao Hongyu smiled. Her guess was absolutely correct. Su Hao's strength was indeed enough to withstand that attack. However, others were still puzzled as to how he managed to do it. To be honest, this was a very relaxing sound for Su Hao. Despite the blood python's attack damaging his protective aura, the subsequent force didn't harm his physical body. What outsiders didn't know was that his protective aura actually consisted of two parts. The outermost layer was the shield that isolated the first attack, which many could see. Its second layer, enveloping his body, was even stronger than the first. Since entering the celestial realm, he had become somewhat complacent, feeling that the first stage of defense was already very strong. We were still too careless. The blood python's beastly attack is comparable to a divine weapon, indestructible. After staying underground for a while, he flew out and threw the blood python out. Your strength is indeed decent, but that's all, Su Hao said calmly. Roar! Although the blood python couldn't speak, it understood these things and became incredibly frenzied. It slammed its tail on the ground, and those assassins who had barely escaped death suffered another ordeal, with very few remaining. The blood python then took to the air and coiled around Su Hao. This is a bit scary. The next attack was the monster's instinctive assault. The force of the binding was definitely more than 100,000 jin, making it difficult for Su Hao to breathe. Roar! Not only that, the blood python opened its mouth and swallowed it whole. With its enormous size, swallowing Su Hao whole would be no problem at all. Why? Su Hao looked helpless. He didn't want to use the artifact, but he was forced to take it out anyway. With a flash of black light, the ancient divine sword appeared and silently sliced through the blood python's body. Roar! When it realized what was happening, it found that it had already broken into 2 pieces. Unable to exert any binding force any longer, blood gushed out, and he rolled on the ground. Many boulders were struck and turned into powder. You won already? Holy crap, this looks so easy. This black sword is really nice. I wonder what it's called. The righteous masters were overjoyed. They felt the victory had come far too easily. It's great that we survived to the end. Su Yang sighed. He was unharmed, which was the best possible outcome. This is the blood python. It looks fierce, but it's actually quite weak, Yang Rushua said with a smile. Sister, its strength or weakness has nothing to do with use. It's not that it's weak, but that young Master Su is too strong. At this moment, Yang Rushuan was beginning to doubt whether Su Hao was the same Su Hao as before. If it weren't for Qian Qizi, who was on par with Hong Mingxian, how could he possess such strength? Blood python is very powerful, but so what? It's still no match for him. The appearance of the black sword, in particular, seems to further confirm this point. Only the seemingly unremarkable but actually the number 1 divine artifact, the ancient divine sword, possesses such power. The giant python was very strong and had good defensive capabilities. It was cut in half, which shows how powerful this weapon is. Impossible. Our captain actually lost? Does the blood python bring not disaster, but annihilation? The remaining assassins were plunged into despair. Wrong. Just then, Su Hao frowned. To his astonishment, he discovered that the blood on the ground was rapidly flowing back and re-entering the blood python's body. A new change occurred on its body, with wisps of mysterious black smoke appearing. From its blood python form, it gradually reverts to human form. He looked paler than before, and there was a hint of fear in his eyes. But undeniably, he has come back to life. That's a bit scary. The blood python's energy was incredibly strange, constantly changing and alternating, essentially giving it 2 extra lives. When the first life was in human form, it was on the verge of death and directly transformed into a beast, gaining increased power. The second life is when the person is in beast form, on the verge of death, and then goes back in time, losing their power and being reborn again. Hateful. The blood python looked at Su Hao with a hint of fear. I couldn't beat him before, and I'm even less of a match for him now. His beast transformation came at a great cost. Not only did he lose his lifespan in the process, but he is now extremely weak. He can barely stand, let alone fight a battle. Your abilities are indeed somewhat strange. Su Hao was relieved. It turned out that his technique was similar to the forbidden arts in the martial arts world. In the end, he still suffered heavy losses and left irreversible damage. Your strength is unfathomable. I don't understand why an unknown person is so powerful. Blood python was unwilling to accept it. Had today's attack failed? There are too many things you don't understand, and I don't need to explain anything to you, Su Hao said indifferently. Now that things have come to this, the only way to have a good ending is to confess properly, otherwise, you and your assassins will all suffer the most severe punishment. As he spoke, Su Hao held several silver needles in his hand. This is to prevent these people from committing suicide. We will not give them the slightest chance. You really want to know? This won't do you any good. the blood python said, looking troubled.
You have no choice. Su Hao shouted.
Alright, I'll confess, the blood python sighed, about to tell the truth. Just then, an extremely powerful surge of true energy suddenly emanated from afar. A figure that was 1,000 meters away a second ago instantly appeared in front of Su Hao. The man beckoned, and 2 silver needles flew over. Su Hao instinctively flung out the silver needles in his hand, preparing to repel his opponent's attack. Unexpectedly, the opponent's weapon was rather strange. It was actually an Ice Soul silver needle. Wasn't this the kind of weapon he had seen beyond the Great Wall? It's said to be extremely precious. I never expected to find it here. In an instant, his right hand, along with the ancient divine sword, was frozen solid.
Stop! Only then did the man suddenly shout.
Everyone looked over and noticed that the newcomer had white hair and an extraordinary demeanor, as if he were some senior master.
Deng Shanha?
Yan Wuming recognized the man and his expression changed drastically. He was none other than one of the 4 most powerful elders of the World Gang, whose strength far surpassed Elder Lu's. It was said that this person was Deng Yan's master, so how could he suddenly appear here? 1059, Chapter 1059, The Wrath of Mountains and Rivers.
An elder of the World Alliance, what's he doing here? He wasn't with Elder Lu, does that mean he's not on the same side? Holy crap, his aura is way too strong.
This might be the strongest martial artist I've ever seen. I can only admire them. The other righteous people were somewhat astonished, unable to believe that there was such a powerful person.
You want to steal the fruits of victory?
Su Hao said unhappily. Su Hao, you've done well, wounding the leader of the assassin organization and making a great contribution, but this person killed my disciple, so leave the interrogation to me.
Please believe that the Tianxia gang will definitely give everyone an explanation.
Deng Shanha said coldly. At this moment, Su Hao became somewhat uncertain. What exactly is this person's purpose? If he came with the intention of revenge, there would be no problem with him taking the person away directly. However, since he hadn't shown up before and only came out to snatch people when Blood Python was about to confess, it's suspicious. He had seen many instances of masters and disciples turning against each other. So far, I don't believe a single word Deng Shanha said. No matter what you say, I've captured him, and I absolutely won't allow anyone to take him away. Su Hao said in a deep voice. Young Master Su, are you crazy? He's an elder of the Tianxia gang, there's no benefit in offending him. Yan Wuming smiled and advised, anyway, we've already fulfilled our mission by handing him over to the Tianxia gang. If anyone else asks, just go to him. Hand him over. What if he dies and there's no way to prove it? Then your 4 disciples from the Underworld Pavilion will have no chance of finding the murderer. Su Hao spoke frankly. Young Master Su, he also lost a disciple. It shouldn't be a bad thing, right? Yan Wuming became somewhat uncertain after hearing this. Su Hao, what do you mean? By slandering this elder's reputation, are you trying to provoke the entire Tianxia gang? When our sect issues an arrest warrant, you will become an enemy of the entire martial arts world. Deng Shanha made a direct threat. Ha ha ha. At this moment, Su Hao appeared unrestrained and carefree. He had heard the phrase to be an enemy of the martial arts world many times, and had confronted it more than once. Even if I encounter this person, I will never back down. I'll ask you one more time, if this elder wants to take someone away, who dares to stop him? Deng Shanha said, walking towards the blood python. You're mine, who do you think you are? Su Hao showed no mercy, channeling his inner energy to restore the mobility of his frozen right hand, and swung his sword to strike. A powerful sword aura made Deng Shanha feel a deadly threat. He dodged aside, only to be greatly surprised to find that Su Hao was unaffected by the Ice Soul silver needles. These were weapons from beyond the Great Wall, extremely expensive to manufacture, and had never failed to hit its mark. Once frozen, the body becomes immobile and may even suffer limb necrosis. Why isn't Su Hao subject to this constraint? You really want to spar with me? Deng Shanha frowned, looking extremely angry. Upon hearing this, the others turned pale. Good heavens, this is no ordinary expert on the astounding ranking, but one of the strongest elders. Once a fight breaks out, how could Su Hao possibly win? They might even lose their lives.
Brother Hao, why don't we just let it go? You've already done enough. I believe the Yama Pavilion and the other sects won't blame you.
Zhao Hongyu tried to persuade her loudly. Yes, you have successfully completed the mission and given everyone the best possible explanation. Yan Wuming nodded. Indeed, they couldn't ask for too much.
Young Master Su, we can't fight City Hall, so let's call it a day. Yang Ruxue advised. Stop, the next fight is pointless. Yang Rushuan was getting anxious. Deng Shanha's strength was similar to, or even stronger than, that of their elder.
She felt that Su Hao had no chance of winning against this person. You all step back, this has nothing to do with us. Su Hao gripped his longsword tightly, his eyes blazing, his intentions already clear.
Very good.
Let me put it this way, there is only one young man who dares to challenge me.
Deng Shanha smiled coldly and took out the Ice Soul Silver Needle again. For the elders of the Tianxia gang, there was no heartache about buying weapons with money.
He never lacks money, he spends as much as he has. However, the number of Ice Soul Silver Needles was small, so only 12 were brought this time. Even if we have to use everything we have, it's worth it if we can stop this person. Su Hao had faced such hidden weapons more than once, so he was still somewhat cautious. Seeing the first wave approaching, he swung his sword to strike.
Bang, bang, bang.
When the silver needle shattered, countless white wisps of mist drifted outwards. One of the assassins was unable to dodge in time and was immediately enveloped in the mist, turning into an ice sculpture in the blink of an eye.
Hey, what's wrong?
Those around him wanted to help, so they excitedly gripped his hand, trying to channel their inner energy to melt the ice. Strangely, everyone heard a cracking sound before the person split open.
In the end, it turned into countless ice blocks.
Everyone gasped in shock. The power of the Ice Soul Silver Needle was truly astounding.
Everyone was secretly surprised. What method did Su Hao use to neutralize this move?
Immediately, someone thought of a question. Isn't the Tianxia gang a righteous sect? Why would their elders possess such an evil hidden weapon? No matter how you look at it, this thing seems somewhat shady.
Could it be Yan Wuming lowered his head, lost in thought?
He now feels that Su Hao did the right thing. They really shouldn't have given this person away.
However, the opponent is simply too strong. It would be a waste to fight against them head-on.
I wonder when Elder Lu and the others will return. If this commotion continues, I'm afraid young Master Su might be in danger.
Yang Ruxue thought to herself.
Whoosh, whoosh, call out. The Ice Soul Silver Needles were fired out as if they were free. Su Hao's weapon swung wildly, and all of it was scattered. The fragments of the silver needles fell to the ground, turning everything from flowers and trees to rocks into powder.
Good bastard, you made me waste so many weapons.
When Deng Shanha looked at him, there was already a hint of murderous intent in his eyes. If he was somewhat concerned about his reputation before, he is now truly enraged. Even with so many hidden weapons, the dignified elders of the World Alliance still can't subdue this person. If word gets out, wouldn't people laugh at him? There are many sects here, and if word spreads from 1 to 10, then from 10 to 100, wouldn't everyone think that Deng Shanha is a weakling who can't even handle a young man? Your heart is wicked, and you have only yourself to blame. Su Hao said coldly.
My actions are entirely in accordance with the rules of the righteous path. On the contrary, a young person like you criticizes his seniors and slanders the reputation of the elders of the World Alliance. What difference is there between your actions and those of betraying one's master and ancestors?
Deng Shanha said with a righteous expression.
1060, Chapter 1060 Bullying the Small. Everyone was somewhat surprised by these words. This is quite a high compliment, it sounds very intimidating, and it directly convicts Su Hao.
I'll just assume he's a stubborn and self-willed person. Once we target him, this matter won't be over. Su Hao had already tested him. Although this person was very strong, he was still somewhat inferior to him. However, since he was already one of the 4 elders of the Tianxia gang, he still had to be given some face, and at least he couldn't win too easily. Otherwise, it will only overexpose one's strength. In short, if you want to take him away from me, my attitude will not change. My answer will always be 2 words, no way. Su Hao said coldly. Very well, since that's the case, then
then don't blame me for being impolite. Dang Shanha's expression gradually became serious. It was as if they had made up their minds to use a decisive method. Is Brother Hao strong enough to fight against this elder? At this point, Zhao Hongyu began to have some doubts. She just couldn't understand why the people of the World Gang were so domineering. The blood python was clearly captured by Su Hao. How could he possibly hand it over to an outsider? The battles to come will likely be even more intense. I wonder how many moves young Master Su can withstand. As long as Elder Dang goes all out, he will definitely win easily. To others, Dang Shanha might have seemed somewhat merciful at first, not directly defeating Su Hao, but when things got serious, the situation was entirely different. Whether in terms of experience in the martial arts world or the time spent cultivating, there is a huge difference between the two, isn't there? Looking across the entire martial arts world, there are very few masters who can defeat the elders of the World Gang. Court death. Dang Shanha emphasized this. The sword technique in his hand suddenly changed, and golden light suddenly appeared, transforming into a Vajra Buddha statue that descended from the sky. A thunderous roar brought an extreme sense of oppression. Su Hao was somewhat surprised to see this. This person's martial arts skills actually originated from Buddhism. Interesting. He also brandished his longsword and used the same Vajra sword technique. The two fighters' moves looked remarkably similar. Buddhist statues appeared in the world, colliding with each other before disappearing. Those watching from the sidelines suffered the consequences. They discovered that the two men possessed incredibly powerful true energy, turning countless rocks into dust, shattering the ground, and shaking the mountains. Impossible, he actually withstood the attack of an elder from the Tianxia gang? Su Yang trembled. Su Hao's strength exceeded his expectations. This was a head-on collision, there was no room for trickery. Is this the strength of the elders of the Tianxia gang? Yang Rushuan was somewhat astonished. They seemed to be on par with their master, and could be considered top-tier experts in the martial arts world. Even so, compared to Su Hao, she had absolutely no advantage. That can't be the case, it's just a temporary balance. She was almost unwilling to believe this outcome. Otherwise, wouldn't it mean that Su Hao's strength was comparable to that of a sword sect elder? Is it really reasonable for people of similar age to have such a large difference in ability? That's fantastic. I had high hopes for young Master Su, and he truly lives up to his reputation. Yan Wuming smiled. This result was perfectly acceptable to him. It seems that his cultivation at the Shu Mountain sect that day was not just about healing his injuries, but also about breaking through to a higher level. Zhao Hongyu couldn't help but smile slightly. Dang Shanha's expression was rather unpleasant. You might not believe it, but he had used all his strength. Even his most prized techniques were still insufficient to easily defeat Su Hao. He carefully sensed Su Hao's true energy and found it to be continuous, like a great river, seemingly without end. Just who is this kid? Even the most powerful gangs in the world don't have such a young master. The appearance of this kid did indeed make him feel that the younger generation was surpassing the older generation. But he had already made his move, there was no turning back now, so he could only continue fighting. No matter what, he was a senior figure in the martial arts world with a wealth of combat experience. When he started expecting to win through skill, it already said a lot. His moves were still powerful and aggressive, but he was less about direct attacks and more about looking for opportunities. Boom, boom, boom. The two exchanged dozens of blows, and neither had yet gained the upper hand. But the hillside kept sinking, layer upon layer of rocks turning to dust and being scattered by the wind. The two seemed like demolition machines, each move bringing a shock. What was most surprising was that Su Hao's attack was deliberate. As the fight progressed, almost all the assassins turned into blood mist, leaving only Blood Python in the end. It was as if he was telling everyone that this was a prisoner he had captured, and no one could take him away. The others grew increasingly shocked, still subconsciously believing that the elders of the Tianxia gang were more powerful. Perhaps Su Hao could withstand it, but only barely managed to hold on in the early stages. Unexpectedly, as the competition continued, he showed no signs of defeat. Hey, as an elder of the Tianxia gang, are you really that shameless? Lu Wanner couldn't stand it anymore and directly mocked. The act of bullying the weak and ending in a draw is shameful, isn't it? Shut up. You filthy woman, if you dare to spout nonsense again, believe me, I'll kill you.
Deng Shanha seemed a bit irritable, and he didn't want to become like this, but unfortunately, his opponent was too strong. This is ridiculous, they can't beat the younger generation, so they resort to beating women. Alas, the reputation of the prestigious Tianxia gang is about to be ruined by someone. Lu Wanner sighed heavily and said sarcastically. Puff. The other young experts from the righteous path couldn't help but laugh. Ren Xianxian was somewhat helpless. Lu Wanner's strength was lacking, but her ability to ridicule people was off the charts. The other party was a senior figure in the martial arts world, and hearing such words almost made him vomit blood with anger. However, to be fair, young Master Su truly opened people's eyes. This is his full strength, okay? She felt that Su Hao seemed more relaxed than Deng Shanha, as if an experienced elder was sparring with a junior. Elder Deng, I must say, you do know more moves than I do. Su Hao said he only knew one set of sword techniques from the Kasayapa temple, and after finishing it, he had to switch to other moves. However, Deng Shanha was different. After decades of training, he had already unleashed his second set of sword techniques, attempting to suppress Su Hao. Isn't that obvious? Do you really think my decades of cultivation have been wasted? Deng Shanha said proudly, then his gaze shifted and he thought of a compromise, saying, how about this, I'll take this person back and interrogate him thoroughly, but you can stay by my side and keep an eye on the interrogation results. He has already made concessions, no longer monopolizing the interrogation rights, but rather looking forward to waiting for the outcome together with him. No way, first of all, I don't have time to leave the ancient town. Secondly, I don't trust you. Su Hao refused bluntly. 1061, Chapter 1061 is too tragic. Upon hearing this, a hint of embarrassment flashed across Deng Shanha's face. Did the other party think he was an inside man who colluded with the assassins? This was truly difficult to explain. A ruthless glint flashed in his eyes as he pondered that matters of the martial world could only be resolved through strength. He had already decided to continue dealing with Su Hao, but unexpectedly, at this moment he sensed a group of experts approaching. One of them was Elder Lu of the Tianxia gang. Hateful. He muttered a curse under his breath. The more people come, the harder it is to take advantage of the chaos. It looks like someone's coming? Could it be reinforcements that Elder Lu invited? That's great, I want to see how he does evil. Will these two elders fight? Some people were curious and puzzled. Weren't they said to have a bad relationship? Deng Shanha often bullied others by abusing his power, and there were many conflicts between him and Elder Lu. Now that they were out in the world, they certainly wouldn't stick together for their own interests. I can sense the presence of the Shu Mountain sect. Zhao Hongyu suddenly exclaimed. That's even better. Yang Rushue breathed a sigh of relief. She had been worried that Deng Shanha might get angry and do something crazy, but now that they had outside help, things were different. After all, this was the Shu Mountain area, and they still had to consider the owner's feelings. Hopefully we'll make it in time. Yang Rushuang sighed. The people over there didn't know what had happened and were on their way. Deng Shanha glanced at Su Hao one last time. Seeing that Su Hao had no intention of backing down, he hardened his heart, brandished his long sword, and charged forward again. Boom! The clash between the two was like a bolt from the blue, shocking and awe-inspiring. Then the two figures retreated. Su Hao revealed a playful smile. Sure enough, the power of that move was greater than before. Deng Shanha was a seasoned veteran. He wouldn't unleash his full strength right from the start, choosing to hold back until the very end. He, on the other hand, maintained his previous strategy, choosing to conceal his strength and ensure a balance of power. Again! Deng Shanha refused to believe that he couldn't win over Su Hao. The commotion from their battle grew louder and louder, and even Elder Lu and the others in the distance could hear it. They were all astonished. Were these really assassins? To openly confront the righteous path like this was simply too arrogant. Everyone, hurry over there to provide support. Elder Lu shouted. Okay. The others agreed, but they were all wary, thinking that the opponent who could make such a commotion must be very strong, and there might be a fierce battle. Su Hao staggered back more than 10 meters, a blush creeping onto his face. Conversely, Deng Shanha, the opponent, was in the same situation. The two exchanged a glance, about to continue their attack, when an unexpected scene unfolded. The blood python, lying on the ground, had somehow transformed back into its beastly form. Its aura was weaker than before, but its appearance remained terrifying, and it charged towards Deng Shanha recklessly.
A massive body, tightly wrapped around.
At this moment, Deng Shanha felt a little breathless and was shocked to find that what awaited him was a gaping maw.
Su Hao, save me! He roared.
The incident happened so suddenly that no one else had time to react.
What exactly does blood python mean? Was it to silence witnesses, or was it an inability to control the energy within him, leading to his personality being taken over by a ferocious beast once again?
At this point, it seems that Su Hao is the only one who has a chance to save their lives. Deng Shanha thought that by humbling himself, he should be able to gain the other party's forgiveness, but to his surprise, Su Hao scratched his head and said, Did someone just speak? I couldn't hear them clearly."
"Su Hao, what do you mean? Are you going to just stand by and watch me die?"
Deng Shanha watched the blood python's head approach, growing angrier with each passing moment. He had given it his all, and at least wouldn't have lost to the blood python. He hadn't expected the monster to lose its mind and transform into a beast again, catching him completely off guard. Now, having been ambushed, they are unable to fight the monster with their own strength.
"I'm just too lazy to take action, that's all, nothing more," Su Hao said indifferently.
He's not some pushover, he's incredibly welcoming of the current situation.
Since he wasn't the one who made the move, what does the other person's life or death have to do with him? Are you watching the show too? Aren't you coming over here right now?
Deng Shanha immediately rebuked the others. Yang Rushuang and the others were dumbfounded. They weren't members of the Tianxia gang, so why were they being ordered to act? "Senior Deng, give up on that idea. We can't defeat the blood python," Yan Wuming said calmly. "Listen up, whoever saves me can join the Tianxia Ganji. Will personally take on disciples and teach them all my skills."
Deng Shanha's eyes flickered, and seeing that everyone was unmoved, he offered them the lure of benefits.
Sure enough, some people were clearly tempted. Becoming a disciple of an elder in the World Alliance would be like a carp leaping over the Dragon Gate. Becoming a person of high status, however, they dared not take a step, looking at the blood python's bloodthirsty eyes and recognizing the reality. The current situation is somewhat strange. Deng Shanha's strength is likely on par with blood python's, and only a master of similar skill can save him.
The question is, if their strengths are similar, who would be willing to become his disciple? "You are all heartless, you actually let someone die without helping them." Deng Shanha roared angrily. Roar! Unexpectedly, this angered the blood python. It had already lost its mind, and suddenly opened its blood-red maw and bit down. Click! It missed, but it gave Deng Shanha a fright. "Elder Lu, save me." Left with no other choice, he took a deep breath and roared. Elder Lu and his companions, who were on their way, were somewhat surprised to hear Deng Shanha's voice. Why was this person here? At that moment, he subconsciously slowed his pace. The two weren't friends to begin with, and yet the other person asked for help. Isn't this ridiculous? He was eager for Deng Shanha to die, so that an elder's position would be vacant and he could try to gain more power. In his desperation, Deng Shanha resorted to any means necessary, and the enormous noise only provoked the blood python. It opened its mouth again, confronted him for a moment, and finally found an opportunity to bite off half of his head. A respected elder of the Tianxia gang, who had dominated the martial arts world for the first half of his life, now met his end in the belly of a snake, a truly lamentable end. Click! The bloodthirsty monster struck again, biting off the other half of the head as well. Wow! Yang Rushuan's expression changed. This scene was a bit frightening. "Oh, this is truly tragic," Yan Wuming sighed, but his words carried a hint of sarcasm. Elder Deng was arrogant and disrespectful, yet he had no friends left even on his deathbed. It was truly ironic. Su Hao remained calm, examining the blood python once more, wondering if he was about to fight this monster again. Surprisingly, the monster seemed to have eaten its fill, and a black light emanated from its body as it gradually reverted to human form. 1062, Chapter 1062, Burning Incense. Master! Suddenly, a piercing scream shook everyone's eardrums. Upon hearing Deng Shanha's cries for help, a young man rushed over in a panic. However, he was too late. He only found Deng Shanha's corpse and the extremely weakened assassin, Blood Python.
He looked to be under 30, with striking features and handsome appearance. However, his eyes were bloodshot with hatred, and he charged directly at the blood python, wielding a long sword. He muttered to himself, "I must avenge my master and kill this man." A sharp sword light shot out, about to cleave the blood python in two. Suddenly, a golden light appeared from the side, blocking all the attacks. "Who are you, and why are you stopping me from taking my revenge?" The man looked over angrily, only to find that the person who had attacked him was actually Su Hao, who seemed completely unfamiliar to him. "This is my prey, and outsiders have no right to interfere," Su Hao said coldly. "What do you mean?" The man was stunned. "Now that things have come to this, you still want to protect this monster? This person has many secrets. What killed Deng Shanhe was his bestial mentality, and it has nothing to do with the present." Su Hao could not hand it over, much less let this person kill him directly. "Elder Lu, you be the judge. Isn't this person openly opposing our Tianxia gang?" The disciple glared angrily at Elder Lu, who arrived shortly after, and then slapped another label on him. Elder Lu strolled over leisurely, followed by dozens of young experts. He seemed unconcerned about the scene before him, simply saying indifferently, "Lu Hai, you're taking this too seriously. Elder Deng's death wasn't caused by young Master Su Hao. It was an accident. If you want revenge, you need to choose the right target." "Elder, it was this monster that killed my master," Lu Hai emphasized. "Monsters? Where are there any monsters now?" Elder Lu smiled faintly. Lu Hai's face immediately turned extremely ugly. He immediately realized that Elder Lu had no chance of helping him under the circumstances, so he turned to the others and pleaded, "Fellow martial artists, you be the judge. Should I take action and kill the leader of the assassin organization?" Upon hearing this, he was astonished to find that everyone else was looking at him as if he were an idiot. "Do you know what you're saying? He's a public enemy of the martial arts world. How you deal with him is none of your business." A square-faced disciple stepped forward, wearing a Taoist robe with the Shu Mountain sect's insignia. "Hey, you Shushan sect, don't be so unreasonable," Lu Hai said angrily. "Wrong, we are the most reasonable ones. The situation is simple. You want revenge, right? Then challenge Su Hao. Only after you defeat him can we discuss anything else," the Shushan sect disciple said calmly. "That's right, that's the correct way. Crying is useless, it only makes you look incompetent. I think I've heard that the Tianxia gang isn't so fair either, and they always bully the weak. Now that you're suffering this kind of retribution, you only have yourself to blame. It's Deng Shanhe's incompetence that's to blame, young Master Su." Everyone else laughed. The words of the Shu Mountain sect had revealed the rules of the martial arts world. Strength reigns supreme, the weak have no right to seek revenge. Lu Hai suddenly realized that he seemed to be on the opposite side of everyone. This was not a good thing, so he gripped his longsword tightly and looked at Su Hao again, his eyes filled with intense fighting spirit. He had never seen Su Hao fight before and thought he was someone his age. "You want to challenge me?" Su Hao said indifferently. "This is the only way to get revenge," Lu Hai said angrily. "I must remind you of something. Even if you win, you cannot punish the blood python. Neither Elder Lu nor the Shu Mountain sect will grant you that authority," Su Hao said dismissively. "The blood python's identity is extremely important. Asking certain questions can be extremely beneficial. Who wants to let this pawn go?" Lu Hai understood that his only option now was to fight for it himself. He had to get through this hurdle first, no matter what. As for the rest, he could only take it one step at a time. He brandished his long sword with his right hand and shouted, "You, surnamed Su, I advise you to admit defeat. You have no reputation in the martial world. How can you possibly compare to the disciples of the most powerful gangs in the land?" "Oh, I can tell you're very confident," Su Hao said casually. "That's right, I am. After all, my master's capable disciple. I only need 70% of my strength to deal with you." Lu Hai felt that he should be more modest. He definitely wouldn't need to use 70%, but leaving some room for maneuver would also make the disciples of the World Alliance seem merciful. "Really, I'm actually quite curious about the consequences of boasting." Su Hao smiled. "Did everyone hear that clearly? This person brought this upon himself, so he can't blame me." After Lu Hai finished speaking, he heard a chorus of mocking voices, which made him even more confident. With a shout of "Take this," he launched his attack. Strangely, Lu Hai didn't know Deng Shanha's demon-subduing Arhat sword technique at all. Although his swordsmanship was exquisite, it was far inferior to the swordsmanship he had just witnessed.
Sigh, what an idiot.
Yan Wuming sighed. This man even claimed to be Deng Shanha's capable disciple, but in reality, he had not received any true teachings.
What an overestimation of their abilities. Zhao Hanyu shook her head. Bang!
When the powerful sword move appeared in front of Su Hao, it only touched the golden light before a force rebounded, forcefully sending him flying several meters away.
Who are you? Why are you so strong?
After Lu Hai fell to the ground, he realized that all the meridians in his body were destroyed with just one move. His opponent had turned him into a cripple.
Su Hao, you don't even know, the one who defeated Yayoi Maru and the Blood Python is someone you can't compare to. You're such a frog in a well, you've disgraced the entire world. You think you can stand against young Master Su? You should be grateful you're still alive.
The others said sarcastically.
It was only then that Lu Hai realized what was happening.
It turns out that everyone's mockery wasn't directed at Su Hao, but at him. The others had some understanding of Su Hao's strength and knew that he was no match for him. Thinking of this, his face grew even more grim. This time, they not only lost, but they also became a complete joke.
Master, I'm sorry, I have no way to take revenge.
He knelt on the ground, kowtowed 3 times, and dragged his wounded body away in dejection. This scene, ironically, evoked a sense of gankai, a complex feeling of mixed emotions, often including regret or sarcasm, and the mocking voices subsided. Although he was somewhat arrogant and ignorant, he at least valued relationships, which showed he had some redeeming qualities.
Elder Lu, this is the person I captured. Shouldn't he be handed over to me for disposal? Su Hao glanced around and said calmly.
Young Master Su, you have rendered a great service. This to me, as far as I'm concerned, the right to deal with this assassin should indeed belong to you.
Elder Lu nodded and affirmed. 1063, Chapter 1063 Taoist Thunder Spell. Thank you for your cooperation, Elder Lu. Su Hao nodded. This was a smart man, and he didn't want to get into a conflict with him. Young Master, I've already made contact, and he'll be taken away soon.
Ren Xianxian said Su Hao couldn't preside over the interrogation himself, since the martial arts tournament was tomorrow, but handing it over to the Physiognomy Palace was a good option.
Yes. Su Hao confirmed. Wait.
Just then, the Shushan sect disciple who had spoken earlier stepped forward and said, this matter occurred within the territory of our Shushan sect, so it is best to leave it to us to handle. I believe everyone will trust the Shushan sect and get to the bottom of this. Su Hao looked at this person with a smile. Ever since their appearance, they had already made their stance clear. Such a significant matter would definitely attract the attention of the Shu Mountain sect. Even so, he could not possibly agree. Forgive my bluntness, but the Shu Mountain sect did not play its due role in dealing with the Blood Python squad, Su Hao said calmly. Our people have already arrived, how can we leave empty-handed? Besides, our sect has lost a senior disciple, we must thoroughly investigate this matter.
The man emphasized. Is this your idea, or Zhang Baimei's idea? Su Hao questioned. Wrong, completely wrong. My father instructed us to bring this person back with us.
Just then, another member of the Shu Mountain sect stepped forward. This man was imposing and stood ramrod straight, like a sharp blade drawn from its sheath, exuding an incomparably powerful aura. Su Hao had already noticed him and guessed that he was a peerless master. Brother Hao, be careful, he's Zhang Han, the son of Uncle Zhang Tianji.
Zhao Hanyu immediately warned.
Oh? Su Hao looked over, and indeed Zhang Han looked very young, only 18 or 19 years old. He exuded the air of a young master from a major sect, much more imposing than Lu Hai from before. The father he mentioned is Zhang Tianji, the future leader of the Shushan sect. Generally speaking, once he reveals this identity, no one will be willing to compete with him. However, Su Hao was determined to obtain the Blood Python and would never give it to anyone else.
Young sect leader, what you're saying is rather unreasonable.
Su Hao said calmly, the Blood Python is mine for the taking, and I will not hand it over to anyone.
You mean, you want to challenge the Shu Mountain sect?
Zhang Han said with great interest. Upon hearing this, the expressions of everyone else present changed drastically. Lu Hai wasn't qualified to say such things, but Zheng Han is different. He was carrying out Zheng Tianju's mission and truly represented Shushan. Yang Rushue was secretly anxious. She vaguely felt that Su Hao was a fearless person who wouldn't back down even when facing Zheng Han. This would indeed easily lead to enmity with the Shu Mountain sect. She couldn't help but tug at Zhao Hongyu's sleeve, thinking that this was the only person who could persuade Su Hao at the moment. Little did they know, Zhao Hongyu remained silent. She understood Su Hao and knew he was right. Trying to persuade him was pointless. Su Hao hadn't done anything wrong in this matter. If he were to bow to a major sect, he wouldn't be Su Hao. Sigh. Zhao Hongyu shook her head slightly and sighed silently. Yang Rushue was startled. Was there no way to resolve the situation? Wrong, completely wrong. I am only acting from a fair and reasonable perspective, and I am not trying to offend the Shu Mountain sect. Su Hao turned the tables on Su Hao. Very good, our Shushan sect is not one to bully others by virtue of its power. In that case, I'll give you a test. Aren't you very strong? If you can break through my lightning magic, then you can take the blood python away. Zheng Han smiled slightly. He confidently and elegantly took out a talisman, muttered incantations, and suddenly threw it at the blood python. The next moment, the blood python, which was still struggling, collapsed to the ground. Upon closer inspection, everyone discovered that the talisman was crackling with fine lightning, strange yet powerful enough to subdue the monster. A talisman, the Shu Mountain sect is really serious this time. My goodness, wasn't it said that only a very few geniuses in the Shu Mountain sect could master talismans? I never expected to witness it today. This is terrible. The talisman is not an ordinary martial art. Most people simply cannot break it. The others' expressions changed, and they began to discuss it in surprise. The pressure suddenly shifted to Su Hao. Young master, what should we do? Ren Xianxian was also completely bewildered and had no idea what to do. Isn't this a bit unfair? It was clearly the young master who caught the villains, so why hand them over to them? Lu Wanner was somewhat indignant, but since she was on someone else's turf, she could only abide by the rules. Young master, can we lend a hand? Yan Wuming suddenly said. Sure. Zheng Han appeared very confident. No matter how many friends, or even mentors, young master Su has, they can all help as long as you can destroy my lightning spell. You can successfully take away the person you want. Very good, the young sect leader is truly magnanimous. Yan Wuming was immediately delighted and eager to try. He had been traveling the martial arts world for over 10 years and had never seen a talisman before. Even knowing it's powerful, I still want to give it a try. You're going to make a move? Su Hao was somewhat surprised. The talisman contains the power of the heavenly Dao. Since it's a thunder talisman, it proves that it contains thunder magic. Once it's touched or attacked, it will attract a heavenly thunder counterattack. It's not so easy to deal with. Young Master Su, you can't be the only one showing off. Give your brother a chance, Yan Wuming chuckled. Okay, be careful. Su Hao nodded. This person was indeed interesting. Yan Wuming rubbed his hands together and walked over. Is he insane? A mere disciple of the Yama's pavilion dares to challenge the talismans of our Shu Mountain sect? It is said that the Yama King's pavilion has great ambitions, and now it seems that it is true. A disgraceful clown, no one can shake the thunder curse. The others started whispering among themselves, all looking at them with mocking eyes. Only Su Yang was somewhat excited, because he also wanted to join in the fun. He didn't know anything about Yan Wuming's strength, but the thunder curse was very famous, and if he had the chance, he would definitely give it a try. Young Master Yan, you've lost. Let me take over next. He muttered to himself. Senior brother, are you crazy? This is a talisman from the Shu Mountain sect. How can it be dealt with so easily? Yang Rushue asked, puzzled. Wasn't this just reckless? Let him give it a try. For some reason, Yang Rushuan was also eager to try, but it wasn't appropriate for her to take the lead. Just then, Yan Wuming walked up to the blood python. He looked down at it. The talisman looked rather ordinary, a piece of yellow paper with incomprehensible runes drawn on it, as if it could be destroyed at will. But is that really the intention? He took a breath, adjusted himself to his best state, and then placed his right hand on the talisman, ready to peel it off. Just then, a thunderclap suddenly came from the sky, striking him even faster than he could strike.
1064, Chapter 1064 Obtaining Runes.
Yan Wuming felt dizzy and his vision went black before he collapsed to the ground with a thud.
Stunned by electricity? Su Yang trembled violently upon seeing this. If it were him, would he have experienced the same thing?
She's really strong, she's not someone an ordinary person could handle.
Yang Rushuang's curiosity was also extinguished. What do we do next? Yang Rushue frowned. This proved that the talisman was very powerful and not so easy to deal with.
At that moment, everyone else burst into laughter. The disciples of the Shu Mountain sect, in particular, all wore expressions of helplessness.
In fact, talismans are also a very powerful force in the Shu Mountain sect.
Ordinary people are not qualified to cultivate, only Zhang Baimei's disciples and grand disciples, and a very few exceptionally talented elders, have the opportunity. Even geniuses like Zhao Hongyu did not have the chance to cultivate talismans. Now that it has been publicly revealed, it has indeed proven to be extremely powerful.
Facts have proven that the Shu Mountain sect is the strongest. The young sect leader took action and easily resolved the issue. Does this mean that spells are impossible to defeat? Some people are curious, while others are skeptical.
Zhang Han smiled calmly. These guesses were reasonable. The spell is indeed powerful, but the method to break it is equally powerful, and most people cannot handle it. Generally speaking, there are only two ways. First, use overwhelming power to destroy it. Anyone stronger than Zhang Han can definitely handle it. Otherwise, wouldn't everyone be able to cultivate talismans? Taoist magic would be able to roam freely in the martial world. Secondly, one must learn Taoist magic to use the power of the same source to counteract the power of lightning, thus enabling one to proceed. Remember, this is about taking control, not destroying. The difference is enormous.
What's wrong with me? Yan Wuming's strength is quite good.
He was only unconscious for 2 or 3 minutes before standing up, looking somewhat dazed. When he looked down at his right hand, he noticed it was charred black, as if it had been burned by some intense heat. As the saying goes, the 10 fingers are connected to the heart, and a sharp pain immediately spread throughout his body.
He frowned, pondering a solution.
He quickly drew his weapon, gritted his teeth, and slashed at the target.
Boom!
Just as it came into contact with the rune, a bright yellow light suddenly shone forth. Immediately, the sky and earth changed color, and the power of lightning crashed down. If the previous touch merely triggered a counterattack with lightning, then this is a provocation, with the talisman unleashing its full power. Everyone looked over in surprise. Yan Wuming was covered in smoke, looking like a piece of charcoal, lying on the ground, barely alive.
Dare to cast the War Thunder spell? This is your fate.
The Shu Mountain sect disciple declared proudly.
Senior brother, are you all right?
Yan Shi cried out in alarm and ran over immediately. She first checked his breathing and found he was still alive, so she carried him back to Su Hao's side and pleaded, "Young Master Su, please save my senior brother. It's just being struck by lightning, it's not a big problem, he'll recover after a few hours of rest." Su Hao shook his head. Instead, Yan Wuming was a master, and he had a self-protective power within his body, so it wasn't a big problem.
This spell is not intended for attack.
In a sense, it is used to ward off evil spirits and can be used as a defense mechanism.
If it were an offensive move, Yan Wuming wouldn't have survived.
All right. Yan Shi sighed and placed him in a safe place. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Su Hao slowly stepped forward and said, "I admit that the Shu Mountain sect's lightning spell is indeed very powerful, but to think that you can use this to test all the martial artists in the world is a bit too confident."
"Oh, you think you can pass the test?"
Zhang Han glanced at Su Hao, sizing him up. He found it strange that so many experts present could have their strength discerned, but Su Hao seemed to be shrouded in a mysterious power, making him impossible to identify. He couldn't help but think of the day this person was recuperating at the Shushan sect, which caused quite a bit of trouble.
What level is he at exactly? Zhang Han wondered silently. No matter what, we have to give it a try. Su Hao said calmly. He walked towards the blood python, seemingly without any tension. His calm demeanor surprised many. Is he the one who defeated Yayoi Maru? Just how strong is he?
That's just a nobody, he can't compare to the young sect leader at all.
I think he was just being mysterious and trying to save face. The thought of this person being burned to a crisp makes me laugh.
Almost everyone was pessimistic about Su Hao, even Zhao Hongyu had some doubts. Thunder magic was a high-level technique that even she couldn't access. It was her uncle Zheng Tianji's most treasured Taoist technique. If it were her, she wouldn't know what to do either.
Are we supposed to take up weapons and fight against those lightning bolts?
But isn't this a very foolish approach? There's absolutely no way to get around this.
Brother Hao, everyone's watching,
don't let them down, Zhao Hongyu said earnestly.
Don't worry, it's actually a very simple thing.
Su Hao smiled calmly, turned to look at the talisman, and slowly extended his right hand. With a hiss, the power of lightning suddenly surged forth, burning towards Su Hao. Everyone's hearts were in their throats, and their scalps tingled. The feeling of being electrocuted must have been extremely unpleasant. The disciples of the Shu Mountain sect laughed. This was the consequence of challenging thunder magic. Next would be a barrage of thunderbolts. However, something strange happened. Su Hao's hand smoothly passed through the lightning and landed on the talisman. He winked at Zhao Hongyu and said, "See, it's that simple." After saying that, he successfully took the talisman, looked at it and thought it was pretty good, so he accepted it with a smile. Little did they know, Su Hao had also studied talismans and obtained some ancient incantations, so removing the talismans was not a problem for him. However, when it comes to making runes, they are far from being able to do so. This could also be used as a weapon. It might come in handy someday.
Holy crap! Am I seeing things? Why isn't the lightning attacking him? Su Yang was greatly puzzled. The young sisters also faced. They looked at each other in bewilderment. Senior brother, what's going on?
The square-faced disciple of the Shu Mountain sect asked Zheng Han in surprise.
This kid is interesting.
Zheng Han realized that Su Hao might have learned some spells somewhere, and this test had actually helped him become famous. However, he became even more interested in this person.
Perhaps this person can bring a surprise at the martial arts tournament. Young master, do you keep your word? Su Hao said calmly.
Of course. Zheng Han said generously, I hope we'll have a chance to meet directly tomorrow. If we find out anything we can't resolve through interrogation, we can also seek help from the Shu Mountain sect. Alright, let's go back everyone, please disperse.
Zheng Han's lack of anger and embarrassment was a pleasant surprise.
It must be said that the Shushan sect does a good job in teaching its disciples, demonstrating a very magnanimous approach. Congratulations, young Master Su, on successfully obtaining the interrogation rights of the blood python. Elder Lu said with a smile before leaving.
Thank you. Su Hao nodded. 1065, Chapter 1065. So that's how it is.
After everyone else had left, the disciples of the Physiognomy Palace arrived and, under Su Hao's arrangement, took the blood python back for interrogation. If Su Hao had anyone he trusted recently, it would definitely be Li Qingmei. For now, at least we are in a cooperative relationship, where everyone gets what they need and lives in harmony.
Everyone, go back and rest. We'll watch the game tomorrow.
Su Hao said with a faint smile. The next day, the vast Shushan Manor was filled with young disciples from various sects, all gathered to watch the battle. The entire martial arts tournament lasted longer than expected, a total of 5 days. The first 3 days were for the beginner and intermediate groups, with the winners advancing directly to the advanced group. The third day marked the start of the advanced group competition, with a total of 32 participants engaging in high-intensity combat.
The fourth day of the martial arts tournament was the semifinals. The final day is the day everyone is eagerly anticipating the final. Su Hao sat in the spectator area, near the ring.
Surrounding him were Rin Xianxian, Zhao Hongyu, Yan Wuming, and others. He glanced around and felt that the entire venue probably had no fewer than 100,000 people. It was absolutely packed with people. People from all over the country had come. For everyone, this was the grandest gathering ever. In reality, the participants were still a minority, essentially the elites of each sect. Generally, only 1 or 3 people from each sect would participate, with the rest being spectators.
Witnessing a duel between masters is incredibly exciting for everyone.
Young Master Yan, you are the most knowledgeable among us. Please introduce the sects present to everyone. Su Hao said with a smile. Today, Yan Wuming was dressed in white, accompanied by his beautiful junior sister Yan Shi, looking quite dashing. He even carried a folding fan with an air of elegance, appearing at first glance to be a refined gentleman. He opened the fan and said with a smile, "Young Master Su, I am truly touched that you would say such a thing. Hee, that's just polite talk in terms of knowledge. Our sword sect is no less than any other sect," Su Yang said defiantly. "Oh, in that case, let's have a proper contest. You talk about the sect on the left, and I'll talk about the sect on the right," Yan Wuming said casually. "No problem." Su Yang nodded. In this situation, how could he not make a good impression? Even if one's strength is inferior to that of Su Hao and the others, one should at least not be inferior to them in terms of knowledge. He looked to the left and introduced, "First is the Kasayapa Temple. They were the strongest sect 1,000 years ago, but they fell into obscurity now. In the martial arts tournament, they have finally raised their banner." Everyone looked over and praised it. It's truly heartbreaking that Kasayapa Temple has been able to reappear. No one can guarantee that a sect can be passed down forever in the long river of history. There will always be various powerful enemies. If they are not dealt with properly, they will be wiped out. Now, the Kasayapa Temple, led by several elders and accompanied by a dozen or so bald disciples, all dressed in beige clothing, appears to be signaling their return. Right next to us are the Vajra sect, the Amei sect, and the Mandarin Duck sect, which everyone envies, Su Yang introduced confidently. When the Mandarin Duck sect is mentioned, everyone can't help but take a second look. This is a very pleasing sect to the eye, with all its disciples being female, and all of them are exceptionally beautiful. Su Hao subconsciously thought of the Yihua Palace, but unfortunately, the two sects are not the same in strength. The Yuanyang sect is much stronger now, so it has the opportunity to make its appearance here. In the past, the strength of the Yihua Palace was unmatched. Indeed, you have a very broad range of knowledge. Yan Wuming admitted it. Su Yang, having received affirmation, did not stop and introduced more than a dozen other sects. My turn. Yan Wuming revealed a faint smile, pointed to the sects on the right, and began to introduce them seriously. There was the Sword Sect, the World Gang, and the Shu Mountain Sect, all of which were powerful sects. Finally, he looked at the several people shrouded in robes with a surprised expression. Why are they here? Yan Wuming muttered to himself. Upon closer inspection, everyone noticed that these people exuded a mysterious aura. Each of them carried a long sword on their back, and they simply sat quietly, not interacting with other sects, making them seem out of place. What sect is this? Yang Rushua asked in surprise. The other party was also a sword-wielding sect. It seemed like it would be good to learn more about them. Could it be? Yang Rushuang thought of a possibility, but she also found it unbelievable. If I'm not mistaken, they are from the Azure Lotus Sword sect, Yan Wuming said. Is there anything special about the Azure Lotus Sword sect? Lu Wanner asked casually, clearly unaware of the sect. Special? Yan Wuming gasped. They're not to be trifled with. Their most special quality is their mastery of sword control, allowing them to take an enemy's head from 1,000 miles away. To put it bluntly, they can kill from a distance, but with a sword. Sword control technique? Upon hearing this, Lu Wanner immediately understood why everyone was so shocked. Sword control and Taoist magic are definitely two mysterious and powerful cultivation paths. They are difficult to get started with, but once you succeed, you will definitely amaze everyone. Involuntarily, an image appeared in everyone's mind, the disciples of the Azure Lotus Sword sect traveling on flying swords, as if riding in a helicopter, looking incredibly cool. I see. Yang Rushua suddenly felt envious. They were disciples of the Sword sect, and their ultimate goal was none other than mastering sword control. Unfortunately, the Sword sect didn't currently possess this ability. Back then, the former leader of the Sword sect approached the Azure Lotus Sword sect with extremely tempting terms in exchange for the sword control technique. However, the other party was too arrogant and refused, which is such a pity. Yang Rushuang sighed. Once the deal is finalized, perhaps their Sword sect will become another Azure Lotus Sword sect. Senior sister, is the sword control technique difficult? Su Yang asked curiously. Difficult, it's harder than climbing to heaven, Yang Rushuang said calmly. Speaking of which, we have no idea what the specifics of sword control are. Perhaps only the Azure Lotus Sword sect in this world knows. When she finished speaking, everyone noticed that Su Hao revealed a subtle smile. Several people looked over at the same time, and Zhao Hongyu blurted out, "Brother Hao, do you perhaps know how to control a sword?"
"I know a little bit," Su Hao nodded. The group was completely dumbfounded. This was a closely guarded secret of the Azure Lotus Sword sect. How did he know it? "Young Master Su, don't exaggerate." Su Yang clearly didn't believe it, thinking it was just a way to attract attention. "Tell us about it, let us all see."
Yan Wuming had a completely different idea, feeling that since Su Hao said so, he must have his reasons. A hint of joy flashed across the Yang sisters' faces. It seemed they were about to have their eyes open today.
1066, Chapter 1066. What kind of force is it?
Sword control is indeed very difficult, requiring a high level of aptitude from the martial artist. The first step in learning it is to nurture the sword. The so-called sword nurturing is to nourish their natal weapon using special methods, which takes at least 10 years. There are two main methods. One is to nourish the sword with blood, feeding it essence blood every day. The second method is to nourish it with medicine. No matter which method you use, you need to persist for more than 10 years to reach the point where you become one with the sword. This is just the beginning. There are various other methods to achieve the ability to kill someone from a distance.
Su Hao said calmly.
He has indeed dabbled in too many things. Back in Yanjing, it was well known that he never followed the rules, precisely because he frequently studied various ancient texts. He had a basic understanding of everything from alchemy and medicine to Taoist magic and swordsmanship. He was once very interested in sword control, but he had too many things to do at the time and couldn't sustain it for more than 10 years now. He has reached the celestial realm, capable of killing from a distance or flying by object control. However, these are completely different achievements compared to sword control.
Wow, it's so difficult.
Yang Rushua was immediately discouraged. She was already in her 20s. Was it too late to start learning? Besides, it really required a lot of perseverance to stick to it for 10 years.
If we slack off even once, all our efforts will be in vain.
I think the hardest part is choosing your natal weapon, or what they call a flying sword. Yang Rushuang said helplessly. This also tests the foundation of a sect or family. If someone uses a spiritual weapon as a flying sword, and someone uses a divine weapon as a weapon, then you are destined to be at a disadvantage from the very beginning. Once you face off against someone whose natal flying sword is destroyed, there are people who would rather die. Everyone nodded in agreement. That was indeed the case. Weapons themselves are a huge hurdle. In reality, magical artifacts are extremely precious to everyone, and not everyone possesses themas for divine artifacts. Forget about them even more. Take Su Hao for example, he only has 2 divine weapons right now. Moreover, they were all recently acquired, and even if one had chosen to feed them flying swords back then, they wouldn't have the power of the ancient divine sword or the crimson feather divine sword. I wouldn't even dream of such a miraculous martial art.
Yan Wuming shook his head. Young Master Su.
Yang Rushuang suddenly looked over and said with a smile, I wonder what you would like to exchange for your sword control technique? She was clearly tempted. Even if she couldn't cultivate herself, handing it over to the sect would be a great achievement. First, I want to emphasize that I only know one type of sword control technique, which is not suitable for large-scale training. Second, since you're the one who asked, I don't need anything in return. Let's just consider this making friends. Su Hao added, after the competition, I'll find some time to finish writing it and then give it to you. Yang Rushuang suddenly blushed. Su Hao was being so generous. Could it be that he had feelings for her? Actually, she was somewhat envious of her younger sister, who dared to love and hate so fiercely. Relatively speaking, she only harbored some fantasies in her heart. Little did she know, this was just wishful thinking on her part.
Su Hao is a loyal and righteous person. He is good to the sword sect because of Hong Mingxian.
That's his cousin. They once fought together against the experts from the Six Doors Hall. As for women, he has never cared much about them.
Brother Hao, you're being unfair.
You gave Sister Ru Shuang sword-fighting skills just because she's pretty. I am your fiancé, why don't I get anything? Zhao Hongyu's eyes flickered, and she pretended to be very sad. The others exchanged bewildered glances. Wasn't she the Valkyrie in everyone's eyes? Her style had always been tough, so why was she acting so submissive in front of Su Hao?
Everyone can see that this is just a strategy.
Whether the sword control technique is powerful or not is not important. What is important is that Su Hao expresses his feelings.
Alright, I'll give you a copy too. Su Hao said helplessly, if young Master Yin needs one, I can write one as well. He thought to himself, if I can treat everyone equally, that should be enough, right? Great. Zhao Hongyu, having achieved her goal, immediately burst into undisguised laughter. She thought to herself that she would try cultivating during her next seclusion. Perhaps with her current level of skill, she could achieve twice the result with half the effort? Me? Yan Wuming thought about it seriously and said, Young Master Su, I have some understanding of my own strength, so I'd better not take this with the abilities of the Yama King Pavilion. Having the sword control technique would only be a disaster. Su Hao was somewhat surprised, not expecting Yan Wuming to refuse. He was indeed clear-headed. The Yanwang Pavilion wasn't a powerful sect. Obtaining martial arts skills that couldn't be kept would only be a source of trouble. Alright, let's go back to our original agreement. Young Master Yan, you haven't finished introducing all the sects on the right yet. Su Yang also felt it was best to stop the topic here, since the sword sect had already benefited anyway. Yan Wuming then introduced the various minor sects one by one. Just then, the stand suddenly erupted in commotion. There weren't many seats in the stands for this match, so most people had to stand at that moment. The crowd suddenly parted to make way, as if they had witnessed some terrifying power. Who's here? Lu Wanner subconsciously looked at Yan Wuming. Was he very knowledgeable about the various sects? Soon the group came into view. Leading the way was a powerful old man with a cold gaze, clearly someone not to be trifled with. Following him were two beautiful maids, and behind them walked a woman with a refined and elegant appearance, who arrogantly ignored everyone's fear. Then came another group of experts, and an old man who brought up the rear. Holy crap! Yan Wuming exclaimed as if he had realized something. What kind of force are they? Yang Rushue was also surprised. Why did she see a trace of fear in this person's eyes? Miss Yang, are you aware that there is a force that is on par with the Shu Mountain sect and the Tianxia gang? Is it even above your sword sect? Yan Wuming tried to calm himself down. You mean the Poison Gu cult? Yang Rushue immediately understood. Looking over again, she realized that the woman from the Poison Gu cult was none other than the legendary holy maiden Huang Yingying. There were rumors that the Poison Gu cult had arrived in the ancient town, but they haven't been very active. Now they've finally made their appearance. This is the most evil sect, the natural enemy of the righteous path. However, for Yan Wuming, the situation was somewhat complicated. Their goal was to become the Poison Gu cult, but there was a huge gap between their goals and the reality of their ambitions, making them a different kind of hypocritical admirers. It wasn't until he saw the imposing presence of Huang Yingying and the others that he realized the Yama King Pavilion would never be able to surpass them. Miss Huang actually came in person? Zhao Hongyu frowned, seemingly a little displeased. Young Master Su, it seems this martial arts tournament is getting more and more exciting. Ren Xianxian said quietly. 1067, Chapter 1067. This is truly absurd. Hey, move aside, don't push me over there. Do you want to die? The Poison Gu cult is here, why aren't you backing down? Damn it, why did they even show up at a time like this? Aren't they afraid of everyone seeking revenge? Some people in the crowd grumbled and seemed dissatisfied, but no one dared to approach the Poison Gu cult. This sect is truly terrifying. It said they've made enemies with almost every sect and committed countless horrific crimes. However, their cultivation methods are equally terrifying, relying heavily on poison and goo, a type of magical insect, making them virtually invincible to ordinary people. Even if the members of the Poison Gu cult are alone, we still need to carefully consider whether we really want to deal with them. It's important to know that the Poison Gu sect is extremely protective of its own members. If a disciple is targeted, they will face tenfold or even 100-fold retaliation. Everyone has family and friends, and sects to follow. It's best to think twice before confronting these reckless individuals. Because of this style of doing things, the Poison Gu cult ran rampant and became a disgrace to the martial arts world. Unfortunately, they were also very powerful, so everyone eventually reached a tacit understanding to avoid them whenever possible. Avoiding conflict was the best option. My God, isn't this beautiful woman Huang Yingying? Her strength has improved rapidly, and she has already risen to second place on the astounding ranking, second only to Hong Mingxian and Su Changshang. She seems so aloof, as if she doesn't take any of the world's top martial arts masters seriously. Finally, someone recognized Huang Yingying, but at this moment everyone seemed afraid. Is she Huang Yingying?
Yang Rushue was somewhat surprised, a hint of envy flashing in her eyes. She hadn't been a member of the Sword Sect for long, and the Sword Sect was powerful, with few conflicts or grudges against the Poison Gu Sect. Therefore, her attitude towards Huang Yingying was more one of envy than fear. It's important to understand that few female martial artists achieve fame. Huang Yingying is considered one of the best of her generation, a leading figure. How could she not envy her?
Hey, why is she walking towards us? Su Yang immediately realized something was wrong.
Huang Yingying, with her aloof demeanor, glanced around as if searching for something. When she saw someone, her eyes lit up, and she lifted her leg, heading towards them. The two protectors of the Poison Gu Sect immediately tensed up, flanking her on either side, protecting her fiercely. Her appearance caused the martial artists who were originally in the stands to stand up and make way for her. In the end, only Su Hao and a few others remained, still sitting in the same spot.
Yan Wuming and Yan Shi exchanged a glance, both somewhat worried. Was it too late for them to leave now? Senior brother, is the Holy Maiden coming for us? Yan Shi's heart pounded as he watched Huang Yingying get closer. Do they want to eradicate the Yama Pavilion? Yan Wuming's expression was equally grim. In recent years, Yanwang Pavilion has been trying to gain notoriety by harassing the Poison Gu cult. If the true mastermind were to take this seriously, it would indeed be a terrifying prospect. Yan Wuming even felt that the beautiful Huang Yingying herself was a formidable weapon. Huang Yingying walked over, first nodding to Zhao Hongyu as a greeting, then staring at Ren Xianxian and saying, "Get up and sit somewhere else." "What if I refuse?" Ren Xianxian coldly resisted. Upon hearing this, Yang Rushue and the others gasped in shock. How dare she defy them? Woman, you'd better think this through carefully. This is our Holy Maiden's order. Huang Yingying's maid scolded. Miss Run, please get up and don't cause trouble. Luana was terrified and her face turned pale. No, I'm sitting here not on my own behalf, but on behalf of Miss Li. Miss Huang, no matter what, you cannot take her place. Ren Xianxian argued her case based on reason. While everyone else was bewildered and couldn't figure out the relationship, they saw Huang Yingying smile sweetly. The scene was simply breathtaking. Back when she was a student, she hadn't yet fully blossomed. Now, with her rising status and increasingly outstanding temperament, she was undoubtedly one of the most beautiful women in the martial arts world, rivaling even Li Qingmei. Contrary to expectations, Huang Yingying was not angry at all. She just gave her a defiant look and said, "This is your choice, so don't regret it." After saying that, she lightly jumped and sat directly on Su Hao's lap, saying in a petite and affectionate manner, "Young master, we've finally met. I've missed you so much these past few days." Yan Wuming and the others were full of question marks. It turns out that Huang Yingying's target was not Ren Xianxian, but Su Hao. No wonder she wanted the seat next to her. She wanted to sit with Su Hao. Why does it feel like they're fighting over a man? The other martial artists in the distance were also stunned. Was this really the Holy Maiden of the demonic sect? She looks like a girl next door, mischievous and incredibly clingy. Ren Xianxian was stunned. She knew about Su Hao and Huang Yingying's relationship and had spoken up for Li Qingmei, but she hadn't expected that this young lady of the Poison Gu sect would act so unpredictably, throwing herself into Su Hao's arms in public. Was this just making things worse? Ms. Huang, I'll give you my seat. She had no choice but to get up and sit in the back row. That's more like it. You're still a bit short when it comes to competing with me. Huang Yingying smiled and sat down next to Su Hao, hooking her arm around his and not wanting to let go. You're being ridiculous. Su Hao pinched her cheek and said. What are you all looking at? Don't you know I'm young Master Su's maid? I was before, I am now, and I will be for the rest of my life. Huang Yingying solemnly announced. These words caused an uproar among those around them. Su Hao has become the most renowned martial artist in recent days. Initially, everyone thought he was an unaffiliated individual, but today, he actually received Huang Yingying's acknowledgement. Could he be a master of the Poison Gu cult? Young Master Su, could you perhaps be the son-in-law of the Poison Gu cult? Yan Wuming's eyes flickered, and he immediately asked tentatively. Of course not. Zhao Hongyu and Ren Xianxian stood. She denied it outright, and looked at him with a gloomy gaze. Startled, Yan Wuming chuckled, realizing he might have offended someone with his words.
Please don't misunderstand, Ying and I just have some kind of connection. I received a request from her father to take care of her for the rest of my life.
Su Hao said calmly.
Huang Shihu had also sacrificed his life for the sake of justice in the martial arts world, which he greatly admired. The two had once fought side by side, leaving behind a legendary tale.
I see.
Yan Wuming chuckled awkwardly, offering only polite words. Anyway, everyone has noticed that the relationship between the two is quite complicated. Su Hao is probably still unaffiliated with any sect, but he has a strong background in close ties with several major sects.
Please sit down, we're all friends, there's no need to be so reserved,
Huang Yingying said with a smile. The others looked embarrassed and unconsciously sat in the back row. What a joke, none of them wanted to sit with Huang Yingying.
1068, Chapter 1068 Demonstration.
Young master, please introduce this friend. Huang Yingying wore a faint smile. Her enthusiasm was reserved only for Su Hao, and no one else could enjoy it.
All right.
Su Hao smiled gently. The lady sitting next to me, as you probably already know, is my childhood sweetheart, named Zhao Hongyu, a genius disciple of the Shu Mountain sect.
Yingying greets Sister Hongyu. Huang Yingying said politely.
Hello. Zhao Hongyu nodded, her greeting neither particularly friendly nor overly distant. She knew perfectly well that this person was a rival in love, while a conflict was unlikely. They weren't very close either. The two behind me are from the Yama Pavilion, and they always consider themselves to be on par with the Poison Gu sect. This handsome man is the young master of the Yama Pavilion. Yan Wuming, the beautiful woman next to him, is a disciple of the Yama Pavilion, named Yan Shi.
Su Hao explained. Greetings, Miss Huang.
The two of them stood up and bowed respectfully. At the same time, Yan Wuming was somewhat surprised. He had never revealed his identity, but he did not expect that Su Hao would still be able to see through it.
Little did Su Hao know, it wasn't Su Hao who learned his identity, but Ring Xianxian who reminded him. She felt that Yan Wuming's identity was a bit strange. He was publicly known as Yan Shi's senior brother, but they were the five evils. How could an ordinary senior brother be so obedient to them? So she had someone investigate, and then she understood his identity. So you're from the Underworld Pavilion.
Huang Yingying had naturally heard of them before, and a playful smile appeared on her face. Now that you've made a name for yourselves, please don't use our Poison Gu sect's name to do things in the future, otherwise don't blame me for turning my back on you. Upon hearing this, Yan Wuming and his companion became serious and immediately declared that they would warn the sect disciples to never repeat the offense. Huang Yingying stared at it for a while, but didn't say anything more.
The atmosphere became slightly awkward just then. Yang Rushua stood up and said, "We are disciples of the Sword Sect. I am Yang Rushua, this is my older sister Yang Rushuang, and this is my senior brother Su Yang."
So you're a disciple of the Sword Sect. What a pleasure to meet you. Has your young master arrived? I've met him once before. Huang Yingying smiled faintly, noticeably more polite to the Sword Sect members. To say it was just a brief encounter is merely a polite way of putting it. Strictly speaking, she was once saved by Hong Mingxian. The young master's whereabouts are uncertain, and he has not yet shown himself, but our Sword Sect will definitely send an expert to appear, Yang Rushua said confidently. Excellent, our Poison Gu sect will also have members participating in the competition. By the way, I have another purpose for coming here today. If anyone wants to join the Poison Gu sect, they can register here. As long as they pass the test, they can become a disciple of the strongest sect.
Cultivate the strongest Gu technique. Huang Yingying raised her voice and spoke to the entire audience. Tens of thousands of geniuses have gathered here today. Wouldn't it be a win-win situation if we could recruit some of them? Holy crap, who would join the Poison Gu cult? Isn't that going against the righteous path? Once you become a disciple of the Poison Gu cult, won't you be burdened with a lot of hatred? Yes, anyone with a chivalrous heart wouldn't make such a choice. Some people muttered under their breath, clearly harboring hostility. That's not right. The conflict between sects is, to put it bluntly, a conflict of interests. Can you guarantee that your sect has no enemies? The strong are respected. Becoming a disciple of the Poison Gu cult is not a bad thing. What is reputation anyway? Can it put food on the table? You only dare to gossip behind people's backs. If you really have the guts, go to Miss Huang and take your revenge directly. There was another group of people who completely disagreed, but were moved by Huang Yingying's words and were thinking about how to join the Poison Gu cult. Huang Yingying smiled with satisfaction. This was the result she wanted.
The poison goo cult rarely appears in the martial arts world, so today is a rare official appearance for them. To this end, she was well prepared, bringing not only 2 protectors, but also 4 elders, 7 or 8 talented disciples, and even her 2 beautiful maids were not weak.
In addition, there are many more people on guard against the poison goo cult.
If a real fight breaks out, dealing with several sects would be a piece of cake. Yingying, your leadership skills are getting better and better. Su Hao exclaimed. Huang Yingying was no longer the naive girl she once was. Since her successful revenge, she had established herself in the poison goo sect, gradually adapted to her new identity, and become a powerful figure in the martial arts world.
It was all forced. Huang Yingying sighed. Miss Huang, I'm very curious, what exactly is goo magic? Would you like to demonstrate it for us?
Yang Rushue asked with a smile.
Little sister, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want.
Yang Rushuang immediately stopped her. The person opposite her is the holy maiden of the poison goo cult. She is only being polite out of respect for Su Hao. If she says something offensive, who knows what might happen?
Yang Rushue lacked experience in the martial arts world and was unaware of Huang Yingying's battle record.
After she emerged from seclusion, she slaughtered more than a dozen sects in Jiangnan, earning a fearsome reputation. Recently, she even reached 2nd place on the astounding ranking, which suggests that she must have even more combat experience that is not convenient to disclose. Yang Rushuang felt that it was best to keep her distance from Huang Yingying. Goo techniques, generally speaking, I wouldn't use them, because I can defeat many people with poison. Huang Yingying chuckled. The others didn't look too happy. It didn't seem like something nice was being said. If you'd like to see it for yourself, that's fine. Goo techniques are very precious and difficult to cultivate. How about this, Miss Rushua? Find another man, and I'll demonstrate it for you.
Huang Yingying decided to satisfy her curiosity.
Yang Rushua first glanced at Su Hao, as her sect wanted to find him again, but remembering her sister's words, she didn't want to offend Huang Yingying, so she looked at Su Yang and said, Senior brother, are we worthy of let's settle this? You're the man I trust most. Su Yang was initially terrified of Huang Yingying, but now he was quite pleased. He wondered if his efforts had finally moved his junior sister, so he nodded and said confidently, Junior sister, I will always be the person you trust the most. Very good. Huang Yingying nodded, took out 2 pills, 1 red and 1 blue, and said, These are the mother-child goo I refined. You can each take one.
Okay. Yang Rushue ate the red one. Is this edible?
Su Yang hesitated, harboring doubts. I can only guarantee that you won't die suddenly after eating it, Huang Yingying said calmly.
Senior brother, what are you afraid of? Yang Rushue said unhappily.
Alright. Su Yang had no choice but to agree, so he opened his mouth and gently bit down. He felt the pill turn into a warm current and disappear instantly.
1069, Chapter 1069. Aggressive. Disappeared?
He muttered to himself after finishing his meal. He circulated his internal energy and found that there seemed to be no abnormal signs in his body. Goo magic is different from poison. Some of it requires specific conditions to be triggered.
Miss Huang, what is the purpose of this mother-child goo?
Yang Rushue asked curiously. It has a beautiful name, the Mandarin duck goo. Once ingested, the hearts of 2 people become connected. If one's heart stops beating, the other will also die instantly. To put it bluntly, your fates are now intertwined, and you can never be with a third party again.
Huang Yingying said calmly.
Upon hearing this, young Rushua's face darkened. Did this mean there was no way for her to be with young Master Su? Although the hope was slim before, it was at least better than now. Su Yang felt a surge of joy. He hadn't expected to be bound to his junior sister in this way, and now she was his only option. This was for the best.
Is that all?
Yang Rushuang suddenly asked, feeling that something was missing.
Of course it's more than that.
Huang Yingying said seriously, the most important thing about this goo is that it helps with cultivation from now on. If you cultivate at the same time within a kilometer radius, your progress will be faster. If you know some other unorthodox cultivation methods, you'll achieve twice the results with half the effort. Yang Rushua blushed. They were righteous disciples. How could they possibly know those kinds of techniques? Su Yang was somewhat pleased. It seemed this was a good goo.
Miss Huang, are you cultivating for your own sake? Zhao Hongyu asked bluntly.
Yes, I was planning to use it with you, young master, but upon closer inspection, it seems unlikely to be effective. You yourself know Gu techniques, young master, you'll surely find a way to force the Gu worms out. Huang Yingying said helplessly. When the others looked at Su Hao, they were even more surprised. It turned out that he also knew Gu magic. He was really too versatile. I don't take shortcuts, Su Hao emphasized. Speaking of unorthodox methods, I can't help but wonder, young master, have you already participated in the competition? Huang Yingying asked with a smile. Yes, we're already here, we can't just sit here doing nothing, Su Hao said. I have a way to help you win the championship. Huang Yingying smiled mysteriously. I don't want to hear it. Su Hao shook his head. I want to hear. Su Yang's attitude towards Huang Yingying had changed. He practically treated her as a matchmaker, asking, Miss Holy Maiden, what is your plan? The Holy Maiden, everyone else was stunned. This change was too obvious. She turned into a simp. It's very simple. Aren't there tens of thousands of spectators here? I have a powerful poisonous fog that can kill them all. Since there are always participants watching every day, I'll just poison them one by one, then there will be no opponents, and you'll win the championship directly, right? What do you think? Isn't this method very practical? Huang Yingying said with a wicked charm. Su Yang regretted it. Why did he have to ask that extra question? Wouldn't it be better to keep it a secret forever? It seems that Su Hao understands her very well and knows what she means, so he didn't respond at all. The disciples from other sects were filled with fear. If he really did that, then watching the battle would become the most terrifying thing. Don't be ridiculous, Su Hao said helplessly. I was just speculating. It's actually not easy to do. This is an open space where the poisonous fog will dissipate. Besides, many people have antidotes, so their effectiveness will be greatly reduced in general. It's better to go to the arena. I don't believe anyone can beat you, young master. Huang Yingying did consider it, but it turned out that some of them were not feasible. She didn't mention the most important point, which is that this is the territory of the Shu Mountain sect with the number one sect in the world maintaining order. How could they allow the Poison Gu sect to use poison? My strength is only average. Su Hao refused to admit it. By the way, isn't Miss Li Qingmei here today? She's said to be the most beautiful woman in the world, but I've never met her. Huang Yingying looked around but couldn't find her, and was slightly disappointed. Yingying, are you planning to poison her? If you're going to do it, I can help. Zhao Hongyu immediately became interested. Ren Xianxian and Lu Wan'er were stunned. Did they discuss such a thing in public? Great, I have 128 kinds of poison, each of which is lethal. We'll use them when she arrives. Huang Yingying said with a smile. No problem. Zhao Hongyu nodded. The two even shook hands right in front of Su Hao, as if they had formed an alliance. Two lunatics. Su Hao shook his head helplessly. To be fair, these two are indeed quite strong, but if they actually fought, it's hard to say whether they could be a match for Li Qingmei. They probably only have poison as a means of dealing with her. However, the fact that this matter has been discussed publicly proves that it was a joke. As one of the parties involved, he should just pretend he didn't hear it, otherwise it will cause new trouble. Should we tell Miss not to come over? Lu Wan'er asked seriously and cautiously. We can't stop her. Miss will definitely come over when she's done. Ren Xianxian suddenly thought of a scene. What would happen if the three of them were together? Now there is a beautiful woman on each side of us. Does that mean our young lady can only sit in our laps? It's her. Just then, an accident occurred. A group of menacing people rushed over. One of them pointed to Huang Yingying's location and loudly addressed the people next to him. You are Huang Yingying, the Holy Maiden of the Poison Gu cult? The speaker looked rather young, in his early 20s, and was reasonably capable. He spoke with anger. So what if it is? Huang Yingying frowned and said. Very well, you do have some guts, daring to admit it. The man roared, I am Chen Xinglin, the young master of Mingjian Manor. Did your Poison Gu sect poison my father? What? Huang Yingying was somewhat surprised. Was that really the case? She glanced at her elder and asked, did we attack Mingjian Manor? Holy Maiden, Famous Sword Manor is a very good organization. We have been keeping an eye on it for a long time and have sent people to negotiate with them. If we have the opportunity to subdue them, we will definitely not take action. The elder openly admitted this. Mingjian Manor is quite famous in the martial arts world. as it is capable of forging weapons.
Many magical artifacts are their creations.
Therefore, it has become a target for many forces to win over, which is somewhat dangerous.
Unexpectedly, the manor owner was recently poisoned to death.
Therefore, Chen Qinglin suspected that the Poison Gu cult was behind it. He came to the martial arts conference today and, upon hearing that the Poison Gu cult was present, he came to confront them directly. If you're not deaf, you've probably heard me clearly. This matter has nothing to do with our Poison Gu cult. The grievances have their source, the debts have their debtors. Go find the real culprit.
Huang Yingying said calmly.
1070, Chapter 1070. Going along with the crowd.
Which, do you really think it's unrelated?
The words of your Poison Gu cult are utterly unreliable. My goal is simple, a life for a life. This was definitely done by your Poison Gu cult, so today I will kill you to avenge my father.
Chen Qinglin said coldly.
These words shocked the entire audience. Seeking revenge face-to-face is quite common. There are many grudges in the martial arts world, and after a conflict arises, everyone wants revenge.
But shouldn't one consider their own strength before seeking revenge?
Although Mingjian Manor has some reputation, it's nothing special compared to the Poison Gu sect. It's like heaven and earth. How did he have the courage to challenge the Poison Gu sect?
Young master, you can't act rashly. This matter hasn't been verified yet. How can you take action directly? Elder Zui of Mingjian Manor was stunned and couldn't help but try to smooth things over.
In fact, they themselves also believed that this matter was related to the Poison Gu cult.
But given the disparity in strength, isn't this just courting death?
Their plan was to bring Chen Qinglin to identify people, and then discuss other methods, such as an ambush. Little did they expect their young master to be such a fool, swaggering over like that, completely disregarding the Poison Gu sect. I'm sure it was them. She's the holy maiden of the Poison Gu cult. Her status is similar to my father's, so let her pay with her life. But Chen Qinglin wouldn't listen at all, completely blinded by hatred and losing all reason.
Are you sure you want to do this? Huang Yingying's face darkened, her killing intent palpable.
If she was once an innocent and beautiful young girl, she has now transformed into a ruthless and bloodthirsty demon. That sudden look alone was enough to intimidate a large number of people.
Is he really going to challenge Huang Yingying? Has this kid gone mad? Doesn't he know the place?
I've heard people say that the young master of Mingjian Manor is an idiot, and it seems to be true.
If he dies, wouldn't the famous Sword Manor fall apart, tantamount to annihilation?
Others started talking loudly, and some wanted to stop them, but when they remembered that the other side was the Poison Gu cult, they could only stop for the time being. Very well, let's fight to the death.
Chen Qinglin immediately pulled out his weapon and said fiercely. Come on, come on.
Huang Yingying stood up, seemingly unarmed, but everyone knew that she could produce all sorts of unexpected poison gas at any time. At that moment, the people around quickly scattered, not wanting to get involved in the battle and suffer the consequences. Su Hao frowned, sensing that Huang Yingying's murderous aura was much stronger than before. What was the strangest thing? He used to worry that she might suffer a chi deviation or something, but now he found that she had actually adapted to this situation.
It's as if she was born a demon.
Alas, perhaps this is what Huang Shihu was most worried about. After all, she is Mo Hentian's granddaughter, and her bloodline carries the aura of killing.
Brother Hao, aren't you going to step in and stop it? Zhao Hongyu frowned, not wanting to see the two sides fight.
It's no use. This is the path she chose herself, and I can't stop her.
Su Hao shook his head. Chen Qinglin gripped his weapon tightly, ready to launch an attack, when at the critical moment, a loud shout suddenly rang out. Stop!
A middle-aged man walked in from the direction of the door, exuding a calm and composed aura. Upon seeing this, everyone showed expressions of shock.
This person, named Zhang Yuzhen, was actually Zhang Tianji's junior brother and Zhang Baimei's personal disciple.
His strength is unfathomable. It is said that this person had already entered the Supreme Realm 10 years ago, and his current strength is more than 10 times stronger. Despite looking like a middle-aged man, he is actually over 100 years old. He was Zhang Baimei's second-to-last disciple, having entered the sect very early. His status in the martial arts world is higher than that of many sect leaders. Today is the official opening day of the martial arts tournament. Please give the Shu Mountain sect some face. No matter what grudges you have, you must not cause trouble at the competition venue. If you want revenge or a challenge, you'd better leave here and find another place.
Zhang Yuzhen made the announcement indifferently. This is an unwritten rule. Even when beating a dog, one must consider its owner. If everyone disrupts the grand gathering of the Shu Mountain sect, where will their reputation be?
Young Master Zhang is right. Let's leave this matter here. There will be plenty of time in the future, and we will have many more opportunities. The elder said, seizing the opportunity to persuade him.
No. Opportunity knocks but once. If we let them go and they never show up again, when will I be able to avenge my father?
Master Zhang, you've come at the wrong time. Just wait a little while, and you'll be out cleaning up the mess. Chen Qinglin said proudly.
Zhang Yuzhen frowned. How could there be such a hothead?
Everyone present could see that he was no match for Huang Yingying. Unexpectedly, this person showed no fear whatsoever, not even giving face to the Shu Mountain sect.
Are you really not afraid of the Shu Mountain sect?
Huang Yingying had seen her fair share of big scenes, but she never expected to find someone so fearless. The Shu Mountain sect, if they dare to stop us, in my eyes they're fellow disciples of the Poison Gu sect, and we can deal with them together.
Chen Qinglin's eyes were bloodshot, and he didn't take anyone seriously at all.
At this moment, everyone in the famous sword manor was filled with dissatisfaction towards him. He couldn't just say whatever he wanted. He had offended the entire Shu Mountain sect.
To say that they're colluding with the Poison Gu cult, that's utterly outrageous. Young Master Chen, it seems you're not willing to back down today?
A hint of anger flashed across Zhang Yuzhen's face.
Certainly.
The man made a move towards the sky.
His dazzling swordsmanship was astonishing.
At this moment, his strength was revealed, and it looked pretty good.
But to everyone else, it was a complete joke.
He actually challenged both the Shu Mountain sect and the Poison Gu sect at the same time. It was utterly insane and suicidal. If it weren't for the martial arts tournament being held today on such an important day, just saying this has already brought him trouble. He wouldn't be pitted even if he died 1,000 times.
Very well.
Zhang Yuzhen smiled. If I make a move, people will probably say I'm ganging up on the weak. In that case, let the juniors of the Shu Mountain sect do it. After he finished speaking, several people walked in. The leader looked very young, around 17 or 18 years old. Many people recognized him immediately. He was Zhang Han, the youngest disciple of Shushan, the son of the future elder, and was known as the young sect leader.
Uncle Master, do I really need to handle such a trivial matter?
Zhang Han was somewhat displeased, clearly looking down on his opponent.
Show me a few moves, and then you can leave. Zhang Yuzhen smiled.
Zhang Han was somewhat lazy and not particularly competitive, making him especially suited for cultivation. He was one of Zhang Baimei's most valued disciples.
Okay, I'll go back and take a nap later. He nodded lazily as expected. 1071, Chapter 1071 Conflict.
Young Master, thank you for your trouble. After all, the other party was Zhang Tianju's son, so he still spoke politely.
Come on, let's finish this quickly, then we can all go about our own business.
Zhang Han looked at Chen Qinglin with a mocking expression. I'll give you two choices, either take everyone from Mingjian Manor and get out of here now, or we'll fight, and then you can leave. Everyone else laughed. This young sect leader was quite amusing. In the end, he was telling people to get lost. But upon further reflection, everyone realized that this was actually quite polite. If it were the future successor of another sect, they wouldn't have the patience to say so much.
Are you really going to protect the Poison Gu cult? Chen Qinglin asked unwillingly.
Protecting them, I am irreconcilably opposed to the Poison Gu cult, but one thing at a time. Regardless of whether it was the Poison Gu cult or not, today's events will be dealt with in the same way, Zhang Han said calmly. Since that's the case, I'll get past you first before I cause trouble for the witch.
Chen Qinglin said confidently. First, we need to get past Zhang Han?
The disciples of the Shu Mountain sect all burst into laughter, thinking they had heard something amusing.
What kind of ignorant person would say such a thing?
You'd better keep your word. We all want to see the young sect leader embarrassed. Yes, defeat him, and then ignite his competitive spirit. He's too lazy, and lazy this can't go on. Someone needs to wake him up. Unexpectedly, the disciples of the Shu Mountain sect were standing on the opposite side.
Su Hao also looked over with interest, and the two exchanged glances and nodded slightly.
Good. Chen Xinglin shouted and swung his sword.
This move looks much more powerful than before. Everyone held their breath. They had heard that Zhang Han knew Taoist magic. What would happen if they really fought?
Sai, you're too weak. Zhang Han shook his head helplessly. He simply extended his index finger, and a blue bolt of lightning shot out forward.
Laugh. This lightning power is incredibly strong.
The weapon in the opponent's hand shattered instantly. The remaining force struck Chen Xinglin, sending him flying dozens of meters before he landed on the ground, his entire body emitting black smoke.
Is this the thunder technique? Yan Wuming asked in surprise. It seems a bit weaker than yesterday's talisman? Su Yang clearly sensed something was wrong.
Perhaps he wasn't taking it seriously. After all, his opponent was weak, Zhao Hongyu said confidently. The disciples of Ming Jian Villa rushed over and were about to help Chen Xinglin up when they suddenly noticed some electric sparks on his face, leaving them helpless.
Don't worry, he won't die.
Zhang Han said calmly.
This is just a warning to the other side, not a real showdown.
A few minutes later, Chen Xinglin got up again. His gaze towards Zhang Han was not filled with fear, but rather with anger. He said, "You cheated, you actually used magic."
I am a disciple of Mount Shu, why can't I use Taoist magic?
Zhang Han said calmly.
This is a martial arts tournament, and everyone has to use their martial arts skills. If you do this, aren't you just bullying others and making everyone laugh at the Shu Mountain sect? Chen Xinglin knew he was no match for Taoist magic, so he resorted to sophistry.
First of all, Taoist magic is a high-level version of martial arts, and there is absolutely no problem using it. Even the martial arts tournament did not prohibit it. Secondly, even without Taoist magic, I can easily defeat you. Zhang Han felt somewhat helpless and didn't want to get entangled with the matter further. A swift and decisive victory is in everyone's best interest.
Really, then I'll have to get serious.
Chen Xinglin said confidently. He took out another long sword, which gleamed coldly and was clearly of good quality. It must be said that the weaponry of the famous sword manor was indeed of very high standard.
Everyone thought it was a well-designed weapon with collectible value. Come on.
Zhang Han yawned, seemingly not taking it seriously at all.
Take this.
Chen Xinglin was more serious than before. The lightning attack had somewhat brought him to his senses now. He was in a bind and had no choice but to grit his teeth and persevere. The sword quickly reached Zhang Han's side. The young sect leader revealed a confident smile, reached forward, and precisely caught the opponent's weapon.
Your weapons are good, but your strength is very poor. Zhang Han gave a cold assessment. You're talking nonsense.
Chen Xinglin was very unhappy and tried to pull back his longsword by channeling his inner energy. Surprisingly, the sword seemed to be stuck to the opponent's hand, unable to move at all. He tried his best, but to no avail.
It turns out you really are weak.
Zhang Han suddenly released his fingers and slapped his left hand.
The powerful true energy transformed into a blue dragon, crashing into the opponent.
The next moment, a person was seen flying dozens of meters away like a kite with a broken string. When the people from famous Sword Manor rushed over, they discovered something was wrong. Their young master was covered in blood and clearly seriously injured.
Young master, aren't you going a bit too far?
The elder said with a stern face.
This is the price he paid for provoking the Shu Mountain sect. Did he really think our sect was easy to bully?
Zhang Han's gaze darkened. He won't recover for at least 6 months. In doing so, he has also saved your famous Sword Manor. I hope that from now on, you will be more level-headed in your actions and refrain from challenging the Poison Goose sect. The people of Mingjian Manor were extremely embarrassed. It seemed that Zhang Han was not someone who knew nothing and had very powerful methods. In this way, the clowns only have one faction today, and that is their famous Sword Manor.
Thank you for your guidance, young master. We'll take our leave now. After admitting defeat, the elder led the people from Mingjian Manor away quickly. Ha ha. Ha ha ha.
Famous Sword Manor, we'll remember that. We'll buy swords from them from now on, but we don't need to learn martial arts from them. At least I've become famous, which is a good thing. It's already a testament to the young sect leader's mercy that he was spared from death. The loser didn't he? No matter how much face you have, everyone will just be sarcastic. Zhang Han yawned again, seemingly thinking that what had just happened was just a minor incident and didn't take it to heart. He glanced around, first at Huang Yingying, then fixed his gaze on Su Hao, and clasped his hands in a fist salute, saying, "Young Master Su, I hope we will have the opportunity to fight."
Su Hao nodded. "Uncle Master, I'm leaving things here to you. I'll take my leave now." Zhang Han waved goodbye to everyone and left without looking back.
Zhang Yuzhen immediately flew onto a stage and said solemnly, "What happened just now was just an accident. We are grateful to the various sects for giving us face, which allowed us to maintain order at the martial arts tournament."
That was a very tactful way of putting things.
Even if other sects want to cause trouble, they have to think twice before making enemies of the Shu Mountain sect. Huang Yingying noticed that the other person's gaze seemed to be fixed on her, as if they were worried about a conflict arising from the Poison Gu sect.
1072, Chapter 1072 Balance.
She shook her head slightly, as if to say, "We don't cause trouble, but we're not afraid of trouble either."
Now I will announce the rules of the competition.
Today is the beginner group competition, tomorrow is the intermediate group, and there will be winners in the next 2 days who will participate in the advanced group competition the day after tomorrow. On the same day, 8 arenas will be open for competition simultaneously. Therefore, the Shushan sect will also send 8 elders as referees to ensure that the competition is fair, open, and just. We hope that everyone will maintain order in the martial arts world while watching the battle. The Shu Mountain sect will be extremely grateful. During the competition, you may use any weapon or technique. However, we encourage everyone to engage in friendly sparring and stop when the point is reached.
The first Shushan sect martial arts tournament is now officially beginning.
After making the announcement, Zhang Yuzhen returned directly to the head referee's position. The other elders took their places, and the disciples of the Shu Mountain sect busied themselves maintaining order at the scene. The largest martial arts gathering in history has begun.
There are 8 arenas, and experts from each one go up to compete.
This competition adopted a number calling system. For example, Su Hao was contestant number 13 in the advanced group, which ensured the safety of the contestants to a certain extent. It's finally about to begin. This competition is sure to be very exciting. Yan Wuming said with a smile.
"Young master, and everyone else, let's play a game."
Huang Yingying's eyes flickered, and she smiled.
"What kind of wicked idea do you have now?"
Su Hao asked with a chuckle. "Hey, what do you mean by tricky idea? This is slandering my reputation." Huang Yingying chuckled. "How about we have a bet? I'll be the banker. You can place your bets on any contestant you think will win after the competition. If you guess correctly, I'll give you a reward of equal value. If you guess wrong, your bets belong to me." At this moment, everyone could see the aura of a money grubber in her eyes. Su Hao was speechless. Back when she bought Gonlin Dan, she also wanted to take advantage of the situation. The Poison Gu cult is quite wealthy, but it can't change its bad habits.
Is this really true?
Su Yang, who regarded her as his benefactor, was the first to respond. "I'm honest and fair, young and old. As long as you're willing to place your bets, I can take them,"
Huang Yingying said excitedly.
There are 16 contestants on the competition stage at this moment, each wearing a corresponding number tag. "I'll give it a try first." Su Yang's eyes lit up as he spotted the nearest arena, number 4, and said, "I'm betting on number 8. I am sure I'll win. Junior sister, trust me, my judgment has always been excellent."
"Really?" Yang Rushue asked with some doubt.
"Look, what's this?" Su Yang pulled out a golden dagger, a family heirloom he used to flaunt back in the sword sect. It was said to be worth $1 million, and he betted on it. This is confidence, and this is strength.
"Alright, I'll bet on number 8 too."
Yang Rushue took out a pill, deciding to test the waters anyway. There were the most matches in the beginner group, so trying it out in the first round wouldn't be bad. Yang Rushuan looked at the options and finally chose to bet on number 6 in arena number 3. She had a large luminous pearl that immediately attracted a lot of attention when she took it out.
"I'm betting on number 3 in arena number 1. She looks very pretty."
Yan Wuming smiled and said directly.
"Senior brother, when did you become so superficial?"
Yan Shi said, also placing his bet on number 3. As the young master of the Yama King's pavilion, Yan Wuming took out a special weapon, while Yan Shi took out a human skin mask, each with its own unique characteristics.
Young master, why don't you come and have some fun?
Huang Yingying's eyes flickered, her mind seemingly lost in thought.
All right. Su Hao glanced at the contestant and thought the 15th contestant on the second arena was quite good. He then took out a bottle of antidote pills and said, "These are pills I refined, they're quite effective, and their value should be over 1 million. Very good, place your bets now."
Huang Yingying said enthusiastically, and then called out to the others. "Others, you can also place your bets. Trust the Poison Goose sect, they will definitely not ruin their reputation."
No one responded to these words.
Everyone decided to wait and see, but some were worried about the Poison Goo cult. If they played a trick, then it would be all over. Huang Yingying wasn't angry. She instructed someone to pack up the things. She leaned against Su Hao again, watching the competition. The 16 players who appeared were quite strong, and their performances were very exciting. However, Su Yang and Yang Rushua looked rather grim, because the person they had their eye on had lost a long time ago. "Senior brother, your judgment is really terrible." Yang Rushua complained losing the pills was a small matter, but now she felt no sense of participation, which greatly reduced her interest in watching the competition.
"How could we lose? This is unreasonable."
Su Yang was still somewhat unconvinced. However, Yang Rushua and Yan Wuming's judgment was clearly much better, and the people they supported won one after another. In the end, what remained was the second arena. Su Hao also had his eye on a beautiful, tall woman. Her opponent was a towering martial artist wielding a heavy sword. The two didn't seem to be in the same weight class.
"Young master, do you really think she can win?"
As the competition continued, contestant number 15 found himself in danger several times and appeared to be struggling. Her opponent, on the other hand, seemed nonchalant, wielding a heavy sword with impressive skill. Don't be fooled by the fact that the beginner group has the most participants. The skill gap is actually huge. Some people didn't quite understand the rules and ended up being assigned to the first group when they registered. Therefore, the Shu Mountain sect thoughtfully designed an upgrade system. Anyone who wins will advance to the advanced group and begin the final battle. Therefore, in everyone's eyes, there was a gap in skill level between number 15 and his opponent.
Yes. Su Hao nodded. "Why, is it because you're good looking?" Huang Yingying asked, puzzled. "Looks aren't important. I just feel her aura is stronger, and it hasn't fully erupted yet."
Su Hao revealed a mysterious expression. "That can't be right. She seems to only have the strength of a beginner grandmaster, while her opponent is at least a grandmaster. Their strengths are completely different." Su Yang said confidently.
"Yes."
Yan Wuming was also somewhat surprised, at least that's how he appeared to be.
"Don't worry, everyone, the results will be out soon," Su Hao said calmly. "You can admit defeat now." On the arena, the male martial artist spoke in a deep voice. "Why?" Contestant number 15 asked calmly.
"Don't you know there's a huge gap between us? You can't withstand this move at all," the male martial artist said confidently.
"Alright, I'll have to show you my true skills."
Just then, number 15 shook her head helplessly. She took a breath, and it seemed as if the restrictions within her body were being broken, and powerful forces immediately appeared. Suddenly, her strength increased to the high-level Grandmaster, making her equal to her opponent.
1073, Chapter 1073 The Cruel Truth. Such a thing actually happened? How did she do that? That was an absolutely fantastic match. Some people sighed. Number 15's performance was indeed a pleasant surprise.
There are many abilities in the martial arts world that conceal one's presence, but it's rare to see one like hers. Placing a restriction within her body is truly mysterious.
Young master, have you noticed something? Huang Yingying asked with a smile.
I don't know her or her situation. I just felt that this female contestant had a different temperament. She didn't seem like a weak person. Her eyes were sharp, and she had a strong drive. She had obviously prepared a lot for this competition. Su Hao explained with a smile. However, this explanation has a somewhat mystical element. Others didn't really agree, and could only consider it good luck that they gambled correctly. Once number 15 unleashed her full power, the match became one-sided. Her attacks were fierce, her moves skillful, and in less than a minute, she successfully forced her opponent to concede, winning on the spot.
Miss Huang, this round of the competition is over. Are we entitled to a reward? Yan Wuming asked with a smile. Good. As agreed, I will give back to everyone. Huang Yingying smiled, as if she were well prepared.
Just then, a guardian took out a mysterious bag. When he opened it, it emitted a pure blue light.
This is, Su Hao frowned.
Come, let everyone see this, it's a rare cultivation resource in the martial arts world. 2 spirit stones appeared in Huang Yingying's jade hand. This substance is only 1 level below spiritual liquid. It is also formed from spiritual energy and can be used to enhance one's strength. The value of a single spirit stone is at least over 1 million. As agreed, Huang Yingying treated it as hard currency and used it for compensation. Whether it was Yan Wuming, Yan Shi, or Yang Rushua, they all received at least 1 spirit stone and were all smiles. Young master, this bottle of pills of yours is too effective against me, so I'm confiscating it.
Huang Yingying said with a grin. That's not right, shouldn't you be paying back the spirit stones?
Su Hao frowned. I don't have spirit stones, but I have something even better. Huang Yingying suddenly blushed, walked to his side, and generously gave him a sweet kiss. The others who saw it were somewhat astonished. This holy maiden of the demonic sect truly disregards worldly norms and doesn't care about other people's opinions. Zhao Hongyu was trembling with anger. She felt that Huang Yingying had killed 2 birds with 1 stone. On the one hand, she satisfied her own desire to make money, and on the other hand, she gained an advantage.
Yingying, where did you get your spirit stones?
Su Hao's heart stirred, and he couldn't help but say.
Of course it's refined.
You righteous sects have overlooked one point. All cultivation resources can be stored through special means. Our Poison Gu sect has been researching for over 1,000 years and has finally found a way to refine spirit stones, which are almost indistinguishable from natural spirit stones. They would sell out immediately on the market.
Huang Yingying said with a smile.
Such methods exist, this is truly unheard of.
Yang Rushue exclaimed in surprise.
If this method can be promoted, it will truly benefit the entire cultivation world, Su Yang said approvingly. That's impossible. Their closely guarded secret. We're already incredibly lucky to know this outcome, Yan Wuming said with emotion.
Su Hao vaguely sensed that something was wrong, but he couldn't quite put his finger on it.
People from other sects lost their minds when they saw the spirit stones.
This is the best cultivation material, who wouldn't want to obtain it?
Huang Yingying brought so many spirit stones, it would be wonderful to get a share of them. So when the second round of the competition began, even more people joined in. They brought out many valuable items, whether weapons, martial arts techniques, or local specialties, and began betting on the contestants they favored. Huang Yingying told the members of the Poison Gu cult that they would accept all bets and no one would be rejected. As a result, their side suddenly became lively. Huang Yingying beamed with joy, extremely satisfied with the result.
Yingying, come here for a second.
Su Hao suddenly said.
Is there something you need?
She slowly stood up. The two retreated to a corner, and Su Hao grabbed her arm, saying, Tell me the truth, where did you get the spirit stones?
Didn't I just say, this is something we refined ourselves? Huang Yingying emphasized. How is it made? What are the raw materials? Su Hao asked again.
Young master, this is a secret of our Poison Gu sect. If outsiders find out, it will cause a bloodbath. Huang Yingying chuckled. If you really want to know, then I have a condition. See those alluring lips, kiss them now, and I'll tell you the truth. Su Hao was a little embarrassed, she was getting bolder and bolder. In pursuit of the truth, he truly convinced himself to go all out. So he put his arm around her waist and, in a daze, complied with her request.
That's great.
Huang Yingying was somewhat delighted, it went even more smoothly than she had imagined. She then leaned close to Su Hao's ear and said something that shocked him to the core. To put it bluntly, the material for refining spirit stones is very simple, the remains of experts. Any martial artist above the Grandmaster level will have a lot of energy hidden in their body, which will not completely leave. The stronger the person, the more true energy they leave behind.
By refining it using secret methods, one can obtain pure spirit stones. Young master, do you know how many spirit stones a Grandmaster can provide? Su Hao's expression changed drastically. This was indeed the most terrifying aspect of the Poison Gu sect. They would stop at nothing to gain power. Grandmaster-level martial artists are few in number, they are the elites of each sect and are not easily killed. The fact that they suddenly produce so many spirit stones suggests they have eliminated many righteous experts. The bloodshed and turmoil behind this are simply unimaginable. Most ironically, righteous masters flocked to spirit stones, treating them as treasures. Okay, I'll reveal the answer. A Grandmaster will receive at least 6 spirit stones, and if they have just died in battle, the number will double. Huang Yingying tells us a cruel reality. The Poison Gu cult is a bunch of freaks. Su Hao said helplessly. Young master, you may not believe it, but we are just picking up scraps from others. In fact, this method was developed by the orthodox sects, it's just that they didn't adopt it on a large scale and chose to carry it out in secret. And we've kept it very secret, even within the Poison Gu cult. Very few people know the outcome. This is a secret between us, so please don't tell anyone. Huang Yingying reminded her. Once the truth is revealed, the Poison Gu cult will have another crime on its list. Su Hao suddenly felt numb. He realized a reality. There was no such thing as a righteous path or a demonic path. Everyone did things for their own benefit. 1074, Chapter 1074, Getting Drunk. Some truths are better left unsaid. After Su Hao and Huang Yingying returned, the latter immediately called on everyone to start promoting spirit stones. Her strategy was simple: use spirit stones to appraise the value of everyone's bets and quantify them. In this way, if you win, you can take the items back along with the spirit stones. If you lose, you will get nothing. As more and more people placed bets, Yan Wuming and Yan Shi decided to join in the fun and chose contestant number 101 in the second round, the second arena, as they had absolute trust in him. Yang Rushuang felt there were too many people and everyone seemed a bit dazed, so she chose to stop in time. Senior brother, what should we do? Yang Rushua wanted to recoup her losses. She still had a precious sword, made of black iron, which was a reward from her master and was valued at 1 spirit stone. Trust me, I'm sure I'll pick one this time. Su Yang's expression became even more serious. He looked at the 16 contestants, lost in thought, and finally chose contestant number 68 on stage 3, believing he could win. Su Hao glanced at the betting items and found that there were no fewer than 100. As expected, human nature is greedy. Everyone saw the benefits and got involved. Most of them were weapons, followed by elixirs, and then some cultivation techniques, all of which were placed in a box and recorded by the Poison Gu cult. Next to it were 3 large boxes of spirit stones, shimmering with a mysterious light that was enough to attract everyone's attention. Brother Hao, what's wrong? Zhao Hongyu noticed that his expression was a little off and asked in surprise. These gamblers. Su Hao muttered, not wanting to explain further. He had a close relationship with Huang Yingying, and the Poison Gu cult hadn't offended him much, so they wouldn't stand against him and would keep the secret they had just learned forever. Yes, gamblers will die. Zhao Hongyu had no interest in this. She didn't need such spirit stones at all anyway. The Shushan sect had plenty of spiritual energy now. Cultivating for a few hours was more practical than obtaining a spirit stone. Alright, the competition is about to begin, and we will be closing betting soon. Huang Yingying reminded her. Miss Huang, why did you choose to open a gambling den? Yang Rushuang asked in surprise. The reason is simple. Our Poison Gu sect is extremely eager for all kinds of cultivation resources, whether it's weapons or pills. They are all good things if we buy them directly with spirit stones. Many people will encounter some resistance, but it's different when we start gambling. Everyone will pay a lot while chatting and laughing. In the end, the righteous martial artists will either get spirit stones or lose treasures. And we can also get what we need. Wouldn't that be a win-win situation? Huang Yingying said with a smile. A happy ending for everyone? Yang Rushuang doesn't think so. Some people gamble too much and may go bankrupt. When he said that, many people actually heard it. This is tantamount to a calculated scheme. But will everyone stop here? Absolutely not. Everyone thought they had a good eye and were sure they would guess correctly. If they lost, it was the fault of the player they supported, not their own. The Poison Gu sect really has guts. They actually came up with so many spirit stones. Do they control some kind of spirit mine? How can they produce such high levels of spirit stones? If that's really the case, they're incredibly lucky.
Lingquang is extremely rare, and all major sects want to possess it of course. Being able to occupy it requires a certain amount of luck and strength.
Su Hao sat in his chair, silently enjoying the second round of the competition.
His attention was also focused on contestant number 68. It must be said, Su Yang certainly has a good eye. His assessment this time was spot on. Contestant number 68 was a large man wielding a giant axe.
The opponent was also a capable person, wielding a large sword.
The fight between the two attracted attention from all sides. The loud banging sounds revealed extremely powerful strength. However, the situation quickly turned one-sided, and number 68 won easily. Su Yang and Yang Ruxue also successfully broke even and even made a small profit. Some were happy, some were sad, and some even cursed. That good-for-nothing number 27 can't even beat a woman, and we trusted him so much we lost a weapon this time. It's all because of his incompetence. You're lucky I even lost my family's secret martial arts technique. How am I going to explain this when I get back? How about you lend me a treasure so I can win it back later?
Give it a shot, and you might just turn a bicycle into a motorcycle. Let's keep going.
I'm going to raise the stakes and win back what I've lost. Su Hao smiled helplessly as he looked at the losers.
For the Poison Gu cult, acquiring spirit stones is virtually costless once they obtain the necessary cultivation resources. Isn't it essentially like getting something for nothing?
However, Huang Yingying is very clever and plays her tricks in a sophisticated way, making it easy for more people to fall for her schemes. Young master, I feel that there isn't much difference between martial artists and ordinary people, Huang Yingying said with a smile as she looked at the box that was already full.
Back then, you were just an ordinary person. What's the difference? Su Hao said.
That's all in the past, to be honest. If I could go back in time, I would rather still be in school now.
Huang Yingying said with emotion.
Now that she's in the world of martial arts, she's no longer in control of her own destiny. She's gone too far and can never go back. Now she is the holy maiden of the Poisonous Gu cult, and whether she acknowledges it or not, this identity will accompany her for life. She must shoulder her responsibilities and do things that benefit the Poisonous Gu cult.
Yes, we can't go back, Su Hao sighed.
Listen up, everyone, the third match is about to begin. Those who want to place bets should prepare their treasures, especially those who lost before. Don't worry, there are many more matches in the martial arts tournament. You still have a chance to recoup your losses. Our Poison Gu sect has an inexhaustible supply of spirit stones. Anyone confident in their judgment can participate.
Huang Yingying greeted everyone.
In the second round, many people are still observing and waiting. They have their own choices in mind. A certain player was chosen, and they won. This creates the illusion that the same strategy will continue. As a result, even more people brought out their treasures. I have a hidden weapon here called the Rain of Pear Blossom Needles. Once used, it can fire 999 poison needles. It is one of the most suitable weapons for the Poison Gu cult. Can it be used to participate in the betting? One of his Tang clan disciples squeezed in, his eyes bloodshot. Huang Yingying was overjoyed. This was a very good hidden weapon, and they had wanted it for a long time, so she estimated 2 spirit stones and accepted the man's bet. Seeing this, the others realized that even the Tang clan was involved, so what were they waiting for? They all took out their treasures and joined the betting line.
Senior brother, how about we call it quits?
Yang Ruxue had only made 1 spirit stone, and wanted to know when to stop. Junior sister, how can you be so timid? This is a golden opportunity for us to make a fortune. If we miss this chance, we'll never have another one. Su Yang shook his head. He was getting a little carried away.
1075, Chapter 1075, God of Gamblers. Handsome guy, how come you have so many spirit stones? Just then, one person caught everyone's attention.
After 3 rounds of betting, this person actually had more than 20 spirit stones in his hand, which can be described as winning a fortune.
What? I won all of this? Is that not allowed?
The man was wearing a gray robe and looked rather ordinary. He looked around warily, as if he was afraid that everyone would rush up and snatch his spirit stones away.
Handsome, everyone means well, there's no bad intention.
The other person immediately smiled kindly, and even opened a pack of cigarettes, offering one to him.
What exactly do you mean? The man's tone softened noticeably as he took the cigarette.
Based on your record, you could practically be considered the gambling god of the ancient town.
Suddenly someone announced. God of gamblers?
The others looked over and nodded in agreement. Based on the value of spirit stones, one stone is worth millions. He won 20, which is equivalent to 20 million. He can indeed be called a gambling god.
More and more people looked at him with admiration. Handsome, can we bet with you? You get the meat, we'll just have the soup. According to the rules, it seems that it's allowed to place bets along with other people, right?
I don't think the Poison Goo cult is that petty, they'll definitely accept it. The meaning of everyone's words is becoming clearer. They themselves are bound to misjudge the situation anyway, but following the winner will definitely make things much easier.
No. The man shook his head. I won't get anything out of you if I lead you to victory. Besides, what if I misjudge you? Wouldn't you blame me? There's no benefit to being a good person in this world. I just want to keep a low profile and earn some spirit stones in peace. Brother, don't be so stingy. What do you like, money or women? As long as you lead us to make money, I'll give you everything you need. Everyone makes mistakes sometimes, and we can afford to lose. Follow the god of gamblers and you'll avoid many detours. These people immediately started jeering. They had made up their minds to follow his lead and bet on him in the next round. If the person minds, it can be interpreted as a slow betting speed, which shouldn't be a problem at all. Su Hao also looked over and thought this person was unremarkable. How did he even begin? No outsiders participated in the first round, yet he won over 20 spirit stones in the second and third rounds. Didn't that mean his cost was at least 5 or 6 spirit stones? According to Huang Yingying's rules, the odds are 1 to 1. It is clear that the cost this person incurred was quite high. His eyes flickered as he considered two possibilities, but because of his relationship with Huang Yingying, he said nothing. Young Master Su, do you think this person's judgment is accurate? Yan Woming asked with a grin. He himself said that there will always be times when he is wrong, so you can't believe everything he says, Su Hao said calmly. Young Master Su, I believe in you. Who do you think will win in the fourth round? Su Yang asked with a smile. I'm out of capital now, I can't keep going like this, Su Hao said with some difficulty. I advise you to quit while you're ahead, don't keep making trouble and get yourself into even more trouble. Watching the game without any sense of participation is unacceptable, I'm just adding some fun. Su Yang said calmly. Su Hao sighed. He clearly saw a bloodshot glint in the man's eyes. He was obviously intoxicated. Su Yang was a typical gambler, and he was dragging Yang Rushua into it. The next round of the competition is about to begin. Everyone, get your treasures ready. Placing a bet means a hefty reward. High risk, high reward. Hurry up, everyone, we're about to go into seclusion to place bets. Huang Yingying greeted everyone excitedly. Many people turned their gazes toward the man in gray. The man surveyed the 8 arenas, then his gaze flickered as he took a liking to something. He took out over 20 spirit stones and bet them all on one, saying, I'm betting on contestant number 58 in arena number 4. Are you sure you want to buy so many? The member of the Poison Goo sect frowned. 20-odd spirit stones, that was definitely a fortune. Hey, your family is so big and powerful, are you afraid of losing? We're also betting on number 58. Just accept it already. The others were shouting. The members of the Poison Goo cult looked at Huang Yingying, as if asking for instructions. It's just spirit stones, we have plenty. Someone, bring out 2 more boxes, we'll eat as much as everyone else orders. Huang Yingying said domineeringly. This is the true spirit of the Holy Maiden. One day, I will join the Poison Goo cult. I'm in, this time we're going to make money. These people gradually began to resemble gamblers, excitedly exclaiming. Soon, all sorts of treasures were escorted over. The scale has increased significantly compared to the previous 3 times. Yan Wuming thought for a moment and also placed his bet on number 58. Next up was Yang Rushuang, who also decided to give it a try this time. She took out all her savings, estimated at 10 spirit stones, which was quite generous. Senior brother, what should we do? Yang Rushua had no idea what to do and looked at Su Yang. Strangely enough, ever since she took the Mandarin Duck Goo, she had become increasingly dependent on Su Yang. Number 58, follow the others. Su Yang finally decided. Good. At the last minute, most people chose to bet on number 58. Only a small group of people have their own ideas.
The fourth round of competition has officially begun.
Everyone's attention was focused on number 58.
This man appeared incredibly composed, wielding a heavy sword. The match had barely begun when he transformed into a whirlwind, rushing towards his opponent with a single strike. His opponent coughed up blood and collapsed.
Number 58 wins. It all happened in just a few seconds. The referee announced the result. Everyone looked at each other in disbelief. How could he have won so easily? At that moment, everyone looked at the man in gray and burst into loud applause. If the god of gamblers were alive, please accept my bow. Wow, we won big. He did drink the soup, which proves that his judgment is amazing. The winners are all happy. In no time, this unfamiliar martial artist became a hot commodity in everyone's eyes, and everyone wanted to place bets on him. Yan Wuming and his group also made a fortune. Young Master Su, something feels off to me. Yang Rushuan was somewhat wary. Under this person's influence, the bettors seem to be getting more and more frantic. Know when to quit while you're ahead, Su Hao said calmly. Calmly. Yang Rushuan nodded. Earning 10 spirit stones these few times was already quite good. Okay, Yan Wuming suddenly agreed. He and his junior sister had also earned some money, so they weren't that greedy. They felt they had had enough fun. Senior sister, are you really going to give up? This is a great opportunity to make money, don't miss it. Su Yang said, somewhat unwilling to give up. Yes, there are still many matches to go today. I am definitely going to continue our high-stakes gamble with my senior brother. Yang Rushua also said expectantly. No matter how Yang Rushuan tried to persuade her, her younger sister wouldn't listen at all, which was really a headache. 1076, Chapter 1076. Request for a rematch. Yang Rushuan stared at the man in gray, a bold thought forming in her mind. Was he a shill for the Poison Gu cult? Every bookmaker would have their own people taking the lead in the crowd, encouraging everyone to bet. Only with more people betting could they earn more. Is the Poison Gu cult here to throw money around? They're really that kind? It's obviously impossible. The Poison Gu cult exudes shrewdness and is clearly well prepared. However, she did lose a lot in the first few rounds. Therefore, we need to win it all back at the right time. But how exactly does it work? That's what Yang Rushuan couldn't figure out. What are you thinking about? Su Hao asked with a smile. Young Master Su, what kind of person is Miss Huang? Yang Rushuan asked in return. She used to be an innocent student, but she gradually became the holy maiden of the demonic sect. Now, she is ruthless and vicious, a complete demon, Su Hao simply commented. Yang Rushuan was stunned. The other person was right next to her. Wasn't he afraid of making Huang Yingying angry by speaking so rudely? Young master, you're absolutely right. I truly am a demon. I won't offend others unless they offend me. I'll avenge every wrong, and wiping out entire families and clans is commonplace for me. Huang Yingying turned around and smiled sweetly. This scene, however, made Yang Rushuan tremble all over. In any case, Huang Yingying was not someone she could afford to offend. The fifth round of competition is about to begin. This competition is nearing its end. Everyone should think it through. If you miss this opportunity, you won't get another chance. The more you bet, the more you earn. The members of the Poison Gu cult greeted everyone. They're not hiding it anymore. Since more and more people are getting carried away, they need to use more direct language to provoke them. In the new round of competition, more and more people are stepping onto the stage. Everyone looked them over, momentarily unsure how to place their bets. All eyes then fell on the man in gray. Handsome, which contestant is next? Someone asked ingratiatingly. This man in gray is known as the god of gamblers, and he's almost earned 50 spirit stones. If that doubles, wouldn't he have nearly 100? That's a fortune of over 100 million. It's terrifying. Number 108. This person remained steadfast in his belief. Why him? Everyone asked out of curiosity. Everyone looked over on arena number 6, contestant number 108 was resting with his eyes closed, appearing very low-key. His opponent was a bearded man wielding a large sword that exuded an aura of ice and snow. At first glance, the opponent's aura is clearly stronger. I want to reiterate that my bets are based entirely on my personal understanding. In this competition, the contestants' information is kept relatively confidential, as we don't want to cause any unnecessary trouble.
However, I also know a little about some of the well-known masters in the martial arts world. Can't you tell that contestant number 108 is a genius from the World Alliance? His name is Li Tianjian,"
the man said confidently. Upon hearing this, everyone was stunned.
When everyone looked over again, they realized that the person's identity was indeed somewhat frightening.
That's right, how did we suddenly get confused? He is Li Tianjian. Why are top experts from the Tianxia gang in the beginner group? Don't they know the registration rules? Holy crap, if it's him, he's bound to win. Now, without needing many bets, everyone placed their bets.
The competition only depends on strength, and what does strength come from? It comes from one's background.
The experts from Tianxia gang are coming to the beginner group to smuff. How could they not win?
As a result, within just a few minutes, everyone had placed all their bets on Li Tianjian.
Senior sister, let's make a move too. Su Yan couldn't wait. Yes, we definitely won't lose this time. Yang Rushua laughed as well.
Yang Rushuang frowned, a bad premonition washing over her again. She glanced furtively at Huang Yingying, and seeing that the other remained calm, she shook her head and didn't place a bet.
Only Su Yang and Yang Rushua still pledged everything they could. Once this round is over, we'll be able to turn things around completely, Su Yang said confidently.
The World Alliance is truly a blessing for us, Yang Rushua said with a smile. The next round of competition officially began, and the attention given to the other arenas dropped immediately.
More than 90% of the audience were cheering for Li Tianjian.
Young Master Li, let's finish this quickly and not get entangled with an opponent of this caliber. One move to finish, no more than 3 moves at the latest.
The Tianxia gang is the strongest sect, and even the Shushan sect has to give way to it.
Many people were shouting loudly. Li Tianjian found it strange. He didn't frequent the martial arts world much. How could he gain so many fans just because of his connection to the Tianxia gang?
He looked at his opponent and said calmly, "Sorry, you're unlucky today to have met me. You have 2 choices. Concede and you won't lose anything, or fight back and you might get hurt." You're actually that confident? The opponent stroked his beard and said calmly.
Of course, because of your birth, you can't win, Li Tianjian shouted.
At that moment, applause erupted from the audience.
In the martial arts world, lineage matters. A strong sect means strong disciples.
Is that so? I come from the western regions, and I hope everyone will remember that,
the bearded man said coldly. Seeing this, Li Tianjian had no choice but to take out his weapon and attack directly.
Many people laughed at the way he made his move. This time, the bet was definitely right. Nobody has ever heard of these Western region martial artists. How could they possibly win? We won, Su Yang announced directly. Yes, we can't possibly lose. Yang Rushua was also very happy. This move would be a major headache even for them, and they might even lose. Let alone this nobody? Young Master Su, who do you think will win? Yang Rushuang asked anxiously.
Too many people placed bets this time. If the house wins all the bets, it will not only break even but also make a fortune.
Remember, this person comes from the western region, slightly weaker than Li Tianjian, but if he uses other methods, things could get complicated. As Su Hao was speaking, suddenly a chilling aura filled the arena.
At the critical moment, the bearded man, holding an ice soul silver needle, hurled it directly at Li Tianjian. By the time Li Tianjian noticed, it was already too late. The sword shattered, and a chilling aura enveloped his entire body. Although it wasn't enough to freeze him, his internal energy circulation was slow, and he couldn't keep up with the flow. He was sent flying by the bearded man's palm and fell off the stage.
Li Tianjian lost?
Everyone's expression changed drastically. They were all somewhat unable to accept this fact.
Referee, he cheated. He used a hidden weapon.
Some even shouted that they had reported it to the elders of the Shu Mountain sect.
That's right, this person cheated and should be disqualified. The winner is Li Tianjian. This is unfair. We request a rematch. 1077, Chapter 1077. Crosscup Wine. Quiet.
Don't cause trouble, or everyone will be expelled and banned from spectating in the future, the elder of the Shu Mountain sect said solemnly and coldly.
Everyone fell silent immediately, looking at the elder with unwavering resolve.
Remember the competition rules. Any weapon, including hidden weapons, is allowed. Some schools are skilled in using hidden weapons, so how can they be prohibited? This time, contestant number 108 was not well prepared and lost the competition, which is reasonable.
You, the contestant, tell me, do you want a rematch? The elder immediately looked at Li Tianjian. I lost. Li Tianjian's face turned bright red. A rematch? He has already lost once. If he goes on stage again and loses again, how will the Tianxia gang survive in the martial arts world? Looking back, the Ice Soul Silver Needles were indeed powerful and not easy to deal with. If his opponent seized an opportunity, he would still lose. It's over, all my treasures are gone. What kind of master is this? He's practically a noob. They actually lost to a Western region's martial artist. Who can they complain to about this? Holy crap, who's going to pay me back?
These people, their eyes bloodshot, stared at the man in gray and began to question him.
Are you a shill for the Poison Gu cult? Why bet on Li Tianjian? We've lost so badly, you have to compensate us.
The gray-robed man's gaze darkened, radiating a powerful aura. He said unhappily, I told you long ago, I'm not playing with you. If you can't afford to lose, get out. How much have you lost? I've lost over 40 spirit stones.
The man turned and left, seemingly quite unhappy as well.
No one noticed that as he left, he nodded toward the bearded man on the stage, as if with some kind of affirmation. His words left everyone speechless. Yes, he lost the most. What else could be done? In any case, no one could accept this result, but they were powerless to refute it. The members of the Poison Gu cult packed up and began arranging betting for the final competition. Su Hao turned around and saw that Su Yang was completely collapsed on the ground, utterly dejected. He had lost completely, not only losing his ancestral weapon but also many hard-earned treasures. Now he had almost nothing left.
It's over, I shouldn't have trusted the Tianxia gang, he said in anguish. Sister, I lost the weapon that master gave me. Will I get scolded when I get back? Yang Rushua was also extremely anxious, tears streaming down her face.
Being scolded? I think it would be better to expel you from the sect. You're a disgrace to our sect. Yang Rushuang's face was very ugly despite her words. She was still her own sister after all. She took out some spirit stones and walked over to Huang Yingying, seemingly to discuss something. Soon, Huang Yingying came over, carrying Su Yang and Yang Rushua's treasures, and quietly returned them, saying, You two are friends of the young master, so please consider it as supporting our bet. We don't need the gifts. If you want to bet next time, please consider it carefully. Thank you, Miss Huang. You are the most beautiful and kindest woman in the Poison Gu cult. Su Yang was overjoyed, never expecting to get her back. Thank you so much, Miss Huang. Yang Rushua was also very grateful. Miss Huang, did you cheat or not? Yan Wuming suddenly asked. Sure, we can't discuss this here after the competition. I'll treat everyone to a meal and we can all celebrate. Huang Yingying said. Everyone nodded in agreement. The final betting wasn't as exciting anymore, since most of the money had already been taken, and there wasn't much left to offer. Overall, the first day of competition was quite exciting. There were quite a few outstanding contestants who brought various surprises to everyone. However, the most shocking thing was the gambling game of the Poison Gu cult. They made a fortune, and when they left, they were carrying all sorts of treasures. Let's go celebrate! Huang Yingying, all alone, greeted everyone excitedly. Yay! Su Yang and Yang Rushua responded immediately, treating her as their benefactor. Night. In the largest private room on the second floor of the ancient town restaurant, several young people were celebrating. After drinking the first round of drinks, Huang Yingying, sitting next to Su Hao, smiled faintly and said, To be honest, there's something wrong with today's bet. That man in gray is actually a member of the Poison Gu cult, and the people who started the commotion were all arranged by us. There weren't many people betting at the beginning, so we needed someone to guide them. Miss Huang, you guys are really unscrupulous merchants. Yan Wuming said awkwardly. Hee, these are all strategies anyway. 9 out of 10 gamblers lose, everyone knows that, but some people just can't resist thinking they can win. Huang Yingying said disdainfully. Su Yang and Yang Rushua were somewhat embarrassed. They had won 2 matches and lost 2, ultimately ending up bankrupt.
By the way, I don't quite understand Li Tianjian's defeat. Was he a master of the Tianxia gang? Why was a Western region martial artist able to defeat him? Yang Rushuang asked. Young master, do you know what happened? Huang Yingying asked with a smile. The others also turned their attention to Su Hao. Let me guess, I don't know if I'm right. Su Hao said calmly, first of all, Li Tianjian is indeed very strong, but he lacks experience in the martial world and doesn't know the power of the Ice Soul Silver Needles, so he was defeated. Secondly, the Ice Soul Silver Needles are very expensive, and ordinary people can't afford them, so that bearded man may have received some secret support. Finally, don't be fooled by the fact that there are 8 arenas each time. The order of the matches is actually arranged, and outsiders don't know it. But if someone offers some benefits, can the disciples of the Shu Mountain sect really resist the temptation? Zhao Hongyu's expression changed, and she felt that these words made a lot of sense. Even within the Shu Mountain sect, members still sometimes do excessive things for their own benefit. Strictly speaking, leaking the match schedule was not a mistake at all. Some competitions the tournament schedule is usually announced in advance. However, it's a bit excessive for the Poison Gu cult to see such an opportunity to make money. As expected of the young master, your words hit the nail on the head and you've seen through the essence of the problem. Huang Yingying nodded in agreement. To put it simply, we're betting on Li Tianjian's match. If he loses, we'll win big money. The crowd felt somewhat helpless. It turned out that everything had been a scheme. Although Huang Yingying is young, she is by no means weak in her methods. Miss Huang, why do you have so many spirit stones? Yang Rushuang asked again. Aren't spirit stones very precious? They prepared several boxes of them. It's outrageously extravagant. This is our trade secret, and it's not convenient for us to tell everyone. Huang Yingying said calmly. Su Hao sighed silently. It was better for everyone not to know this fact, otherwise they would just throw away the spirit stones they had. Young master, how about we have a cup of nuptial wine? Huang Yingying asked expectantly, raising her cup. 1078, Chapter 1078 Famous Sword Manner. Drink my ass, I'm not drinking. Su Hao refused. Come on, back in the day we were. Huang Yingying stood up, her cheeks slightly flushed, and a faint smell of alcohol emanated from her. Su Hao thought to himself, oh no, is her alcohol tolerance really that low? Actually, when they were having their gathering, they were drinking Nuerhong, which wasn't particularly strong. If it were someone like Zhou Jianxian, the sword immortal of wine, he could definitely drink it like water. But Huang Yingying was different. She usually didn't drink at all, and after a few cups, she started to feel a bit tipsy. Don't talk nonsense. Su Hao's heart stirred, and he pulled her aside. Huang Yingying, as if made of water, effortlessly sat in his lap, her right arm around his neck, her left hand offering him her cup. This scene drew envy from the other men, while Zhao Hongyu's eyes widened in disbelief, as if to say, is this even possible? She wondered if pretending to be drunk would be better. She felt her biggest weakness was her inability to be charming. But what happened next was incredibly reassuring. Su Hao pulled a hangover pill from his pocket and put it in Huang Yingying's mouth. The pill melted instantly, and her drunkenness subsided in no time. Looking at their predicament, she blushed slightly and said awkwardly, young master, you're so naughty. Everyone can testify that I didn't do anything. Su Hao smiled and gently helped her up. Humph, that's the worst part, Huang Yingying said with some dissatisfaction. Just then, someone outside started knocking frantically on the door. Who? Huang Yingying was displeased that her interest had been interrupted, and asked with a murderous aura. Miss Huang, this is Xiao Zhang, a waiter at the restaurant. There's a group of people looking for you outside, and they seem very angry. Perhaps they could leave through the back door. Our staff will take care of everything. The waiter said timidly. Can you recognize which sect they belong to? Huang Yingying asked from behind a door. They're said to be from the famous sword manor. There are a lot of them, and they don't look like they're easy to mess with. The waiter said anxiously. Okay, you go ahead and get busy. I'll handle this myself. Huang Yingying said, a cold glint in her eyes. She couldn't recall who Chen Xinglin was, but she vividly remembered Mingjian Manor. Aren't those the group that were kicked out by the young master of the Shu Mountain sect? Speaking of strange things, according to Zhang Han's original statement, this person should be bedridden. It seems that Mingjian Manor has some skill,
they were actually able to heal him.
Miss Huang, are we really going to go out?
Su Yang was a little worried since the other party had come to seek revenge. There was no protection from the Shu Mountain sect here, so there should still be a great risk.
Yes, why don't we just follow the waiter's advice and leave first?
Yang Rushua also suggested. I am the holy maiden of the demonic sect, equivalent to the young master of the Shu Mountain sect. How could I be so frightened that I would run away in panic?
Huang Yingying shook her head.
As the saying goes, 2 fists can't beat 4 hands. Leaving now might not be a bad thing.
Su Yang advised again. Let's go, I've made up my mind.
Before leaving, Huang Yingying glanced at Su Hao with a lingering look, deciding to vent her anger on the troublemaker.
The latter immediately got up and followed. Finally, we'll get to see Miss Huang take action herself.
Zhao Hongyu murmured to herself.
Could it be that Miss Huang is some kind of expert?
Yang Rushuang asked.
Anyway, some petty scoundrels shouldn't be a match for her. Let's wait and see.
Zhao Hongyu said with a smile.
Oh?
Yang Rushuang was also full of anticipation. After all, this was the young master of the Poison Gu sect, who rarely took action, so this battle was quite rare.
When everyone walked out of the restaurant, they saw dozens of people standing outside.
The person in charge was Chen Qinglin. When this man saw Huang Yingying, his eyes were bloodshot, still filled with hatred. The people around him all had different auras, as if they were experts hired by the famous swordmaner specifically to deal with Huang Yingying.
Which, you actually dare to show yourself, you have some guts. But just as I said during the day, I will avenge my father and bring your head back to comfort his spirit in heaven.
Chen Qinglin shouted.
Didn't I say that the events at Mingjian Manor weren't orchestrated by the Poison Gu cult?
Huang Yingying said calmly.
You say it's not true, so it's not. What credibility does the Poison Gu sect have?
Chen Qinglin said angrily. Before you make a move, you'd better think it through. The martial arts of the Poison Gu sect are not something ordinary people can handle.
Huang Yingying said proudly. Don't talk nonsense, Yuri. Just one person. Do you think we're afraid of you?
Chen Qinglin said angrily, looking at the others and scolding. I advise you not to help either, otherwise you will all be regarded as the mortal enemies of Mingjian Villa. Upon hearing this, Yan Wuming was somewhat displeased. Yan Wang Pavilion was much stronger than Mingjian Villa, yet it had also been threatened, but upon further reflection, he realized that this person was not afraid of Shushan sect or Poison Gu sect, so he could understand.
What a madman!
Yang Rushuang shook her head.
Don't worry, I won't make a move.
Su Hao said calmly.
You're smart to know what's good for you.
The man nodded, assuming everyone was intimidated by the reputation of Mingjian Manor. He then showed a pleased expression and shouted, Come out, today it's all up to you. If you kill Huang Yingying, you will not only be acting on behalf of heaven, but you will also achieve fame and fortune. Furthermore, Mingjian Manor will provide a reward of 100 million.
When others heard about 100 million, their eyes lit up.
The famous sword manor is extremely wealthy. A single good weapon can fetch millions. Over the years, they have amassed a vast fortune driven by revenge. They have not hesitated to recruit experts from all walks of life.
2 people then walked out, much to everyone's surprise.
Both were middle-aged and somewhat overweight. However, they looked exactly alike and were actually twins.
Young Master Yan, who are they?
Ren Xianxian didn't recognize them, so she asked the living dictionary of the Southwest Jianghu. They seem to be the Xiao brothers, the elder named Xiao Wan, and the other Xiao Wu. They've been involved with drugs since childhood. They are known as invulnerable to all poisons. Yan Wuming thought about it seriously and indeed recognized their origins.
I see, it seems they were specifically invited to deal with Miss Huang.
Ren Xianxian nodded, understanding. Chen Qinglin was still somewhat wary of the poison, so he sought help from the Xiao brothers.
With them around, are they able to stand up against Huang Yingying?
Little girl, you're quite pretty, but I wonder what your real strength is besides poison and goo? Xiao Wen said coldly. I doubt it's anything special. Over the years, the Poison Gu cult's reputation has been built entirely through underhanded means.
Xiao Wu said disdainfully.
Have you said enough? Huang Yingying seemed a little impatient. There are always some people who think they are smart and don't take the heroes of the world seriously. Su Hao's heart stirred since their last meeting. Huang Yingying's strength had already reached the supreme realm. After this period of consolidation, this battle might be quite interesting.
1079, Chapter 1079. Prepare to die.
Let's go together, finish this quickly, get the money and go back to have some fun. Xiao Wen said with a smile.
Okay. Xiao Wu nodded.
The two men each took out a black long sword, which looked rather strange. After saying that, he immediately took action. Their moves were incredibly cunning, their sword strikes were like those of a venomous snake, constantly flicking its tongue. Poisonous fumes filled the air, enough to cause considerable trouble for the enemy. Inhaling them would have unimaginable consequences.
Is this their fighting style? They claim to be immune to all poisons, but they're actually masters of poison themselves?
Su Yang found it amusing, but the opponent's poison was indeed quite strong, so he subconsciously stepped back a little.
Wouldn't they be considered to be showing off their limited skills in front of Miss Huang? Yang Rushue asked calmly. Huang Yingying deftly dodged the first attack.
She inhaled slightly into the air, then exhaled completely, saying, "Not bad, you were actually able to fuse 108 kinds of poisonous mist. You have good potential. If you join the Poison Gu sect, you will have a bright future."
Shut up, we are righteous people, and we are sworn enemies of the demonic path. Why would we join you? Xiao Wen shouted.
You're too young, you definitely can't be completely immune to the poison. This poison will be fatal to you. Xiao Wu said confidently.
Ms. Huang remained calm and did not argue. Since these two people refused to be granted amnesty, the next problem became much simpler. That means direct confrontation.
Even Zhao Hongyu, who witnessed her graceful movements, had to admire her. The Poison Gu sect was initially a third-rate sect. When it broke with the righteous path, it managed to preserve some of its forces by relying on its superior agility. It wasn't until Huang Yingying's great-grandmother took charge of the sect that it gradually developed and expanded its Gu techniques, slowly absorbing other demonic sects and eventually becoming one of the three major sects. Everyone felt that Huang Yingying was like a ghost, sometimes in the east, sometimes in the west. Despite the Shaw brothers' strong poison gas, it was ineffective because they were following her.
Aren't you annoying me to keep dodging around like this? Xiao Wen shouted. Women are just women, they don't dare to fight head-on. Xiao Wu said disdainfully. Sai, since you want to go to hell sooner, then so be it.
Huang Yingying Saichi was just testing the two men's strength at this moment. She realized that they were only at the late stage of the Grandmaster realm and could not be considered top-tier experts at all.
Is she about to make her move? All eyes turned to them.
Su Hao was also a little curious, until Huang Yingying took out a short sword, and then he thought of a possibility, a smile appearing on his lips.
Let's do it!
Xiao Wen and Xiao Wu acted in unison, as if by telepathy. Their techniques are completely different, but their goals are exactly the same. After decades of teamwork, they have mastered their ultimate killing move.
Good timing, Huang Yingying said calmly.
Suddenly, a bright light streaked across all the poisonous gas like a shooting star, heading towards the two enemies. Then a shocking scene unfolded. Xiao Wen's right arm and Xiao Wu's left arm were severed, turning into a blood mist that merged with the poisonous mist. Such fast sword moves. I can't even see them clearly. Su Yang was stunned. He was a disciple of the sword sect and had a deep understanding of swordsmanship. Even so, he still couldn't see Huang Yingying's movements clearly. She is definitely a master, not just relying on poison gas, but also possessing formidable strength.
Yang Rushuang exclaimed. Brother Hao, which move did she use? Zhao Hongyu asked curiously. Primordial Chaos Sword. Su Hao said simply.
He had used this trick many times, and it had always worked well.
Its biggest advantage is speed. Such a meteor-like attack is almost impossible to block. Huang Yingying's move just now was about 30% of Su Hao's strength. How could two relatively unknown people possibly be a match for her?
What a witch, she's so ruthless. No wonder young Master Chen wants revenge, she must be involved in the death of the Manor Lord. The Shaw brothers are really useless, they can't even dodge moves of this caliber.
Chen Qinglin's henchmen all looked disdainful, not thinking that this move was particularly powerful.
Chen Qinglin frowned, looking quite displeased. It seemed these two brothers were boasting, constantly claiming they were immune to all poisons, yet they couldn't even defeat someone without poison. If you don't have the necessary strength, then it's really too difficult.
Hateful. Xiaowen was extremely unwilling to accept losing an arm.
His eyes, which were fixed on Huang Yingying, turned blood red. Brother, it seems we have no choice but to use the trick. Xiao Wu's eyes darted around, and he thought of a possibility with great courage. He made the final decision.
That's right, we can't let the Xiao family down. Xiaowen nodded. What moves will they use? Everyone looked at Yan Wuming again, as if they were asking for his advice. Do you really think I'm an expert? The Xiao family isn't very famous, how would I know their secret techniques?
Yan Wuming smiled helplessly.
I can guess.
Since Rin Xianxian knew their identities, things were different. She could simply copy the information from the Physiognomy Palace's database. The Xiao family has a terrifying technique. They swallow all poisons, transforming themselves into giant monsters to perish together with their enemies. At that point, no matter how the enemy reacts, they'll be wrong. They'll either bleed and be killed by the poison, or they'll be killed by the enemy. Both are certain deaths. They call this move longevity of heaven and earth.
Yan Wuming was somewhat surprised.
It was only at this moment that he realized Rin Xianxian was not the same as Lu Wanner. She was not simply a maid. No wonder Su Hao relied on her more at times.
Who is she? How did an outsider know about the Xiao family's secret techniques?
Longevity with heaven and earth, the name is not bad, but I didn't expect it to be so insidious.
Su Yang exclaimed. In that case, is Miss Huang in danger?
Yang Ruxue exclaimed in surprise. Young Master Su, please make a move quickly. If this continues, the holy maiden of the demonic sect will be gone.
Ha!
Su Hao was a little surprised. What was she talking about? This revenge had only just begun. How could Huang Yingying be so weak that she couldn't even pass the first test? Huang Yingying had already heard Rin Xuanxuan's words and gave her an appreciative smile. She was also curious about Rin Xuanxuan's background, but she had no intention of backing down and said, "You've already lost, there's no need to fight anymore, it's pointless." No, for us, this is absolutely a battle of honor. We absolutely cannot lose to anyone when it comes to using poison.
Xiaowen emphasized, which, prepare to die.
Which, prepare to die.
Xiao Wu followed suit.
Sure enough, they took out all the poisonous creatures and devoured them ravenously. As a result, their faces turned black, blood flowed from their 7 orifices, and they lunged at Huang Yingying with a desperate, suicidal attack.
1080, Chapter 1080 Zen Master Chongkong. Boom!
Just as Huang Yingying was about to make her move, an unexpected event occurred. Xiao Wen and Xiao Wu went even further, giving the other side no chance to react. The two chose to protect themselves, and the blood mist turned into poison gas, covering an area of 100 meters in radius. Even if Huang Yingying's movements were incredibly agile, she couldn't create such a large distance in an instant.
To everyone's astonishment, she was completely engulfed in the black poisonous fog and did not emerge for a long time. Ha ha ha, we won.
Mere members of the Poison Gu sect dare to show off in the martial world. Now you know how powerful the martial world of the Southwest is, right? They have all sorts of talents here. That's right, she's dead. Congratulations, young Master Chen, your revenge is complete. I wonder if they'll be able to deny it in the end. With so much poison gas, there probably won't even be any residue left. The thugs were overjoyed, convinced that Huang Yingying was dead. Father, I have finally avenged you. This is just the beginning. Killing one which is not enough. From now on, our famous sword manor and the Poison Gu cult will be irreconcilable enemies.
Chen Qinglin said with absolute certainty. Su Yang and Yang Ruxue exchanged a glance, both seeing the shock in each other's eyes. Could it be that Miss Huang is really gone?
Yan Wuming was somewhat unwilling to believe it, and even a little scared. He had heard that Imo Hentian was particularly protective of his own. If Huang Yingying really died here, it would probably cause a bloodbath, and all related forces would be affected.
Young Master Su, why aren't you helping? Yang Ruxuang asked in surprise. First of all, I'm afraid of poison. Su Hao answered seriously.
Unexpectedly, Zhao Hongyu, standing nearby, burst out laughing, unable to contain herself. When did he detoxify? He used to be immune to all poisons, but now he's practically immune to all poisons, the goal the Xiao family strives for.
Cough cough.
Su Hao glared at her. This girl wasn't cooperating. Secondly, that's the holy maiden of the Poison Gu sect. If she can't even handle this little bit of poison gas, she shouldn't leave the sect and embarrass herself everywhere. Yang Rushuang and the others felt that there was still a chance for things to turn around after her confident speech.
Does this mean that Huang Yingying is actually alright? As everyone continued to look, they noticed that the black poisonous gas around them was gradually decreasing. Soon everyone could vaguely see a figure in the center of the fog. In less than a minute, all the fog disappeared. Huang Yingying had an excited smile on her face and said, "I have to say, the Xiao brothers' poison gas was plentiful. These things are a great tonic for me." As she spoke, she flipped her right hand, and wisps of poison gas emerged from her skin. Everyone was shocked. Had she become one with the poison gas? Or perhaps, her true energy was entirely transformed from poisonous gas? "You're a real witch," Chen Qinglin said angrily. The Xiao brothers risked their lives, but to no avail? They even sent a lot of poison gas to the other side. These two must have died with their eyes wide open in disbelief. It seems that young Master Su knows Miss Huang quite well. Yang Rushuang said quietly. "Wrong, it's not about understanding her, but about trusting the amazing ranking. As everyone knows, I'm the one who trusts the ranking the most," Su Hao said calmly. Zhao Hongyu smiled again. The Heavenly Mystery Pavilion's rankings had been wrong more than once. However, it was undeniable that they were mostly convincing. These people probably didn't know that Huang Yingying was ranked second on the Amazing Beauty ranking, second only to the Haogage beside her. Chen Qinglin is currently blinded by hatred. How could he possibly think about such things? Even if you want revenge, it's extremely dangerous if you don't know yourself and your enemy. "Young master, does this poison gas have any effect on you?" Huang Yingying floated up like a wisp of poisonous mist and appeared before Su Hao. Wisps of mist emanated from her, enveloping her completely. The sudden change startled everyone else. However, everyone noticed that the poisonous fog did not attack anyone else. It was precisely controlled by Huang Yingying and only surrounded Su Hao. Invalid. Su Hao took a deep breath, and all the poisonous gas entered his body, circulated around, and then came out of his nose. This scene was enough to shock everyone. Everyone stared at him as if he were a monster. How could he have just inhaled the poison gas as if it were secondhand smoke? Even ordinary people would feel dizzy and lightheaded upon smelling poison gas. "Young Master Su, who exactly are you? Why aren't you afraid of poison?" Yang Rushuang finally understood why Zhao Hongyu had laughed earlier. "Nobody," he replied indifferently. "Really, I don't believe it." Everyone else shook their heads. "Alright, I'm not the focus now. Miss Huang is in trouble, let's just watch the show," Su Hao said calmly. As expected, Chen Qinglin was still discussing things. He had brought far too many experts. Losing two wouldn't be a big problem. He was only going to pay some wages in advance, and then pay the balance based on the outcome of the mission. The Shaw brothers died, so of course they no longer needed to pay. The others, driven by the desire for money, also wanted to continue taking the risks. "Young Master Chen, leave it to me. Her strength is still a bit lacking. I only need to use one antidote pill to take care of her. I must get this 100 million today. How about we all work together and split the profits equally?" Everyone was talking non-stop, each offering their own opinion. Chen Qinglin's gaze, however, was fixed on a bald man. He was a senior expert invited this time, who was reluctant to take action easily. Only after learning that the opponent was the holy maiden of the Poison Gu cult did he reluctantly agree. "Senior, now is the best opportunity. Once you miss it, it will be hard to find another one," Chen Qinglin said respectfully. The others looked over curiously. The man was holding a monk's staff, and judging from his weapon, he should be a Buddhist master. However, they were all seasoned veterans of the martial arts world, and for a moment they couldn't guess his identity, which they found strange. "Young Master Chen, who exactly is he?" a female disciple asked in a low voice. "It's normal that no one knows this person's background. Yesterday a highly skilled individual came to the famous Sword Manor to purchase weapons. We offered our finest staff as a free gift, all for a promise, to confront the demonic witch of the demonic cult today. He is the elder from Kasayapa Temple, Zen Master Changkong," Chen Qinglin said proudly. "Holy crap, it's actually Elder Kasayapa Temple? That's not right. Kasayapa Temple isn't a legitimate sect anymore, so why does it still have the title of elder? No matter what, this person is definitely a master." "Great, Great, finally, someone can deal with the witch. These people are very happy. Kasayapa Temple?
Su Hao frowned upon hearing these words when he first visited the Kasayapa Temple. He felt sorry for their demise now. It seemed that it would be an injustice if this sect hadn't been destroyed, given its constant troublemaking. They either join this faction or that faction, becoming frontline thugs.
In his opinion, Kasayapa Temple should be renamed a thug training center. 1081, Chapter 1081 Changing Strategy. Oh no, this person is strong. No, not just strong, but extremely strong.
Yan Wuming's expression changed drastically. He glanced at him and realized that Zen Master Chankong was like a deep pool, his aura steady and unfathomable. This man was also an elder of Jaya Temple, so he couldn't possibly be weak.
The next battle is the most crucial.
Su Yang took a breath. I hope Miss Huang can win. After all, these people aren't exactly good people either.
These are all thugs who attacked Huang Yingying, who was all alone. For money, how good could they be? Go, Miss Huang.
Yang Rushue murmured to herself. As Miss Huang sized up the man, her expression became more serious than before. A thought struck her, and she said, Master Chankong, I see that you are quite capable now. A good opportunity is presented to you. The Poison Gu sect is currently recruiting heroes from all over the world. As long as you abandon the darkness and join the sect with me, you can obtain the highest status and the best treatment. Upon hearing this, Qin Xinglin's expression turned somewhat unpleasant. Huang Yingying is truly a formidable woman. Even at this crucial moment, she's still trying to persuade her opponents. If Zen Master Chankong were to defect, they would be in serious trouble. Master Chankong's expression remained unchanged. He merely glanced at her and said calmly, everything is about first come, first serve. Since I have already agreed to eliminate demons and protect the righteous path, it is impossible for me to join the Poison Gu cult. Before we fight, I can still call you senior, but once we clash, things are unpredictable. We'll be facing each other to the death. Can you be sure who will have the last laugh? Huang Yingying's aura gradually grew stronger. She was not one to back down from trouble. If you look closely, there is a wisp of black mist around her, which is the result of the toxins being released. Su Hao was shocked. It seemed that Huang Yingying's poison skills had reached a state of perfection. You will die. Zen Master Chankong said coldly. Let's get started. Seeing that they couldn't reach an agreement, Huang Yingying simply gave up and stopped trying to talk things out. Her opponent immediately drew his weapon, a 2-meter-long Zen staff engraved with various runes, instantly increasing the pressure. Zen Master Chankong swung it, and golden rays of light appeared, accompanied by an explosion, rushing towards Huang Yingying. Boom! Huang Yingying swung her sword, still using the Hanyuan Ichi sword technique, which had previously defeated the Shaw brothers in one move, but this time it had no effect. Upon the collision, Huang Yingying took a step back. A blush appeared on her face, but she quickly calmed down. Witch, you are destined to perish today unless others interfere. You are no match for Elder Kasayapa Temple. He is a divine monk. It is destiny that he must deal with the witch. It's almost over. This battle was quite easy. There's a difference in strength between the two sides. Qin Xinglin's henchmen were all excited. A master's skill is immediately apparent when they make a move. On the other side, everyone's expressions looked much more serious. From any perspective, everyone hopes Huang Yingying will win. However, hope is one thing, and reality is often another. Young Master Su, are you about to make a move? Yang Rushue blinked, as if reminding him of something. Always ready. Su Hao nodded slightly. Could it be that even young Master Su doesn't think highly of Miss Huang? Yang Rushuang asked in surprise. Su Yang and Yan Wuming also looked over nervously. Unconsciously, they felt that Su Hao's judgment was the best. If even he was starting to waver, it was enough to prove that the situation was not optimistic. This will be a tough battle, Su Hao emphasized. The group nodded subconsciously, all agreeing that it made perfect sense. This enemy was indeed strong and not so easy to deal with. When everyone looked back, Huang Yingying's moves were indeed mainly probing. Since the Hanyuan Ichi sword couldn't break through head-on, they switched to other moves. Everyone was both surprised and delighted. It turned out that she knew more than just that one move in martial arts. Other moves kept appearing, and their power was by no means weak. The Poison Gu cult possessed profound secrets and various powerful, unknown techniques, all of which Huang Yingying acquired after selecting and practicing some. She immediately unleashed them.
fancy and over the top.
This is the weakness of your Poison Gu sect, your martial arts are not systematic. Zen Master Chang Kong, speaking in the tone of an elder, directly reprimanded him. The martial arts of Kasayapa Temple are a complete set, passed down through generations. The Poison Gu cult was different initially, each elder brought in some martial arts techniques, and later they acquired various secret manuals through various means, either by stealing or purchasing them. Even now, Huang Yingying still uses this method. The best batch of secret manuals were collected by the cult leader and passed on to those around him. Huang Yingying is, after all, a young martial artist, only in her early 20s. This year she has not spent much time cultivating and is not yet able to fully master these martial arts. The elder is right, my martial arts skills are indeed lacking.
Huang Yingying suddenly admitted. Since that's the case, why not end it all yourself? You could at least preserve some dignity. Zen Master Chang Kong shouted. You've misunderstood. Since I'm not good at martial arts, why don't I use what I'm good at? Huang Yingying suddenly smiled strangely, and with a flick of her right hand, a wisp of black smoke shot out. Be careful, senior, she's skilled with poison. Chen Xinglin was shocked he couldn't afford to lose to this expert, as that would have a huge impact on them. What a wicked woman! Instead of using normal martial arts, she's resorting to underhanded tricks. Fighting against the Poison Gu cult is simply impossible to defend against. These poison gases seem to be stronger than those of the Shaw brothers. Everyone be careful and make sure you don't get poisoned. As they spoke, those people slowly retreated. As a result, there was no one within 10 meters of Huang Yingying. Facing the poisonous fog, Zen Master Chang Kong didn't complain much. After all, it was a life-or-death battle, and everyone would use their best skills. He swung his staff, shattering the first wave of poisonous gas. Before it even arrived, I can finally breathe a sigh of relief. They then discovered that other poisonous gases were continuously erupting. Huang Yingying was very skilled at using poison gas. There's hope. Su Yang was overjoyed. Judging from his opponent's expression, at least for now, they were maintaining a balance. Is this the true strength of the Poison Gu sect? It seems the gap between us and them is still too great. Yan Wuming sighed. Today he finally witnessed Huang Yingying's power, and she was indeed formidable. Her use of poison gas was enough to instill fear in even bystanders. If you were her opponent, you would be under immense pressure. Su Hao smiled faintly, his expression affirming that Huang Yingying's approach was the most suitable for her. I'd like to see how much poison you have left, Zen Master Chang Kong said calmly. His defenses were very tight, dispelling all the poison gas. After dozens of moves, his complexion remained rosy, showing no signs of poisoning whatsoever. 1082, Chapter 1082. A tragic ending. Don't worry, senior, we have as much poison gas as you need. Huang Yingying smiled mysteriously, without any sense of pressure. Her offensive tactics became increasingly diverse. He kept throwing out hidden weapons, all of which were highly poisonous. But you can hear the clanging and banging sounds. Each collision produces a lot of black smoke. Zen Master Chang Kong's expression gradually turned strange. Why was his vision getting worse and worse as the fight progressed? When he suddenly realized what was happening, everything went black. He suddenly realized that Huang Yingying's control over the poison gas was far superior to that of the Shao brothers. When he was watching the fight, he thought her strength was nothing special and posed no threat to him. Only now have I realized that the previous reference points were too weak. When he faces the opponent himself, the situation is completely different. The Buddha's light shines everywhere. Zen Master Chang Kong shouted. Suddenly, countless golden lights appeared in the darkness, as if the Mahayana Buddhist teachings had descended to earth to dispel all evil. Everyone felt that the light before their eyes was too dazzling, comparable to looking directly at the sun. They instinctively closed their eyes, and when they opened them again, they saw that the black mist had completely disappeared. Zen Master Chang Kong stood there, appearing extremely confident. It seems they're just some trivial tricks, completely useless in the end. It all comes down to strength. The Zen Master is right, her attacks are flashy but not threatening at all. Kasayapa Temple is about to return to everyone's view. Its strength is formidable enough. If this elder kills the holy maiden of the demonic sect, he will become famous overnight. What we need to be careful of now is Su Hao. His relationship with the witch is ambiguous, and we absolutely cannot let him get involved.
The thug's eyes were fixed intently on Su Hao.
What exactly happened just now?
Yang Rushuang felt something was wrong. Huang Yingying was a smart woman, she couldn't have used up so much poison gas, she was just trying to obscure the view.
Wait, is it blocking the view? Could it be that she used some unknown means just now? At least Miss Huang wasn't injured, that's the best outcome.
Su Yang didn't know what had happened, so he could only console himself with the current situation. Su Hao's expression remained cold and stern, still showing complete trust in Huang Yingying.
Senior, are you really still going to make a move? Huang Yingying suddenly asked in a persuasive tone.
Certainly. I've already made my move, and I won't stop until I've killed you.
Slaying the evil sect is an inescapable duty for us righteous people.
Zen Master Changkong spoke with righteous indignation.
Right way?
I feel that you are acting entirely in your own self-interest. First, you want to get this staff, and second, you want to gain fame. To put it bluntly, we are all human beings, and there is not much difference between us.
Huang Yingying said dismissively. Nonsense.
We are far superior to you. The Poison Gu cult has committed countless evil deeds and is universally condemned. Since your poison gas attack has no effect, it's my turn now. I hope you can last 3 moves. Zen Master Changkong smiled confidently.
3 moves? I feel like even 1 move is unnecessary. Huang Yingying said calmly.
You're smart to surrender now, but it's no use. We, the righteous path, will never let you go. Your fate is sealed with only one path, death. As Zen Master Changkong spoke, he waved his staff, his aura growing stronger and stronger, as if he were pouring in even more and stronger power, wanting to kill Huang Yingying directly. Chen Qinglin and the others were waiting, but what they saw was shocking.
Puff!
Not only was Zen Master Changkong's move abruptly interrupted, but he also coughed up a mouthful of blood. With a clatter, the staff in his hand slipped from his grasp and fell to the ground. When they looked again, Zen Master Changkong no longer resembled a senior master, his face was pale, his breath was weak, and he was clearly seriously injured.
What on earth happened? Why did a perfectly healthy person suddenly become critically ill?
Could it be that Zen Master Changkong inhaled all that poisonous gas? No, he should have used his powerful internal energy to dispel it all.
Could it be that the witch used other techniques within the black mist, causing the Zen Master to be injured?
Since we're already injured, why don't we do what the Shaw brothers did and fight them to the death? Everyone was puzzled and couldn't figure out what had happened. Zen Master, you are far too confident. I had been looking for an opportunity to use the goo poison. As soon as the poison was released, the goo poison I gave you is actually harmless. As long as you don't use your inner energy for 6 months, you will survive. But unfortunately, you used your inner energy to dispel the poison first, and then tried to kill me. You are courting death.
Huang Yingying said coldly.
Zen Master Changkong coughed up another mouthful of poisonous blood. He didn't believe Huang Yingying's words in the situation just now. Anyone who had fallen victim to her mysterious goo technique was doomed without using his true energy. Wouldn't he have to absorb all the poison? Thinking of this, he broke out in a cold sweat. It seems that Huang Yingying is much more cunning than she appears, and has all sorts of tricks up her sleeve.
Why? I lost.
Zen Master Changkong sighed deeply, looking up at the sky. Was there truly no way for Kasayapa Temple to regain its former glory? This was the best opportunity, but not the only one. He hoped that their disciples would achieve fame and recognition in the upcoming martial arts tournament. His breathing grew weaker and weaker until he finally collapsed to the ground, powerless. With a hissing sound, black pustules appeared on Zen Master Changkong's body, and he touched them in horror. Unexpectedly, the pustules burst open, releasing a foul, putrid odor.
It stinks, it smells like a corpse. The situation is not good. What exactly is going on?
The thug sensed that something was wrong and frowned. Miss Huang, I just want to die knowing the truth. Please tell me, what kind of goo technique is this? Zen Master Changkong's thoughts changed, and he felt that his days were numbered.
What use is it for a dying person to know? Huang Yingying said coldly this was one of her secret techniques, and it was really inconvenient to reveal it.
Before Zen Master Changkong could say anything more, he opened his mouth, spat out a mouthful of blood, and then collapsed to the ground. The mutation wasn't over yet. After he died, his body gradually rotted away. In the end, all that was left was a pool of sewage, and the dignified elder of Kasayapa Temple died under mysterious circumstances. Seeing this scene, even Yan Wuming and the others felt a pang of sadness. This is the consequence of opposing Huang Yingying. Perhaps she should have considered the situation before making her move. Now it's too late for regrets. Su Hao sighed. In truth, the most terrifying aspect of opposing the poison gu cult was their gu techniques. Generally speaking, gu techniques were very difficult to cultivate, somewhat similar to Taoist magic, requiring extremely strong talent and, most importantly, the primordial gu.
1083, Chapter 1083. Well organized.
The so-called primordial gu refers to a cultivator's first gu worm, which is extremely difficult to obtain. If one were to start from scratch, it would take at least 10 years, similar to raising a flying gu. Huang Yingying's situation was completely different. She was lucky because her grandmother was the leader of the poison gu cult, who directly gifted her several powerful gu worms. Taking this opportunity, she cultivated various gu techniques, thereby increasing her strength.
Ultimately, the gu worms are Huang Yingying's greatest asset. After dealing with Zen Master Chan Kon, her gaze fell on Chen Xinglin, filled with icy killing intent. I already said at the competition venue during the day that your affairs have nothing to do with me. Now you keep causing trouble. Do you really think the poison gu cult is easy to bully? Which, don't try to deny it. We have no enmity with any other sects besides you. Who else would kill my father? Chen Xinglin shouted. That's your own problem. Do you expect others to teach you how to do it?
Huang Yingying said disdainfully. In her opinion, the righteous path was the most terrifying. If you were to offend them even slightly, you would suffer annihilation.
Am I really wrong?
Chen Xinglin fell into thought, and after a while said, in that case, let's leave it at that for today. I will investigate and find out the truth. After saying that, he turned around and was about to leave.
Wait! Huang Yingying shouted.
Which, I advise you not to push your luck. I've already decided not to pursue this for now. What more do you want?
Chen Xinglin said righteously. Upon hearing this, Huang Yingying couldn't help but sneer repeatedly.
The others looked at Chen Xinglin with equal surprise. It seemed this young master hadn't grasped the gravity of the situation. Once grudges in the martial world are ignited, they're not easily resolved.
Is it really that simple to avoid all the troubles of today with just one sentence? Sister, do you think Miss Huang will let them go? Yang Ruxue frowned.
It's hard to say. Yang Rushuang Saichi wondered if she would continue to pursue the matter if she were in Huang Yingying's position. Perhaps it depended on Chen Xinglin's attitude of admitting his mistake.
Kill them and eliminate any future trouble.
Yan Wuming said coldly. That's right, these people deserve to die, not a single one of them should be let go. Yan Shi nodded. She wasn't exactly a merciful person either. Since things had come to this, taking action was inevitable. Huang Yingying faced these people, slowly extended 3 fingers, and said, I'll give you 1 minute. Start running now. After the time is up, don't blame me for being impolite. Which, don't push your luck. This whole thing was caused by young Master Chen. We were just doing our job for money, and we have no grudge against you. That's right, every wrong has its perpetrator, and every debt has its debtor. You can only target young Master Chen. Even a rabbit will bite when cornered. If you really try to wipe us out, don't blame us for fighting to the death. These thugs had no code of honor, were not Chen Xinglin's subordinates, and possessed no loyalty whatsoever for them. Betraying him was the best option.
What do you mean, you don't want the final payment? Chen Xinglin was very unhappy. He snapped at them and turned around, saying, forget it, there are dozens of us. Can't we beat up a woman?
These people exchanged glances, pondering Chen Xinglin's words, which seemed to make sense. They have a lot of people, so they still have a great chance. So, everyone joined forces and launched a fierce attack on Huang Yingying. Go to hell. These people had fierce eyes and used ruthless moves.
Sigh, what a bunch of fools. Huang Yingying Saichi had given them one last chance, but they just couldn't seize it.
She suddenly had a hidden weapon in her hand, and when she threw it, hundreds of poison needles instantly burst forth. Those who attacked were riddled with bullets.
Holy crap, what the hell is this thing? Chen Xinglin was even more shocked.
Yan Wuming's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately thought of a possibility, saying, it seems to be the Rain of Pear Blossom Needles, a top-grade hidden weapon that the Tang clan lost in a bet. It is said that this object can fire 1,000 poison needles at once, although in terms of actual effectiveness, that's a bit of an exaggeration. However, the ability to unleash hundreds of poison needles in an instant is still impossible to dodge. This was just a hidden weapon that Huang Yingying valued at 2 spirit stones and ultimately won back, which produced an unexpected effect.
Young Master Chen, do you have any last words?
Huang Yingying asked threateningly, a short sword now in her hand.
Miss Huang.
Chen Xinglin finally became afraid he was still young and had a bright future. How could he die in such a place? Although he had been impulsive before, he had now come to terms with reality. He knelt obediently on the ground, kowtowing repeatedly and admitting his mistake. I was blind and didn't investigate properly. You are the most expensive holy maiden of the Poison Gu sect. Why bother with someone like me? As long as you let me go, I will never dare to oppose the Poison Gu sect again. In fact, whatever weapons you need, our famous sword manor will provide them for free. Upon hearing this, Su Hao nodded in approval. This person knew how to handle things. It was just a pity he hadn't been there before. You've reminded meth weapons at famous sword manor are quite good. If we could get our hands on them, it would be quite nice. Huang Yingying nodded and said, in that case, you can go now.
Thank you, Miss Huang, for sparing my life.
The man was overjoyed and turned to leave. The poison thugs looked at each other in bewilderment. They had originally wanted to abandon Chen Xinglin and live on, but now that he was gone, they had stayed instead.
Without Huang Yingying's permission, these people didn't dare to make a move. Call out.
Just as Chen Xinglin was walking further and further away, about to disappear from everyone's sight, a hidden weapon appeared and instantly blew his head off. 2 figures then appeared one after the other. They were Huang Yingying's 2 protectors. They emerged from the left and right, exuding a menacing aura.
Holy Maiden, we are late.
One of the guardians apologized. Offending the Poison Gu cult, there were no survivors, another protector emphasized. You've done a good job. Slaughter all these useless people first, then send someone to Mingjian Manor to empty their entire inventory. If there's any resistance, kill them without mercy. Huang Yingying seemed to have known they were there all along, and gave the instructions in a calm tone. Yes, sir. The 2 experts, like servants before Huang Yingying, obeyed her orders and walked towards the thugs. Under everyone's watchful eyes, these poison martial artists had nowhere to escape and ultimately all perished under the blade. The Poison Gu sect acted swiftly, and other disciples immediately arrived to silently clean up the battlefield. Some people were responsible for cleaning up the bloodstains, and others were responsible for taking away the bodies. Everything was done in an orderly manner. It sent chills down everyone's spine. This is probably the most terrifying aspect of the Poison Gu cult.
Gentlemen, shall we continue drinking?
Huang Yingying turned around and said with a bright smile. 1084, Chapter 1084. The Will of the People. His seemingly harmless smile sent a chill down one's spine. Yan Wuming had to force a smile and say, let's go, there's nothing much to see here. Let's drink more and have some fun later.
That's right, that's our purpose tonight.
Yan Shi replied cooperatively. The others also showed awkward smiles. Huang Yingying proved the terror of the Poison Gu cult. With her strength it was okay to be friends with her, but once she became an enemy, it would be extremely terrifying. Yang Rushui and Su Yang followed them inside, and the 2 appeared very quiet. At this moment, Yang Rushuang felt a pang of pity, keenly realizing a terrifying prospect. The famous sword manor had gotten what it wanted, and it seemed they were about to be wiped out. Huang Yingying had made it very clear earlier that any resistance would be met with ruthless slaughter. After all, the Poison Gu sect had come to seize their weapons. How could they possibly hand them over so easily? If Chen Xinglin's father knew what had happened to his unfilial son, he would be so angry he'd come back to life. No, it should be that they capture the spirit of Chen Xinglin, who just died, and punish him according to family law in the underworld.
Gentlemen, are you participating in the Group B competition tomorrow?
Huang Yingying asked with a smile after taking her seat.
Yes. Yang Rushuang and the others nodded. Their strength was not enough to directly enter the advanced group, but they couldn't come for nothing. They should at least compete in the B group. Do you think we can cooperate and make some profits together? Huang Yingying continued with a smile. Yan Wuming and the others looked even more embarrassed. Did she want to throw the match?
With these inside contacts, earning spirit stones would be much easier. Their identities are all very respectable. If someone bets on them to win but unexpectedly loses to an ordinary opponent, they would definitely make a fortune.
That's not It's not right we're fighting for honor, we can't hold back.
Yan Wuming said, forcing a smile. Yes, we are disciples of the sword sect after all, and we cannot let the sect lose face.
Yang Rushuan politely declined. It's a pity, it seems we can't cooperate.
Huang Yingying said with a hint of regret, then looked at Su Hao with interest. Young master, how about we go all out, you help me throw the match in the advanced group. Hit you my foot, if you keep being so greedy, I'll wipe out the Poison Gu cult.
To everyone's surprise, Su Hao didn't tolerate her behavior and instead tapped her on the head, scolding her.
Humph, if you dare to lay a hand on the Poison Gu cult I'll cry right now and see what you do then.
Huang Yingying said coquettishly, not angry at all.
Ha ha ha. Su Hao laughed loudly. The others laughed along, and the awkward situation disappeared. The next day, Su Hao had just woken up when Huang Yingying pushed open the door and came in, carrying breakfast, looking like a maid. Ren Xianxian followed behind her. She also remembered her place and prepared breakfast, but dared not compete with Huang Yingying, so she lagged behind.
Come in, everyone. Su Hao said, treating everyone equally.
The two women laid out their breakfasts together and looked over expectantly. Su Hao treated them both equally, since they were both maids, she would make sure each of them ate a little, so as not to disappoint either of them.
Xian, hasn't your young lady arrived yet? Huang Yingying asked with a smile.
I heard it'll be ready soon, but I'm just your servant, how dare I ask so many questions?
Ren Xianxian replied.
Really, I can't help but wonder, with so many rooms available here, wouldn't those two be shameless enough to share a room? Huang Yingying said calmly, a hint of coldness flashing across her face. Su Hao was startled. How did she know? This must be referring to what happened beyond the Great Wall. That place is quite desolate, with not many martial arts sects.
Could it be that among those miscellaneous martial arts practitioners, there were spies from the Poison Gu cult?
If that's the case, it shows that this sect's intelligence capabilities are quite impressive, not much less than those of the Physiognomy Palace.
You're overthinking it. The situation was just a bit unusual back then. Su Hao said calmly. Really?
Huang Yingying was somewhat skeptical. In fact, among all these people, she was most wary of Li Qingmei. After all, that woman was simply too perfect. Not only was she the 7th princess of Penglai Immortal Palace, born into a righteous sect, but she was also incredibly beautiful and capable, able to stand on her own. She was practically perfect in every way.
Young master.
Ren Xianxian spoke up in time, interrupting the momentary awkwardness. I got a letter from the front desk saying that a strange blonde man delivered it.
Foreigners?
Su Hao's heart skipped a beat. Took the book, glanced at it, and then showed a helpless expression. He said, I want to see if they've prepared a trap.
Young master, do you need any help? Huang Yingying asked immediately.
No need, you just go and make money as usual, I'll handle it by myself. Su Hao shook his head. This was an invitation from the Temple of the Gods, inviting him to go up there. Young master, I have to come along, otherwise I won't be able to explain myself, Ren Xianxian emphasized. Alright. Su Hao didn't want to put her in a difficult position, so he agreed. An hour later, the martial arts tournament venue was still packed with people. Huang Yingying is already setting up a new gambling game. Having built up her popularity yesterday, she's now seen as the bookmaker, and many people are bringing various valuables, hoping to make a fortune.
And today's preparations are even more thorough.
First, they occupied an open space, set up a makeshift platform, and arranged for over 100 people. Everyone was either assessing the value of the treasures or maintaining order, clearly treating this place as a place to make money. Many of the sects reported to the Shushan sect, feeling that they were disrupting the order of the martial arts tournament. Even Zhang Han was called over, pointed in this direction, and shouted that their gambling den must be shut down.
I only have one question. Have they harmed any mission warriors here? Zhang Han asked calmly.
No.
These people said helplessly.
That settles it then. In any case, the Poison Gu sect follows the rules here. Our Shu Mountain sect won't interfere. As for whether or not to place a bet, that's your own choice. If you lose, you can't blame anyone else. After all, in a bet, everyone wins, and the house is the biggest winner. Zhang Han pointed out incisively. There are definitely traps involved. Anyone with eyes can see them, but since one side is willing to give and the other is willing to receive, what can the Shu Mountain sect do? Hey, why are you causing trouble? We're still waiting to place our bets.
If you don't have money, get lost, you're just an eyesore.
Don't go looking for trouble. You've offended more than just the Poison Goo sect. A small sect making all sorts of noise, like clowns. Unexpectedly, the other righteous young people couldn't stand it anymore. They had all prepared their treasures, and these people actually wanted to ruin the betting game. Wasn't that going against everyone? Huang Yingying smiled slightly. It seems that this is still the will of the people.
1085, Chapter 1085. Don't court death.
In the morning, in the ancient town of Shushan, in the opposite direction from the martial arts tournament, a man and a woman walked into an alley. They were Su Hao and Ren Xianxian.
Is this the place? Su Hao stood in front of an old house and said calmly. Young master, aren't the Pantheon enemies? What are they up to by sending out invitations?
Ren Xianxian asked in surprise.
We don't know for sure, we can only go in and take a look, Su Hao said. Young master, this place is definitely a den of dragons and tigers, full of dangers. Why don't we go back and participate in the martial arts tournament?
Ren Xianxian advised.
Since we're already here, we can just go in and see what happens.
Su Hao smiled faintly.
Fine, Ren Xianxian said helplessly. It seemed she couldn't persuade her at all.
He knocked on the door, and soon someone poked their head out and said, "This is a private property, strangers are not welcome."
Brother, we have an invitation.
Ren Xianxian said with a smile.
Really? The man glanced at the invitation and asked doubtfully, which of you is Su Hao? Me. Su Hao nodded. So it's young Master Su. Forgive my poor eyesight, I didn't recognize you. Please come in.
His attitude had changed drastically, as if the invitation was a symbol of his status and that he had to be treated with the utmost hospitality.
Let's go.
Su Hao took a step and entered the old house. Ren Xianxian immediately followed. For some reason, she suddenly remembered that at banquets abroad, everyone would bring a female companion, so she grabbed Su Hao's arm and pressed herself against him.
It seems Miss Ren was prepared.
Su Hao was slightly taken aback, then said, "All right, once we're inside, if anyone asks, just say you're my sister."
Okay, Ren Xianxian smiled sweetly and agreed.
Many people were sitting in the main hall of the old house. They come from all over the world and look quite strange. Su Hao wasn't familiar with these people, so he pulled Huang Yingying to a place and sat down.
Who are you? What gives you the right to sit down?
Just then, a tall, bald man shouted a question.
Su Hao looked around and noticed that everyone was staring at him. He was a little surprised and asked, "Are you asking me?"
"Of course it's you." The bald man said coldly, "We're all experts, and you're just a white-collar worker with a pretty girl. Do you think this is some kind of banquet, coming here to freeload?"
Upon hearing this, the others looked at them with disdain.
Ren Xianxian blushed, feeling a little uncomfortable being stared at by so many people. Su Hao frowned, understanding the implication in his words. These were all experts, they might know each other somewhat, but none of them were truly convinced of each other's superiority right now. They were the most unfamiliar faces, and seemed the easiest to bully. So this person set his sights on them, looking for an opportunity to prove his own abilities. "You have no right to interfere in our affairs." Su Hao didn't even look at him, but simply nodded to Ren Xianxian, as if to say, "I'll take care of everything, don't worry." Ren Xianxian felt a warmth in her heart and responded with a sweet smile. Although she was a martial artist, she had always been responsible for clerical work at the Physiognomy Palace, and her experience in the martial arts world was almost zero. If it weren't for Li Qingmei needing various talents when she went treasure hunting, she would still be in the basement of Yanjing, responsible for summarizing and organizing various data of the Physiognomy Palace. Following Su Hao, she didn't feel offended at all, but rather felt completely safe.
"Hey kid, what's your name?"
the bald man shouted.
"And who are you? Shouldn't you tell me your family name first?"
Su Hao said unhappily.
"Very well, today I'll make sure you die knowing why."
The bald man roared, "I am Zhao Tianba, known in the martial arts world as the Southwest Fist Saint. Are you scared out of your wits after hearing my name?" People nearby nodded in agreement, as if acknowledging his identity. Upon closer inspection, it became clear that the man was all muscle and appeared to be a highly skilled practitioner of external martial arts.
He is probably one of the more famous ones among these people. "Xianxian, is he very strong?" Su Hao asked calmly.
Young master, there are various lists in the martial arts world of the Southwest, one of which is the list of ferocious demons. This person is ranked second, far above the 5 great evils in terms of status in the martial arts world. He is almost on par with an elder of the Yama Pavilion. This person has done many shameful things, not only stealing the secret manuals of the 100 Flowers sect, but also insulting their sect leader's wife. He is a person that everyone hates. Ren Xianxian said with disgust. The others simply smiled when they heard these words. Little girl, you have no idea, this is a glorious feat. After the Fist Saint succeeded, he told many people about what happened that day, and everyone was very envious. You have no idea, the wife of the 100 Flowers sect leader is as beautiful as a flower, and everyone has their eyes on her. This is no respectable place, perhaps you shouldn't have come at all. Some people spoke rudely, but only a few felt that Ren Xianxian had come to the wrong place. Her face flushed again, and she didn't dare to look at them, so she just sat quietly in the chair.
Yes, she is absolutely right. The Southwest Boxing Saint likes beautiful women, there's nothing wrong with that, is there? Pretty boy, you know how terrifying I am, why don't you offer up the woman next to you? Zhao Tianba said fiercely. I'll give this host some face as long as he apologizes now. I won't pursue the matter of his rude remarks, otherwise, it will be too late to regret it later. Su Hao said coldly. This person's words had touched a raw nerve. Ha ha. Ha ha ha. Did everyone hear that? This guy actually wants to try diplomacy first and then resort to force. Is there such a rule in our martial arts world? Young lady, you'd better come with me. This coward can't give you any real pleasure. As Zhao Tianba spoke, he reached out and grabbed at Ren Xianxian with his large hand. The latter did not think. He suddenly moved, startling her so much that she turned pale. Just then, an invisible force suddenly erupted, blocking the man's attack. I'll give you 4 words, don't court death. Su Hao coldly said, urging his true energy. What followed was truly horrifying. The giant hand suddenly exploded, turning into a mist of blood. Why would I be afraid of you? Things happened too fast. Zhao Tianba had just responded when he realized something was wrong. His right hand was now only half intact. The young man before him was more powerful and decisive than he had imagined. The ensuing pain swept through his entire body, and he screamed in terror. My hand! The man was sweating profusely and gritting his teeth in pain. You're not convinced? Su Hao slowly picked up the teapot, poured a cup, and said leisurely. At this moment, his aura wasn't strong at all, but his calm demeanor gave people a sense of superiority. Zhao Tianba's expression changed repeatedly. He wanted revenge, but knew he wasn't strong enough, making him feel incredibly frustrated. 1086, Chapter 1086. Do not forgive. Damn it, I've messed with the wrong person. Zhao Tianba wanted to admit his mistake, but with everyone watching, how could he save face? He took a deep breath, mustered his previous bravado, and said in a fierce but weak voice, Young man, if you keep acting so arrogantly, someone will definitely come and deal with you. Oh, really? I'd like to see who dares to stick their neck out. Su Hao glanced at it. Some people who met his gaze involuntarily lowered their heads. These people were either about as strong as Zhao Tianba, or even weaker. Nobody's stupid. In the martial world, strength is what matters. If someone tried to be the first to act but couldn't win, wouldn't they just be asking for trouble? The person in front of me is a perfect example. He lost an arm. It couldn't be more tragic. Gentlemen, we are all renowned figures in the martial arts world. How can we be afraid of the new generation of young people? Zhao Tianba's mind stirred, and he used a provocation tactic. Xiao Xiao, everyone understands what you're thinking. To say that you'd stand up for me would be just asking for trouble. Just then, an old voice came from behind the crowd. Everyone instinctively made way, bringing the man into view. He was leisurely drinking tea, with white hair, a restrained aura, and an air of mastery in every gesture. Senior, how should I address you? Zhao Tianba was overjoyed, realizing that someone had come to his rescue. I am Huangshan Hai. The man said calmly. Upon hearing this, everyone's expression changed drastically. He was a renowned master for decades, known as the Yellow Heavenly Emperor, because 20 years ago he was as famous as Zhang Baimei. After fading from the limelight, he was rarely seen by the public.
So it's Senior Heavenly Emperor, our martial arts world in the Southwest really needs someone like you to step forward and teach these youngsters from out of town a lesson. Zhao Tianba said excitedly.
Young man, I am very dissatisfied with what you just said. The most precious virtue for someone your age is humility. How could you provoke everyone?
Huang Shanhai said unhappily, staring at him with a sinister gaze.
Young master, be careful.
This person was once a peerless master ranked second on the martial god ranking. Ren Xuanxuan's expression changed drastically, and she couldn't help but remind him directly.
Second on the martial god ranking? Su Hao frowned. Why did he always run into this kind of perennial runner-up? The difference between first and second place is enormous. Enormous. His strength is far inferior to Zhang Baimei's.
However, it cannot be denied that this person has also reached the supreme perfection stage. He was far more capable than anyone else present. Senior Huang, I remember when I first came here, I was very low-key. But what did I get in return? Some ignorant people still dared to provoke me.
What good will it do to continue like this?
I'm not targeting the martial arts world of Southwest China, but rather declaring that everyone here is utterly useless. Su Hao's eyes flickered, and he said coldly.
How dare you? Who do you think you are? We only chose not to bother with you because of our status. Don't think you're so great just because you defeated Zhao Tianba with such arrogance. You might get killed if you walk alone at night. Young man, don't you know the saying, there are always people more capable than you?
You've directly provoked the Yellow Emperor, you'll regret it later. Everyone was furious, pointing at Su Hao and scolding him.
Shut up. You have no right to speak here. As Su Hao finished speaking domineeringly, an invisible force surged outwards from his side.
In an instant, the people at several nearby tables were all thrown into the air, and all the tables, chairs, and benches were reduced to dust.
Thump, thump.
When they landed, they were all pale-faced, clearly injured by the shock. Ren Xuanxuan's eyes lit up, and she found it strange.
Isn't young Master Su usually very low-key? Why is it that once you get here, you seem like a completely different person? Little did he know, Zhao Tianba's attack on Ren Xianxian had already violated a heavenly law, forcing him to intervene. Furthermore, these were all people invited by the Temple of Gods, almost all potential enemies. How could he possibly let them go? A minor punishment is undoubtedly the best warning.
When these people stood up, their eyes were filled with terror as they looked at him. One by one, they retreated and stood beside Huang Shanhai. Someone cried out, "Senior, did you see that? This person shows no respect for everyone. Please teach him a lesson." Yes, if we let him continue his nonsense, this old house might have to be torn down.
Young people who are ignorant and arrogant are unforgivable.
It would be best to cut off his arm and give him the same punishment as Zhao Tianba.
Everyone chimed in, chattering away. Shut up. Huang Shanhai slammed his hand on the table and stood up.
He looked somewhat angry, but was trying his best to restrain himself out of consideration for his image.
Young man, what sect do you belong to?
Huang Shanhai's mind raced with various analyses. Feeling somewhat uncertain, he acknowledged Su Hao's strength and figured that if he were a disciple of one of the major sects, they would at least give him some face, and the punishment would be lighter.
No sect or faction.
Su Hao uttered 4 words.
Oh.
Huang Shanhai's eyes lit up. He was pleased rather than angry. If that's the case, then his plan has changed. Geniuses are rare. If this person could have cultivated to his current level on his own, wouldn't he one day ascend to immortality and become a legend in the martial arts world under the guidance of a renowned master? This renowned teacher is someone no one else is qualified to be. He can only rely on himself. A faint smile appeared on his face as he said, "Su Hao, right, our meeting is fate. Perhaps it was ordained by heaven that we would become master and disciple. Now I'm giving you the best opportunity. As long as you kneel down and kowtow 3 times to become my disciple, I'm willing to pass on all my best techniques to you."
Upon hearing this, Zhao Tianba was stunned.
Once Su Hao becomes Huang Tiandi's disciple, his status in the martial arts world will be even higher than his, and there will be no hope of avenging him.
The others looked at each other, feeling awkward. Oops, were my words too harsh just now?
Congratulations, young Master Su, you are truly a genius to gain the Heavenly Emperor's approval. Your future is very promising. Oh dear, it's like the flood washed away the Dragon King's temple. we're all family members who don't recognize each other from now on. We're all figures in the martial arts world of the Southwest. When we're out and about, we must take care of each other. Hurry up and agree. The Yellow Emperor rarely accepts disciples. This is your best chance. Some people immediately put on fawning smiles, and their attitudes changed drastically because of Huang Shanhai. Ren Xianxian smiled. This is the world of martial arts, full of human relationships and social dynamics. As long as you demonstrate your strength, you'll find that everyone is a friend.
But what choice will young Master Su make?
Huang Shanhai smiled confidently. He felt this was the best possible outcome. If he successfully accepted the disciple, his trip today would not have been in vain. At this age, who wouldn't want to leave behind a peerless genius disciple who could influence the course of the martial arts world?
1087, Chapter 1087, Unparalleled Strength. Why do you want to take on a disciple? Su Hao asked calmly.
Because you have great talent, and I am qualified to guide you. Huang Shanhai said confidently. Don't you know, choice is more important than effort. As long as I am here, you can avoid detours and become a peerless master faster.
Oh, you mean, senior, you're better than me?
Su Hao said with a half smile.
Ha 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 ha. Upon hearing this, everyone burst into laughter.
Is this kid crazy? How could he ask such a question? Didn't the pretty girl just say that Senior Huang's strength is only slightly weaker than the head of the Shu Mountain sect? He's more than qualified to be your master. Hurry up and agree, or you'll regret it once your senior loses patience.
Yes, this is your best choice. Others chimed in.
If I'm not mistaken, your strength should be at the great perfection of the Supreme Realm. Perhaps you were already at this level 20 years ago, and haven't broken through since. Does someone with your strength deserve to be my master?
Su Hao said indifferently.
The others were surprised to hear about the supreme perfection level of power, feeling it was an unattainable realm. However, Huang Shanhai interpreted these words differently. Why was Su Hao able to see through his cultivation level? Could it be that their strengths are roughly equal? Could this person be? Huang Shanhai's heart skipped a beat. If Su Hao had truly reached the supreme realm, he really wasn't qualified. But for someone so young to reach such a level, was that reasonable? Good lad, you guessed right. I'll give you one more chance. After 3 moves, I'll defeat you. Then you'll have to become my disciple, understand? Huang Shanhai said loudly.
Sure, if you can do it. Su Hao nodded and agreed immediately.
It's indoors, so it's not convenient to fight here. Let's go to the courtyard to spar. After Huang Shanhai finished speaking, he turned and walked out. The others followed suit, all thinking that the show that was about to begin would definitely be very exciting.
Young Master Su, are you really going to become his disciple?
Ren Xianxian asked, puzzled. Even if Huang Shanhai was strong, he was a rogue cultivator without a powerful background. With Su Hao's talent and strength, he could easily join any sect. Why would he agree to this?
Is that what I meant?
Su Hao asked back, then walked out. Ren Xianxian was slightly taken aback. Could it be that he really could withstand 3 moves from Huang Shanhai? That would be too terrifying.
With doubts in my mind, I went outside.
The courtyard of the old house is similar to the training grounds of some families, with a lot of open space. The two stood in the middle, and there was no one else within 50 meters. Everyone understands that if Huang Shanhai really makes a move, his attacks will cover a wide area. It's best to be careful and not get too close.
Brotherly, how many moves do you think this young man can withstand?
Judging from the looks of it, he can only withstand 2 moves at most, and that's assuming Senior Huang goes easy on him in the first move.
It'll probably be within 3 moves. I believe the Heavenly Emperor is confident.
He's really bold to accept the challenge directly as expected. Outsiders simply can't understand the thoughts of a hothead.
Unsurprisingly, nobody had any faith in Su Hao.
Young man, you go first. As long as my counterattack doesn't exceed 3 moves, it will be in accordance with the agreement. Huang Shanhai said confidently. No need for that. I am the one accepting the challenge. My job is to receive the attacks.
Su Hao said calmly.
Very good. Then you'd better be careful. I'll use at least 30% of my power in my first move.
Huang Shanhai reminded him.
Su Hao nodded, stood still, and assumed a fighting stance, ready to meet the challenge. Take this. Huang Shanhai shouted and slapped out with his palm. The seemingly effortless palm technique carried an astonishingly powerful surge of true energy, causing the surrounding air to freeze. Floor tiles flew up, shattering in midair and transforming into countless hidden weapons, raining down like a storm of needles.
This scene was terrifying. Huang Shanhai's strength was truly astounding.
Some people's expressions changed drastically, feeling that there seemed to be no way to avoid this move.
Young Master Su, you'd better be careful. Ren Xuanxuan's palms were sweaty.
Just then, Su Hao stood still. A golden light emanated from his body, and he suddenly transformed into a towering arhat, tens of meters tall, with his hands clasped together, blocking the way.
Bang bang bang! The brick fragments struck the arhat, making a loud noise.
The moment their moves clashed was astonishing.
Surprisingly, Su Hao's defense was just as strong.
The first move was handled smoothly without any damage.
Impossible, how could he have such strength? Isn't this a Buddhist technique, and he claims he doesn't belong to any sect? Could it be martial arts stolen from some sect, or was it purchased at a high price?
I understand now. Although this person is from no particular sect or faction, he comes from a powerful family. Some people, however, had extensive experience in the martial arts world and understood that Su Hao's background was not bad. It wasn't that he didn't want to join a sect, it was that he didn't need to. Huang Shanhai's expression changed slightly. As expected, Su Hao's strength is indeed not weak. How much of his strength did he actually use? He was a little confused at this moment, and could only prepare his second move. He took a breath, his expression more serious than before, and said, "Young man, you have successfully aroused my fighting spirit. 20 years have passed, and I have rarely made a move. You are the opponent I currently respect the most."
Opponent?
Unbeknownst to him, his mindset had changed. Having realized Su Hao's astonishing strength, the idea of taking him as a disciple had almost vanished. Now it was a battle for honor. No matter what, since he had made that promise, he had to win.
Ah, it's understandable that you're content with your isolated corner and lack suitable opponents. Su Hao said calmly. This isn't Yanjing, there aren't that many experts here.
The Shu Mountains sect holds absolute power here, which will bring one consequence is that other sects can't keep up with the top-tier sects, lack competition, and gradually become less competitive.
Shut up!
Huang Shanhai didn't want to be taught a lesson by a young man, so he increased his true energy and used 70% of his strength. The move was the same as before, but when he threw it, the pressure suddenly doubled. The martial artists on the left and right sides, who were standing far enough away, were still affected by the commotion like kites. They were sent flying upwards, their bodies tumbling uncontrollably in the air. This move is barely acceptable.
Su Hao raised his hand and unleashed the demon-subduing Arhat fist.
His punches were just as powerful as his opponents, and a cracking sound echoed through the air. Those who had looked down on him were instantly reduced to a bloody mist. They became victims of a duel between two masters. Those who lacked the skill will suffer even while watching. Moreover, Su Hao's punches appeared to be superior, forcing Huang Shanhai to take a step back.
Oh my god, I can't believe my eyes. This person's strength is simply too heaven-defying. He's even stronger than Senior Huang?
1088, Chapter 1088 has a very high status. Some people found it hard to accept, fully expecting Huang Shanhai's challenge to pose a fatal threat to Su Hao. Unexpectedly, after just 2 moves, this kid actually gained the upper hand, instantly filling everyone with envy. We are all young people, and all geniuses from the same sect or family, so why is there such a big difference? Ren Xuanxuan's heart skipped a beat, and she thought of a possibility. Could it be that Su Hao meant that Huang Shanhai was not strong enough and was not worthy of being his master? He just put it in a roundabout way so that no one else understood? Young Master Su, you are truly bringing more and more surprises to people. Ren Xianxian thought to herself.
There's one more move.
Su Hao stood still, speaking calmly and casually. Huang Shanhai felt the pressure mounting, a sense of defeat creeping, and he had fully expected an easy victory in this sparring match, even planning that if Su Hao lost, he could point out the weaknesses in his opponent's moves. I never expected things to turn out this way. This opponent really has the strength to become his opponent. I must say, your strength is truly impressive, but in our duel, I will be the ultimate victor. Next, I'll show you the power of a heavenly emperor.
Huang Shanhai shouted.
A white long sword appeared in his hand. When someone recognized him, his expression changed drastically.
This weapon is a genuine divine sword, named Zixiao.
Huang Shanhai's signature martial art is the Ziwei sword technique. This martial art was passed down from ancient times and is said to have been compiled based on the deeds of the Ziwei Emperor, who was also known as the Heavenly Emperor. On the one hand, Huang Shanhai needs to bring his best performance to surprise everyone. On the other hand, everyone was also marveling at how Su Hao had indeed been misjudged, managing to gain such attention from Huang Shanhai. Unfortunately, no matter how strong he is, he can't possibly withstand this attack. Even in defeat, there is honor. As long as he doesn't die, it's all good for him. To fight against a peerless master is something to be proud of for a lifetime.
Everyone nodded in agreement. Will the young master lose?
Ren Xuanxuan's heart skipped a beat, and she immediately took out her phone to send the current situation to Li Qingmei.
Is that so?
Li Qingmei was also surprised how come Su Hao seemed even stronger after just a few days. No wonder he wasn't tempted at all when he obtained the relic. He didn't even care about it. Su Hao, if you can withstand this move, I'm willing to call you the new Heavenly Emperor. Huang Shanhai said coldly. The Heavenly Emperor, that won't do. I am still young and can't reach that level. I still acknowledge your strength, senior, so I can only try my best to fight back, Su Hao said calmly. Huang Shanhai said nothing more and simply raised his sword. In an instant, the world changed color. It was as if all the light could not suppress the purple heaven divine sword. Purple star sword technique. A decisive blow. With a rapid dance of his long sword, he unleashed dozens of moves in a single second, linking them together to form a deadly sword formation, and charged forward. At this moment, he became an army all by himself.
This move is devastating.
Huang Shanhai unleashed his full power, a truly awe-inspiring display this time. The others learned their lesson and retreated directly into the old house. Ren Xianxian reacted slowly, watching helplessly as countless sword energies relentlessly surrounded her. She, along with others, became part of the attack's range.
Good. Su Hao nodded, showing his approval of the move. He now wielded the ancient divine sword, unleashing a burst of power like lightning. He too unleashed dozens of attacks per second, vying for supremacy. Boom boom boom.
Streams of true energy exploded, causing the sky to collapse and the earth to crack. The terrifying true energy seemed to tear people apart.
Ren Xianxian wondered to herself, am I going to die?
The next moment, she instinctively felt a powerful yet gentle true energy sweep over her entire body. Su Hao's protective true energy helped her block all attacks. Being in the center of the attack, she couldn't see the whole picture. The others watched in stunned silence as Su Hao blocked every single attack.
Huang Shanhai's strongest move had absolutely no effect.
Once everything quieted down, everyone looked closely and saw that Su Hao and his companion were unharmed. Huang Shanhai, however, was pale, and his divine sword had dozens of nicks.
I actually lost? He couldn't believe it.
Upon closer inspection, no injuries were found inside the body. However, the divine sword in his hand was completely destroyed. Just as he was about to put it away, he realized that he had used too much force and it had cracked into countless fragments.
My divine sword.
Huang Shanhai disregarded his appearance and squatted down to gather the debris, collecting it in a disheveled manner. Even if the divine sword was destroyed, its materials were still there. He could find someone to forge it again later and obtain a decent weapon.
Young Master Su, you won? Ren Xianxian was overjoyed and said happily.
No, we drew. Su Hao's heart stirred, but he decided to give this senior some face.
Yes, we tied.
Huang Shanhai stood up again and chuckled. The others had no idea what was going on. They were like gods fighting, and they couldn't even understand the moves. It turned out to be a draw. This is the best outcome.
That's right, everyone can accept it.
Young Master Su, Senior Huang, your reconciliation is a good thing for everyone. These people laughed it off and spoke politely. Huang Shanhai's gaze swept over the weapon in Su Hao's hand, and he was secretly surprised what was the origin of this black sword. It was even stronger than the purple cloud divine sword. However, he was no match for him, and no matter what, he had no right to ask.
Young Master Su, why don't we go inside and have a cup of hot tea?
Huang Shanhai said obediently. Before Su Hao could agree, he suddenly heard a cold laugh.
I thought the experts from the East were very strong, but it turns out they're just thick-skinned. They've been around for decades longer than Su Hao, and they ended up fighting to a draw. If I were that weak, I would have dug a hole and buried myself long ago. Who's making sarcastic remarks?
Huang Shanhai was furious. He surveyed the area, searching for the person who had spoken.
What do you know, they were just having a friendly spar, and neither side won, that's all. Kid, you wouldn't happen to want to challenge the Yellow Emperor, would you? Young people these days are getting more and more rude.
Everyone could tell from the man's voice that he was very young, and they shouted at him without any politeness.
Wow, so many people still believe in Huang Shanhai.
A young man of mixed race walked out of the old house.
He looked to be under 30, wearing a Zhongshan suit, with blonde hair and blue eyes, but his skin was yellow. Who are you? Huang Shanhai asked coldly. My name is Li Dashan, and I am the one who issued the invitation to this gathering. The man said arrogantly.
Upon hearing this, everyone's expressions turned somewhat grim. Didn't this mean that this person was from the Heavenly God Temple? According to the servants here, he held a very high position in the Heavenly God Temple, and was called the chief god there, equivalent to an elder or even the sect leader of an Eastern sect.
1089, Chapter 1089 Strength Speaks. Young man, you should apologize for saying goodbye. Huang Shanhai was very unhappy.
He is a renowned master with a very high status in the martial arts world. It's one thing for him to lose to Su Hao, but how can he be looked down upon by foreigners?
Apologize? Are you worthy? Li Dashan said disdainfully, you are all people valued by our heavenly God palace. We invited you here to offer you an opportunity to pursue wealth and status. Strictly speaking, I will become your leader, understand? I'll make you apologize.
Huang Shanhai took a step forward, and immediately unleashed an aura as powerful as a mountain. The entire old house was shaking, and the ground was cracking. It was clear that he was angrier than before.
Come on, let me see your strength.
The man beckoned with his finger, appearing extremely confident.
Arrogant.
Huang Shanhai leaped up and unleashed his unparalleled boxing skills. Even though he lost the purple heaven divine sword and his strength decreased slightly, he still possessed the power of a supreme perfection cultivator. This furious punch used 12/10 of his strength. Those standing behind Li Dashan felt like the sky was about to collapse and kept backing away in fear.
As a result, the gate of the old house was also reduced to dust. The remaining forces pressed down on Li Dashan. Is Senior Huang going to be killed by this person?
Ren Xuanxuan's heart skipped a beat. Sensing his killing intent, she immediately looked at Su Hao and asked nervously, Young Master Su, who do you think will win?
It's hard to say. Su Hao frowned.
Li Dashan's name is clearly given by a foreigner. It's nothing new. However, this man's power is somewhat strange. Even Su Hao finds it hard to fathom.
Court death.
Li Dashan's gaze darkened. He raised his hand and slapped it forward. A hissing sound was heard, and a purple lightning bolt suddenly appeared, which at first glance looked like a thunder spell.
However, the source of their power is completely different.
It did not come from Li Dashan himself, but from the void.
Thousands of lightning bolts enveloped Huangshan Lake. It's a pity that this once peerless master was first defeated by Su Hao, and then bombarded by this foreigner. In the end, he fell to the ground, his whole body charred black, like a cat that crawled out of a stove. Holy crap, what kind of power is this? He seems so peaceful, so why is his power so violent? Senior Huang lost again? What do you mean again? It was a draw just now, okay?
With a constant stream of new talents emerging, the martial arts world of Southwest China is in for trouble.
Everyone was surprised and couldn't understand this person's strength at all.
Su Hao frowned, having roughly sensed the man's abilities. He estimated that the man was a successor of a Western thunder god, capable of borrowing divine power and unleashing it in an instant.
Its strength is at least at the supreme great perfection level.
It's not that this person is much stronger than Huang Shanhai, but rather that he's faster. Lightning strikes much faster than fist techniques, catching Huang Shanhai off guard and leaving him speechless with frustration. After a while, Huang Shanhai stood up again, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Although injured, his condition wasn't too serious. However, he looked extremely disheveled at that moment, which made him less inclined to challenge this person to another match. He suddenly felt that he had aged all of a sudden. What kind of renowned figures in the martial arts world are they? They're outdated. Today, he was defeated by two young men, which made him lose his former ambition.
Young Master Su, Miss Ren, let's go inside and talk.
When Li Dashan looked at Su Hao, he revealed a bright smile.
This is completely different from their attitude towards Huangshan and Hai.
Okay. Su Hao nodded. He didn't need to stand up for Huang Shanhai, so he pulled Ren Xianxian inside.
The others looked at each other, then turned to Huang Shanhai, as if asking, what should we do?
We're already here, we can't just leave now. Let's find out what their plans are first. Huang Shanhai frowned and said helplessly.
All right.
The others nodded in agreement. Everyone returned to the hall, where the servants of the old house were rearranging things. Since Su Hao had just destroyed the place, fortunately, there were enough people to help, and the rearrangement was completed in no time. At the head of the table, Li Dashan had a pot of flower tea brewed to entertain Su Hao and Ren Xianxian.
Young Master Su, if I may ask, what is the relationship between the two of you? Li Dashan asked with a smile.
She is my sister, Su Hao said calmly.
But her surname is Run?
Li Dashan said subconsciously, then realized and said, I understand, you two must be like a couple.
He Su Hao smiled without saying a word.
Ren Xianxian blushed instead, wanting to explain, but not knowing how to start.
Li Dashan, what do you mean? We're all here. Are you expecting us to watch you young people chat about pointless things? Someone shouted unhappily. Yes, everyone's time is very precious. We have urgent business to attend to, and we can't waste time here. Instead of sitting here, we might as well go watch the martial arts tournament. These people were somewhat agitated and quite dissatisfied with the foreigner.
What's the rush?
Not everyone has arrived yet. Let's find a place to sit down and catch up. Li Dashan said calmly. Who on earth is so unreliable? If there's something you want to say, you can choose to say it now. Some people are not so happy. Shut up.
I am the master here. What arrangements I make is none of your business. Li Dashan shouted suddenly. In an instant, layers of purple lightning surrounded him, looking extremely terrifying. Several people who came near were directly affected, their bodies charred black by the electric shock.
One of them, the weakest, couldn't withstand the electric shock and died instantly from the explosion.
The lightning also approached Su Hao and Ren Xianxian, but it was blocked by a layer of soft golden light and had no effect. When Li Dashan got angry, everyone fell silent. Judging from this foreigner has an arrogant personality. No one is allowed to question him. Everyone feels a headache. How can they possibly have a pleasant working relationship with someone like this? They might even end up becoming his lackeys. However, no one left. Firstly, they were all somewhat afraid and dared not offend Li Dashan. Secondly, since the scene was so large, what was about to happen must be terrible, and everyone wanted to find out if there was anything to gain.
Young Master Su, let's continue drinking tea.
Li Dashan had just indirectly tested Su Hao, and seeing that Su Hao had blocked him without making a sound, he couldn't help but feel a little wary. On the surface, he was very polite, but inwardly he was worried that Su Hao was not someone to be trifled with, and that it would be troublesome if he caused trouble later.
Have some tea. Su Hao took a sip and then put the teacup down.
This foreigner knew absolutely nothing about tea ceremony. The flower tea he prepared was far too sweet, as if it contained a pound of sugar, yet he drank it with great relish, seemingly having a particular fondness for sweets. However, the person they were waiting for was nowhere to be seen, and even Li Dashan was frowning, clearly showing his anger. 1090, Chapter 1090 Invisible Airwave. Damn it, I don't know how much longer I have to wait.
It's almost noon, and we still don't know who we're waiting to kill? Should we just leave?
A dozen or so martial artists gathered in the front yard of the old house, each one of them filled with anger.
Senior Huang, do you think cooperating with the Pantheon is really reliable?
One of them looked at Huang Shanhai with a worried expression and asked in confusion. The Pantheon is an outside force, so whether it's reliable or not isn't important. What's important is what they want to do. We'll only cooperate with them if it's beneficial to us, otherwise, we'll turn around and leave. There's no need to stay. Huang Shanhai pointed out incisively.
Understood.
The man nodded, as if he had found a pillar of support. Huang Shanhai smiled faintly, took out a pipe, and was about to smoke when he saw a disheveled old man, reeking of a foul stench, walk over. The man had gray hair and a scraggly beard, as if he hadn't washed or groomed himself in a long time. "Get out of the way, get out of the way." The visitor spoke vaguely, carrying a wine jug in his hand and drinking as he walked. Everyone was quite surprised. It was still daytime, so how could this person seem so drunk? Who else gets themselves drunk so early in the morning like him? Where did this homeless person come from? "Get out of here, this is not a place for begging." A young man stood up and rebuked him. "Get out of the way, get out of the way." The drunken old man kept saying. "Damn it, can't you understand human language? Homeless people and dogs are not allowed in, understand?" As he spoke, the man reached out and pushed the old man, trying to drive him away. Just as his hand touched the old man, a protective aura suddenly appeared. The man was struck as if by a heavy blow, sent flying dozens of meters, and crashed heavily against the courtyard wall. Everyone perked up. It turned out the newcomer was a master. "Friend, who exactly are you?" Huang Shanhai stopped smoking and questioned loudly. "You're asking me?" The old man stood around blankly. Seeing that no one else was around, he opened his mouth, and a stench wafted out. He grinned and said, "Get out of the way, all of you, get out of the way." "Grass." Someone muttered under their breath, "The person in front of me is either pretending to be stupid or is genuinely stupid. It seems like they don't want to communicate normally with people, and they act somewhat selfishly." Huang Shanhai's face was grim. He was already in a bad mood. This man, once a renowned martial arts master, was now helpless against anyone who could he complain to. Now, to be looked down upon by a drunkard ignited a nameless rage within him. He said in a deep voice, "I'll ask you one more time. If you don't introduce yourself, don't blame me for being impolite." "Ha!" The old man, holding his wine jug, took a large gulp and said provocatively, "First of all, we're not friends, so there's no need for me to communicate with you. Secondly, you're not the owner here, so you have no right to interfere. Finally, you're too weak, so what if I'm impolite?" "You're too weak?" When these words were uttered, the other martial artists could sense that Huang Shanhai was about to explode with rage. Everyone understood Huang Shanhai's feelings. What martial arts master doesn't have a bit of pride? Being repeatedly looked down upon would infuriate a young person. "Very good, very good, very good." Huang Shanhai said 3 sentences in a row, clearly already angry. He didn't say anything more and directly struck out with his palm. The surrounding air vibrated. This move clearly used all his strength, even against Li Dashan. It was no more than this. The others learned their lesson and immediately returned to the old house. There wasn't a single person in the entire front yard. "Is this all the power you have?" The old man calmly took a sip of wine, then extended a finger to block it. Instantly, a golden wall of energy appeared, blocking all attacks. Huang Shanhai's face immediately fell. What on earth happened? His mind raced, trying to figure out the man's identity, but the man's face was filthy and hard to make out, making it impossible to match him to the person in the picture. He shouted and had no choice but to attack again. "You bedbug, you think you're so great?" The old man's gaze darkened, and a sharp glint flashed in his eyes. Only at this moment did everyone feel the unprecedented pressure. The phrase "immovable as a mountain" has become tangible in this moment. He raised his hands seemingly slowly, but he was faster than Huang Shanhai. With a single punch, he shattered everything, crushing his opponent like a mountain, suppressing him relentlessly. From other people's perspective, it looked as if an invisible giant hand was pressing Huang Shanhai's head down and forcibly sinking it into the ground. Bang! Finally, a large pit, tens of meters deep, appeared in the front yard, and Huang Shanhai was completely submerged in it. Holy crap, this old geezer is incredibly fierce. His strength far surpasses that of the Yellow Emperor? What other figures in the martial arts world present themselves in his image? Everyone was a little confused. Just then, there was another loud bang, and Huang Shanhai emerged from underground. He looked incredibly disheveled, reeking of foul odor, bleeding from all 7 orifices, and severely injured. He couldn't understand how he could be no match for his opponent in a single exchange. "Who exactly are you?" he asked, filled with resentment. "Get lost," the old man said calmly, and an invisible wave of energy forced him back dozens of meters. In this way, no one blocked their way. The old man took another sip of wine and slowly walked towards the hall.
Senior, your wine isn't very good. How about trying the daughter's red I brought?
Just then, an exquisite wine pot flew out from inside and landed right in front of the old man.
Okay.
The old man wasn't afraid of being poisoned. He grabbed the wine pot and drank it all in one gulp. Judging from the capacity of the wine pot, it weighs about 1 jin, 500 grams. However, this person has a very high alcohol tolerance and feels no pressure at all. After finishing his drink and wiping his mouth, the old man gave an appreciative look and excitedly raised his thumb. This wine is almost 100 years old, isn't it? It's truly excellent, young people. There aren't many who truly understand wine these days.
To be honest, this wine isn't mine. I'm just borrowing someone else's. Su Hao led Ren Xianxian out and said with a smile.
His first impression of this senior colleague was quite good. Influenced by the drunken sword immortal, I always felt that these Jianghu heroes who loved wine to death were far better than those smiling tigers. The wine was from Li Qingmei's batch. He always carried a small flask with him, but it was all used up now.
Young man, would you like to try my pot?
The old man said with a smile.
I don't drink tea, and I'm not good at drinking alcohol.
Su Hao chuckled. It's best not to touch his things, they don't look very clean.
I understand.
The old man knew he didn't look good, but he didn't care and turned to walk into the hall.
Young Master Su, do you know him?
Ren Xianxian was extremely surprised. How did these two manage to start talking to each other?
I don't know him.
Su Hao shook his head, leaving her astonished.
1091, Chapter 1091 Treasure Hunt in Mount Shu.
They were chatting inside when they suddenly heard the sounds of fighting outside. Curious, they went out and saw Huang Shanhai being humiliated. Su Hao was immediately curious. Who was this person? How could he be so strong? Glancing at Huang Shanhai's wine jug, he had an idea and immediately offered him a jug of fine wine. He himself doesn't have any special feelings for alcohol, so he just gave it away as a gift. Perhaps in the future, the other party will give us some face, right?
Senior, you finally arrived.
When Li Dashan came out, he was no longer impatient as before, but instead spoke respectfully.
Who exactly is he?
At this moment, someone asked a question in surprise.
You don't even recognize him, TSK, who's the foreigner here?
Don't let his current appearance fool you, senior. He is none other than the renowned wine immortal Wei Changqing of the martial arts world.
Li Dashan solemnly announced. At that moment, everyone was completely stunned.
If Huang Shanhai's title of Heavenly Emperor is outdated, then the wine immortal is currently at the height of his power. His strength is enough to place him among the top 5 on the martial god ranking. However, he is proud and arrogant throughout his life, and doesn't care about such empty titles at all, demanding that the Heavenly Mystery Palace tear his name down. Even so, this person is a well-known figure in the martial arts world of Southwest China.
Wait a minute, isn't the wine immortal supposed to be a refined old man? Why is he so disheveled now?
Your information is outdated. Rumor has it that the wine immortal experienced a change half a year ago and has become depressed ever since, not showing up for a long time. The last thing I heard was that this senior was going to challenge Zhang Baimei, but nothing came of it. I thought he had been killed.
Keep your voice down, people are here. Someone immediately exclaimed, can you really say something like that to someone's face? As expected, the wine connoisseur Wei Changqing glanced at him disdainfully, as if the man had been plunged into hell and was terrified. He shook his head and smiled bitterly, saying to Li Dashan, a hero doesn't dwell on past glories. I am just a vagrant now, nothing more. This sentence is filled with a sense of loneliness, as if it contains countless secrets that the speaker does not want to reveal. Senior, we only value strength here, not your appearance.
Please come in, everyone. We are about to begin the formal meeting.
Li Dashan said warmly.
This person changes his expression quickly, one moment arrogant, the next all smiles. Back in the hall, Li Dashan arranged seats for everyone. Wei Changqing was sitting on the left, slowly drinking his wine.
Su Hao sat on the right, remaining calm.
The rest of the people sat in 2 rows according to their seniority in the martial arts world. Some people were dissatisfied with this arrangement. They felt that Su Hao was too young and not qualified to be on equal footing with the wine immortal. As for Huang Shanhai, he was multitasking, healing his injuries while listening to Li Dashan's plan. First of all, on behalf of the Pantheon, I would like to thank all the martial arts masters for gracing us with their presence at this gathering. Li Dashan said politely. At this point, the maids of the old house served everyone another round of tea. Our meeting was slightly delayed because of Senior Wine Immortal, but it still proceeded smoothly. Let's give him a round of applause. As he spoke, he patted the table twice. But the others looked at him like he was an idiot, wondering where he learned his tricks and why he talked so much nonsense.
We're all just ordinary folks, this isn't a company meeting. Get to the point quickly, stop dawdling. What's the point of you going around in circles like this? I'm a simple person. If we can't get to the point within a minute, I'll just leave.
That's right, who has time to listen to your nonsense? These people shouted directly. Li Dashan was a little embarrassed. Although he could communicate fluently with everyone, he had always lived abroad and was not used to dealing with people from the martial arts world. He had specially learned some meeting skills, but they were completely useless, so he coughed lightly and got straight to the point, saying, "Alright, let's get straight to the point. The main reason I've gathered everyone here is to tell you some good news. Recently, a large amount of treasure has appeared in Mount Shui. Believe you've all heard about it, right?" "Yes, I heard that strange phenomena have occurred at the Shu Mountain sect, with countless treasures suddenly appearing." This news caused quite a stir. Basically everyone knows about it. Everyone just keeps it to themselves. After all, the other party is the Shu Mountain sect, and no one really dares to go treasure hunting. Everyone's interest was piqued immediately. Huang Shanhai was right. As long as there were benefits, no one would want to leave. Therefore, our goal is to unite everyone in search for treasure in Mount Shu. As long as the treasure is found, everyone can get a share of the benefits. Li Dashan said with a smile.
Upon hearing this, everyone immediately fell silent. Joking aside, the Shushan sect is not joking with everyone.
They're the top sect, teeming with experts. How could an ordinary person possibly barge in, especially their leader, Zheng Baimei, who's widely recognized as the #1 expert? If you offend him, the consequences would be unimaginable. Su Hao's heart skipped a beat. So Li Dashan was after the Shu Mountain sect's treasures. Could it be that these people also knew about the dragon essence? If it were just other treasures, he wouldn't have needed to go to such lengths. His eyes lit up. When the time was right, he would definitely find an opportunity to ask him properly.
Li Dashan, do you know how powerful the Shu Mountain sect is? Even if all of us attacked together, we wouldn't be able to deal with Zheng Baimei.
Huang Shanhai said directly, his brows furrowed. Senior Huang, you're overthinking it. Our goal isn't to fight the Shu Mountain sect to the death. Even the Pantheon knows how powerful Zheng Baimei is and keeps their distance from him. Our goal is simply to take advantage of the Shu Mountain sect's weakened defenses during the martial arts tournament to sneak in and bring out the treasure. That's all.
Li Dashan explained.
Forgive my bluntness, but if this is all there is to the plan, it's tantamount to suicide. Even if the Shu Mountain sect sends people to maintain order at the martial arts tournament, its ranks won't be empty. You shouldn't. I know they have a master strategist secretly stationed there, right? His strength is definitely above mine.
Huang Shanhai solemnly reminds everyone. He was second only to Zheng Baimei back then, and his understanding of the Shu Mountain sect surpassed that of many others. When he tried to break into the Shu Mountain sect and directly confront Zheng Baimei, he was driven away. This was a humiliation that no one knew about, and I still don't really want to think about it now.
Yes, we don't want to go to war with the Shu Mountain sect.
Please don't treat us like fools. Who wants to be cannon fodder?
Why don't we all go back? The risks involved are just too great. Nobody wants to risk their life for a promise made on the spot.
After calming down, these people directly refused. Su Hao smiled faintly, wanting to see what other preparations the Pantheon had made. Only by infiltrating the enemy could he obtain first-hand information.
Gentlemen, please do not underestimate the Pantheon. Our plan is flawless. Li Dashan smiled confidently.
1092, Chapter 1092. Unwilling to be exposed. What plan? Huang Shanhai asked directly.
I'd like to hear the details.
Su Hao nodded.
In fact, it's quite simple to sum it up. There's strength in numbers. Our team's goal is to find treasure, but we'll have others supporting us. We also have more allies entering Mount Shu at the same time, causing trouble everywhere to distract them.
In addition, I must solemnly announce that one of the god kings of the Pantheon will also be making a move. I am sure you've all witnessed my power just now, haven't you?
Li Dashan said with a smile. Everyone nodded, especially Huang Shanhai, whose face was somewhat embarrassed. He was Li Dashan's defeated opponent and had a high degree of respect for the enemy's strength. I am at the level of a chief god in the Pantheon, but I am far inferior to the God King. With such a master in the world, perhaps we can withstand the pressure from Zhang Baimei head-on.
Li Dashan proudly announced. God King?
Is this equivalent to the leader of a major sect? Indeed, his strength far surpasses that of an elder.
Although no one knows the exact level of a foreign god king, the example of Li Dashan gives everyone some insight. His lightning power is exceptionally strong.
In comparison, one can guess at the strength of the God King. It seems the heavenly temple is truly well prepared for this treasure hunt, Huang Shanhai remarked.
That's right, we're determined to win,
Li Dashan said with great conviction. I think there is still some risk involved. Your so-called promises don't seem to offer any real benefits to anyone. One person protested, no matter what, we have to enter Mount Shu. This is the greatest adventure.
Yes, offending the Shu Mountain sect has very bad consequences. You come from the Pantheon. If something happens to you, you can just walk away. Would we be facing the pursuit of the Shu Mountain sect? Stop talking nonsense, I want to see the benefits. These people were shouting. Understood, we'll arrange it immediately. Li Dashan wasn't surprised and simply snapped his fingers. 8 burly men entered, 2 carrying a heavy chest. At his signal, they opened it, and everyone cheered. Inside were various precious treasures, weapons, cultivation techniques, and spiritual herbs, attracting everyone's attention. The Pantheon understands everyone's situation and never uses experts for free. As long as everyone agrees to form an alliance, all the treasures here will be given to you. After the matter is completed, you will also receive a generous final payment. Li Dashan laughed loudly. That's more like it. Now that they see the benefits, the brothers are more motivated. That's right, I'm willing to follow the Pantheon and get rich together. With this money, I can retire and live a life of luxury. These people were all smiles, and they were all very happy. People are only willing to take risks when they receive benefits. Senior Huang, what do you say? Li Dashan asked with a smile. Since we're already here, we should at least go to the Shu Mountain sect. Huang Shanhai said with a smile. He was already injured and had used up a lot of pills, so he couldn't afford to lose money in any case. Making a big profit wouldn't be a bad thing. Where is Senior Wine Immortal?
Li Dashan asked, looking at another person. Zhang Baimei and I still have an unfinished battle, and I'll definitely help you this time. Wei Changqing said calmly, I'm not interested in these valuables, I only have one request, plenty of drinks.
Great.
Li Dashan was very pleased with the support of these 2 experts. The rest of the group would follow suit. He felt he had convinced everyone. By the way, young Master Su, would you be willing to form an alliance with us? Compared to his 2 seniors, Li Dashan was somehow somewhat wary of Su Hao. According to their investigation, Su Hao's background was quite ordinary. However, his strength was inexplicably formidable. Although the 2 had not directly fought, they were certain that this person was no less capable than themselves. If someone is truly a master of God level, their position in the Pantheon would be quite high.
I have a question, Su Hao said calmly.
Please speak, Li Dashan said with a sincere smile.
So far, we still don't know what treasure the Pantheon is looking for. If you want the Shu Mountain sect's most prized possession, we'll have to steal it from you too? Su Hao said calmly.
Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement.
Yes, when they saw the treasure, everyone was a little dazed and didn't even have time to ask any questions. What kind of treasure could possibly attract the attention of the Pantheon?
To be honest, I am only a main god, not high enough in rank to know the specifics, but I can guarantee one thing, the treasure we are looking for this time has only recently appeared. It did not originally belong to Mount Shu and is now ownerless.
Li Dashan emphasized this.
However, this statement still gave people a sense of danger. However, many people have already put the treasures in their own pockets and pretended not to hear.
I have another question.
Su Hao smiled.
Hey, how can you have so many questions? Are you here to cause trouble, kid? You're not a spy for the Shu Mountain sect, are you?
These people were dissatisfied. They were all beneficiaries of the existing system, and if Su Hao ruined the operation, they would all go home empty-handed. In their eyes, Su Hao was a troublemaker. Don't worry, everyone, I have already investigated young Master Su's background. He has no connection with the Shu Mountain sect. Since he has any questions, he can still speak up so that everyone can hear them. Li Dashan was somewhat dissatisfied. Perhaps he shouldn't have been given a chance to speak at all, but now it was going on and on. Who exactly is this God King you're talking about? Su Hao said calmly. That's a good question, and everyone has looked at it carefully. People are still quite unfamiliar with the Pantheon, so it's not a bad thing to learn more about it. We have far too many God Kings. I am not qualified to know which one has arrived specifically, Li Dashan thus it is said. He's not stupid, he wouldn't tell everyone everything. This is, after all, the territory of the Shu Mountain sect. What if someone is a spy and leaks the news about the God King, leading to an attack? The loss would mean the loss of the God King, and even the Pantheon would find it difficult to accept. Alright, there are no problems now, Su Hao smiled. Young Master Su, would you like to choose a treasure as well? Li Dashan said casually. I don't care about these things. If I see anything good while treasure hunting, I'll definitely buy it. Su Hao shook his head and said. This answer reassured Li Dashan. Accepting benefits served as an entry ticket, implying they were allies. Since Su Hao was greedy, it meant he could be controlled. Alright, it's lunchtime now, let's all get together and have a big meal. Li Dashan greeted him. It was only then that everyone realized it was already noon, and they were all starving, so they happily agreed. 1093, Chapter 1093 Qingmei returns. After finishing their meal, Su Hao and Ren Xianxian took their leave. As the two walked through the alley, Ren Xianxian had many questions. Just as she was about to speak, Su Hao pulled her into his arms with his right hand and whispered in her ear, Xianxian, remember one thing, when you're traveling the world, never discuss anything in unsafe places. I understand. Ren Xianxian blushed. The two of them were standing too close at this moment. Her heart raced, and just as she was anticipating something to happen, she suddenly heard someone hiccup. Turning around, she saw it was the wine immortal. A thought flashed through her mind. Could it be that young Master Su had exceptional hearing and had already noticed someone nearby? Young people, you're walking fast enough. Do you think you can go back and do something in broad daylight? Wei Changqing chuckled. Senior is too kind. We were just having a private chat. Su Hao smiled calmly. I wonder if you're also going back from here. Are we traveling the same way? No, I came here specifically to say hello. Wei Changqing's eyes flickered as he listened carefully to his surroundings, making sure no one else was around, before walking over and saying, Su Hao, for the sake of a pot of wine, I advise you not to participate in this operation. The Shu Mountain sect is not easy to deal with, and this trip is likely to end badly. Thank you for the reminder, Signora. It's just a pity that I'm an adventurous person and can't possibly miss this operation, Su Hao said calmly. Sigh. Wei Changqing was somewhat disappointed. He picked up the wine pot and took another big gulp. He had already finished his wine, but he had just poured himself a new pot at noon. Wei Changqing's situation was somewhat special. Although he loved wine to death, he wasn't picky and would drink whatever was available, wherever he went. Senior Wei, how did you end up like this? Ren Xianxian still lacks experience in the ways of the world, and she keeps bringing up things that are best left unsaid. Su Hao smiled helplessly but didn't stop him, because he also wanted to know. Sigh, I didn't want to talk about this, but since it's someone from young Master Su who asked, I'll keep it brief. Wei Changqing sighed heavily. I had a daughter late in life, and she was as beautiful as a flower in the first half of the year. How am I supposed to accept that she ran off with the son of my enemy? After saying that, he stomped his foot indignantly. The ground trembled instantly, clearly indicating that they hadn't yet swallowed their anger. Su Hao and Ren Xianxian were both a little embarrassed. It was such a simple reason, yet it was perfectly understandable. What parent doesn't want their child to find the right partner? Marrying the wrong person can ruin a lifetime. Oh, if only I had met you sooner. With your good looks, you would have completely captivated my daughter. Wei Changqing grew angrier the more he thought about it, and finally took another swig of wine in silence. Senior, you're speaking too soon. I am fearless and arrogant. If a woman follows me, she'll easily get into trouble. Su Hao clasped his hands in a fist salute and left with Ren Xianxian. Wei Changqing paused, vaguely sensing that Su Hao also had a past he didn't want to talk about. He pondered that being handsome wasn't everything. There were just too many worries, perhaps he should have another sip. Su Hao returned with Ren Xianxian and had just opened the door, about to say something, when he suddenly saw a pretty figure standing in the room. His heart skipped a beat, and he blurted out, "Li Qingmei, you're back?
Ha, you recognized me even though you didn't see my face?"
The woman's voice was all too familiar. She was wearing a human skin mask, intending to play a joke on Su Hao, but she hadn't expected to be seen through.
"Greetings, miss." Ren Xianxian hurriedly greeted. "Xianxian, while I was away, was he surrounded by any vixens?"
Li Qingmei removed her mask and asked seriously.
"No."
Ren Xianxian felt a little guilty, but then she remembered something and added, "There is a holy maiden of the demonic sect named Huang Yingying, Zhao Hongyu of the Shu Mountain sect, the Yang Rushue sisters of the Sword sect, and Yan Shi of the Yama Pavilion." Su Hao frowned. What did Jiang Rushue and Yan Shi have to do with this? Everyone was just joking. There was no real action involved. If it were really counted like that, wouldn't that mean every pretty girl he glanced at on the street would be included? Humph, these little vixens, I'm back, none of them stand a chance. Li Qingmei said unhappily. Seeing this, Ren Xianxian immediately made up an excuse and guiltily took her leave. Su Hao was somewhat helpless. He hadn't expected Li Qingmei to become so jealous. After just a few days he walked over, patted her shoulder, and said, "Stop fooling around. We don't have anything, do we?"
"Who said you didn't? You kissed me twice." Li Qingmei calculated seriously. Cough cough. Su Hao blushed slightly. If that were really the case, he and Huang Yingying had even been intimate. These past events were truly difficult to deal with. He sat down, brewed a pot of flower tea, and said, "Come on, let's talk about serious matters." Alright, Li Qingmei was just being a little temperamental, and immediately got back to the point. "I've dealt with quite a few troublesome matters since I came back this time. Now that I'm back, we won't be separated for a while. Young Master Su, have you made any significant discoveries here? First and foremost, there's the blood python. This person has already been handed over to the Physiognomy Palace. Have they gotten any information from him yet?" Su Hao asked. Based on his speculation, the blood python likely has connections to certain sects, though there's no concrete evidence yet. Secondly, its bloodline inheritance is quite interesting. It would be even better if he could clarify that. He is the leader of an assassin organization, and he undergoes rigorous training, so he rarely speaks. Our people are doing their best, but haven't gotten any useful information yet. Once we find anything, we will definitely notify you and me immediately. Li Qingmei took a sip of tea, then frowned and said, "Young Master Su, who did you learn to brew such terrible tea?" Su Hao took a sip himself, and at first thought it was alright, but then he immediately come on, compared to Li Dashan's standards, the tea over there is sickeningly sweet. As they spoke, Li Qingmei prepared another pot of tea. Raising my cup again, I felt a refreshing aroma wafting towards me. Same water, the same tea, but the skill of different people makes all the difference. It's delicious. Su Hao praised with a smile. If you like, I'll soak you for the rest of my life? Li Qingmei boldly expressed her inner thoughts. Sure, you can be my maid, Su Hao joked. No, absolutely not. Li Qingmei immediately objected, remembering that Huang Yingying was also his maid. Wouldn't that make her a substitute? She said directly, alright, tell me what you discovered today. Su Hao understood that with Ren Xianxian around, today's events couldn't be kept secret, so he recounted the whole story of how he had been spying on people. 1094, Chapter 1094 Trustworthy. You two are really bold, daring to venture into a dragon's den and a tiger's lair. Li Qingmei sighed, suddenly feeling a little envious of Ren Xuanxuan. If she had come back sooner, she would have been the one by her side. We need to be careful of that guy named Li Dashan. His abilities are quite astonishing. He can manipulate the power of lightning, so he's not easy to deal with. Su Hao said seriously. Understood, I will have the people from the Physiognomy Palace keep an eye on it. But then again, the power of the Pantheon is indeed somewhat special. Many of them possess inherited power, not their own. However, we cannot ignore the fact that some of them do possess their own power. In short, it's a bit complicated, and we cannot let our guard down. Li Qingmei emphasized this. Yes. This time their target is the treasure of the Shu Mountain sect, which I estimate is most likely the same as ours. Su Hao reminded him. Their goal is to find the source of the dragon and rebuild the dragon vein. For Li Qingmei, the 5 dragon essences were indispensable, as they were related to the future of Panglai Immortal Palace.
By the way, I heard that the top 3 in this martial arts tournament will receive very generous rewards. Young Master Su, you'd better work hard and not come in 4th place.
Li Qingmei blinked, looking expectant.
Su Hao remained calm and said, I will do my best. It would be best if I could win the championship, but if I don't get good results, that's just my fate.
That's a good mindset, not everyone can compare.
There are just too many masters in this martial arts tournament to win the championship. You'll definitely need to defeat many opponents.
Li Qingmei sighed. Is there anything else? Su Hao asked casually. I almost forgot.
Li Qingmei remembered something and said, I brought someone back with me. This time she's seriously ill, and many doctors haven't been able to cure her, so I had no choice but to let you try.
Who is the other party? Su Hao asked in surprise. It's been a long time since I've treated anyone.
She is Xiao Xuening from the Tianxia gang, the daughter of the gang leader Xiao Woming, Li Qingmei introduced.
Su Hao was clearly unfamiliar with the subject and was completely baffled.
You haven't even heard of her. Xuening is ranked 5th on the beauty list, Li Qingmei said with a half smile. As long as you cure her, I can act as a matchmaker and help you two have a happy marriage. Just imagine, your father-in-law will be the leader of the Tianxia gang. Wouldn't that be like adding wings to a tiger? No one will dare to look down on you then? Seeing how serious she was, Su Hao wasn't sure if she was joking, so he said helplessly, don't try to play matchmaker. I am not considering romantic relationships for now. Besides, is the Tianxia gang really that strong? I don't really think much of them.
No one in the room was surprised by this statement.
If outsiders heard this, they would definitely be surprised.
This young man is so arrogant that he doesn't even respect the Tianxia gang.
Speaking of which, when Han Feiyang from the Tianxia gang came to challenge them, he displayed considerable strength back then. He wasn't afraid and directly taught them a lesson.
Li Qingmei sighed helplessly, thinking, you come from the Su family, isn't it normal that you're not afraid of the Tianxia gang? Besides, she can't even see through Su Hao's strength right now, and he's probably even stronger.
In short, this is an opportunity. Once we establish a good relationship with the Tianxia gang, things will go much more smoothly in the future.
Li Qingmei considered things more than Su Hao, and valued interpersonal relationships more.
In truth, she didn't know Xiao Xuening at all. Upon returning to Yinjing and hearing about the latter's troubles, she offered to help. As a descendant of the Immortal Palace, she needed to gain the support of various powerful forces as much as possible. Having more friends meant having more options.
Let's go see the patient.
Su Hao smiled faintly. The car departed from the guesthouse. With Su Hao and Li Qingmei in the back, he gazed at the scenery along the way, marveling at how beautiful the ancient town was. Unexpectedly, Li Qingmei seemed a little tired. She had been able to chat at first, but then became sleepy and leaned on his shoulder to rest. Half an hour later, the vehicle slowly came to a stop. Qingmei, wake up, we've arrived, Su Hao said softly.
Huh?
Li Qingmei opened her eyes, looking embarrassed. As a young lady from a wealthy family, it was really a bit inappropriate for her to lean on a man like this to rest. She subconsciously said, I didn't mean to just now. I was just tired from sitting on the plane for a long time.
Ugh, someone was drooling just now, and it smelled awful.
Su Hao said with a smile. Impossible. Li Qingmei was extremely embarrassed. She reached up to touch the corner of her mouth and found there was no saliva. Realizing that the boy had lied to her, she angrily turned around and saw that he had already gotten out of the car. A look of hatred flashed across her face as she chased after him, saying, how dare you play tricks on me, I'll kill you. The 2 security guards in front of them jumped in fright. They were the villa's security guards, and they had just figured out who the visitor was, that she was Li Qingmei. They never expected to hear such murderous words.
Miss Li, have we offended you?
One of the security guards was almost in tears. If Li Qingmei was really angry, no one could save him.
I apologize, but I won't hold it against you. Li Qingmei immediately regained her elegance, saying with displeasure, you saw me get out of the car, why didn't you quickly ask for permission? Okay, I'll call someone right away. Another security guard immediately promised.
Su Hao was secretly chuckling to himself. It was rare to see Li Qingmei so out of sorts. Then he saw her nervously approaching and asking, tell me the truth, do I smell bad right now?
It doesn't smell bad, it smells wonderful. Su Hao took a breath towards her and nodded appreciatively.
That's more like it. Li Qingmei smiled sweetly, her mood instantly improving. The security guard was dumbfounded. Was she really the 7th princess of the Celestial Palace? why was she being completely fooled by a man? Miss Li, please wait a moment, someone will come out to guide you inside shortly, another security guard said respectfully. Not long after, a middle-aged woman came out. He said breathlessly, Miss Li, welcome, where is the miracle doctor you mentioned? We'll go treat you right away. He is the miracle doctor, Li Qingmei said, pointing at Su Hao. The woman turned her head and was immediately stunned. Su Hao was too young and handsome, anyone would believe he was Li Qingmei's boyfriend, let alone a miracle doctor. Although she was full of doubts, she had to receive the people Li Qingmei brought, so she led them to the bedroom. On the bed lay a young, elegant woman. Her eyes were closed, and her breath was weak, clearly indicating that she was seriously ill. Su Hao glanced at it and nodded secretly. The most trustworthy thing in Yanjing is the list of beauties, and indeed, none of those listed disappointed. Even a sickly beauty like Xiao Xuening evoked a sense of pity. Miss Li, is he really a miracle doctor? The woman finally couldn't help but wonder what was wrong with his eyes. 1095, Chapter 1095, The True Cause of the Illness. Inside the room were a man and a woman. The man appeared to be around 30 years old, with striking features and a handsome appearance, exuding a certain air of authority. His name was Li Su, and he was Xiao Wuming's disciple and Xiao Xuening's senior brother. The woman had just turned 18, radiating youthful energy, and was a stunning beauty. She was Xiao Xuening's younger sister, named Xiao Xuemeng. The three had originally planned to attend the martial arts tournament, but Xiao Xuemeng fell critically ill, leaving them no choice but to stay at the Tianxia Gang stronghold in Shushan ancient town. They had already consulted several renowned doctors, but Xiao Xuemeng's condition showed no improvement and even worsened. Is he a miracle doctor? Li Su, after hearing what the middle-aged woman Wu Ma had said, asked unhappily. Yes. Li Qingmei nodded and said, in my opinion, he is like Hua Tuo in the Western Paradise. As long as he has a breath left, he can bring the dead back to life. He is the best doctor in the world today. Su Hao felt a little embarrassed. Of course, it was fake. Some diseases are indeed incurable, such as late-stage cancer. Sister Qingmei, this doesn't make sense. Generally speaking, studying medicine takes a long time. How can one become a famous doctor in less than 30 to 50 years? This handsome young man looks a bit too young. Xiao Xuemeng also didn't believe it. She was extremely anxious, watching her sister grow increasingly haggard, but there was nothing she could do just then. Lisa contacted a renowned doctor surnamed Zhao, who was on his way then. People from the Physiognomy Palace contacted them, saying they could recommend a miracle doctor, so they decided to give it a try and invited him over. Unexpectedly, Su Hao was completely different from what I had imagined. Meng, what you said is wrong. In our martial arts world, talent is highly valued. Take young master Su Hao beside me. For example, he has been studying medicine since childhood and has been doing so for 15 years now. 1 year of his study is equivalent to 3 years for others. Doesn't that mean he has 40 or 50 years of experience? Li Qingmei said with a smile. Xiao Xuemeng was stunned. She was indeed inexperienced in the ways of the world. She knew that her statement was paradoxical, but she didn't know how to refute it, so she stared at Su Hao with her beautiful big eyes, puzzled. Miss Li, we appreciate your kindness. However, saving lives requires utmost care, and we do not endorse this young Master Su's abilities, Lisa said directly. Xiao Xuening is the junior sister he has been pursuing. If something happens to her, wouldn't he lose his happiness for the rest of his life? Besides, Su Hao wasn't someone he found, so even if he saved him, he wouldn't have earned any credit. From any perspective, he didn't want Su Hao to make a move. Strength, young Master Su has saved countless wealthy people, he's not some rural quack. Li Qingmei said unhappily. Xiao Xuemeng sensed something was off about the atmosphere. Li Qingmei was a descendant of the Immortal Palace, someone they were trying to win over, hoping for cooperation between the two forces. There was no need for conflict. Besides, she meant well, how could they question her? Senior brother, when will the doctor you found arrive? Xiao Xuemeng asked, trying to smooth things over. I have to ask. Lisa picked up his phone, turned around, and started contacting the other party. Sister Qingmei, young Master Su, come, let's sit down for a while. Xiao Xuemeng forced a smile and reached out her small hand to settle the two of them in. The three of them stared at each other, the atmosphere still a bit awkward. Ahem, young Master Su, what brings you to Shushan ancient town? Did you also sign up for the martial arts tournament? Xiao Xuemeng had no choice but to break the silence and find the best topic at hand.
The martial arts tournament is currently in full swing and is the center of everyone's attention.
Yes, Su Hao replied simply.
Li Qingmei chuckled inwardly. He was always very quiet when facing strangers. Even Xiao Xuemeng's liveliness and cuteness couldn't affect him. Young Master Su, which group are you participating in? Xiao Xuemeng asked curiously.
Yesterday was the beginner group competition, and after fierce competition, some experts emerged victorious. Today is the intermediate group competition, which is still ongoing. Now that Su Hao is here, his chances of participating are probably very slim.
In that case, wouldn't there only be the possibility of a beginner group and an advanced group?
Junior sister, is there even a need to guess? Since he's a doctor, being able to participate in the beginner group is already a huge achievement. I boldly predict that he's already been eliminated and is now preparing to earn some travel expenses by practicing medicine.
Li Su ended the call and walked over, his expression filled with hostility.
Oh, that's a bit of a pity. I was looking forward to seeing young Master Su's performance on the stage.
Xiao Xuemeng subconsciously believed Li Su's deduction and said regretfully.
Who said young Master Su was eliminated? He's a contestant in the advanced group tomorrow. The competitions of the past 2 days had nothing to do with him. Seeing that Su Hao didn't explain, Li Qingmei couldn't sit still any longer and boasted. Sister Qingmei, you've got it wrong. The advanced group test is very difficult to pass. Young Master Su doesn't look like a master at all. How could he possibly get a ticket to the advanced group? I know, he was already eliminated before you came, so he's just fooling you.
Xiao Xuemeng didn't believe it at all, and even came up with a good reason.
Miss Li, we're not here to talk about that. Su Hao shook his head, changing the subject, and asked, when will your miracle doctor arrive? I just contacted him, and he's still on his way. It will take him some time. Li Su said with some difficulty.
Some time?
Xiao Xuemeng had a headache. Time was of the essence. If this dragged on any longer, who knew what might happen? What if her sister died in this small place? She didn't know how she would explain it to the Tianxia gang. Xiaomeng, give him 10 more minutes. If he still hasn't arrived, let this guy give it a try.
Li Su said helplessly.
Okay.
Xiao Xuemeng nodded. 10 minutes passed quickly.
Li Qingmei said calmly, don't worry, as long as young Master Su takes a look, I guarantee he can cure Miss Xuanning.
Explained. She then gave Su Hao a wink, and he understood, standing up and going directly to the patient's side.
Upon closer inspection, Su Hao noticed a layer of dark aura covering Xiao Xuanning's face, and her lips were also somewhat bluish. Su Hao frowned, his expression grave. He began to take the patient's pulse, his heart sinking as he realized the condition was extremely serious.
Miss Li, is this person any good?
Li Su was a little unhappy. He was afraid that Su Hao's first words would be something like condolences, which would be like announcing a death sentence. Li Qingmei nodded and made a shushing gesture, indicating that he should not disturb her for the time being.
Xiao Xuemeng clenched her hands tightly, clearly extremely nervous. Young Master Su, what illness does my sister have?
She asked anxiously after Su Hao finished taking her pulse.
Illness? She doesn't have an illness, but poisoning.
Su Hao sighed.
Poisoning? Xiao Xuemeng's expression changed. What on earth was going on? 1096, Chapter 1096. The Scent of Conspiracy.
Poisoning? Impossible. My sister was perfectly healthy when she left Yanjing. She only became weak after arriving here. We didn't need anything special, so how could she be poisoned?
Xiao Xuemeng said in astonishment.
If you have any common sense, you can tell that this patient has a strong toxin in his body. Su Hao said seriously. She looked again and indeed found something was wrong. This morning was a little better than now. Xiao Xuanning's forehead was somewhat dark, as if her whole body was shrouded in an aura of death.
Young Master Su, do you really have a way to save my sister?
Xiao Xuemeng asked worriedly, her eyes filled with tears.
Li Su frowned, still harboring some suspicion towards Su Hao. Unfortunately, lacking any supporters around him, he chose to observe cautiously. He reasoned that if Su Hao made any suspicious move, he would surely kill him with a single blow. He absolutely would not allow him to harm junior sister Xuanning. I have a solution. You all step back a bit now, I need some quiet.
Su Hao emphasized.
Good. Good. Xiao Xuemeng nodded and stepped back.
After thinking for a moment, Li Su also chose to stand to the side. But then they saw Su Hao take out silver needles and quickly insert them into her body. Powerful streams of true energy spread throughout her body along with the needles. At that moment, everyone could see a layer of black mist appearing on Xiao Xuaning's body. It seemed as if the poison was being rapidly expelled by the true energy. An hour later, Su Hao stopped, his expression grave. "Young Master Su, is your treatment over? How is my sister's condition?" Xiao Xueming asked anxiously. "I only temporarily calmed her down. The silver needles I used earlier were 9-turn resurrection needles, enough to ensure her body enters a state of rigor mortis and stop the spread of the poison. Remember, you must not remove them, otherwise the patient will definitely die within 3 hours." Su Hao warned. "Nonsense, junior sister Xuaning isn't that seriously ill. Xiaomeng, don't believe his nonsense. This person is definitely exaggerating her condition to make money," Li Si said, quite displeased. "If you don't believe me, you can simply remove the silver needles anyway. I don't know Xiao Xuaning at all, so what does her life or death have to do with me?" Su Hao said indifferently. Li Si's expression changed. With those words in hand, it was difficult to refute them for the time being. Yes, so far, the other party hasn't received any benefits at all. He simply provided medical assistance, nothing more. Senior brother, don't say such things. I believe young Master Su means well. Xiao Xuaning could only try to smooth things over again. By the way, young Master Su, are you saying that there are poisonous substances in our food or something? First of all, you must have received the source of the poison gas. Secondly, whether it was poison through food or drink is another matter. There are many ways to poison people in the martial arts world, such as through air, objects, or even by controlling poison from a distance. If you're not prepared, it's easy to fall victim. The key question is, who exactly is after you? Su Hao pointed out the obvious. Xiao Xuemeng frowned. To be frank, they didn't have much experience in the martial arts world. They were just there to watch the show. They believed that because they came from the Tianxia gang, no one would dare to mess with them. As it turns out, that's not the case at all. Even the strongest sex will be targeted. So what if she's the daughter of the leader of the Tianxia gang? Someone with ulterior motives can still secretly poison her, leaving them defenseless. Even if your diagnosis is correct, and junior sister Xuaning has been poisoned, are you just going to keep waiting for the poison to take effect without removing the silver needles? Li Si said calmly. That's what needs to be done next. I need to go back and prepare the antidote. Remember, leave this to me. Guarantee I'll get your junior sister back to her lively self within 3 days. If anyone else interferes and causes irreversible damage to the patient, don't blame me for not warning you beforehand. Su Hao issued a stern warning. What kind of reward do you want? Li Si asked, puzzled. As for the reward, that's a matter between your Tianxia gang and Miss Li. I am just helping her out. Su Hao said nonchalantly. Let's save her first, we can talk about everything else later. Li Qingmei smiled faintly. Please take good care of Miss Xuaning. We're going back to prepare the antidote. If anything happens, please contact me immediately. Thank you, Miss Li. Thank you, young Master Su. Once my sister recovers, we will definitely thank you properly. Xiao Xuaning promised. In the martial world, the most valuable thing is a debt of gratitude, which must be repaid as soon as possible. She and Li Si respectfully saw the two off. Young Master Su, what exactly is the situation with Miss Xuaning? Back in the car, Li Qingmei's expression turned serious. If it were just ordinary poison gas, Su Hao's medical skills should have been able to handle it in less than an hour. His expression was more grave than before, indicating that this illness was undoubtedly extremely difficult to treat. She's been poisoned by a Gu curse. Su Hao sighed and said directly. This is the most troublesome part. There are countless types of Gu poison, and without understanding the type, it's definitely not easy to deal with. Even for him, after an hour of testing, he only managed to figure out the type of poison and needed to prepare an antidote. Such witchcraft is extremely stubborn. It seems to exist in its own right, firmly occupying the patient's body and being very difficult to remove. Gu techniques? Li Qingmei's expression changed, and she subconsciously thought of the poison Gu sect. Normally, the poison Gu sect wouldn't be considered, because this sect was very low-key and rarely caused trouble. But the situation is different now. Wang Yingying is making money in the ancient town in a very high-profile manner, much more so than usual. Anyone who hears about Gu magic will immediately think of them. I know what you're thinking, but there's another problem this time. The Gu technique was incredibly powerful, and the person who used it, they must be of noble status. Even if they're from the Poison Gu sect, they'd be at least an elder, a holy maiden, or even the sect leader. Huang Yingying hasn't done anything like that in the past 2 days, so they can basically be ruled out.
Su Hao affirmed. Are you so sure that Dao and Miss Huang are inseparable, spending day and night together?
Li Qingmei asked, her voice tinged with jealousy.
Su Hao was taken aback. How did she make that connection? How did things turn out that he was the one in the wrong as we were talking?
Let's get down to business first, don't change the subject. Su Hao sighed. Besides the Poison Gu sect, there's another force we need to watch out for, and that's the Temple of Gods. Think about it, they're causing trouble everywhere. What consequences will it bring if Xiao Xuening dies from Gu magic?
Li Qingmei was shocked, realizing how terrifying this solution was.
Xiao Xuening is Xiao Wuming's precious daughter, on whom he places high hopes. If she were to die, the entire martial arts world would likely be shaken.
1097, Chapter 1097. Going back to prepare medicine.
This will provoke hatred between the Tianxia gang and the Poison Gu cult, leading to a fierce battle between the two forces.
The Pantheon had already targeted the Shu Mountain sect. If they were to affect these two other forces as well, wouldn't the entire martial arts world be completely manipulated by the Pantheon? Li Qingmei dared not think further, feeling that the Pantheon's ambitions were far too great.
As outsiders, they wanted to stir up trouble in the entire Dragon Kingdom.
Could it be?
Their ultimate goal is to replace the Celestial Palace and become the supreme ruler of the martial arts world.
Hateful.
Li Qingmei grew angrier the more she thought about it, and this matter became very closely related to them.
Who would have thought that what was supposed to be a simple rescue operation would turn into such a massive conspiracy?
We can't involve the Poison Gu cult for now, otherwise it's very likely that someone with ulterior motives will stir things up and cause more trouble, Su Hao said directly. This is why he didn't tell Xiao Xueming and the others that they had been poisoned by Gu poison right away.
What should we do? Li Qingmei couldn't help but think of him as someone who was giving orders.
It's simple, we'll split up. You go prepare the antidote, and I'll go back and check the ancient texts. If we can identify which type of Gu poison it is, that would be even better, Su Hao said directly.
Understood. Li Qingmei readily agreed.
They arrived at the guest house, then parted ways and got to work.
Junior sister, do you really believe in Li Qingmei? After the two left, Lisa wore a solemn expression.
Senior brother, she's from the Immortal Palace, her reputation is guaranteed.
Xiao Xueming said in surprise.
Hey, you wouldn't understand any of this. The Immortal Palace, without the support of the Divine Martial Pavilion, has very weak control over everyone. Basically, most of the stronger sects don't even take them seriously. Don't think Li Qingmei is some kind of good person, she just wants the support of our World Alliance. The Immortal Palace hasn't decided on an heir yet, so she could very well become its first female palace master.
Li Su said calmly. Xiao Xueming was somewhat bewildered. This was indeed an angle she had never considered. She instinctively felt that Li Qingmei wasn't that kind of person, but she couldn't find a suitable reason. Junior sister, do you know what I'm most worried about? Lisa's expression was more serious than ever. Please speak. Xiao Xuening also became nervous.
I suspect that the poison that junior sister Xuening was given by the people of the Immortal Palace. They are crying wolf and staging this whole thing, Lisa said.
Xiao Xuening was completely dumbfounded. She was somewhat at a loss. Was the world really that dangerous?
Li Qingmei appears to be a very friendly person, but behind the scenes she is a treacherous poisoner. Looking back, it seems that the rescue was indeed initiated by the people from the Physiognomy Palace. She dared not think any further, for it would only make her feel that people were treacherous. Senior brother, you have no evidence for these words, so you can only say them to me. You must not spread them around, understand? I'm just making some assumptions actually. Besides the Immortal Palace, there's another possibility, the Poison Gu cult. In short, this poison is extraordinary. It must have been done by someone with ulterior motives.
Li Su said with certainty.
He wasn't stupid, he guessed something from Su Hao's hesitation. However, since he had never been in contact with the Pantheon, he had no way of suspecting them. Even so, neither the Immortal Palace nor the Poison Gu sect are easy for the World Alliance to deal with. If Xiao Xuening recovers, the younger generation can only report to the Alliance leader and wait for their investigation.
Hey, it sounds like someone's coming. Xiao Xuemeng suddenly said.
Just then, 3 people walked towards them. The one in the lead was an elderly man who looked extraordinary. Beside him were a young man and a young woman who appeared to be the old man's disciples.
Junior sister, this is Dr. Zhao.
When Li Si saw the person who had arrived, his eyes lit up, and he immediately stood up to greet him respectfully. The newcomer was Zhao Zizai, one of the 4 great physicians in the martial arts world. He had good relationships with the Tianxia gang and other major sects, and was also a friend of Xiao Wuming. After witnessing the helplessness of those overrated doctors, Li Si secretly contacted Zhao Zizai. Finally, at this moment, I saw the real person.
Senior Zhao, you've finally arrived, Li Si said respectfully.
With Dr. Zhao here, my sister is saved. Respectfully. I won't talk about these empty words, I'm going to see the patient right away, Zhao Zizai said pragmatically.
Dr. Zhao, please come in. Xiao Xuemeng immediately led the way.
Back in the room, Zhao Zizai's expression changed drastically when he saw Xiao Xuemeng's condition. He said unhappily, "What kind of quack doctor did you find? How can you leave the needles after someone has passed away? Continuing like this is just wasting the patient's life force."
Dr. Zhao, what do you mean by that?
Li Si's expression changed drastically. Look, Miss Xuening's entire body is now black, a sign that poison has spread throughout her body. Once her meridians are blocked and the poisonous blood accumulates, she will surely die within 3 hours.
Zhao Zizai said angrily. Xiao Xuemeng was a little confused.
Why do the senior's statements contradict those of young Master Su? One repeatedly emphasizes that removing the silver needles would endanger his life within 3 hours, while the other directly states that maintaining this state would endanger his life within 3 hours.
So, if even one person is right, my sister's life will be in danger?
Senior, the person who made the move this time is a divine physician named Su Hao, brought by Miss Li Qingmei. It is said that his medical skills are unparalleled in the world. Before leaving, he left these silver needles to prepare medicine back home.
Li Su, intentionally or unintentionally, provoked them. Su Hao.
Zhao Zizai said disdainfully, the only divine doctor I acknowledge is the medicine king. Everyone else is utterly useless. Think about it yourselves. If he truly is a divine doctor, why is he completely unknown in the martial arts world? Upon hearing this, both Li Su and Xiao Xuemeng were speechless. Yes, they had never heard of Su Hao before, they only asked him to help because of Li Qingmei. Miss Xiao, you must make a choice now. Do you believe Su Hao or my master? If you believe outsiders, there's no need for us to stay.
Zhao Zizai's female disciple directly exerted pressure. Senior, you absolutely cannot leave, of course we trust you.
Xiao Xuemeng exclaimed in alarm. In contrast, Zhao Zizai was her father's friend, how could they possibly doubt him? She immediately expressed her stance. Very well, in that case, we must remove the acupuncture needles now. Please rest assured, Miss Xuening's condition is not serious. I am confident that she will recover within an hour.
Zhao Zizai confidently promised.
Xiao Xuemeng was overjoyed. Judging from this statement, it seemed that his medical skills were far superior to Su Hao's.
Senior, if I may be so bold as to ask, what exactly is junior sister Xuening's problem?
Li Su asked, mustering his courage.
1098, chapter 1098. Is senior alright? Of course it's poisoning, do you even need to ask?
Zhao Zizai said as if he were looking at an idiot. I see at least Su Hao wasn't wrong about this, Li Su said, pretending to suddenly understand. In fact, he gave Xiao Xuemeng a wink, as if to say, did you hear that? This matter needs to be investigated further. There must be some unknown secrets inside. What good is it for him to know he's been poisoned? Any normal doctor could tell. The most important thing is how to detoxify him. The fact that he just ran away can only mean one thing. He's completely helpless against the deadly poison in Miss Xuening's body.
Zhao Zizai affirmed. Senior Zhao, how do you detoxify? Xiao Xuemeng asked humbly.
First, take the antidote I prepared. If that doesn't work, then use silver needles to detoxify. Instead of doing what he did, randomly inserting needles and sealing off all the blood vessels, he's practically endangering lives.
Zhao Zizai was very unhappy. There's a tendency for colleagues to belittle each other. How could he possibly think highly of a young doctor?
As he spoke, he slowly pulled out all the silver needles. Just as the last silver needle was removed from the acupoint, Xiao Xuening's condition deteriorated rapidly. She convulsed all over, and dark, stagnant blood flowed from some acupoints, making the whole room smell terrible.
Senior, you're doing this. Xiao Shueming was shocked. Was this just like what young Master Su said, that pulling it out would have unimaginable consequences? Don't rush. Young Master Li, please open the window. Disciple, take out my antidote and pour out some of it. Zhao Zizai said calmly. Good. His male disciple obeyed the order, took out a thermos from his bag, and slowly opened it. Instantly, a refreshing fragrance filled the entire room, suppressing the stench. He squatted down and slowly poured out a small cup of antidote. This is a bright green liquid, and it looks incredibly mysterious. Senior, what is this? Xiao Shueming asked. You haven't seen this before, have you? This is the universal antidote I concocted. I call it Fairy Dew. Based on my decades of medical experience, all those who are poisoned by those kinds of poisons, so I spent a year collecting tens of thousands of kinds of spiritual herbs, put them all into the alchemy furnace, and spent 81 days brewing them to create this immortal dew. It's incredibly precious, just this one cup would cost at least 100,000 yuan. Zhao Zizai said proudly. When Xiao Shueming first heard this, she thought it was a truly meritorious act. If it were promoted and made into a finished product, wouldn't it sell like hotcakes? But upon closer inspection, she felt something was amiss. Every medicine has its side effects. If the medicine isn't right for the patient, wouldn't that cause unnecessary stress? But she wasn't a medical professional, and although she knew something was wrong, she didn't dare say anything. Go and help the patient up. Zhao Zizai said to his female disciple. Yes, ma'am. She sat on the edge of the bed, slowly picked up Xiao Shueming, and pinched the patient's chin to make her mouth open. Watch closely, I'll show you what it means to cure an ailment instantly. Zhao Zizai said with a smile. As he spoke, he poured the entire cup of celestial dew into Xiao Shueming's mouth. After taking the medicine, Xiao Shueming's complexion visibly improved. The black poisonous gas was dissipating. Senior Zhao, you are truly a contemporary Huatua. Li Su was overjoyed. This was the divine doctor he had invited. As long as he could save junior sister Xuening, he would definitely remind her every day to always remember his contribution. Great, is my sister about to wake up? Xiao Shueming was very happy. Things seemed to be developing in a positive direction. First of all, it's called immortal dew, not a real elixir. It takes time for it to take effect. Secondly, if the World Alliance encounters any difficult problems in the future, don't trust others, or they'll only cause more trouble. Zhao Zizai said proudly. Yes, that Su Hao is a complete quack. No, a quack is just incompetent. He's murdering people for money. Li Su immediately complained. Xiao Shueming nodded. Disciple, let Miss Xuening rest. We'll wait here. Zhao Zizai gave the instructions. Yes, ma'am. The female disciple was very obedient. She gently laid Xiao Shueming down and helped cover her with a blanket. Unexpectedly, the patient's condition suddenly changed. His body convulsed again, as if his condition was worsening. Puff! Xiao Shueming accidentally opened her mouth and spat out a mouthful of black blood, which smeared the female disciple's face. Master, something seems to have happened. The female disciple endured the stench and spoke with extreme nervousness. Zhao Zizai had just sat down, about to take a sip of tea, when he suddenly stood up. Returning to the bedside, he discovered that Xiao Shuening's condition had not only not improved, but seemed to have worsened. How could this be? My all-powerful elixir has no effect. Miss Xiao, where did she get the poison from? Zhao Zi's previous relaxed demeanor turned into one of extreme solemnity. Reporting to Senior, we don't know the specifics either. We were inexplicably poisoned after arriving in the ancient town. As for the source, we haven't had time to investigate yet. Li Su said truthfully. In short, the person who poisoned her wanted to take Miss Xuening's life, which is no small matter. Zhao Zizai said. Xiao Shueming panicked. This wasn't the time to talk about this, she cried. Could it be that young Master Su's treatment is the correct one, and we've wronged him? Junior sister, you can't make a decision so soon. Strictly speaking, Su Hao hasn't done anything. We still need to place our hopes on Dr. Zhao. Li Su was also getting anxious. But the only one who can make a move right now is Zhao Zizai. A terrifying thought flashed through his mind. If Zhao Zizai was powerless, wouldn't Xiao Shuening be tortured to death? That was truly horrifying. Who would be responsible then? That's right, I have backup treatments. Since the elixir is ineffective, we'll have to resort to acupuncture.
Zhao Zizai remained relatively calm and instructed, "Disciple, bring out my silver needles. You two must watch closely. My formation is quite famous in the martial arts world. It's called the Red Dust Formation." His expression was extremely serious after he picked up the silver needles. His needlework was quick and precise, his technique comparable to Su Hao. Xiao Xuemeng's expression gradually relaxed, which was enough to prove that Zhao Zizai was indeed truly skilled. As the silver needles were inserted, Xiao Xuemeng's condition stabilized. She coughed up another mouthful of blood, then stopped convulsing and calmed down considerably. After the acupuncture was finished, Xiao Xuemeng carefully wiped away the bloodstains. Looking back, she noticed that Zhao Zizai's face was pale, and he looked as if he had aged 10 years.
Senior Zhao, are you alright? Xiao Xuemeng asked in surprise.
Alas, this acupuncture technique is very taxing on the body. If it weren't for your father's sake, I wouldn't have used it at all, Zhao Zizai said weakly. 1099, Chapter 1099. Back to the beginning. I am truly honored to have the opportunity to witness your secret acupuncture techniques,
Li Su said politely.
Senior, let's not talk about that now. Let's save the person first. Xiao Xuemeng's tone was somewhat impatient. She always felt that Zhao Zizai boasted too much, while Su Hao only did things and didn't brag. Miss Xiao, don't worry, I'll have her drink 2 more cups of the elixir to enhance its effect. It will definitely cure her, Zhao Zizai said with a smile. Is it the same old story again? This time, Xiao Xuemeng wasn't so easily fooled and decided to see how it went.
Disciple, why aren't you moving yet? Zhao Zizai scolded.
Understood. The male disciple nervously poured a cup of celestial dew and fed it to Xiao Xuemeng again. Everyone could see that this man was much more nervous than before, his hands trembling uncontrollably. Having followed Zhao Zizai for so many years, he had never witnessed anything like this before. It was clear to everyone that the elixir had absolutely no effect.
He's thinking about one question right now. What should he do if something happens to Xiao Xuemeng?
Don't be fooled by Xiao Wuming's brotherly relationship with Zhao Zizai. It's only because the latter can cure difficult and complicated diseases. If he kills someone, he'll be a completely different person.
Is the Tianxia gang really that easy to bully? I could easily crush all 3 of them. Oh no!
Just as he was thinking this, he suddenly realized that Xiao Xuemeng was unable to swallow at all, and the fairy dew flowed down her neck onto the bed. The situation, which had just been stable, has changed again. After shaking violently, she became completely still. The disciple cautiously checked her breath, then his face turned deathly pale. He exclaimed, Master, something terrible has happened. Miss Xuening has died suddenly.
Impossible, you must be mistaken. I used acupuncture and elixir as double insurance. How could an accident happen?
Zhao Zizai's eyes were filled with panic as he lowered his head, trying to figure out where the problem lay. Based on past experience, all the steps were correct. He shouldn't have died suddenly.
Could it be that?
He considered the possibility that the pathogen causing Xiao Xuemeng's illness had not been identified, thus making it impossible to treat the condition effectively.
Could it be that she wasn't poisoned?
Thinking about this, I suddenly felt a cold sweat pour down my back.
Zhao Zizai, what exactly happened to my sister?
When Xiao Xuemeng looked at her again, her gaze was fierce, like that of an angry lioness. She's just temporarily unconscious and will recover soon. These things happen frequently during treatment and are nothing to worry about, Zhao Zizai thought to himself, secretly groaning. The acupuncture technique he just used had depleted a lot of his true energy. If the people of the Tianxia gang were to decide to kill him, it would be almost impossible for him to escape unscathed.
Do you think I'm a 3-year-old? If my sister doesn't wake up, I'll tear you to pieces.
After Xiao Xuemeng finished speaking, she drew her broken sword with a whoosh and held it against Zhao Zizai's throat, threatening him. Junior sister, how could you do this? The senior Zhao is master's old friend. If this gets out of hand, no one can salvage the situation, Li Su advised. I saw it with my own eyes. The murderer who killed my sister. I don't care who he is at worst, I'll go back and get a scolding from my father.
In her anger, Xiao Xuemeng overreacted.
With a hiss, a gash appeared on Zhao Zizai's neck, and blood flowed freely. This scene terrified his 2 disciples, who trembled with fear. Indeed, treating illnesses with powerful people has both advantages and dangers. If you anger them, the consequences can be unimaginable. Zhao Zizai's face was grim. The situation had spiraled out of control now. It wasn't just his reputation as a miracle doctor that was being destroyed, he might even lose his life. He sighed and said, "Miss Xiao, please calm down. I understand how you feel, but there's still a chance. Have you ever heard of a resurrection pill? A soul-returning pill?" Xiao Xuemeng was completely baffled. She had never heard of it before. Could it be a priceless treasure from Medicine King Valley? Li Su was overjoyed. If that were the case, then there was hope. That's right, the soul-returning pill is only found in Medicine King Valley. I obtained one by chance while helping the Medicine King. To be honest, this is my most precious pill. Someone offered millions to buy it, but I wouldn't sell it now. I can only use it to save Miss Xuening. It's enough to save her life. Zhao Zizai said with utmost seriousness. This is his most prized possession. You absolutely mustn't make a mistake. Senior Zhao, if the pill is effective, we will not treat you unfairly, and will give you at least 10 million in reward. Xiao Xuemeng still believed in the reputation of Medicine King Valley and decided to give him one last chance. Yes, the World Gang will always repay both kindness and vengeance. Li Su emphasized this. Zhao Zizai sighed and slowly took out a sandalwood box from his bag. Inside was a perfectly sealed wax pill. Judging from the packaging, it is also much more exquisite than fairy dew. As the wax seal crumbled, a golden pill emerged from within, emanating a reassuring aura. As expected of products from Medicine King Valley, they're clearly not ordinary, Lisa said with a fawning smile. Come on, let's see the results. Zhao Zizai was also full of anticipation. He personally fed the pill to Xiao Xuening, and it melted instantly upon entering her mouth, sending a warm current through her limbs and bones. Several people held their breath, witnessing with their own eyes that Xiao Xuening's complexion was recovering. It returned to normal in less than a minute. The strong, steady heartbeat proved that the most dangerous situation had passed. Success! Zhao Zizai breathed a sigh of relief. As expected of the treasure of Medicine King Valley, it truly has the ability to bring the dead back to life. That's great, junior sister Xuening is really getting better. Li Su was very happy. This was the result he had been hoping for. Senior Zhao, I was very rude just now. I apologize to you. Xiao Xuemeng was much more polite and bowed directly. Second miss, you're too kind just now. That's human nature, I can understand it. Zhao Zizai dared not ask her for an apology, he just wanted to leave as soon as possible. His two disciples also showed relaxed smiles, clearly seeing a glimmer of hope for survival. However, this situation didn't stabilize for long. Just as Zhao Zizai's men finished packing up, Xiao Xuening's aura weakened again. Black mist reappeared on her face, and she didn't open her eyes at all throughout. Zhao Zizai, is this your medical skill? So all that effort you put in is exactly the same as not treating at all? Xiao Xuemeng was furious again. Wasn't that how it started? During this time, Su Hao used his acupuncture skills to seal the poison gas and stop its spread. After Zhao Zizai's subsequent machinations, the situation worsened. Finally, he used a resurrection pill, returning him to square one. Why is this happening? Zhao Zizai was completely dumbfounded. He was now in a state of distress and couldn't express his feelings. Would it be a waste of a soul-returning pill? 1100, Chapter 1100 Enhancing Vitality. Zhao Zizai, I never expected someone with your level of skill to dare to call themselves a divine doctor. You're nothing but a quack. Even I, an outsider, know that you can't use just one kind of antidote. You need to prescribe the right medicine for the right condition, and you even named it Immortal Dew. I think you're no different from a charlatan. My sister is now critically ill, and it's all your fault. Even killing you all wouldn't quell the hatred in my heart. Xiao Xuemeng grew angrier as she spoke, and with a whoosh, she pulled out a long sword and swung it directly at Zhao Zizai's head. The sword energy surged forth, carrying a strong killing intent. Zhao Zizai's expression changed drastically. He hadn't expected Miss Xiao to be so terrifying when angry, giving him no chance to explain herself before thrusting her sword. Just as he was about to die, Li Su intervened, blocking her attack with his sword and standing in front of her, saying, Junior sister, don't act rashly. Senior Zhao only suffered from inadequate treatment. How can we kill him directly? They may be angry, but if someone dies, they won't be able to explain themselves. Zhao Zizai, tell me yourself, is there any way to salvage this? Xiao Xuemeng snapped. Young Master Li, we have done our best. Some illnesses are incurable. You must accept reality. The poison in Miss Xuaning's body is strange and powerful. The person who poisoned her wanted to kill her. In my opinion, there are only two things to do now. First, find the best coffin so that Miss Xuaning can be buried with dignity. Second, find the person behind the poisoning and eradicate them completely. Zhao Zizai said apologetically. What did you say? Senior brother, get out of the way, I want him to pay for my sister's life. Young Master Su had already stabilized my sister's situation, but it was this quack doctor who ruined her. As Xiao Xuaning spoke, she slashed with her sword again. Li So had no choice but to block it again. Junior sister, we still need to find a way to save her, instead of causing trouble here. If junior sister Xuaning really dies, it won't be too late to kill them then. Li Su scolded. Senior brother, I'm warning you, this is the person you hired. If anything happens, I will report it to father truthfully. Enraged, Xiao Xuaning even threatened her senior brother. Lisa's face turned pale now. He was in trouble himself. He glared angrily at Zhao Zizai, thinking to himself that he should have known better than to try to mediate the fight. He hadn't expected this outcome. Just then, an idea struck him, and he said, why don't we call Su Hao back? He seems to have a solution. Yes, young Master Su is still the most reliable. I'll make the call right away. You keep an eye on these people and make sure they don't get away. Xiao Xuaning nodded and immediately went out to contact Li Qingmei. Flames soared into the sky behind the guest house. Su Hao is currently refining pills. It must be said that the people at the Physiognomy Palace had ample reserves. In no time, they had prepared the medicinal herbs he needed. Knowing that there was no time to lose, he immediately began refining the elixir. Young Master Su, something has happened. At the crucial moment when the alchemy was being refined, Li Qingmei rushed over. Su Hao asked, puzzled. What could have happened? Something happened to Xiao Xuaning. She was perfectly fine before, but the Tianxia gang brought in the legendary Dr. Zhao Zizai, and after a series of treatments, she's back to square one. She's still covered in toxins and her condition is gradually worsening. Li Qingmei said angrily. Sai, why are these people so disobedient? Su Hao said helplessly. They're calling now, hoping we'll get there soon, otherwise I'm afraid Xiao Xuaning won't be able to hold on for 2 hours. Li Qingmei said with regret. Xiao Xuaning is extremely crucial, she must be rescued no matter what, otherwise, the forces involved will be beyond imagination. I can't go for now, I need some more time to refine the pills. Warn them not to make any other moves until I bring the pills over. Su Hao said seriously. Understood. Li Qingmei left for a while, and then came back. She squatted down beside her, watching intently. It's said that men are handsome when they're focused, and Su Hao was even more focused when refining pills than when doing anything else. He started with charcoal fire, but now that time was of the essence, he switched to using his inner energy. He unleashed streams of true energy from his right hand, which burned wildly, maintaining a stable flame. Li Qingmei, who was nearby, also turned red from the heat. In order to refine the antidote, they prepared dozens of kinds of pills. In addition to its detoxifying effects, it can also restore vitality and even, to some extent, beautify and nourish the skin. Ha! Li Qingmei immediately sensed something was wrong. A layer of purple aura was emanating from the alchemy furnace, which looked extremely mysterious. Open the furnace. Half an hour later, Su Hao, covered in sweat, shouted. Immediately, the entire alchemy furnace exploded. Wisps of purple energy dissipated with the wind, and then 12 purple pills appeared in the air, looking crystal clear. Su Hao reached out and placed 2 of them into a jade bottle. The remaining 10 are placed in the palm of my hand. At this moment, he was covered in sweat and looked breathless. To save his life, he did not hesitate to expend a great deal of his inner energy to achieve this situation. Young Master Su, you've worked hard. Li Qingmei looked at him with concern, took out a wet wipe, and gently helped him wipe it clean. Qingmei, what do you think of this pill? Su Hao presented the purple pill to him with a proud expression. Is this for me? Li Qingmei immediately realized and asked with delight. Yes, this batch produced so many, and since you were the supplier of the medicinal herbs, you should rightfully receive the lion's share. Su Hao nodded. Thank you. Li Qingmei was very happy. She took out a jade bottle, put in 9 pills, and swallowed one on the spot. The pill melted instantly upon entering her mouth, and she felt a warm, comforting sensation spread throughout her body. She immediately felt refreshed and invigorated, her entire being brimming with energy. The day's fatigue vanished completely. Most importantly, looking down, she noticed her skin was radiant and more delicate than ever before.
Young Master Su, what is the name of this pill? Li Qingmei asked curiously.
To outsiders, it's an antidote called the Purple Cloud Antidote Pill. To you, it's called the Beauty Pill. Take one, and it will make you 10 years younger, Su Hao explained.
Beauty pill? He. You really know how to name things. So, if I take 10 pills, won't I live to be 100 and stay young forever? Li Qingmei joked.
That's right, Su Hao admitted on the spot that with Li Qingmei's current strength, living for 200 years wouldn't be a problem. Her appearance wouldn't change much until she was 150 years old, and she would only start to age slowly in the following 50 years.
The main function of elixirs is to enhance vitality.
The best outcome would be for the external wound to heal. If he were to take out a knife and cut her skin now, it would probably heal immediately, but he was reluctant and didn't want to hurt her. Since young Master Su has given me such a wonderful gift, how should I repay him? Li Qingmei stared at him and said with a grin.
Chapter 1101 Life hangs by a thread.
This is what you deserve, Su Hao emphasized. That won't do. I feel guilty if I got something so good without giving anything in return. Li Qingmei's eyes sparkled as she leaned closer, bringing her lips to his mouth, and said, how about I repay you with my body and spend the rest of my life adventuring in the martial world with you?
I think you already had this idea in mind.
Su Hao smiled helplessly. She made these dumplings for this bowl of vinegar. Li Qingmei smiled and moved closer and closer, almost kissing him. Mr. Su, Miss Xiao and the others are urging us again. Ren Xianxian rushed over, phone in hand. She froze, her face flushed. So they were having a romantic chat here, she murmured. Just pretend I wasn't here, you two continue. Ren Xianxian, one day I'll kill you and throw you into the sea to feed the fish. Li Qingmei was a little unhappy. She was about to succeed when he interrupted her, and she was furious.
Xianxian, don't be afraid. If she dares to abandon you, then you can stay with me.
Su Hao said deliberately. She has no chance. She'll be mine for life. Li Qingmei emphasized again, then pulled Ren Xianxian aside and excitedly recounted the pills she had just obtained.
Ren Xianxian looked on with envy. She had no idea there were such wonderful things. No wonder Miss looks several years younger from now on. We can say that Miss is an 18-year-old girl every day.
Ren Xianxian hurriedly tried to salvage the situation.
Ha! I love hearing that. Li Qingmei laughed happily, then coughed as if pretending to be mature, and said, alright, we have to go again. Xuan, you stay here. If anything urgent happens, report it immediately, understand?
Understood.
Ren Xianxian said and left immediately.
She hadn't gone far when she heard a sizzling sound behind her, as if someone hadn't given up and had still kissed her at that moment. Even if she had 1,000 lives, she wouldn't dare turn around to look. She could only maintain her normal pace and walk further and further away.
Li Qingmei, if you keep acting like this, you'll never get married. Su Hao said awkwardly, wiping his mouth. Isn't that perfect? You're getting a good deal.
Li Qingmei's lips were practically twisted in a grin. Alright, let's go rescue her. If we don't go now, Xiao Xuening might really kick the bucket.
Su Hao nodded.
Leaving the guesthouse, the two once again boarded a stretched luxury car and headed to Xiao Xuening's lodgings. The journey was the same as last time, taking about half an hour. The difference was that this time Su Hao was tired and rested on Li Qingmei's shoulder.
Time seemed to rewind to that night in Yinjing, when Li Qingmei was full of energy and quietly served as a cushion.
Miss, we've arrived. The car stopped, and the driver reminded her quietly. Li Qingmei nudged Su Hao and said, wake up, or you'll start drooling.
No way, I'm a very good sleeping person.
Upon hearing this, Su Hao woke up, regaining some of his energy. Before getting out of the car, he took a pill to restore his vitality. When he landed again, he appeared to have recovered almost completely. Outside the huge villa, Xiao Xuemeng and Lisa stood anxiously when they saw Su Hao and the other person come down. They hurriedly came to greet them.
Young Master Su, you are our only savior.
Xiao Xuemeng hurriedly said, I shouldn't have trusted that quack Dr. Zhao Zizai. Please don't say that Zhao Zizai is a very renowned doctor. He might just not be suitable to treat this kind of disease. Su Hao had no prior conflict with him and spoke up for him.
Yes.
Lisa quickly agreed, then led the way, saying, "Young Master Su, junior sister Xuaning's life is in danger, please do your best to save her."
Must?
Su Hao frowned. The way the other party spoke in such a commanding tone was really unpleasant. It was as if in Lisa's mind, Su Hao's status was much lower than his, and he completely looked down on him.
"Senior brother, I know you still have doubts about young Master Su, but right now, besides him, we really can't find any other way to save my sister in any case. At this moment, he is our most honored guest," Xiao Xuemeng emphasized.
She smiled brightly, walked up to him, took his hand, and said affectionately, "Young Master Su, as long as you can save my sister, you can make any request."
"Oh, really?" Li Qingmei was a little unhappy. What did this woman mean by sticking so close to Su Hao? You know, he didn't like beautiful women, so she deliberately provoked her and said, "If our condition is that Xiao Xuening and Su Hao are to marry, would you agree?" Upon hearing this, both Xiao Xuemeng and Li So looked rather unpleasant.
Xiao Xuemeng's meaning was clear. She would gladly accept Su Hao's offer to be her girlfriend. She thought Su Hao was handsome and capable, her ideal partner, but according to Li Qingmei, wouldn't he become her brother-in-law? Li Su was even more displeased. Xuanning was the person he liked, how could he just give her away? "Sister Qingmei, marriage is a major life event that should be decided by father and sister. I cannot agree to it," Xiao Xuemeng said awkwardly. "Really, then we'll discuss it later," Li Qingmei smiled mysteriously.
Xiao Xuemeng didn't want to bring up the matter of payment again, so she led everyone back to the bedroom.
At this moment, Zhao Zizai was still doing some remedial work when he saw Su Hao, and he was completely stunned. Su Hao was even younger than he had imagined.
"Miss Xiao, aren't you being ridiculous? What kind of ability does this person have that you would entrust him with the important task of treating Miss Xuanning?" he said unhappily. "Get out of my way."
Xiao Xuemeng no longer wanted to be polite to him and slapped him away. "You'd better pray that young Master Su will save my sister, otherwise you'll all pay with your lives today. To put it bluntly, your life is now in young Master Su's hands." Zhao Zizai's face was grim. His status in the martial arts world was still its very high. "I originally wanted to make a fortune this time, but I didn't expect to get into so much trouble. Now I'm in a bit of a predicament." Even so, he was still full of suspicion towards Su Hao, so he gave Li Su a wink, signaling the other party to protest.
Lisa shook his head secretly. He dared not interrupt now. "Don't underestimate Xiao Xuemeng. Just because she's the junior sister, her status is what it is. She's the second young lady of the Xiao family. How could he possibly compare to her? Young Master Su, please come quickly and see if my sister can be saved," Xiao Xuemeng said anxiously.
Su Hao came to the bedside, glanced at her, and immediately frowned. Somewhat stunned, he said, "To put it bluntly, Miss Xuaning's life hangs by a thread. If it had been half an hour later, she would already be gone."
"It's that serious?" Xiao Xuemeng was stunned.
"Of course," Su Hao emphasized, "I originally sealed her meridians to ensure the poison wouldn't spread, but some idiot pulled out the silver needles. If he could remove the poison, that would be one thing, but instead, the poison spread throughout her body. Isn't that just hastening her death?"
1102, Chapter 1102, Life in Danger.
Zhao Zizai's face was extremely grim. He knew Su Hao was right. He had meant well, but his arrogance had led to disaster, so he cautiously asked, "Young Master Su, what treatment options do you have?" "Originally, I went back and refined the Purple Cloud detoxification pill, which could slowly neutralize her poison. Now, the pill alone is no longer effective. The best course of action now is to choose someone as a vessel to transfer all the poison from Miss Xuaning's body into that person's body. Once the poison is expelled, we can use the detoxification pill to finish the job and save her life. This matter is extremely dangerous, even I am not 100% certain," Su Hao said seriously.
Zhao Zizai was completely dumbfounded. Was there really such a way?
He suddenly realized that Su Hao's medical skills were indeed very high, but his greatest strength lay in his considerable physical abilities. His powerful internal energy was his true source of confidence. Even if he had thought of a method to remove the poison, he wouldn't have been able to accomplish it.
"Young Master Su, I have a question. If the poison gas is transferred, even if my sister is out of danger, what will happen to the other person? Will their situation be similar to my sister's?" Xiao Xuemeng discovered the key to the problem.
"That depends on the person's fate. If they're lucky, they might live for a while. If they're unlucky, they might die suddenly," Su Hao said with a strange smile on his lips.
"Ah."
Xiao Shueming was stunned. Could it be a method of exchanging lives for lives? So, she looked at Zhao Zizai and shouted sternly, "You caused this mess, so you have to find someone to be the furnace." Upon hearing this, Zhao Zizai felt as if the sky had fallen. Wasn't this also a matter of paying with his life? He was a divine physician, how could he die here? So he looked at his two disciples with a sinister gaze and said, "I have treated you as well as my parents who will step forward to save Miss Xuanning. Don't worry, even if the poison has spread, at most she will only be unconscious. I will work with young Master Su to find a treatment." The two disciples were stunned and knelt on the ground, begging for their lives. "Young Master Li, I've heard you have a good relationship with Miss Xuanning. Now is the time when you're most needed to step forward. Shouldn't you stand up and save your beautiful junior sister?" Su Hao's gaze swept across the room and landed on Li Su instead. The latter turned pale with fright and waved his hands repeatedly, saying, "I'm just his senior brother, not his fiancé. Have no obligation. Cough cough, I should say I have no ability to save her." "Is that so? Looks like you're a petty person too?" Su Hao said without any politeness. He would take revenge immediately if he had a grudge, so he wouldn't tolerate him. Lisa dared not answer, hiding his head like a turtle, pretending not to hear. "Young Master Su, how about I be the furnace cauldron?" Xiao Shueming was anxious. These people were all afraid of death, so she bravely stepped forward. "Miss Xiao, I'm going to explain the treatment process next. First, only I can be the one to choose the furnace cauldron. Second, no one is allowed to disturb me, otherwise Xiao Shuenning's life will be in danger. Finally, you all retreat to the doorway, only Miss Li Qingmei may remain," Su Hao said. Alright. Xiao Shuemin obviously didn't expect that he would actually use himself as a furnace. Wouldn't that put him in a dangerous situation? The group quickly retreated to the doorway, but they couldn't quite see what Su Hao was going to do. Zhao Zizai breathed a sigh of relief. He couldn't understand why Su Hao was willing to take the risk. Was that stupid? Lisa frowned. Could this person be playing a trick on everyone, deliberately exaggerating the dangers of the poison gas? Only Li Qingmei stood beside Su Hao, saying worriedly, "Young Master Su, is it really necessary for you to do this?" "I have my own reasons, please don't doubt them." Su Hao smiled mysteriously. His thoughts were completely beyond the comprehension of outsiders. He had sacrificed so much to save Xiao Shuenning. If it were merely to help Li Qingmei, it wouldn't have been worth it. But now that the patient is in a coma, he has a bold idea. That is to seize the goo worms. These goo worms are incredibly powerful. If we could subdue them, they might come in handy, but this idea is something outsiders can't guess and don't need to know. Be careful. Li Qingmei helped Xiao Shuenning up. The scene at that moment was actually quite beautiful. Li Qingmei, ranked first on the beauty list, supporting Xiao Shuenning, ranked fifth, a sight unlikely to be repeated. However, Su Hao wasn't interested in this. He placed his hand directly on Xiao Shuenning's lower abdomen and then activated his 9 cauldrons true qi. Since he began cultivating the 9 cauldrons longevity technique, his true energy has undergone a transformation. This martial art was obtained from a secret chamber in the ancient Lulan kingdom, and its effects are astonishing. Within the Dantian, 9 cauldrons begin to rotate, continuously providing true qi. From an outsider's perspective, Xiao Shuenning was currently enveloped in black smoke. After the poison left her body, it moved closer to Su Hao and was slowly absorbed by him. This process is the transfer of toxic gas. The better Xiao Shuenning's complexion, the worse Su Hao's complexion. The poisonous gas traveled along the meridians into the Dantian, gradually condensing and transforming into countless goo worms. Anyone who witnessed this scene would be terrified. Holy crap, is this kid serious? Li Su was especially surprised. I think we should remain skeptical. Perhaps they're just being deliberately mysterious. Don't believe them easily before we see the results. Zhao Zizai looked a little embarrassed, as if he were extremely incompetent. Xiao Shueming was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. She couldn't even see what was going on. 20 minutes later, Xiao Shuenning suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood. Su Hao reacted quickly and dodged it. The blood splattered on the bed was particularly glaring. Su Hao, what are you doing? Li Su was very unhappy, thinking that something had happened, and rushed over. Stop! Li Qingmei roared in anger, blocking the man's path. Young Master Su risked his life to save someone. This is not over yet. Unauthorized personnel are not allowed to approach. He wants you killed my junior sister. What's the point of treating her? Get out of my way. I'm not done with him yet.
Li Su said anxiously.
That's right, who would treat a patient and cause them to bleed so badly, that would be a medical accident.
Zhao Zizai said.
Shut up, wait quietly, and don't cause trouble.
Xiao Xueming was very unhappy these two good-for-nothings couldn't help at all and even made things worse. She was furious. Faced with the second young lady's reprimand, they finally quieted down.
Su Hao seemed completely unconcerned about these matters. He fed Xiao Xuening the pills according to his own procedure, and then helped her lie down. After that, he slowly stood up, turning his back to the crowd. With a flick of his wrist, a goo worm flashed past.
It's a success.
I just risked my life to finally obtain this unknown goo worm. The sheer number of them is terrifying. Currently, there are as many as 100,000 of these terrifying goo worms in his Dantian.
1103, Chapter 1103 The Fairy's Wrath. Even one or two goo worms can be extremely deadly.
It's easy to imagine how ruthless the person who used the goo poison was. If Xiao Xuening hadn't encountered him, she would have had almost no chance of survival. He then calmly sat down on the chair next to him, panting heavily, his face pale, clearly having expended a lot of internal energy. He then picked up a teacup and slowly began to drink.
Hey, Su, what's wrong with my junior sister? Why hasn't she woken up yet? Li Su snapped.
She's very weak right now, but she's recovering. I've given her an antidote, and I believe she'll wake up soon.
Su Hao said calmly.
Su Hao, I admit you have a strong ability to transfer poison gas, but this treatment method is completely unorthodox and cannot be used openly. To put it bluntly, you are not using any orthodox treatment methods, which greatly reduces the effectiveness. The fact that Miss Xuening has not woken up is the best proof of this. I even suspect that if this continues, Miss Xuening will become a vegetable.
Zhao Zizai shouted loudly.
He had already made up his mind to now throw all the blame on Su Hao so that he could become the scapegoat.
In his view, there was no way to neutralize Xiao Xuening's poison gas. The more you struggle, the faster you die. Wouldn't it be wonderful if Su Hao took the blame in the end?
Xiao Xueming had always supported Su Hao, but now she also had some doubts. As the saying goes, concern makes one confused, and she didn't have much rationality at the moment. She just murmured, "Sister, you are a lucky person, you can't have anything happen to you."
You surnamed Su, what excuse do you have now? Li Su asked angrily.
Arguing, I've already rescued him.
Su Hao said calmly.
Damn it, how dare you talk such nonsense?
I think you won't shed a tear until you see the coffin.
Lisa's eyes were fierce, and he clenched his right fist and punched directly at Su Hao. Su Hao raised an eyebrow, surprised that this person had actually made a move directly. This was quite interesting. Unfortunately, before he could even make a move, a beautiful figure appeared in front of him. It was Li Qingmei who made the move, throwing a punch with powerful true energy that forced Li Su to retreat repeatedly. Miss Li, you are a descendant of the Celestial Palace, and I have always been very polite to you, but if you now harbor the murderer who killed my junior sister, don't blame me for being impolite. Li Su was convinced that Su Hao had caused a great disaster, and said angrily.
What can you do if you're impolite?
Li Qingmei said disdainfully. She had only used less than 30% of her strength, yet she had already forced this person to retreat. She was full of confidence and exuded an aura of dominance. Li Su was a little confused. Wasn't she just a pretty face? Back in Yanjing, Li Qingmei only had a reputation for beauty, not for being a skilled martial artist. Why was she saying such things now, as if she were a wandering swordsman?
Miss Li, what do you mean, are you going to protect Su Hao?
Li Su questioned.
Nonsense, I invited young Master Su here, how can you do whatever you want with him? Li Qingmei shouted. Do you have the strength? I didn't use my full strength just now. If I really attacked, how could you possibly withstand it?
Li Su scolded.
If you've got the guts, bring it on.
Li Qingmei, on the contrary, was somewhat looking forward to it. She had too few opportunities to fight with others, and at least the person in front of her was a master of the martial arts world.
Stop, Miss Li is a guest of our Tianxia gang. How can you lay a hand on her? Xiao Xueming finally realized that while she was called a distinguished guest, she was actually referring to the 7th princess of the Immortal Palace. Who gave you the courage to make a move?
Miss Xiao, you don't need to say that. This is your senior brother's challenge, and I'm willing to accept it.
Unexpectedly, Li Qingmei took it very seriously. I'm afraid I'll punch you to death," Lisa said fiercely, also in a fit of anger. Let's get down to business." Xiao Xueming had no choice but to persuade him again. "Young Master Su, my sister is still unconscious. How long will it take for her to wake up?" "Actually, she's completely recovered. The coma was just her body's natural reaction. She lost too much blood this time, and her body is weak," Su Hao said calmly. "Your words can only fool ignorant people. You're just making excuses. If you were truly cured, you would definitely be able to walk and move with ease," Zhao Zizai said provocatively. He was unwilling. There was a young man whose medical skills were superior to his own, and he wanted to suppress him if he could. "That's right, I think they're trying to take this opportunity to slip away and leave this mess behind," Li Su questioned further. Xiao Xueming was in a dilemma now that there was no proof. She didn't know what to do. "Do you really want her to wake up now? I have to warn you, this is not a good thing. It may shorten her lifespan," Su Hao said. "Stop talking nonsense. I need to see junior sister Xuening get out of bed within half an hour," Lisa snapped. "Very well, then half an hour it will be." Su Hao was also getting impatient, so he took out silver needles and performed a series of operations, pricking Xiao Xuening's acupoints again. He said coldly, "Start the timer now. I guarantee she will wake up in half an hour." "Very well, you are not allowed to leave during this time. If anything happens, we must catch them," Lisa said coldly, thinking that he could find a way to deal with them in half an hour. "Aunt Wu, you stay here and look after my sister. If anything happens, be sure to let us know immediately." Xiao Xueming led everyone away from the room temporarily, providing Xiao Xuening with the best possible environment to recuperate. "Young Master Li, how about we have a spar? We happen to have some free time." Li Qingmei hadn't forgotten this point. This person was being impolite to Su Hao, and she had to personally teach him a lesson. "Come on, let's go to the training ground." Lisa threw down those words and stormed off. Xiao Xueming was helpless. She had already tried to persuade them to stop, but they still insisted on resisting. "Qingmei, you didn't actually need to intervene," Su Hao smiled. He smiled. "That won't do. This is a matter of attitude. You're one of my people, and I won't allow anyone else to bully you," Li Qingmei emphasized earnestly. "All right." Helpless, Su Hao followed the others. Dozens of experts had already gathered inside the training ground. The Tianxia gang had a large number of disciples, and upon hearing that Li Qingmei was about to make a move, everyone had rushed over out of curiosity. Sure enough, when they saw her, they were utterly astonished. They had only heard that she was the most beautiful woman in Yanjing, described as a fairy, but now, seeing her in person, they couldn't help but think to themselves, so this is what a fairy looks like. "Miss Li, once we start sparring, I will go all out, so please be prepared," Li Su said calmly. "Sure, no problem." Li Qingxing readily agreed, then turned to Su Hao and said, "Young Master Su, I don't have any particularly suitable martial arts techniques. Could you teach me a move?" Everyone was stunned. Was she going to cram at the last minute? 1104, Chapter 1104, Integration and Mastery. "Hey, is Miss Li skilled in martial arts? I don't think I've ever seen her make a move." "Look at what you're saying. You've never even seen her in person. How can you judge her actions? It seems the Celestial Palace isn't good at martial arts. Is she just trying to have some fun? She's a young lady, she can do whatever she wants, winning or losing doesn't matter to her." The disciples of the Tianxia gang discussed it curiously. Su Hao was taken aback. How could the Immortal Palace not have suitable martial arts techniques? She might even have more martial arts manuals than he did. The reason she said that was because she was somewhat dependent on him and wanted to interact with him more. "Alright," he agreed immediately. "You've eaten the relic and now possess strong Buddhist martial arts skills. In that case, I'll teach you a set of Vajra Fist to subdue demons. No, for you, it should be called Fairy Fist to subdue demons." What a ridiculous name. It would be better to teach Fairy Meow Meow Fist." Li Qingmei laughed heartily. Everyone else was stunned. To be honest, she really is beautiful, especially when she smiles. Unfortunately, that smile was only for Su Hao. This kid's got a real knack for attracting women for some reason. Lisa felt a pang of jealousy. I'd been pursuing Xiao Xuening for a while without much success. He thought to himself that if he had Su Hao's womanizing skills, he probably would have won her over long ago. But was Li Qingmei's temporary learning of boxing techniques really useful?
His confidence soared, and he felt that he had a high probability of winning the competition. On the other end, Su Hao recited the incantation once. Li Qingmei was very clever and remembered it immediately. Next came the moves. Su Hao's movements were slow. Every variation of the fist technique was explained clearly.
You performed the complete set,
Li Qingmei said with a smile.
Good. Su Hao nodded indulgently.
He performed the fist technique on the spot, but strangely, the style he displayed was completely different from that of the demon subduing Vajra. He had incorporated his own style, which was also an encouragement to Li Qingmei to make some innovations. In any case, once you reach the celestial realm, your understanding of martial arts routines far surpasses that of ordinary people. He could even create his own boxing style, but Su Hao simply didn't have the time to bother with it.
Alright, that's a good punch.
Li Qingmei nodded, turned confidently, and walked to the center of the training ground. She looked at Li Su and said, "First of all, I must emphasize that this is my first formal sparring session. If I haven't fully demonstrated my abilities, please don't laugh at me. Miss Li, everyone has done their best."
Lisa smiled calmly, thinking that she knew she was not strong enough and was therefore trying to save face. "Make your move,"
Li Qingmei said encouragingly. Upon hearing this, Lisa took a breath and immediately unleashed a palm strike. He cultivated the fiery palm technique, and with a hissing sound, a flame ignited and rushed towards Li Qingmei with astonishing momentum. As expected of the senior brother, his strength is indeed formidable.
This move requires at least 2.5 years of training. Can Miss Li withstand it? My senior brother's strength is enough to dominate the ancient town of Shu Mountain. He might even win in a single move.
The disciples of the Tianxia gang laughed, thinking they had seen a glimmer of hope for victory. Xiao Shuemeng frowned, worried that Li Qingmei might get hurt. She hoped that her senior brother would be careful when he made his move and not let the situation become too ugly.
Good timing.
Li Qingmei clenched her right fist, and a golden light shone brighter than the setting sun. In the dim light, it seemed as if a Vajra Arhat appeared and shattered all the flames with a single punch. The result of their fight was surprising.
Li Su was surprisingly at a disadvantage and did not exert any pressure.
"Miss Li, I only used 80% of my strength just now, which is why I was somewhat lacking. I will gradually increase my strength from now on, so I hope you are prepared."
Lisa frowned, somewhat embarrassed, and said, 80% of my strength, let's say I used 30%. Li Qingmei said seriously.
"Miss Li, that's not how it works. We're having a fair and square spar, not playing house. When I said I used 80% of my strength, that was a fact, not an exaggeration," Lisa said with a forced smile. "I'm serious, even 30% of my strength is too much, it should be 25%. Li Qingmei was even more serious than before.
Puff.
Xiao Shuemeng suddenly laughed, thinking that Li Qingmei was teasing her senior brother. Perhaps for her, revealing her strength in a fight wasn't a good thing, so she was downplaying it. The disciples of the Tianxia gang all felt that Li Qingmei was both beautiful and cute, and they wished they could take her home.
Only Su Hao knew that Li Qingmei was telling the truth, not lying. Her strength was far beyond that of ordinary disciples of the Tianxia gang. Alright, let's continue.
Lisa thought he couldn't gain the upper hand with words, so he launched another attack. It must be said that he is a disciple of the leader of the Tianxia gang, with solid skills and considerable talent. His fiery palm technique looks incredibly powerful, and every move he makes has the style of a master's disciple. Every time he made a move, he won applause from disciples across the land, who all felt that this was a level they could never reach. However, in Li Qingmei's opinion, this palm technique was nothing special, flashy but impractical. She was far more skilled than him and felt that his true energy was insufficient, so she slightly increased the power of her punches, enough to extinguish the flames as she fought. She understood Su Hao's intentions. Therefore, he mastered this set of boxing techniques. Everyone felt a blur before their eyes, and the Arhat disappeared, replaced by a solemn fairy.
Holy crap, is this really Fairy Meow Meow Fist?
It turns out Miss Li has such a great talent. She quickly mastered this set of boxing techniques. Compared to her, senior brother seems to be a bit lacking. After all, she is the 7th princess of the Celestial Palace. This can be considered as publicity for the Celestial Palace. As bystanders, the disciples of the Tianxia gang had already realized that Li Su was not strong enough. Everyone thinks that losing to the immortals, even the palace's descendants, could barely accept it. But Li Su didn't think that way. He didn't want to lose to a woman, so he put all his strength into unleashing his strongest punches. It was already dark, and the flames illuminated the entire sky with astonishing power.
"I'd like to see how you'll handle this," he said coldly. "It's very simple." Li Qingmei threw a punch, a golden light flashed, and all the flames disappeared. To Lisa's horror, a giant fist was crashing down on him with overwhelming force. Boom! He was beaten so badly that he was buried in the dirt, looking utterly disheveled. Senior brother. Xiao Xuanning hadn't expected that Li Qingmei's strength would suddenly become so great. Oh no, did I not control my strength well? Li Qingmei stuck out her tongue, looking somewhat guilty. No, your move was just right. It taught him a lesson without killing him. Su Hao shook his head, but instead agreed wholeheartedly. 1105, Chapter 1105, Going Out to Work. With a loud bang, Li Su was completely stunned when he got up from the ground. He didn't expect that Li Qingmei's strength was so much greater than his. You flatter me, Li Qingmei said with a smile, clasping her hands in a fist salute. So Miss Li is also a master. My apologies for not recognizing you. Li Su could only politely admit defeat. His gaze flickered, a hint of provocation in his eyes as he looked at Su Hao, as if he were considering whether challenging this person would yield a different result. He acknowledged Li Qingmei's strength but felt Su Hao was weak. Li Qingmei didn't look at him, but turned to Su Hao, her eyebrows dancing with excitement, and said, Young Master Su, was there anything you did wrong just now? You can tell me. Overall, there's absolutely no problem. You just lack practical experience, so you should seize more opportunities and fight more people, Su Hao encouraged. Okay, how about we have a fight? Li Qingmei said, clenching her right fist and punching. Unexpectedly, Su Hao could see that there was no true energy in her fist. She stood still, not even using her true energy when she threw the punch. It was like flirting, without any pressure at all. It's no fun if you don't cooperate, she pouted, looking unhappy. Alright, someone's coming, Su Hao said, his eyes flickering. Wu Ma excitedly ran over and said, Second miss, young Master Li, the eldest miss is awake. Is my sister alright? Xiao Xuemeng glanced at the time and realized that exactly half an hour had passed, so she rushed over anxiously. You, surnamed Su, you better pray that junior sister Xuanning is alright, or I'll make you pay. Li Su said threateningly. What an idiot, Su Hao frowned, not bothering to argue with such a person. When the group returned to the room, they saw Xiao Xuanning sit up. Immediately upon seeing everyone enter, she slowly got out of bed. Sister, you are still very weak and should rest more. Xiao Xuemeng went up to support her. Still sleeping, I feel like my whole body is falling apart. Xiao Xuanning pushed her away and asked in confusion, Tell me, what exactly happened? It turns out that a few days ago, when they first arrived in Shushan ancient town, they were enjoying themselves, sightseeing and having a great time, but for some reason, they suddenly fainted and were bedridden for several days. Xiao Xuemeng recounted her poisoning experience, then pointed at Su Hao and said, It was this divine doctor who successfully saved my sister. Dr. Su, I am deeply grateful for your life-saving grace. If there is anything you need to repay in the future, just ask and I will agree immediately. Xiao Xuanning expressed politely. Upon hearing this, both Xiao Xuemeng and Li Su wore strange expressions. According to Li Qingmei, the proposal was for the two to marry, but strangely, at this moment, Li Qingmei stopped mentioning it. Little did they know, Li Qingmei was extremely jealous. She had only been joking before, but if things really came to that, she would probably be even more anxious than the two of them. I'm only doing this for Qingmei's sake. You can repay her whatever favors you have done for her. Su Hao emphasized. Miss Li, I will never forget your kindness. Xiao Xuanning said respectfully to Li Qingmei. No need to be polite. We are all people of the martial world, and it's only right that we help each other when we're in trouble. I just hope we won't become enemies in the future. Li Qingmei wouldn't openly ask for anything in return. After all, the martial world values relationships and social connections, and with this favor in hand, the Tianxia gang would be more cooperative in the future. By the way, sis, Zhao Zizai almost killed you this time. What should we do with them? Xiao Xuemeng was holding a grudge when she looked at the other three. Her gaze was cold, as if she was ready to make a move at any moment. Xiao Meng, Don't be silly, Senior Zhao meant well. Aunt Wu, take them downstairs and treat them well. Xiao Xuening was still polite and didn't pursue the matter.
The three men were forgiven and thanked him before leaving.
Miss Xuening, what exactly happened before you fainted? Su Hao asked directly.
Dr. Su, you're too kind. From now on, you can call me Xuening, or Xiaoning. It's fine either way, she emphasized with a smile. Before I fainted, I need to think about that carefully. Su Hao smiled slightly and called out to Xuening. However, in Lisa's eyes, this was a huge threat. The two had only just met, and they were already being so polite, it was simply terrifying. Xiao Xuening had been in a coma for several days, and her memory was somewhat hazy. After thinking for a full half-hour, she suddenly jolted awake and said, I remember now. That day, a strange person approached me to sell something, but I've forgotten the specifics. However, I remember that person's eyes very clearly.
Really? How about we find someone to draw him? Li Qingmei was overjoyed. No need, I can do it myself.
Xiao Xuening refused. She enjoyed drawing in her spare time, so she took out paper and pen and started drawing quickly. Before long, a man with a sinister gaze appeared on the paper. Her painting skills are excellent. Once the eyes have seen it, no one can forget it. However, this person's appearance was quite ordinary, with nothing special about him.
It seems this person used a curse, Su Hao said with certainty.
Someone, make a copy of the portrait. Everyone, move out immediately. Even if we have to dig 3 feet into the ground, we have to bring this person back.
Xiao Xuening was very unhappy and wanted to investigate the matter herself.
Li Qingmei nodded secretly. The Tianxia gang was very powerful, and if they really went to investigate, they might be able to find the person who poisoned them. She just hoped that this matter would end as soon as possible.
Young Master Su, Miss Li, it's getting late. I've already given the order and they're preparing dinner. I hope you'll both stay for a meal.
Xiao Xuemeng said politely.
Alright.
Li Qingmei had no reason to refuse.
Su Hao nodded in agreement.
Xiao Xuening felt grateful to Su Hao, so she cheerfully took his hand and said she wanted to take him out for a walk. The moment their hands touched, everyone else was stunned.
Junior sister, men and women should not touch each other. How could you touch her like that?
Li Su was extremely jealous. He had never even touched Xiao Xuening's hand, but he never expected that Su Hao would get to do it.
Yes, young Master Su is very shy and not interested in women.
Li Qingmei also subconsciously stood next to Su Hao, as if to assert her dominance. Xiao Xuening, on the contrary, didn't think anything of it and said, we're not from the old era, but young people of the new era. There's nothing wrong with holding hands, isn't there? Young Master Su saved my life. Even if he asked, I wouldn't mind repaying him with my body.
Ahem, alright, let's go out for a walk.
Su Hao smiled faintly, not wanting to dwell on this matter, and readily agreed.
1106, Chapter 1106, A Lucky Victory.
It was 7 p.m. in the villa.
Amidst the clinking of glasses, Xiao Xuening raised her glass to toast Li Qingmei and Su Hao.
He calmly drank it down, glanced back at Li Qingmei, and noticed that the woman had drunk some wine. Her cheeks were flushed, and she seemed a little tipsy, so he chuckled. I don't usually drink alcohol, Li Qingmei said with a hint of helplessness. It's alright, today is a happy day. Xiao Xuening was clearly very happy to have escaped with her life, and she picked up her wineglass to offer a toast. Sister, you shouldn't drink anymore. After all, you've just recovered from a serious illness and need to rest and recuperate, Xiao Xuemeng advised.
Dr. Su, do you think it's okay to drink alcohol?
Xiao Xuening immediately looked at Su Hao, as if she respected his opinion. Drinking is fine, my medicine is all made of natural herbs, and it has already cured the illness. Su Hao smiled. Upon hearing this, Xiao Xuening proudly raised her wineglass and took another sip.
Xiao Xuemeng changed the subject and asked about the pills.
Li Qingmei was overjoyed and began to talk excitedly about the Purple Cloud Beauty Pill, saying it could beautify and nourish the skin. Young Master Su, do you still have this kind of medicine? I'm willing to pay a high price to buy it. Xiao Xuemeng was stunned. She was surprised that it had such an effect. She looked at Su Hao expectantly. I do have some, but there's only one left, Su Hao said helplessly. I'm planning to use this myself, since it can also improve blood circulation and remove blood stasis.
Well, it seems I'm just not lucky enough. Xiao Xuemeng felt a little regretful. There was only one left, and there was nothing she could do about it.
Li Qingmei was secretly pleased. she still had 9 left, so it seemed that someone was still biased towards her. Soon, the group returned to the dinner table. The 2 Xiao sisters greatly admired Su Hao and kept toasting him, making the atmosphere quite lively. Only Lisa seemed to dislike Su Hao, but couldn't find a suitable opportunity to challenge him. He drank alone in silence, feeling somewhat out of place with the others. Young Master Su, your medical skills are so excellent, and you're also a contestant in the martial arts tournament, proving that you possess both martial arts and medical expertise, making you a rare talent in the martial arts world. I wonder if you'd be interested in joining our Tianxia gang. With my sister and me there, we guarantee you'll be unstoppable in our sect in the future. Besides senior brother Fei Yang, you'll be second to none. Even if you perform well someday, you could marry into the family, and the entire Tianxia gang could take your surname. Xiao Shuemeng blinked, giving a frantic hint. It's as if they're saying, if you're willing, the 2 of us sisters can choose whichever you like. Li Qingmei smiled immediately. This was a test for Su. How would he agree? Li Su was stunned. Who would rush to deliver something like this? Xiao Xuening blushed and looked over. Everyone was waiting for Su Hao's answer. Thank you for your kindness, Xuemeng. I am a robe cultivator and do not like to join any faction. The Immortal Palace once extended an invitation to me, which I also firmly refused. I can only decline the kindness of the World Alliance as well. Su Hao directly used Li Qingmei as a shield. Rejecting the Celestial Palace? Everyone was surprised. Even Li Su himself was asking himself at this moment, if the Immortal Palace invited him to join, would he leave the World Gang? The answer was definitely yes. After all, the Immortal Palace's status was much higher than that of the World Gang. Etc. He immediately realized something was wrong. According to this statement, didn't Li Tianzi have taken a liking to Su Hao and might have betrothed Li Qingmei to him, but was rejected? Is Su Hao an idiot? How could he refuse Li Qingmei? Li Su was stunned. Even though he was deeply in love with Xiao Xuening, he still thought Su Hao had something wrong with his head. Li Qingmei was the most beautiful woman in Yanjing, and even outside of Yanjing, she was more stunning than any other woman. Who wouldn't be captivated by her beauty? Xiao Xuening was somewhat disappointed. As a girl, she was more perceptive and could roughly guess that Su Hao was probably quite famous back then and had gained Li Tianzi's approval. However, he wasn't familiar with Li Qingmei, which was why he refused. Perhaps what he cares about is mutual affection. Young Master Su, you are truly in a class of your own in the martial arts world, she exclaimed. Su Hao simply smiled calmly. By the way, is young Master Su's competition tomorrow? If there's a chance, Xuemeng and I will cheer you on. Xiao Xuening said politely. Okay, Su Hao nodded, agreeing to this. Xiao Xuemeng was about to say something when she suddenly saw a disciple of the Tianxia gang rushing in. Junior brother Hao, do you have any manners? We are looking for VIPs, why did you come in without knocking? Xiao Xuening said unhappily. Young miss, it's too late. The man's expression changed drastically. Many assassins have come outside, and our men have already been sent out to find the person depicted in the portrait. The most urgent thing now is for you 2 young ladies to leave as soon as possible. I'll take a few security guards and cover your retreat. Assassin? Xiao Xuening was completely bewildered. The Tianxia gang was the second strongest sect in the martial arts world after the Shushan sect, and its strength was no weaker than the Poison Gu sect. Everyone was grateful that they didn't bully others. Unexpectedly, someone actually dared to come to our door? If they were so scared that they ran away, wouldn't that be a huge joke? Junior brother Hao, do you recognize these people? Li Su asked in a deep voice. These people are all wearing masks, you can't tell them apart at all. The man shook his head. Young Master Su, Miss Li, this is a matter for our Tianxia gang. Tonight's banquet is adjourned. I will have Aunt Wu take you to the secret room for refuge. At this moment, Li Su was filled with murderous intent. He was already seething with anger, and now he could finally unleash his fury. Seek refuge, there's no need, no matter what, we are still people of the martial world. If the Tianxia gang needs help, just ask. Li Qingmei said calmly. Dealing with a few assassins is enough for me alone. If Miss Li and her companion wish to watch the show, they are welcome to stay. Li Su said helplessly. Xiao Xuening was somewhat surprised, as her senior brother usually didn't. Is it because she looks down on others? Why does she show a hint of awe when facing Li Qingmei? Xiao Xuemeng seemed to guess her thoughts, so she whispered a few words in her ear and recounted the details of their duel. What the senior brother actually lost to Miss Li?
Xiao Xuening couldn't believe it. Ahem.
Lisa's face was grim, and he said helplessly, Miss Li is a master of her generation. I have a premonition that she will become the rightful successor of the immortal palace and lead the martial arts world to glory. It was just a lucky victory, Li Qingmei said with a gentle smile, speaking modestly. Let's stop being so polite and go check out the assassin. Su Hao's words brought everyone back to their senses. Yes, I want to see what these assassins are capable of, daring to trespass on the territory of the Tianxia gang. Lisa frowned, grabbed his weapon, and walked out. As he left, he couldn't help but wonder if he could have defeated Li Qingmei if he had used a weapon back then.
1107, Chapter 1107, A Battle of Strength.
One thing is certain, Li Qingmei lacked practical combat experience, was not good at hand-to-hand combat, and certainly not good at weapons. Little did he know that if he had used swordsmanship back then, Su Hao could probably have passed on the swordsmanship of Kasayapa Temple. Upon exiting the gate, they saw several guards, along with a few disciples of the Tianxia gang, locked in a fierce battle with a group of masked assassins. When the group arrived, they were surprised to find that the Tianxia gang members were retreating, seemingly struggling to keep up.
Where did these assassins come from?
Xiao Xuening frowned, feeling that this was different from what she had imagined. Ordinary assassins were no match for the Tianxia gang, and these people were arrogantly barging in. They must have some ulterior motive.
Senior brother, you must be careful, these people are not easy to deal with. Xiao Xuemeng reminded him.
Don't worry, my two junior sisters, as long as I'm here, I will never let them threaten your safety. Li Su made a confident promise. Now that junior sister Xuening has just recovered from her serious illness, she is not suitable for combat. Junior sister Xuemeng is also weak and not suitable for fighting. Isn't he the only one who is most suitable? He drew a black sword and charged forward bravely.
Get out of my way.
With a roar, he successfully repelled one of the assassins, then swept his gaze across the room and said in a deep voice, I don't care who you are or what your schemes are. Once you step into this place, you're destined to either die or be seriously injured today. But our Tianxia gang always prioritizes courtesy before resorting to force. Now we'll give you two choices, either surrender and we'll treat you leniently, or fight us to the death.
Upon seeing Li Su appear, the members of the Tianxia gang subconsciously breathed a sigh of relief. In fact, Li Su has great talent and is Han Feiyang's most formidable competitor. In the eyes of the disciples of the Tianxia gang, he was an unparalleled genius. Senior brother, these people are too arrogant, they even injured one of our junior brothers.
Don't waste words with them, kill them without mercy. When has the Tianxia gang ever been bullied like this? Even if we're left with only one breath, we'll fight them to the bitter end. Be careful, these people are very strong. They're ganging up on us, and we're at a disadvantage. These people had different feelings, some felt frustrated, while others felt threatened.
Don't worry, as long as I'm here, none of these people are a match for me.
Li Su glanced around and said confidently. He had already sensed that these people were not strong at all, and were far inferior to him. He took a step forward, gripped his black sword tightly, and unleashed a dense killing intent. He had already given these people a chance to live, but they didn't appreciate it, so he had no choice but to unleash a massacre. Kill him first, then deal with those two women. Among the masked assassins, one gave the order directly. Clear. The others agreed and rushed over in unison. Young Master Su, it seems they don't take us seriously? Li Qingmei said with a faint smile.
That's easy to explain. Their target is the Tianxia gang, so they must have already investigated who's here, Su Hao said. His gaze fell on Li Su.
Despite losing to Li Qingmei, this man's strength is actually quite formidable. As Xiao Wuming's disciple, he has always held a high position, and this position stems from his strength, as this battle is the best proof of that. Several streaks of black light appeared fiercely, weaving among the dozens of assassins.
Bang, bang, bang.
Instantly, more than a dozen figures turned into a bloody mist. Li Su, having gained the upper hand, pressed his advantage relentlessly, his sword strikes becoming increasingly rapid. The poor lighting at night gave Black Sword an even greater advantage. The assassins fought desperately, secretly astonished. They had already investigated and learned that many members of the Tianxia gang had gone out to hunt down the killer. Why were there still such skilled individuals among them? In a daze, one assassin after another fell. They initially had a numerical advantage, but the situation immediately reversed.
Kill. As Li Su got into the swing of things, his moves became increasingly fierce.
See that's how amazing our senior brother is.
Do you have the ability to offend the Tianxia gang? To oppose us is simply courting death.
The disciples were delighted, thinking that these people were overestimating themselves. Sister, senior brother's strength is getting stronger and stronger. Even if he loses to Miss Li, he is still one of the strongest young people in the ancient town, Xiao Xueming said with a smile.
Yes. Xiao Xuening nodded.
What are your thoughts now? Your senior brother has always had a crush on you. If he were to propose to you, would you agree?
Xiao Xueming asked with a smile.
This is something everyone knows. Aside from cultivation, Li Su spends all his time around Xiao Xuening. Xiao Xuening was slightly taken aback. She actually knew what Li Su was thinking, but she hadn't responded to others. Li Su was very good, but she just didn't feel any attraction to him.
At the same time, she also knew that Li Su didn't truly like her. He was very ambitious and always wanted to surpass Han Feiyang. Currently, Han Feiyang is rumored to be the successor of the Tianxia gang.
The only way for Li Su to replace this person is to marry her. Xiao Xuening had never wanted to be a tool in his power struggle, so she had remained silent at this moment. However, she looked at Li Qingmei, thinking how wonderful this eldest daughter of the Li family was, daring to love and hate, and staying by the side of the person she loved.
Boom! Just then, I heard a loud bang.
Several more assassins fell, leaving only a few wounded men, clutching their weapons, trembling with fear. They're all a bunch of useless trash. With your meager strength, you dare to break into the Tianxia gang's villa. I really don't know what your mastermind is thinking. Li Su had already figured it out. These were all just cannon fodder. It's clearly impossible for these people to take over the Tianxia gang's stronghold. Li Su, don't be arrogant compared to us, you are still far behind. One of the assassins couldn't help but shout. Is that so? You are about to once I'm a prisoner. I refuse to believe I can still talk back. Li Su's long sword flashed, aiming for the man's heart. If it hit, he could take another enemy with him. He had thought it through clearly. He only needed to leave one or two alive, not capture them all, as that would be a waste of food.
Young Master Li, you are truly confident. These days, ancient towns are full of hidden talents. What are you compared to them?
Suddenly, an old voice rang out. Li Su immediately realized that a master had appeared on the other side, so he stopped attacking and stood on guard, saying unhappily, "And who are you? What right do you have to look down on me?" Of course it's about skill, not bragging. As they were speaking, a white figure flew in from afar. This person possessed extraordinary strength and was as fast as an airplane. Everyone only saw a blur before their eyes, and he had already landed in front of Li Su. Upon closer inspection, the newcomer was shrouded in a white robe, revealing a sinister gaze that made one feel extremely uncomfortable.
1108, Chapter 1108. Shouting and yelling. What is your identity, senior? Why did you degenerate and collude with assassins?
Li Su asked angrily. Who I am is none of your business, the man said coldly.
Sister, did he poison me? Xiao Xuemeng frowned, realizing that this person was not simple, and his eyes were cold, like snake venom. It's not him.
Xiao Xuening shook his head, looking worried. The current situation is not good for us. If there is any danger, you take Miss Li and the others and leave. Remember, we can be in trouble, but the people of the Immortal Palace absolutely cannot be in trouble.
Clear. Xiao Xuemeng nodded.
The Tianxia gang is already being watched, so they can't afford to provoke the Immortal Palace. If something happens to Li Qingmei here and Li Tianzi misunderstands, the Tianxia gang will only face more and more trouble. Besides, those two people were their benefactors, and it was only right and proper that their safety be guaranteed. Guaranteed. Thank you for your concern. Li Qingmei and I are able to protect ourselves, Su Hao said with a smile. Yes, we people from the Immortal Palace are not to be trifled with. Li Qingmei stared at the sinister old man, lost in thought, as if considering whether to take him as a real opponent. Don't be so polite with us, gentlemen. Our opponents this time are very strong and not so easy to deal with.
Xiao Xuening said anxiously. Is it very strong?
Li Qingmei and Su Hao asked in surprise at the same time.
Isn't it strong? Xiao Xuening was now somewhat uncertain. Could it be that her perception was wrong?
Arrogant fools, you dare to be so cocky on our turf. I'd like to see what you old codgers are capable of. Lisa's conversation with the old man was not going well, and he was somewhat embarrassed and angry, so he was about to make a move. Young man, I'm not here to negotiate with you. If you're going to make a move, do it now. The old man said unhappily. Take this. Without another word, Lisa concealed his moves in the darkness and instantly arrived in front of the old man. He had achieved the best results many times before with this swordsmanship. But will it still work if the opponent is different? As he thrust his sword forward, his opponent swayed, moving like a ghost, easily dodging the attack after missing his target. He had a bad feeling and instinctively darted to the side. Even so, it was still a bit too late. A powerful surge of true energy rushed towards me. Lisa felt as if he were a broken boat in a vast ocean, suddenly flying backwards for dozens of meters before crashing hard into the courtyard wall. Senior brother! How dare you hurt our senior brother? Brothers, let's fight him. The disciples of the Tianxia gang, united in their hatred of the enemy, charged forward in unison. You guys are ridiculous. I didn't come here to spar. The white-robed elder smiled coldly, flipped his right hand, and directly plucked the head off the first person. His slaughter did not stop, his attacks were ruthless, and in just a few breaths, all the disciples who rushed forward were killed on the spot. Blood flowed like a river, and everyone was stunned. The only one who hadn't made a move was junior brother Hao. His responsibility was to protect Xiao Xuening and the other person, and at this moment, his anger was mixed with a hint of fear. The strength of the newcomer was indeed far too astonishing. Old man, why did you kill my fellow disciples? When Li Su returned, his hand gripping the longsword trembled with anger. You're all a bunch of hothouse flowers. How many of my men have you killed? Now you're angry. If you're scared, kneel down, kowtow and admit your mistakes, and hand over Xiao Xuening and the other woman, and I might spare your lives. The man said coldly. Dream. Enraged, Lisa grabbed his weapon and charged forward with a desperate air. Xiao Xuening and her companion were also terrified, their faces pale like Li Qingmei before them. They had no idea about the Jianghu's warehouses. Only now, witnessing this bloody scene, did they become so frightened that they were at a loss for what to do. Sister, will we die? Xiao Xuening held a short sword in her left hand and a long sword in her right, on high alert, but judging from her fearful expression, she was probably only able to unleash about half of her strength. Her strength is about the same as those of the dead disciples, so wouldn't she be completely unable to fight against her? Sai, who knows? Xiao Xuening said worriedly, feeling helpless. Although the Tianxia gang had other experts, such as Elder Lu, they were not in the same place, so they couldn't help in a crisis. Ladies, why don't you leave now? Junior brother Hao advised. No, we can't abandon our senior brother. Xiao Xuening refused outright. She wasn't stupid, who knew if there were other ambushes outside. Right now, the only person she trusted most was Li Su. If he fell, the two of them probably wouldn't get far either. Boom! Lisa's sword strike did not hit the person. Instead, the blow struck the courtyard wall with astonishing force. However, the white-robed elder, being very experienced, chose to avoid combat. The enemy is fighting desperately, he reasoned, why rush? Having missed his first attack, Lisa became even more unrestrained, his sword strikes exploding with fury. He sought revenge for his fellow disciples. It's no use, your movement technique is too weak. The strength of the World Gang is still a bit lacking. If you continue like this, you'll be surpassed by the Sword Sect in a few years. The old man in white robes not only avoided them, but also made sarcastic remarks. That's impossible. What is the Sword Sect? How can they compare to us? Li Su was indeed fooled, and became even angrier. The truth is, what breaks people's defenses originally, the Sword Sect was much weaker, but with the rise of the younger generation of the Sword Sect, it has come very close to the World Gang. Most people feel that there shouldn't be only 3 major sects now, the Sword Sect must be added. Some even advocated that if the 3 major factions were to be maintained, the Tianxia gang should be kicked out and the Sword Sect should be added. So many sects have fallen in the martial world, is it going to be the Tianxia gang's turn? This is something they must consider. There's already some anxiety within their ranks because everyone knows that the Sword Sect has Hong Mingxian, the Poison Gu Sect has Huang Yingying, and the Shu Mountain Sect is even more unmatched in its Taoist magic. So the question is, who are the members of the Tianxia gang? Admittedly, there were many great masters in their previous generation, and by then there will be a shortage of successors, which will be very troublesome. Neither Han Feiyang nor Li Su can compare to Hong Mingxian, and they are not even as famous as Huang Yingying. If young Master Hong were here, I might have already lost. And you can't even touch a single hair on my head. The old man in white robes continued his sarcastic remarks. Enraged, Li Su roared and screamed like a madman, his attacks becoming increasingly frenzied. He ended up hitting either the courtyard wall or the villa, essentially becoming a tool for demolishing homes, causing the remaining members of the Tianxia gang to frown deeply. Young Master Su, do you think there's a big difference between Li Su and Hong Mingxian? Li Qingmei asked in a low voice. I don't know Hong Mingxian, so how can I make a comparison? Su Hao said seriously. 1109, Chapter 1109. Where would I get the strength? Don't you recognize me? Li Qingmei was puzzled. This guy was still pretending that's your cousin, how could you not recognize him? Miss Li, it's said that young Master Hong is very strong, the number one on the astounding ranking, Xiao Xuanning said somewhat awkwardly. The ranking of amazing beauty is fake. The strength of the number one person may not be real. It cannot be completely trusted, Li Qingmei said, disagreeing. I think the lower ranks of the amazing ranking are definitely inflated, but the top two are real. Whether it's Hong Mingxian, Su Changsheng, or Huang Yingying, they are all unparalleled masters, Xiao Xuemeng said admiringly. Since you two approve of the amazing ranking so much, then let me ask you, who exactly is Su Changsheng? Changsheng, tell him to come out, and I'll beat him to death. Li Qingmei said with a smile. Xiao Xuanning and Xiao Xuemeng exchanged a glance, both feeling somewhat awkward. How did they know him? All that is known is that Su Changsheng was once an opponent of the Divine Martial Pavilion. After 10 years of suppression, he not only survived but also destroyed the Divine Martial Pavilion, so his strength is definitely formidable. The name Su Changsheng remains shrouded in mystery. Most people are unwilling to mention it, as the Righteous Path's actions back then were somewhat unseemly, making Su Changsheng a taboo subject. Miss Li, are you really going to kill Su Changsheng? Su Hao asked with a half-smile. Yes, he's a despicable man, always hiding and never daring to show his face. If we don't deal with him, what else can we do but marry him? Li Qingmei said proudly. Alright, as long as you're strong enough, anything goes, Su Hao said helplessly. Xiao Xuanning and her companion found their conversation somewhat strange, but couldn't quite put their finger on why. Neither of them could have imagined that Su Hao was actually Su Changsheng. This was the worst aspect of the Heavenly Mystery Pavilion. They dared not reveal Su Changsheng's current strength. They even modified the artifact rankings, hiding the ancient divine sword but raising the ranking of the Phoenix Feather divine sword. Anyway, they release information frequently enough, now once a week, and some ranking changes are impossible for anyone who isn't a specialist in intelligence gathering to detect. Kill. Lisa's hoarse voice startled everyone once again. This person had bloodshot eyes and, like a walking corpse, kept launching attacks. At this moment, the old man in white robes stood motionless in the middle of the courtyard. He circled around and launched dozens of attacks, but he couldn't find the enemy anywhere, and all his attacks missed. Sister, something's wrong. Has senior brother lost his mind? Xiao Xuemeng asked worriedly. Yes, why can't we even see where the enemy is? Xiao Xuanning thought for a moment and then asked Su Hao for help. Young Master Su, you are a divine doctor, can you help us explain this? Hey, didn't you notice the faint black smoke around Li Su? That's poison gas. Already been affected by the man in white robes and can't see reality anymore. He's in a trance. If the poison gas enters his body soon, it won't just disturb his mind, it will kill him instantly. Su Hao reminded him. The two calmed down and looked over. Sure enough, a faint layer of poisonous gas was seen on the white-robed old man, continuously attacking Li Su. This person was already consumed by rage and had lost his reason. Now he has completely lost himself and become a toy for his enemy. Oh no, what do we do now? Xiao Xuemeng panicked. Young Master Su, do you have any way to calm my senior brother down? Xiao Xuanning hurriedly looked at Su Hao and pleaded. There is a way, but once we stop, we won't be able to deal with the enemy. Su Hao said. Anyway, let's save them first. Xiao Xuanning didn't care about anything else. Su Hao nodded and walked directly toward Li Su. At this moment, the white-robed elder stood between them. Seeing Su Hao swaggering over, he couldn't help but sneer. "Young man, if you dare to take another step forward, you will be considered to be challenging me, and your life or death will be uncertain. I just want to save people, that's all," Su Hao said as he continued walking forward. Court death. The man was very unhappy, feeling that Su Hao was ignoring his words. Enraged, he threw a punch, which flew towards Su Hao like lightning. Seeing that the shot had hit, he couldn't help but laugh, thinking that this guy was just there to make a fool of himself. However, when the force of his punch shattered the enemy, he realized something was wrong. It was just an illusion left behind by Su Hao. The real Su Hao had already appeared behind Li Su and knocked him unconscious with a wave of his hand. Holy crap! How did he do that? Junior brother Hao was extremely surprised. Despite Su Hao's nonchalant demeanor, everyone present could sense the danger lurking beneath. Could this young Master Su really be a master? Xiao Xuemeng was astonished. She had previously thought that Su Hao's status as a senior group contestant was questionable, but now she had completely changed her mind. Alas, our Tianxia gang has no capable people and has to rely on outsiders. Xiao Xuening sighed. No wonder even their enemies are mocking them. There really are no suitable young people to step forward. Su Hao carried Li Su, dodging the white-robed old man's attack once again, and then threw him to the ground upon returning. Young Master Su, you've knocked him unconscious. What are we going to do now? Junior brother Hao felt sorry for Li Su, who was now like a dead dog, completely lacking the demeanor of the senior brother of the Tianxia gang. Weren't you going to cover the retreat? Now your chance has come. Go, kill the enemy, and avenge your fellow disciples, Su Hao said calmly. Junior brother Hao was dumbfounded. How could he have such strength? Even the eldest brother couldn't defeat the white-robed elder. His going there would only be suicide. Miss Li, what should we do next? Xiao Xuening asked Li Qingmei for help. Since the Tianxia gang has no one else available, then we can only let young Master Su take actions. Just sitting around doing nothing anyway. He can't just keep watching the show, Li Qingmei said with a smile. Even though young Master Su displayed very good agility just now, the old man is very strong, so I'm afraid the chances of winning are slim, Xiao Xuening emphasized. Even so, it's still better than surrendering, isn't it? If he arrests you, it will cause chaos throughout the entire martial arts world. Li Qingmei emphasized. Xiao Xuening and her companion are not strong, but their identities are very important, and they absolutely cannot fall into the hands of unknown enemies. Miss Li is right in that case. We'll have to trouble young Master Su to lend a hand. Consider it another favor we owe him, Xiao Xuening said respectfully. Young Master Su, thank you for your trouble. Xiao Xuemeng bowed deeply. Surprisingly, their attitude was quite good. Even if the two hadn't pleaded for him, Su Hao had no intention of letting the man go. In his view, he and the poisoner were most likely in cahoots, scoundrels of the martial world, deserving of everyone's wrath. We went through so much effort to rescue Xiao Xuening today. If she gets caught again, wouldn't all our efforts have been for nothing? You brat, how dare you snatch someone away right under my nose? I'm going to tear you to pieces. The white-robed elder roared angrily. 1110, Chapter 1110. What exactly is this movement technique? Sister Qingmei, does young Master Su need any help? I've already notified Elder Lu and the others, but it will take them some time to get here, so someone needs to stall them. Xiao Xuemeng said earnestly. Help? I don't think so. If needed, I'll do it myself. Li Qingmei said with a smile. I'm a little curious, what exactly is young Master Su's strength now? Xiao Xuening suddenly said she felt that Su Hao's aura seemed a bit off at first glance. He seemed ordinary, but she couldn't see through him at all. She had only ever felt this mysterious feeling from one person, and that was Xiao Woming, the leader of the Tianxia gang. Could it be that Su Hao has strength approaching that of his father? Reason told her that this seemed impossible. He's just a young man, how could he possibly have the strength to rival the masters of his generation? It should be at least a master level, but that's just my guess. As for the specific level, it's like a man's secret stash of money, they won't tell you. Li Qingmei replied casually. The Xiao Xuening sisters both laughed. Could they really trust Su Hao? What faction do you belong to? Su Hao stared at the white-robed elder and asked directly. Don't even dream about it, I'd rather die than tell. The man shouted. No matter how young and arrogant you are, you're nothing in front of me. Upon hearing this, Su Hao merely revealed a disdainful smile and said, "Bring it on, and I'll show you what it means to be a frog in a well." Court death. The old man in white robes roared. When he threw his first punch, he was still 10 meters away. By the time he threw the second punch, he was already in front of Su Hao. Then came the third punch, the fourth punch. They looked like the exact same moves, but accompanied by his superb agility, it was as if he were an army, surrounding Su Hao. At this moment, the others could also see that this person hadn't really gone all out when dealing with Li Su. However, he showed Su Hao ample respect.
Could it be that Su Hao's strength is above mine?
Lisa's eyes flickered, somewhat unwilling to admit it. Your movement technique was a bit strange. Su Hao frowned. He had to admit that the person in front of him had the best movement technique he had ever seen. As expected of someone who came from an assassin background and had undergone decades of hard training, he had his own unique skills. Su Hao simply smiled calmly, then took a breath and caught up with the other person's speed. You throw a punch, I throw a punch, the two of us exchange blows. At this moment, there are no fancy tricks, only a contest of strength. If you could see their movements clearly, it looked like a fight between elementary school students. To others, the fight between the two was dazzling. In just 1 minute, the two had already exchanged nearly 200 moves. Bang! As the final move came to a standstill, the figure retreated rapidly. Upon closer inspection, everyone saw that Su Hao was indeed standing firmly in place. Looking at the old man in white robes again, his breath was weak and there was even a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. He was surprised, even puzzled, and said, "I've roamed the martial world for so long, and this is the first time I've seen a young man who can keep up with my movements. Your movements are enough to pique my curiosity. Looking across the entire martial world, there aren't many powerful families with the surname Su. I'll have someone investigate who you really are." This statement resonated with many others. Indeed, there aren't many experts with the surname Su.
If you want to know my identity, it's actually very simple. I am from the Tao Tai Hall of the Vermilion Bird Sect, the most mysterious part of the sect, specializing in nurturing young masters.
Su Hao smiled faintly. The Vermilion Bird Sect, the Gluttonous Hall, these words caused a stir among the crowd. In fact, traces of the Vermilion Bird Sect could be found in the ancient town of Shu Mountain. Some of their disciples were quite powerful. Very well, you have guts to reveal your sect. I will remember your sect. The white-robed elder emphasized the word remember, almost gritting his teeth as he spoke. We welcome your revenge. Our sect isn't afraid of cowards like you who dare not reveal their identities. Su Hao said coldly. The white-robed elder's eyes turned bloodshot with rage. He held a high position and was always highly respected, yet today he was called a coward. How could he tolerate this? He paused for a moment to catch his breath, then unleashed his powerful movement technique once more, engaging in direct combat. Sister Qingmei, so he comes from the Vermilion Bird Sect. This has really broadened my horizons. Xiao Xueming exclaimed. It's true that talents emerge in every generation of the martial arts world. Even a small sect can cultivate such a strong disciple. Yes, the Vermilion Bird Gate is truly terrifying, Xiao Xueming remarked. Li Qingmei smiled faintly. This guy was impersonating the Vermilion Bird Sect again. It was truly laughable. However, unlike elsewhere, this time everyone actually believed him. The reason was simple. The Vermilion Bird Sect was really not well known, and no one knew how to investigate. Bang, bang, bang. After a few exchanges, the white-robed elder gradually sensed something was amiss, as if the opponent had been concealing their true strength. Only now was it slowly being unleashed. He frowned, then immediately understood. The previous exchange had merely been a contest of movement techniques. Now that the opponent had revealed their powerful aura, it was becoming increasingly difficult to withstand. What kind of movement technique do you use? Su Hao shouted. Young man, your strength is indeed impressive. However, my target is not you, but the two young ladies of the Xiao family. The white-robed elder sneered, then turned around and struck out with his right hand, actually aiming at Xiao Xueming. The sudden change surprised the person behind them. Hao, a junior brother from the Tianxia gang, stepped forward, ready to block their way. However, he discovered that the other party was extremely fast, leaving only an afterimage in place before rushing directly towards his junior sister behind him. The Xiao Xueming sisters stood there stunned, somewhat at a loss. Su Hao frowned and was about to follow when he suddenly saw Li Qingmei make a move, so he slowed down a bit. Bang! All that could be heard was the sound of the two exchanging blows. A powerful aftershock erupted from here. Members of the Tianxia gang were sent flying several meters, and the white-robed elder also took a step back. Holy crap! He didn't understand. It was one thing that Su Hao was too strong over there, and he couldn't beat him, but why was Li Qingmei so powerful here? That palm strike just now had caused his aura to churn, and he was actually at a disadvantage. Little did Li Qingmei know that Su Hao was still holding back when he made his move, conserving his strength and not going all out. Since Li Qingmei wasn't confident in her own abilities, she decided to go all out. She was already strong, and after absorbing the power of the relic, she reached an even higher level. Senior, you're so weak. Li Qingmei grinned. Puff. Su Hao followed and saw her smug expression. He couldn't help but recall how she had repeatedly emphasized how strong she was when she first obtained the relic. Although Li Qingmei didn't like to spar with others, her bluntness could sometimes be very hurtful. 11:11, Chapter 11:11. How to deal with it. The phrase "you're so weak" broke the white-robed elder's guard again. He angrily said, "You brat, don't be so smug. I was just ambushed by you. If it really came down to a fight, apart from that kid, no one here is my match." Really? Then let's do it again. Li Qingmei glanced at Su Hao and said, "Brother Hao, you stay here and keep watch for me, just make sure he doesn't hurt me." Okay. Su Hao replied somewhat helplessly. When she uttered the words Brother Hao, it meant she couldn't refuse. The most beautiful woman in the world couldn't resist her coquettishness. Xiao Xuening and Xiao Xuemeng were both stunned. They had thought that Li Qingmei's victory over Li Su was only slightly stronger. They never expected that she would actually have the strength to fight against the white-robed elder. The two couldn't help but wonder, just how many unknown masters are there in the martial arts world? It seems that our Tianxia gang is indeed in some crisis. Xiao Xuening sighed. If no talented disciples keep up, this sect may be overtaken by others. Sister, we still have senior brother Fei Yang. Isn't he in seclusion? Once he comes out, he'll have a chance to break through to a new realm, at least to the initial stage of the supreme realm. Xiao Xuemeng said expectantly. The ace of the Tianxia gang this time is Han Feiyang, but he is currently in seclusion and will not appear until later. I hope so. Xiao Xuening nodded. That was her only hope. Unlike Li Su, they treated Han Feiyang much better. Feeling that the senior brother was not only handsome but also not so cunning, this might be one of the reasons why Xiao Woming always supported Han Feiyang. Even if Li Su is the senior disciple, so what, he's still not well liked. Woman, I'm about to use my weapon. I hope you can handle it. Despite his anger, the white-robed elder remained cautious. He brandished a heavy broadsword and assumed a fighting stance. Okay. Li Qingmei nodded, also holding a weapon in her hand. Her weapon, at first glance, seemed rather ordinary. It was just a white longsword. Upon closer inspection, one can discover something unusual. The longsword seemed to be forged from some rare metal, and a powerful energy was sealed within its blade. Upon closer inspection, Su Hao noticed a faint golden dragon visible on its surface. What kind of weapon is this? Su Hao thought to himself, if Ren Xianxian were here, she might recognize him. Take this. The white-robed elder acted cautiously, clearly regarding Li Qingmei as a formidable opponent. His moves, combined with his exceptional agility, are quite intimidating. Li Qingmei was caught off guard by her first move and was forced back 2 steps. After catching her breath, she managed to regain her footing. Su Hao only watched for a while before feeling a headache. Undeniably, Li Qingmei knew many moves, but when facing an enemy, she used them haphazardly, without any coherent system, which could even be described as chaotic. The reason she was able to withstand the enemy's offensive was entirely due to the strength of her weapons. If I'm not mistaken, this must be a divine artifact that wasn't listed on the list. It either came from the Palace of Physiognomy or the Celestial Palace. Light eyebrows. I'll teach you the Arhat sword technique of Buddhism. Su Hao shouted loudly. Great! Li Qingmei said happily, swinging her sword to repel the enemy. She added, wait a moment, I'll learn a sword technique, and then we can spar again. Isn't this ridiculous? The white-robed old man was stunned. How could these two young people be acting so recklessly, completely disregarding him as if it were child's play? But when his eyes met Su Hao's, he felt a deep-seated fear. He knew all too well that if this man went all out, he would most likely lose. Only by facing Li Qingmei would he have a sliver of hope. Come on, watch closely. Su Hao drew his black sword and began to wield it. His swordsmanship was quite fast. After the last fist technique lesson, he had realized that Li Qingmei was very intelligent, had a good foundation, and learned everything quickly. Upon seeing Su Hao's long sword, the white-robed elder became even more certain that this young man was beyond his ability to deal with. It must be a divine weapon. Li Qingmei studied very diligently, wielding the white sword and beginning to wield it. The Xiao Xuening sisters were also stunned. The two's actions were too strange and completely incomprehensible, but to be fair, Li Qingmei's speed in getting started was truly astounding. In fact, Su Hao simply recited the incantation. Since it was the martial arts of the Jiaya Temple, he wasn't worried about anyone overhearing. One person teaches, and the other learns, following the same steps. Wait a minute. Xiao Xuening realized something was wrong and muttered to herself, didn't young Master Su just say that he was a disciple of the Vermilion Bird sect? Why is he teaching Buddhist martial arts now? Yes, he's lying. Xiao Xuening realized and said decisively. Okay, Xiao Xuening suddenly realized that he just didn't want to reveal his identity, but then she thought about it again and felt something was wrong. Li Qingmei's identity was real, so why did she have so much Buddhist aura? In short, the handsome man and beautiful woman in front of them had too many secrets, which made them extremely curious, but they couldn't find out the answers. Finish. Now it's up to me how I handle this. Su Hao put away his weapon and said with a smile. Li Qingmei nodded, quite pleased. Her original martial arts skills were chaotic. Having learned a little bit of everything, her original internal energy was also very mixed, until she absorbed the ancient relic, which greatly increased her strength, making her in dire need of Buddhist martial arts. In some ways, her situation is similar to Su Hao's, as they both draw on the strengths of various schools of thought. However, the difference is that Su Hao has already mastered them all, while she is just starting out. Young man, if you use unfamiliar moves and lose, you'll have to let me leave, understand? The white-robed old man shamelessly made his demand. Alright, if you can beat them. Li Qingmei smiled slightly, then thrust her sword forward. The new move indeed brought a completely different feeling, and I immediately felt my internal energy flow much more smoothly. I wasn't particularly skilled at this move, but the effect was about the same as the previous moves. After a few moves, its power grew stronger and stronger. The white-robed elder grew increasingly anxious. He was truly seeing things today. The man behind him was terrifyingly strong, and the woman before him was equally formidable. This feeling of being surrounded by danger was incredibly unsettling. He was actually somewhat distracted when he made his move. A faint killing intent emanated from Su Hao, as if warning, you're just a sparring partner, cooperate as much as possible, or you'll surely die. He vaguely sensed something was wrong, looked down, and found that only half of his weapon remained. The other half lay on the ground. He exclaimed helplessly, young miss, what kind of weapon are you holding? Why is it so strong? Is this something I can just tell you? I'm not telling you. Li Qingmei wasn't stupid. Few people could even recognize Su Hao's weapon, so why would she expose her own? 11:12, Chapter 11:12. Who are you? Since that's the case, then I'll have to offend you. The white-robed old man's gaze darkened, and he suddenly threw his weapon away. Well done. Li Qingmei was delighted and slashed out with her sword, shattering all the remaining weapons. But her joy was short-lived. She soon sensed something was wrong. How could hundreds of hidden weapons suddenly appear before her eyes? She immediately cursed, Senior, that's a bit unfair. I am an assassin, why can't I use hidden weapons? The white-robed old man said this, having already run more than 10 meters away, which was his way of escaping. You really lack experience. Su Hao's voice suddenly came from beside my ear. Li Qingmei felt a sudden tightening around her waist, and she was pulled into his warm embrace. It turned out that at the last moment, Su Hao saw that she was unable to defend herself, so he rushed over and used his protective inner energy to deflect all the hidden weapons. I knew you could protect me. Li Qingmei said with a smile. By the way, what's the name of this weapon? Su Hao asked in a low voice. It was actually a gift from my master, unearthed from an ancient tomb of a heavenly emperor. It's called the Primordial Dragon Soul Sword. It's a divine artifact containing the power of a dragon soul, but my strength is a bit weak, so I can't unleash its full potential. Li Qingmei said helplessly. Let me try? Su Hao held out his hand. Okay. Li Qingmei obediently handed over the weapon. After Su Hao grasped the sword, he realized it was very heavy, weighing no less than 100 pounds. He first flicked the blade with his finger, producing a crisp sound. Then, he activated the 9 cauldrons true chi within his body, and a dragon's roar was heard. A 1,000-meter-long dragon shadow appeared, stretching across the sky, chasing after the fleeing white-robed elder. Ah! But a scream was heard, and the person, who was thousands of meters away, still suffered a fatal attack. This scene was enough to shock the entire gang, as well as Li Qingmei herself. Ahem, so my weapon is this powerful. She laughed awkwardly. Her master had said that the weapon was very powerful, and now she knew that was true. If you advance one more minor realm, you'll be able to activate it. Su Hao withdrew his true energy, and the white sword returned to normal. Okay. Li Qingmei solemnly put it away. Young Master Su, that person is already injured. Should we pursue them? Xiao Xuening asked respectfully at this moment. Don't pursue a desperate enemy. Su Hao shook his head. In this incident, the white-robed elder was probably just an executor. There must be a much more powerful force behind him. The Tianxia gang currently has no experts, so chasing after him would be extremely unwise. It would be a one-way trip. Young Master Su, Miss Li, we never expected you two to be such experts. We really misjudged you. Xiao Xuening exclaimed. Just dabbling in the martial world, nothing more, Su Hao said calmly. You've approached the Tianxia gang. Are you plotting something? Li Su said angrily, despite his injuries. Senior brother, don't make false accusations. Xiao Xuening was very unhappy. Su Hao and his companion had just saved everyone. She then walked over, took Su Hao's hand, and said solemnly, Young Master Su, we sincerely invite you to join the Tianxia gang as an honorary elder. You will not be bound by any restrictions and will not be responsible to anyone. However, your treatment will be the same as other elders, and you will be able to mobilize members of the Tianxia gang in various cities. What do you think? Su Hao frowned, initially reluctant to agree. However, seeing Li Su's indignant expression, a thought struck him, and he said helplessly, since it's Miss Xiao's kind offer, I'll reluctantly agree. That's great, young Master Su. No, from now on you're Elder Su, you're one of us, Xiao Xuening said with a smile. Li Qingmei didn't object after all. Joining the Tianxia gang was a good thing and didn't violate Su Hao's principles. Let's go inside and talk. Let's not go anywhere else today. Let's stay at this base. Xiao Xuening said warmly, taking his arm. Yes, Brother Hao, I also have some questions about martial arts that I need guidance from. Xiao Xuemun took his other arm and led him inside. Li Qingmei shook her head and followed behind. Li Su was very unhappy and stormed off. Back in his room, he closed the door, took out his phone, and seemed to be contacting someone. You bunch of useless trash. Why can't we catch even the 2 young ladies of the Xiao family with so many people? Li Su roared in a low voice. The other party was from the Temple of the Gods, and he was the mole. He not only helped them poison Xiao Xuening, but also arranged for them to storm in today and take Xiao Xuening and her companion away. He wanted to seize power, and this was his only chance. Once you get Xiao Xuening, why would you be afraid that Xiao Wuming won't comply? Even the best plans can come to nothing. Li Su, how dare you talk to us like that? First of all, you overdid it today. Why did you fight our assassins for so long? Secondly, why didn't you tell us that Su Hao and Li Qingmei were so formidable? The other side was even angrier, as they had expended a lot of their best fighters. In short, if you want to achieve anything, you must have the support of the Tianxia gang. If I can't become the gang leader, there will be a lot more resistance. Li Su shamelessly threatened. Don't worry, we have a backup plan. Let's leave it at that for today. But on the day of the finals, the Temple of Gods will make a big move and wipe out the righteous faction. If your Tianxia gang doesn't surrender, we'll eliminate you. The other party threatened. Okay, I'll wait a few days. A hint of smugness flashed across Li Su's face. The next morning, when Su Hao woke up, he saw that there was another person beside his bed. Li Qingmei rested her head on her hand, watching intently. What do you want to do? Su Hao slowly sat up and asked warily. Look at your sleeping face, what's the big deal? Li Qingmei said with a smile. This is my room. You can't knock before you come in? Su Hao emphasized helplessly. Actually, he was very vigilant when he was resting. But for some reason, Li Qingmei was very good at concealing her aura, and he didn't detect her, or perhaps he knew that Li Qingmei posed no threat to him at this stage, and automatically assumed her aura was safe, so he didn't take any precautions.
What's the point of knocking?
Li Qingmei smiled. Actually, she was worried that Xiao Xuening and her sister had stayed here last night. After checking and confirming that there was no mistress hiding here, she was relieved and said, "Let's go. The garden here is very beautiful, come with me for a walk."
All right. Su Hao nodded and got up to leave.
As soon as I stepped out of the room, I saw some strangers scattered in various corners of the villa, on high alert.
"Hey, who are you?"
Just then, a member of the Tianxia Gang's enforcement team, feeling that Su Hao was a stranger, loudly questioned him, clearly regarding them as bad guys.
1113, Chapter 1113, another way of saying it. I am Su Hao, an honorary elder of the Tianxia Gang.
He frowned unhappily. Honorary elder? Nonsense, our Tianxia Gang has no such title. I think you're all spies sent by the enemy guards. Arrest them and interrogate them thoroughly.
The man shouted.
Several people immediately surrounded them, carrying long sticks, looking quite menacing.
Stop.
Just then, Xiao Xuemeng rushed over. She had come to ask Su Hao for advice, but upon seeing this scene, she was terrified and her face changed drastically.
Second miss, you've come at the right time. These two spies have infiltrated, and we're about to arrest them.
The enforcement team member emphasized. Senior Brother Wu, you've misunderstood. This is young Master Su Hao. Yesterday, he accepted my sister's invitation and officially became an honorary elder of the Tianxia Gang. You've committed insubordination, which, according to the sect rules, is punishable by death. As Xiao Xuemeng spoke, she immediately took out an elder's gold medal and handed it to Su Hao. The front of the medal had the words Tianxia Gang written on it, and the back had the words honorary elder written on it. This was custom made overnight, and it's the same standard as the other elders, only the title has changed. Senior Brother Wu was completely stunned. It turned out that he had really offended the elder. Wasn't this a capital offense? He knelt down with a thud and kowtowed, saying, "Elder Su, it's all my fault. Please be magnanimous and let me go." The other enforcement team members were also nervous, knowing that if things were investigated, they would also be punished.
Who would have thought that someone so young would be an elder of the Tianxia Gang? You've all done your duty, ignorance is no excuse.
Su Hao frowned. He didn't want to get involved in these sect rules and didn't want to be disturbed at all. Pass down the order. Now that the World Alliance has gained an honorary elder, make sure we don't let this cause a misunderstanding and turn a blind eye to our own situation.
Xiao Xuemeng said solemnly.
Understood. Senior Brother Wu, having narrowly escaped death, replied readily.
By the way, how did you get here? Su Hao asked immediately.
The enforcement team is from the headquarters of the Tianxia Gang. They weren't here yesterday, so why are so many people suddenly appearing today?
Is it really just about protecting the safety of Xiao Xuemeng and her sister, or is there something else to do?
Of course, it was our eldest brother who led us here overnight yesterday. We heard that someone was targeting the eldest and second young ladies, and the gang leader was furious, so he ordered us to set off overnight.
Brother Wu said angrily.
Yesterday's events were an utter disgrace to the Tianxia Gang. Their two daughters were not only attacked by assassins, but they also allowed them to escape, something no one could accept.
Senior brother is here, Elder Su, let's go find him. Xiao Xuemeng was very happy. She didn't care about Su Hao. She just called out and skipped towards the hall. Oh my, this is an old acquaintance.
Li Qingmei said with a half smile.
Should I go back to sleep?
Su Hao said helplessly.
Let's go, you're an elder now, you don't need to be afraid of him.
Li Qingmei refused, grabbed his hand, and turned to leave. Just after the two left, several disciples of the Tianxia Gang gathered together, all feeling puzzled.
If I'm not mistaken, wasn't that beautiful woman just now Li Qingmei? Holy crap, she seems to have a very good relationship with Elder Su. Isn't this going to break the hearts of many young masters in Yanjing? Isn't this a good thing? Now he's our Elder Su, let them be jealous.
That's true. Everyone was initially filled with jealousy, but after figuring out Su Hao's identity, they felt relieved. At least being able to stay in the Tianxia Gang didn't seem like such a bad thing.
In the lobby,
Han Feiyang was chatting with Xiao Xuening, asking about what happened yesterday. A group of law enforcement disciples stood nearby, each looking rather serious.
Senior brother, you finally emerged from seclusion. Xiao Xuemun was overjoyed and ran over to greet him. Xiao Meng, you're still as immature as ever. You need to be the second young lady of the Tianxia gang. You must maintain your elegance and poise, understand? Han Feiyang admonished like an older brother. You're criticizing me the moment we meet. Xiao Xuemeng muttered, then said with a grin, Senior brother, do you know, we have an honorary captain now's a young man, and he's very strong. Oh? Han Feiyang had already found out from Xiao Xuening and was curious when he heard footsteps. He turned around and saw Su Hao and Li Qingmei approaching. His expression turned somewhat wistful. Holy crap, it's him! I remember they had a fight back in Yanjing, and he ended up suffering a crushing defeat. His subsequent seclusion for cultivation was also related to that sparring session. Young Master Han, I never expected to meet you again. Su Hao walked over and said calmly. I dare not accept such an honor. You are now an elder, and I am merely a disciple. This is against the rules of the sect. Han Feiyang stood up and bowed respectfully. They're just honorary elders, we're all on equal footing, and since this isn't a public occasion, we're all still peers. Su Hao didn't want to be called old. Alright, Han Feiyang could only agree. Senior brother, do you know each other? Xiao Xuening asked in surprise. Han Feiyang's heart stirred. It seemed that not many people knew Su Hao's identity now. Since the other party was an elder, he could only keep it a secret. He said, I met young Master Su once when we were in Yanjing. I see. Xiao Xuening smiled and said, things are different now. When we go to Yanjing in the future, we'll have to treat Elder Su well. Of course. Han Feiyang said casually, thinking that Yanjing was his second hometown, so there was no need for us to entertain him. Feiyang, so it's you. I was wondering why there are suddenly so many disciples from the Heavenly Gang. The next moment, Lisa finished resting and walked out looking refreshed. He said with a smile. Senior brother, I came here on Master's orders. Han Feiyang said. Oh, isn't it for the martial arts tournament? Lisa said with a smile. Today is the first day of the advanced group competition. All of us brothers can go on stage. I hope we don't run into each other in the ring. As everyone knows, this is the third day of the martial arts tournament, and the advanced group matches have already begun. As top fighters from the Tianxia gang, they have all obtained their tickets, so there's a certain probability they will meet. The competition is another matter. There is another important matter today. Han Feiyang's expression gradually turned serious as he said, Master has ordered that senior brother return immediately to discuss something important. Go back, that's impossible. I came for the martial arts tournament. How can I leave empty-handed? I will only go back after I achieve good results in the tournament. His goal was to win the championship, but with Su Hao present, he had to find another way to put it. 1114, Chapter 1114 Violating the Rules. If Su Hao hadn't been eliminated, he wouldn't have been able to win the championship. However, the outcome of the competition is unpredictable and has a certain element of luck. Was Su Hao very strong? If he had been injured on the first day of the competition, and then injured again on the second day, he might have been eliminated on the third day. In the end, he won the championship and became a legend. After all, there are other powerful experts out there, and no one can guarantee that they can defeat everyone. Senior brother, I alone am enough to represent the World Alliance, Han Feiyang said confidently. I think you should follow orders and go back as soon as possible to cooperate with Master. Nonsense. Li Su was very unhappy. He was the first to join and was older than Han Feiyang. However, his talent was lacking, and not only was his strength surpassed, but his treatment was also inferior. Now, the entire Tianxia gang recognizes Han Feiyang, and even the Xiao Xuening sisters think he is better. What's most infuriating is that outsiders are saying that Han Feiyang is the future leader. However, this was just fake news. The Tianxia gang was never confirmed. Senior brother, do you intend to disobey orders? Han Feiyang's face darkened. Su Hao's heart skipped a beat, and he gave Li Qingmei a wink, indicating that the show was about to begin. He had been wondering why so many law enforcement officers had come, and now he finally understood why. Li Qingmei thought for a moment and then realized what was happening. So the two of them sat down and quietly ate their melon seeds. Han Feiyang, I am your senior brother. Don't be disrespectful. Watch your tone, guards. As your senior brother, I hereby expel Han Feiyang. Li Su was furious. He had long disliked Han Feiyang,
and this time he couldn't hold back and directly broke off relations. The enforcement team members came out and faced Han Feiyang, somewhat at a loss after all. They were brought by senior brother Han. How could they possibly kick him out?
Senior brother, this won't Dao have no reason to attack senior brother Feiyang.
Why don't we all calm down, have a cup of tea first, and then talk about other things?
Yes, we're all from the same sect, why make things so ugly?
The disciples tried to persuade him one by one, but none of them were willing to take action.
In Lisa's view, this meant something else entirely. Everyone felt Han Feiyang was of higher status and no one was willing to listen to him, so, with a whoosh, he drew his long sword, pointed it at Han Feiyang, and said, "Junior brother, since that's the case, let's have a life or death battle. Whoever wins will have the right to speak here."
Li Su, don't be ridiculous, I am just following orders, not targeting you.
Han Feiyang shouted in a deep voice.
Seeing that the conflict between the two was becoming increasingly irreconcilable, Xiao Xuaning anxiously stepped forward and said, "Senior brothers, it's still morning, why are you both so angry? For my sake, how about we each take a step back? Junior sister, this is a grudge between him and me."
Li Su was clearly unwilling to back down.
"Xuanning, step back."
Han Feiyang rebuked him directly.
Xiao Xuaning immediately realized something was wrong. Senior brother Feiyang was usually gentle with people, and he would never scold her. Could there be some hidden reason? Just then, Xiao Xuemeng also wanted to persuade her, so she was pulled aside.
"Elder Su, have you guessed something?" Xiao Xuaning asked curiously as she stepped back with her sister. "I'm just an outsider, how could I know about the internal affairs of your sect?"
Su Hao said with a half smile. At this moment, he only had a guess, which he certainly couldn't say out loud.
Brother Hao, will they start fighting?"
Li Qingmei suddenly asked. She loved watching the excitement and felt that talking was meaningless. It would be better to use weapons directly. "Hard to say," Su Hao said calmly.
Xiao Xuaning and Xiao Xuemeng were still completely confused, thinking the two were speaking in riddles.
"Han Feiyang, are you jealous of me? You've been coveting the position of senior brother for a long time. When I left Yanjing, you complained to master and tried to make things difficult for me?"
Li Su said angrily.
"Senior brother, you're really good at pretending. Even now, you're still trying to argue. Fine, since you're shameless, I won't bother saving face for you."
Han Feiyang sighed, took out his phone, and played a recording.
"You're all a bunch of useless trash." Lisa's voice came through clearly. Was he cursing? At first, everyone thought he might be complaining to someone, but when they heard the words Palace of Gods, they realized something was wrong. What followed was even more infuriating. It turned out they were discussing how to deal with Xiao Xuaning and her companion. Until they discussed the day of the finals, when the Pantheon would launch a full-scale attack, everyone looked at Li Su with utter disgust.
"Senior brother, I never expected you to be this kind of person. Could it be that the one who poisoned me wasn't the strange man in the portrait, but you?"
Xiao Xuaning suddenly stood up, trembling with anger. Li Su was a disciple of the Tianxia gang, and her father's top disciple. The two were childhood sweethearts in a sense. Who would have thought that you can know a person's face but not their heart, and that Li Su was such a despicable person behind the scenes? "Senior brother, you acted very well yesterday, making us all think you cared about the Tianxia gang. We never imagined you were a spy. So many disciples died yesterday. How are you going to compensate us?"
Xiao Xuemeng was also very unhappy.
Lisa's face was grim. He regretted it now. It turned out his master had already recorded the conversation. Could it be that during yesterday's phone call, something in the room had recorded it? It was too late to regret it now. "Senior brother, I originally only asked you to go back and report. If you apologize to master, he might spare your life out of pity. I never expected you to bring this upon yourself. Step by step you truly brought this upon yourself."
Han Feiyang said angrily.
"Ha ha ha, do you even have the right to say that? Since joining the Tianxia gang, you've been seen as a peerless genius, taking everything that belongs to me. Everything was taken away. Originally, the World Alliance belonged to me, and junior sister Xuanning also belonged to me. As long as this situation remains unchanged, why would I need to cooperate with the Temple of Gods? I did absolutely nothing wrong in this matter." Lisa's eyes were filled with madness. He was completely unwilling to admit his mistake. Xiao Xuaning's face flushed with anger. She said, "Senior brother, Don't get me wrong, feelings can't be forced. I've never liked you from beginning to end, from childhood to adulthood. I've always found you somewhat frightening. I used to think it was just my imagination, but now I'm certain you're a complete scoundrel. No wonder everything has gone wrong for you. It's all fate, and you deserve your lack of strength. Each hurtful word gradually turned Lisa's face palely. At this moment did he realize that he held no place in junior sister Xuaning's heart, and he began to go mad. Disciples of the enforcement team, listen to my command. Li Su has violated the sect rule. Seize him immediately, Han Fei said arrogantly. 1116, Chapter 1116. The greatest contributor. Thank you so much for your help, Elder Su, Xiao Xuaning said gratefully after she was freed. You're welcome. Su Hao nodded calmly. Li Su, I am now formally issuing a warrant for your arrest on charges of being a traitor to the Tianxia Ganji. Advise you to surrender now, otherwise, if things get unpleasant, it will be a loss of face for everyone, Han Feiyang said coldly. At this moment, he no longer cared about their fellow disciples, he regarded this person as an enemy. The other members of the enforcement team became alert, their expressions also carrying a hint of murderous intent. I don't have time to waste with you guys, I'm leaving first. Lisa suddenly turned around, got into the car, floored the accelerator, and was about to drive away. Trying to run, you've already lost your chance, Han Feiyang announced expressionlessly. With a single punch, he sent the car flying more than 10 meters. When the vehicle finally landed, tumbling and rolling, Lisa scrambled out, severely injured. His face was covered in shards of glass, disfigured and bleeding profusely. He stared coldly at Han Feiyang and said, Don't push your luck. If I fight you to the death, I might not lose by much. Now that things have come to this, do you still want to make a futile struggle? Han Feiyang said disdainfully. Why did heaven create both Zhou Yu and Zhuge Liang? Li Su sighed to the heavens, appearing extremely indignant. Since that's the case, I'll give you a chance. Let's have a fair and just duel. If you lose, you'll die here. If I lose, I'll let you go, Han Feiyang said confidently. Young master, this won't do, will it? This man has committed a serious crime. Without the gang leader's orders, he cannot be released. Are you guys out of your minds? Do you think the young master will lose? That's right, dealing with a mere traitor is a piece of cake, isn't it? The disciples began to discuss it amongst themselves, initially surprised, but later finding it quite reasonable. They even felt that this was the only way to demonstrate Han Feiyang's loyalty and righteousness, at least giving Li Su a chance. Good. Li Su nodded heavily, grabbed a handful of pills, and threw them all into his mouth. This might be the last battle of his life. No matter how precious the pills were, they were all meaningless. His breathing quickly returned to normal, and when he looked at Han Feiyang again, he carried a hint of confidence. He thought to himself that their previous duel was only 70/30ths. If we play with all our might, we shouldn't lose too badly, and we might even have a chance to win. An opponent, I suppose, Han Feiyang said calmly. I'll risk it all. Li Su gritted his teeth and unleashed all his power. He wasn't qualified to learn the four symbols technique, but he still possessed top-tier martial arts skills. Every move he made was far superior to what he had done yesterday when he was just going through the motions. After all, he was at the early stage of the Supreme Realm, and his attacks were truly astonishing. But at this moment, everyone wore a cold gaze. No one had a high opinion of Li Su, believing that the gap between the two was insurmountable. Die! Han Feiyang uttered only one word, and instantly dragons and elephants stomped together. When Li Su realized something was wrong, he immediately used all his true energy to create a final defensive shield. However, it shattered upon contact with his opponent's attack. As if he had endured hundreds of attacks in an instant, he landed with shattered bones and barely breathing. How so? Is there really such a big gap between us? At this moment, Li Su seemed to feel no pain, only endless despair. He had assumed there was some difference in talent between the two, but he hadn't expected them to be worlds apart in terms of training time. Han Feiyang started 2 years later, but his strength completely overwhelmed Han Feiyang. He wasn't even a match for one move? In this way, all his former arrogance vanished. Only then did he understand why Xiao Wuming had chosen this junior brother as his successor. You only realize this now, it's too late. Han Feiyang wasn't particularly happy after all. It was fratricide, nothing to brag about. He said coldly, I'll give you one chance. Say your last words. Junior sister Xuanning, I'm so sorry for what I did to you in this life. If there's a next life, I'll be your servant. Li Si said with deep regret in his final moments. At this moment, his emotions were genuine. Everyone could see that Li Si truly liked Xiao Zuoning. It's just that the two of them simply didn't click, and had no chance whatsoever. Senior brother, may you rest in peace. Xiao Xuaning's feelings were complicated, a mixture of hatred and sympathy. May you rest in peace. Han Feiyang walked over and struck down with his palm, instantly killing Li Su. Immediately afterwards, the law enforcement team took action, took out body bags, put the person directly into them, and had someone else clean up. When a person dies, it's like a lamp going out. This former senior disciple, having gone astray, has completely disappeared from everyone's sight. Even if he repents in the end, he cannot undo the mistakes he made in his life. Senior brother, without your arrival, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Xiao Xuanning stepped forward and said gratefully, "This is my duty." Han Feiyang shook his head and emphasized, "The greatest contributor to stopping Li Si this time is definitely Elder Su. Without his silver needle, I might have caused a disaster." Looking back, he broke out in a cold sweat. The opportunity was rare, and he didn't want to let Li Si escape, so he had no choice but to risk attacking. Ultimately, it proved that his skill with hidden weapons was quite ordinary, giving his opponent ample time to react. Fortunately, at the critical moment, Su Hao used his silver needles to temporarily stop Li Si's next move. Yes, Elder Su's intervention was timely. Xiao Xuemeng said gratefully. Elder Su, you have saved me twice before, and this is the third time I must repay you properly. Xiao Xuanning thought seriously. Ordinary returns are definitely not enough. The kindness of saving a life is truly invaluable. She couldn't keep owing favors forever. Suddenly, an idea struck her, and she said, Elder Su, aren't you a master of medicine? Have you ever heard of the Ninturn Jade Dew pill? I've heard of it, but I've never been able to have it. Su Hao nodded. The so-called Ninturn Jade Dew pill is also of considerable origin, developed by the Medicine King based on an ancient pill formula. Once ingested, it can help a martial artist break through from the Supreme Realm to the Celestial Realm, making it one of the most precious pills. Worth over $1 billion. If it were released, it would definitely cause a sensation. This thing would have been far more important to Su Hao a few days ago, but getting it now is still quite good. Sister, are you really going to take this out? Xiao Xuemeng was stunned. The Ninturn Jade Dew pill requires a vast amount of medicinal herbs. Even the Medicine King could only refine one batch, totaling 12 pills. The World Alliance spent a great deal of connections to acquire just one, and now they're just giving it away. Isn't that a bit of a waste? 1117, Chapter 1117, Becoming a Demon. Xiaomeng, go to my safe and get the things. Xiao Xuanning has made up her mind and will not change it. This pill is indeed precious, but she doesn't know when she'll reach the Supreme Realm. Pessimistically speaking, perhaps she'll never reach that level in her lifetime. Now it's just right to use it to repay a debt of gratitude. Alright, although Xiao Xuemeng felt helpless, she didn't dare to go against her wishes. She turned and went into the villa, quickly took out the pill, and carefully handed it to Su Hao, saying, Young Master Su, I hope you can reach a higher realm soon, so that this pill will not have been wasted. Thank you for your kind words. I will definitely work harder in my cultivation. Su Hao smiled faintly, then happily accepted the gift. Xiao Xuemeng smiled. Just then, Su Hao suddenly saw Li Qingmei looking over with a half-smile, as if she were plotting something, which made him both amused and exasperated. This was a pill he had just obtained. Was she already eyeing it? Although the two had a good relationship, he would not hand it over unless the other party offered a treasure of equal value. By the way, today is still the day of the martial arts tournament. Should we go and take a look? Xiao Xuanning asked eagerly after recovering. Yes, watching experts clash can also increase our experience. Xiao Xuemeng said expectantly. Young Master Su, what do you think? Han Feiyang asked expectantly. In that case, let's set off immediately. Su Hao nodded. The Tianxia gang began their operation with a much grander entourage than Su Hao's 4 cars led the way, with Su Hao and Li Qingmei in the middle of a limousine, followed by Han Feiyang and his 2 companions in their vehicle. 4 more cars brought up the rear, creating a formidable procession. Pedestrians on the road readily made way for them, daring not to obstruct their path.
Inside the car, Li Qingmei leaned on his shoulder with a grin, looking at him with her beautiful eyes, and said tenderly, "Brother Hao, could you transfer the 9 jade du pill to me? I'll buy it at double the price, how about that?" Double the price? Wouldn't that be 2 billion?
This amount of money would be incredibly tempting for most people. But Su Hao remained unmoved. Money had never been something that attracted him. He simply said lightly, "You wish, this is a martial arts treasure, priceless.
How about we become husband and wife forever? What's yours is mine, and what's mine is yours."
Li Qingmei opened her mouth, as if hinting at something. Cough cough, then I've lost out, I've lost both the person and the pills. Su Hao's eyes darted around. Li Qingmei was usually very dignified, but if she acted like a seductive little vixen, no one could resist her.
"Brother Hao, what exactly do you want?" Li Qingmei asked expectantly, her breath sweet as orchids.
"If you really want the pill, you have to agree to 3 conditions, and you absolutely cannot go back on your word later," Su Hao said, holding up 3 fingers.
"Okay." Li Qingmei readily agreed, extending her hand as if she felt no embarrassment whatsoever.
She felt that someone like Su Hao would never say anything against morality, so she had no reservations.
"Aren't you afraid I'll sell you?"
Su Hao was slightly taken aback, not expecting her to be so cooperative without any hesitation.
"Don't be afraid, because you can't bear to part with it."
Li Qingmei smiled confidently.
"Alright, keep this pill for now, and use it when you need it."
Su Hao had just taken out the 9 jade du pill and hadn't even finished speaking when he saw Li Qingmei stuff it into her mouth and immediately consume it. He was shocked. This wasn't candy, it was a pill worth 10 billion, was she really so careless?
"Brother Hao, it's such a waste to leave it unused. Why not take it now, it will greatly improve your strength."
Li Qingmei had her own opinion.
"It would be a waste if you ate it."
Su Hao rolled his eyes.
"When I reach the peak of the Supreme Realm, I'll ask you to forge another batch for me." Who would have thought that Li Qingmei understood things even better than he did?
Su Hao was slightly taken aback at this moment. He was wondering if he could refine the 9 jade du pill. It would probably be very difficult, but if he tried, it wasn't impossible. After taking the pill, Li Qingmei felt something was wrong. Powerful true energy was surging rapidly within her body. In the ancient town of Shu Mountain, influenced by the 9 jade du pill, the surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth directly enveloped them. Before long, their extended limousine was filled with a sea of spiritual energy, looking extremely strange. The other passengers in the car behind noticed this and were all surprised.
"Sister, could it be that young Master Su has already reached the supreme great perfection?" Xiao Xueming felt something was wrong. Who would take the pills directly after receiving them? "Senior brother, what's going on?"
Xiao Xueming asked, puzzled, looking at the young expert beside her. "This person's aura is very strong, definitely at the Supreme Realm. However, the surging aura isn't as strong as that of a great perfection cultivator. To be honest, it's a bit of a waste for him to take the 9 jade du pill now. Could it be that Su Hao doesn't believe in the power of this pill at all and is just taking it for fun?"
Han Feiyan was also stunned.
He could sense Li Qingmei's aura, it wasn't much different from his own.
After taking the pill, they'd probably be a cut above the rest. Even so, they still couldn't understand it. The journey to the martial arts tournament wasn't far, and they didn't have much time to cultivate. Wasn't this a waste of the supreme pill?
He also considered another possibility. Perhaps Su Hao, for some unknown reason, gave the pill to Li Qingmei, who, being wealthy and extravagant, did not cherish it at all and therefore took it directly. However, such speculation is too frightening, implying that Su Hao doesn't even want the 9 jade du pill. This kid is really strange.
No matter what, Han Feiyan was completely baffled and couldn't guess the reason at all.
Inside the car, Su Hao sensed that Li Qingmei's aura was getting stronger, and suddenly remembered that she had forcibly built up her strength by relying on various medicinal herbs. The idea that taking elixirs would make her stronger has always been a part of her life.
Suddenly, something felt off.
Li Qingmei's breathing became erratic. The long-standing hidden danger had surfaced. She had gained a surge of powerful spiritual energy in a short period, but was unable to absorb it all, causing her true energy to dissipate and showing signs of qi deviation. Her face turned pale and then flushed, and her whole body was burning hot, as if she were about to explode.
"You're such a glutton."
Su Hao had no choice but to step in and help. Upon touching her body, powerful true energy surged through his meridians. He hurriedly activated his cultivation technique, causing the 9 cauldrons within his body to rotate. The domineering power absorbed all the true energy, storing it within the 9 cauldrons. He used the 9 cauldrons as a reservoir, and only after this transit point did Li Qingmei's condition stabilize. Once her breathing became smooth, Su Hao channeled the spiritual energy from the 9 cauldrons back into her to help her improve her strength.
1118, Chapter 1118 is currently bedding.
When Li Qingmei realized she couldn't absorb the spiritual energy, she panicked, which is why she showed signs of qi deviation. She had overestimated herself, or rather, underestimated the 9 turn jade du pila. Massive influx of true energy into her body was a disaster for her. Just as she was in dire straits, a powerful hand unexpectedly landed on her dantian, and she felt all the spiritual energy being absorbed.
He's the one who helped.
Li Qingmei immediately calmed down and began to slowly get back on track. Half an hour later, with Su Hao's help, she absorbed all the spiritual energy and successfully reached the mid-stage of the Supreme Realm. When she opened her eyes, a sharp light flashed within them. To be honest, using the 9 turn jade du pill to only advance to her current level is somewhat wasteful. However, for her, it was a very good experience. With Su Hao's guidance, she became more adept at absorbing and organizing true energy.
Brother Hao, we owe you so much this time. Li Qingmei started crying as she spoke, only now beginning to feel the fear.
Cultivation must be done step by step. You can't take too big a step, or you'll easily break it. Su Hao paused here, thinking that she was a girl and it was inconvenient to say the rest.
Anyway, thank you.
Li Qingmei said, throwing herself into his arms, unable to contain her gratitude any longer, and kissed him fiercely. Little did they know, the vehicle had already stopped, and the driver, wanting to make a good impression on the elder, respectfully opened the car door.
Seeing the two of them embracing made me feel a little awkward.
This scene was witnessed by Han Feiyang and his 2 companions, who then suppressed their laughter.
Ahem, why is the door open?
Su Hao reacted quickly, gently pushing Li Qingmei away and slowly walking downstairs. Brother Hao's lips were a little dry just now, so I put some lip balm on them for him. Li Qingmei said, making up an excuse.
However, the others laughed even harder. She was naturally beautiful with great skin and didn't need makeup at all. She didn't even wear lipstick herself, so how could she apply lip balm for someone else? This reason was really too lame.
Young Master Su, does our sister Qingmei smell good?
Xiao Xuemeng, being young, asked without any hesitation.
It smells delicious, but don't even think about it, Su Hao said helplessly. The two weren't in that kind of relationship, but it seemed difficult to explain. He pointed to the martial arts tournament venue and said, let's go in and watch the battle.
Okay.
Everyone chose to give Li Qingmei face and stopped joking around. Li Qingmei, blushing, took Su Hao's hand and walked in. Upon entering the venue, she was immediately stunned. It was packed with tens of thousands of people. A quick glance revealed numerous sects displaying their names, Jaya Temple, Zhuke Sect, Wuji Sect, and so on. All were being promoted. However, several major sects do not use these flags. The Tianxia gang had occupied a large area, and a few people were about to go there when they saw a tent with a lot of noise inside.
Brother Hao, what is this place? Li Qingmei asked in surprise. A casino. Su Hao said calmly. Who has the audacity to open a casino here? Xiao Xuening was also stunned. Wasn't this the territory of the Shu Mountain sect? The Poison Gu cult.
Su Hao uttered 3 words. Upon hearing this, the expressions on the faces of the group of people turned rather unpleasant. It has to be said that the Poison Gu sect has a terrible reputation in the martial arts world. Li Qingmei was still hesitating whether to go in when she suddenly saw Ring Xianxian and Lu Wan'er come out. After separating from Su Hao, they had been following Huang Yingying, busy with various tasks. They were about to come out to hand out flyers when they exclaimed with delight, Miss, young Master Su, you're finally back.
Yes, Su Hao smiled slightly.
Ms Lu, could you please help us out? We're short-staffed. We'll treat you to a big meal later. Huang Yingying also came out. There were quite a few people placing bets, and she had left everything to her subordinates to manage. She also wanted to bring in some new clients. After coming out, she saw Su Hao and her eyes lit up with surprise. She was about to throw herself into his arms when she suddenly saw Li Qingmei and instinctively stopped.
Are you the future young mistress of our family?
Strangely enough, Huang Yingying was filled with jealousy towards other women, but when she saw Li Qingmei, she showed a genuine smile. My God, this woman is unbelievably beautiful, no wonder even Su Hao is willing to stay by her side. Mr. Su and I are just friends, and now we're in a business relationship, Li Qingmei said, blushing as she explained.
I understand, a confidant, right? Huang Yingying said understandingly.
Li Qingmei was slightly taken aback, then nodded, perhaps that's a fair way to put it. Come on in and have some fun. Huang Yingying's eyes lit up, and she grabbed Li Qingmei with her left hand and Xiao Xuening with her right. She was clever. She grabbed the two prettiest girls at once and turned to go into the casino.
Xiao Xuemeng followed curiously inside, wanting to see what was going on.
Han Feiyang thought for a moment, then told the other disciples of the Tianxia gang to go to their respective stands, and then followed them inside. There were already hundreds of people inside, placing bets. Su Hao also noticed a significant change now. There were 8 huge screens broadcasting the entire match live. Each arena seemed to have multiple camera angles, ensuring no one missed the best viewing angle.
The view from here is actually much clearer than from outside.
It has to be said that Huang Yingying is indeed a business savvy. She does such a good job and deserves to make money. To put it another way, if the Shu Mountain sect had broadcast the entire martial arts tournament live, they would have made a fortune. However, this sect's goal isn't simply to make money.
Miss Huang, how do you play this? Xiao Xuening was very interested and eager to try it out.
It's very simple. We operate on a 1-to-1 payout model. You can bet on any fighter in the ring to win, and we'll take all your bets. If you bet if we win, we'll give you a full refund. If we buy the wrong one, then we'll accept it all. Huang Yingying gave a simple explanation, and she didn't forget to find a disciple of the Poison Gu sect and give each of the 4 newcomers 20 spirit stones.
This is equivalent to giving 20 million to everyone.
Such a grand gesture shocked the group.
Su Hao was a little puzzled. How much money did she actually make? Spirit stones?
Li Qingmei held the item with a strange expression. That's right, this is a rare item only our Poison Gu sect has. I hope everyone has fun. Huang Yingying said, then went to greet the others. Senior brother, I've heard that spirit stones are extremely rare for the Poison Gu sect to have so many. They must be quite capable, Xiao Xuening remarked.
Han Feiyang also found it strange. How exactly did they obtain it? Did they discover the spirit realm?
Alright, does everyone have a favorite player in mind? Since the spirit stones are free, you can play around with them as you like, Su Hao said.
1119, Chapter 1119. A lady from a respectable family.
When Su Hao said those words, he was practically acting as a second master. Li Qingmei could tell that even the other members of the Poison Gu sect respected Su Hao greatly. Huang Yingying was his maid in private, but the Poison Gu sect would never admit it in formal settings.
Young Master Su, do you have anyone you've got your eye on?
Xiao Xuening had little experience in the martial arts world. She glanced at the 16 contestants on the stage and didn't recognize a single one of them, so she asked curiously.
My judgment isn't very good. Why don't we listen to the young master's opinion?
Su Hao said with a faint smile. Han Feiyang smiled, his interest piqued. He looked at these people, shaking his head slightly, feeling that they all seemed to be from relatively minor sects, but when he saw one particular person, he exclaimed in surprise, I didn't expect young Master Su Yan to have taken the stage.
Su Yan, what sect is he from? Xiao Xuening asked hurriedly.
This person comes from the Sword sect, so his strength is quite impressive, Han Feiyang affirmed. Su Yang holds a high position in the Sword sect, being an elder disciple, though he is no match for Hong Mingxian. Upon hearing the word Sword sect, Xiao Xuening's expression turned sour. Yesterday, the white-robed elder had mocked their Tianxia gang, saying their potential was inferior to the Sword sect's. Now, looking at Su Yang, she saw only confidence in his eyes and sighed silently. Since everyone knows him, I'll bet 20 spirit stones on him winning. Li Qingmei promptly placed her spirit stones as collateral.
Me too. Xiao Xuemeng said with a smile.
Xiao Xuening thought about it and then declined. Han Feiyang originally didn't want to participate in the betting, but since he had the spirit stones, he joined in anyway. Just as they finished betting, the competition was announced to begin. Ren Xianxian and Lu Wan'er brought over a few stools for everyone, and they sat in front of the big screen, watching the game with great interest. Li Qingmei watched with great interest. The contestants today were generally much stronger than those on the first day. Su Yang's group, in particular, looked like they were putting up a fierce battle. As Su Su Yang drew his weapon and unleashed his swordplay, cheers erupted from afar. The camera captured the disciples of the sword sect, including the sisters Yang Rushuang and Yang Rushue.
It seems Hong Mingxian hasn't arrived yet? Han Feiyang said with some regret, not seeing his old friend.
That person is too free and his whereabouts are uncertain. No one is sure if he will participate. Xiao Xuening said with a smile. Suddenly, she caught a glimpse of a beautiful woman standing behind Su Hao. Her eyes lit up and she said, Miss Hong Yu, so you're here too. It's been a long time.
Miss Xiao, it's a pleasure to see you again.
Zhao Hongyu stood silently behind her, greeting her politely. Both women were frequent visitors to the beauty rankings, often ranking 5th or 4th. Although they weren't particularly close, they knew of each other. Actually, Zhao Hongyu's focus wasn't on Xiao Xuening, but rather on Li Qingmei. She deliberately didn't sit down, secretly observing this most beautiful woman in Yanjing. She found the woman to be quiet and pretty, and from the side, her curvaceous figure was even more striking, a true beauty. She pondered to herself that she had always been a bit of a tomboy since she was a child. To put it nicely, she was a Valkyrie. To put it bluntly, she was a tomboy. In comparison, Li Qingmei was the true lady of a prominent family. Miss Xiao, it's a pleasure to meet you. I hope we can get along well in the future. Li Qingmei stood up, extended her delicate hand, and said generously. I don't want to take care of you. Zhao Hongyu frowned, looking very unhappy. She immediately regretted saying it, as if it made her seem petty. Su Hao simply smiled helplessly and chose to continue watching. The two were tense and their relationship was strained.
Oops. Suddenly, Xiao Xueming exclaimed in surprise. On the arena, Su Yang was somehow knocked away by a single blow and almost fell off. Holy crap, is he going to lose? What's going on these past few days? Why are there dark horses every day? Go, Sword Sect disciples, don't lose to an unknown nobody. People outside were already complaining loudly, and it seemed that many people had bet on Su Yang to win. Xiao Xueming's heart was in her throat, and she quickly became fully engaged, paying close attention to Su Yang's wins and losses. Zhao Hongyu's attention was also drawn to the competition. After all, Su Yang was everyone's friend, and she was worried for him. A disciple of the Sword Sect, what a joke. You'll never amount to anything, you're no match for the three major sects. His opponent, sporting a mustache and a rough voice, spoke disdainfully. Upon hearing this, many people burst into laughter. Everyone knows that the Sword Sect has been trying to replace the World Sect in recent years and is even hailed as one of the four major sects. However, in the eyes of traditional martial arts practitioners, this newly risen sect does not have a high level of recognition. Most people simply treat this effort as a joke. Hey, you can look down on me, but you can't look down on the Sword Sect. I'm giving you two choices, apologize now, or I'll fight you to the death. Su Yang was furious. Isn't this bullying honest people? He did nothing wrong, yet he was ridiculed simply because of his identity as a member of the Sword Sect. It's infuriating. Apologize, I was just telling the truth. You're so weak, how can you compare to the World Gang? As he spoke, he launched 3 more swift attacks. This person's moves are rather strange, each move seems to be made with all his might, making him look like a maddened beast. Fortunately, Su Yang's swordsmanship was not bad, and he fought back fiercely, gradually stabilizing the situation. In truth, he fell into a disadvantageous position because his opponent was too formidable, and he suffered a setback at one point. After becoming familiar with the opponent, he began to look for weaknesses in his opponent's defenses. Miss Li, you rarely appear in the martial arts world in everyone's eyes, you are a mysterious heiress. Taking Su Yang's stage as an example, who do you think will win? Zhao Hongyu suddenly launched an attack. She had Li Qingmei in her heart, a hint of jealousy, and a touch of disdain. She felt that she had more experience and stronger skills, and that her judgment was better than hers when observing the game. I'm just an ordinary person, and I don't know any martial arts. How could I know these things? Li Qingmei said calmly. Upon hearing this, Xiao Xuening and Xiao Xuemeng were somewhat taken aback. She was just an ordinary person, she could defeat Li Su and the white-robed elder simply by learning a few moves. Relatively speaking, she was the most deeply hidden master here. It's just a choice between 2 options anyway, so let's just guess. Even if we're wrong, everyone will understand and won't laugh at us, Zhao Hongyu said. Alright then, I'll make my decision based on Hao Ji's relationship with Su Yanghe, and Su Yang are friends, so I guess Su Yang will win.
When Li Qingmei mentioned Brother Hao, her voice was so sweet and delicate that it gave everyone goosebumps. Even Su Hao himself glared at him. Why did he have to act as a little clip? Who could stand that? 1120, Chapter 1120 The Demonic Monk of the Southwest.
What a coincidence. I also acknowledge Hao Ji's relationship and think Su Yang has a chance to win, Zhao Hongyu said with a smile, leaning on Su Hao's shoulder as if she were provoking him. Li Qingmei smiled slightly, seeing her embarrassment, and said nothing more.
At this moment, her understanding of Su Hao made him feel much more at ease, so he nodded slightly and continued to watch the game. Zhao Hongyu also realized this and understood that Su Hao was not good at handling emotional matters. Applying pressure like this would only do more harm than good, so she chose to watch silently. On the arena, the battle between Su Yang and that man gradually entered a fierce stage. He was somewhat embarrassed. As a disciple of the sword sect, he couldn't afford to lose. Gritting his teeth, he began to fight back. His eyes turned bloodshot, as if he had become extremely crazed. The three forms of the mad sword. First move. Raging sword. Su Yang moved like a mad dog, his attack speed suddenly tripling to others. The arena was filled with sword shadows. His opponents sensed the pressure and became more composed in his attacks. Boom, boom, boom. The two exchanged blows a few times, and each was startled, indicating that they were evenly matched. When two armies meet on a narrow path, the brave will prevail. Now it all comes down to who is more ruthless. In this aspect, Su Yang clearly had the advantage, so he unleashed the remaining two moves. His sword flashed, forcing his opponent to the edge of the stage. Seizing the opportunity, he unleashed a simple sweeping attack, leaving his opponent with no way to dodge and ultimately forcing him to fall. The competition is over. The sword sect disciple is the victor. With the announcement from the elders of the Shu Mountain sect, the competition came to an end.
Great, we finally won.
It seems that betting on a disciple of a prestigious family has a much higher chance of success. The sword sect has not disappointed. After this battle, everyone understands that the sword sect is not just about Hong Mingxian, there are other experts as well. The audience cheered. When Su Yang returned to the audience seats, he heard various praises and a gratified smile appeared on his face. All that hard training had been for this day. Now, more people knew of his existence. The martial arts tournament truly was a prestigious occasion. Senior brother, your performance today was generally quite good, Yang Ruxue praised directly. Yes. Yang Rushuang nodded first, then said sternly, but then again, your initial decision was wrong. You shouldn't have put yourself in a dangerous situation. You should have maintained the advantage from the start to the end. Yes, I didn't handle things well at the beginning. Su Yang nodded. Reflection after victory is the most important thing. He had indeed underestimated his opponent. We won. After this round ended, Xiao Xuening and the others were quite happy because they had doubled their spirit stones. Spirit stones were indeed a valuable commodity for them. Only Li Qingmei, holding 40 spirit stones, appeared very calm. Miss Li, don't you like these things? Huang Yingying asked as she walked over. Yes, unexpectedly, Li Qingmei was very honest and said directly, although our Li family has fallen on hard times, we are not so poor that we have to beg for food. Just treat it as a bargaining chip, and don't worry about its other value. Huang Yingying was smart. She guessed that Li Qingmei had figured out the secret of the spirit stones, but everyone kept it to themselves and no one would say it. Okay, Li Qingmei nodded. A new round of competition is about to begin, and many people have started placing bets again. This time was different. Instead, Xiao Xuening and the other two each chose a target, as if they were secretly competing to see who had the best eye. Li Qingmei glanced around, then her eyes suddenly lit up. She exclaimed, "Hey, what's that bald guy on the number 2 arena?" The others also looked over, and they were all surprised. The first person to step onto the stage was surprisingly bald at first glance. His attire resembled that of a Buddhist monk, and he even appeared somewhat benevolent. However, this image did not last long. He soon produced a wine jug and began drinking directly from it. A monk? A monk who drinks and eats meat? Everyone else laughed. What exactly is this person's identity? Xiao Xuening was also surprised. Is there anyone who can help us figure this out? Xiao Xuemin looked at the others. If young Master Yen were here, he would definitely know. It's just a pity Ren Xianxian couldn't quite place it, so she thought of Yen Wuming. However, she was stunned for a moment because another person appeared on the stage, and it was Yen Wuming.
It turns out that the bald man's opponent was the young master of the Yama Pavilion. The two people were numbered 29 and 13 respectively. Gentlemen, our Poison Gu sect has collected information on some experts these past few days. This bald man is actually a Buddhist master. He comes from the Bodhi sect and was originally an unparalleled genius at the age of 20. He entered the Grandmaster realm in the following 8 years. His strength grew stronger and stronger, and he was hailed as the sect's #1 genius. Just when his future seemed bright and he had the chance to become the leader of the Bodhi sect, he discovered something unexpected one day. While he was out training, he encountered a seductive woman. After breaking his vow of celibacy, he realized that she was the wife of the leader of the Taiji sect. So, overnight, he massacred the entire Taiji sect and also killed that woman, committing a horrific massacre. From then on, he went from being a high-ranking monk to a villain that everyone hated. He is the monk Xianhai. Huang Yingying is very capable. She revealed the contestants' information. After listening, several righteous experts frowned, clearly feeling regret while in the sect. Xianhai was pure and detached from worldly desires after leaving the sect. However, he couldn't resist temptations. This seems like human nature, but the things they did were outrageous and their reputations worsened, until finally they gave up and started to do whatever they wanted. So, this person must be a master? Xiao Xuemeng concluded. That's right. Huang Yingying nodded. So, whether you bet on number 29 or number 13, you have to think it over carefully. It's a very difficult thing. After saying that, she was also full of anticipation. What choice would everyone make? Miss Xiao, who do you think will win? Li Qingmei asked with a smile. I think Xianhai is quite strong, so let's choose him, Zhao Hongyu said after careful consideration. Alright, I'll choose young Master Yan. Li Qingmei placed her bet without much thought. When Yan Wuming appeared on the stage, many people applauded. Wow, he's so handsome. Which sect does he belong to? Don't be too happy yet. This person is the young master of the Yama Pavilion, and the other is Xianhai, the demonic monk from the southwest. Neither of them are good people. Please don't say that. Although the Yama Pavilion has a bad reputation, Yan Wuming's reputation is not bad, and he has not done anything bad. Humph, what good things could the Yama's Pavilion be, given that it can cultivate 5 great villains? The funniest thing is that almost all of the 5 villains are dead, and this is retribution. Other audience members clearly didn't have a good attitude when the topic of the underworld came up. 1121, Chapter 1121. Don't be too happy yet. Many disciples from the Yama King's Pavilion arrived. They were a second-rate sect in the southwest, and upon hearing these words, they glared angrily. Yan Shi frowned, somewhat embarrassed to argue with them. She was one of the 5 evils, only surviving by chance. Her mindset had also changed somewhat. She had begun to believe in karma and retribution. Perhaps everyone is right. It's because of some wrongdoing she did in the past that she's suffering retribution. You might not believe it, but she's recently started a vegetarian diet, trying to make up for her guilt. Senior brother, you can't lose, she murmured to herself. Ultimately, face is earned through ability. If we lose, I believe everyone will become even more aggressive and kick us when we're down. On the other hand, Su Hao was also very interested in Yan Wuming. In fact, Yan Wuming hadn't really made a move in the past few days when dealing with Blood Python and the others. He had been just going through the motions and hadn't taken it seriously. Things are different now. This is his own arena, and only a serious fight will bring him victory. Xian, are there any famous martial arts techniques in the Yama King's Pavilion? He asked. The martial arts of the Yama King Pavilion are quite distinctive, mainly characterized by ruthlessness and insidiousness. Whether it's hidden weapons or poison techniques, they are quite vivid. They have also learned Gu poisons, the more famous ones being the Mother-Child Gu and the Ice Soul Gu. As the successor of the sect, young Master Yan should be able to learn the Yama King Pavilion's strongest martial art, the 10 Kings of Hell secret technique. Ren Xianxian immediately said. The 10 Kings of Hell secret technique? Xiao Xuemeng immediately became interested. It sounds very powerful. I wonder what it will be like when they start fighting. I have to say, there are just too many martial arts techniques in the martial arts world. Xiao Xuemeng nodded in agreement. Yes, Han Feiyang also felt like he had learned something new. Zhao Hongyu frowned, thinking that this martial art sounded very evil, but in the end she didn't say anything. Interesting. If only I could learn that someday. Li Qingmei even joked.
Miss Lee, if you want to learn this technique, you don't need to go to the Underworld Pavilion, you can buy it from me, it won't cost much, just 80 spirit stones. Huang Yingying suddenly smiled mysteriously.
Miss Huang, you actually possess the secret martial arts of the Yama Pavilion? Xiao Xueming asked in surprise. Is this true?
Li Qingmei was also somewhat surprised.
Look, isn't this it?
Huang Yingying smiled confidently, holding a secret manual in her hand with several ancient characters written on it, the secret method of the 10 kings of hell.
Everyone else was stunned. How could she have martial arts skills from the underworld?
Su Hao immediately realized that this was the brilliance of the Poison Gu sect. Had the Yama Palace been constantly trying to extort the Poison Gu sect, they had secretly made their move, demanding protection money, which included this secret manual.
If I win, I'll definitely buy it,
Li Qingmei said with a smile.
Okay, let's wait and see.
Huang Yingying nodded, and she also took some time to watch the game.
On the arena, Yan Wuming stared at his opponent and said, Xianhai, you are such a pity. You should have become a leading figure in the righteous path. Now you have ruined your reputation. Is it really worth it for a woman?
Ah, you don't understand. The Taiji sect's leader's wife was just too beautiful. One glimpse and you'd be doomed for life. Xianhai said quietly as he drank his wine. You probably don't know, but when I went to slaughter the Taiji sect members, she actually knelt on the ground and begged me not to kill her husband. Who could stand that? So I killed them all. As he spoke, his eyes turned bloodshot, making him look like a demon. Everyone initially felt sorry for him, but after he revealed his true feelings, they realized that he had completely strayed from the right path and was not worthy of any sympathy. How about we make a bet? If you lose, I can be your recommender and allow you to join the Yama's pavilion. If you win, I can provide you with several stunningly beautiful women. Yan Wuming said with a smile.
Yanwang Pavilion?
Xianhai said disdainfully, you are rather low class. I'm sorry to say I look down on you.
What do you mean? We are a major sect.
Yan Wuming was very unhappy. For many years, they had been trying to increase their influence and recruit experts everywhere. Surprisingly, the change in status was still not significant. In the eyes of experts, the Underworld Pavilion is still not up to par. Those who constantly talk about being from a large sect are often from small sects, Xianhai said incisively.
Puff. Many people immediately burst into laughter. Isn't that right? Would a sect like the Shu Mountain sect always emphasize that it is the #1 sect? No need at all, because everyone knows that.
The Yama's pavilion is different. It only has some reputation in the southwest, and its fame diminishes significantly outside this region. Their ambition to become the second Poison Gu cult is a joke. They are far from capable.
Xianhai, you will regret your words. Yan Wuming's eyes flashed with a fierce light, clearly enraged. I hope you have the ability.
Xianhai took the last sip of wine and casually tossed the wine jug off the stage. It was at this moment that the referee announced the start of the competition. The other 7 arenas were already embroiled in battle. The two men stared at each other, each adopting a fighting stance, ready to engage in battle.
Young Master Yan, please forgive me.
Xianhai gave a soft reply and threw a punch forward. His fist technique indeed carried a Buddhist aura at first glance. It resembled the Arhat fist, not the demon-subduing Arhat fist, but the Vajra Arhat fist. What was strange, however, was that what should have been a sacred aura carried an evil aura on him. It seems that his martial arts style also changed due to the change in his mindset. This person has completely fallen into depravity. Li Qingmei felt it was a pity. If it were the Arhat fist, she would have some appreciation for it, but unfortunately this person was not. Yes. Zhao Hongyu had to admit, I wonder how young Master Yan will deal with this person. His strength is truly impressive. I hope we don't lose so quickly. Xiao Xuening smiled as a spectator. She naturally hoped to see a wonderful match. On the arena, Yan Wuming stood still. It seems they don't take this probing punch seriously. Bang! When the punch landed, the powerful force dispersed in all directions, causing some spectators in the audience to feel a stinging pain in their faces. However, upon closer inspection, they found that Yan Wuming on the stage was standing gracefully, without any injuries. Young Master Yan successfully blocked it. How did he do it? So the Yama King's Pavilion is not just a name, their young master has this ability. This is just the beginning, it's still a long way from the start.
Don't be too happy yet, Xian Hai is not easy to deal with. Judging from their duel, everyone thinks it will be very exciting and is full of anticipation. Li Qingmei was interested in the martial arts he hadn't yet used. Could this person use the 10 Kings of Hell's secret technique? 1122, Chapter 1122 Hell Azura. Young Master Su, how did he do that? The speaker was Yang Rushuang, who had just walked in. She was very curious about Yan Wuming's parrying ability. To be honest, I really don't know.
Su Hao only sensed a powerful energy fluctuation emanating from Yan Wuming, which seemed to be some kind of defensive martial artist. For the method, he had no idea. At this moment, everyone else shook their heads, thinking that this was a secret of their sect. Even Huang Yingying was puzzled, as this was information they hadn't collected.
Xian, why don't you tell everyone?
Li Qingmei's heart stirred, and she looked at her maid and said. Yes, Miss Rin. Xian nodded. Speaking of defensive movement techniques, the most famous one in the Yama Pavilion is the Immovable King Mantra, which is one of the strongest movement techniques in the Southwest martial arts world, on par with the Golden Light Mantra. This movement technique originally came from the Kasayapa Temple, but was taken over by the Yama Pavilion 50 years ago and has been passed down to this day. Only core disciples can practice it. Everyone was surprised when they heard this. If Huang Yingying obtained some information about the martial arts world for the sake of a bet, everyone can understand. The question is, what kind of martial arts technique does this young woman use, and why does she know it so clearly? As expected of Miss Li's person, she is truly knowledgeable.
Zhao Hongyu exclaimed.
That's right, among all the women here, I admire Miss Li the most. Huang Yingying also praised her. Even Xiao Xuening and the others had to nod in agreement. They all tacitly understood and were filled with fear of Li Qingmei's identity. Since the disappearance of the Divine Martial Pavilion, everyone had been wondering if the Immortal Palace would be suppressed. Now it seems that their abilities are still worthy of our apprehension. Because it is full of unknowns, it is also full of fear. I don't know anything about it, it's just Xuan's personal hobby, Li Qingmei said with a faint smile.
Yeah?
No one believed it, but no one dared to point it out. On the contrary, it's a good thing to have someone who knows a little about everything to help clear things up, so that everyone can see things more clearly.
Yingying, can you get your hands on the Akala mantra?
Even Su Hao was filled with curiosity about this supreme movement technique, and said with a smile. If you ask, young master, I will definitely find a way. Huang Yingying frowned, seemingly a little troubled, but immediately found an elder of the Poison Goose sect and whispered some instructions. The other party nodded, accepted the order, and went out. Alright, let's continue watching, Li Qingmei called out to everyone. Good lad, so you're not just a pretty face after all.
Xian Hai's expression gradually turned serious. Vase?
Yan Wuming's expression darkened. He did indeed have an effeminate appearance, which seemed to have hit a nerve. His gaze hardened, and he said unhappily, Xian Hai, don't try to provoke me. This young master is determined to win this competition. Indeed, I also hope to encounter a worthy opponent. In that case, let's show our true skills. Xian Hai immediately took out a ring knife, and his aura suddenly intensified. If he had only used 30% of his power before, he would now increase it to 90%, tripling the previous amount with a single slash. An astonishing scene unfolded. His true energy blazed fiercely, transforming into hellfire that spread around Yan Wuming.
What kind of swordsmanship is this?
Immediately, some people became curious. Xian Hai's strength was admirable. This move was enough to demonstrate his power, indicating that he had at least reached the early stage of the Supreme Realm. Outside the tent, everyone's questions remained unanswered. Inside the casino, everyone's gaze instinctively fell on Rin Xuan. Xiao Xuening politely said, Miss Xian, why don't you tell everyone about it? Okay. Rin Xian blushed a little embarrassed. According to the information we've gathered, Xuan Hai's martial arts style is very diverse. He doesn't use the sect's martial arts much anymore, and it seems he feels sorry for his former sect. The martial arts he uses when traveling the world are all stolen. Among them, the strongest sword technique is the Hell Azura blade.
Hellish Azura?
Some people looked at each other, wondering which sect this was from and why they had never heard of it. Xiao Xuening was secretly surprised. Rin Xian was very young, seemingly just over 18 years old. How did she know so much? could she be from the Physiognomy Palace? She had heard before that the Physiognomy Palace was not just about divination, but also about collecting data. Now it seemed that the rumors were basically true. Shen Xian, stop beating around the bush and just tell us which sect the hell Azura Blade comes from, Xiao Shuemeng said expectantly. Ren Xianxian glanced at Huang Yingying, and seeing that the other party didn't react, she announced, you might not believe it, but the last place the hell Azura Blade was seen was the Poison Gu sect. There was an outer sect elder of their sect who joined with this martial art, and he disappeared 10 years ago. It seems that the case has been solved now. Huang Yingying's face darkened upon hearing this. She had been observing the drama unfold, but unexpectedly, she had become embroiled in it herself. How could she possibly know what masters the Poison Gu sect had 10 years ago? Since this martial art was brought by an outer sect elder, it meant it hadn't entered the Poison Gu sect's arsenal. According to Ren Xianxian, Xianhai killed their outer sect elder. In fact, the Poison Gu cult has offended countless sects, and disciples or elders often go missing, making it impossible for them to investigate all of them. Well, so I'm actually quite interested in this martial art. He can't find a reason to use it. Huang Yingying said menacingly. After speaking, she gave a wink to one of the protectors, who then quietly left. The others felt a chill run down their spines. Shanhai was truly arrogant knowing that the Poison Gu sect was present. He still dared to use this martial art. Was he just provoking them? Putting aside the Poison Gu sect, even other sects wouldn't let things go unpunished if they knew they were enemies. Everyone understood that even if Xianhai won this time, it would be difficult for him to escape unscathed, and he would definitely be besieged and killed by the Poison Gu sect. In that case, the Poison Gu cult can be considered to have a wealth of talent. We've gathered all sorts of martial arts masters. Li Qingmei said with a smile. Yes. Huang Yingying said with a hint of pride, actually, the people I want to win over most right now are you and the young master. If you agree, I would be happy to throw you the grandest wedding ever. As she spoke, she even winked, as if trying to seduce Li Qingmei. Miss Huang, you must be joking. Li Qingmei refused calmly. Although it sounds very tempting, she is a descendant of the Immortal Palace, a righteous representative with impeccable lineage. What kind of talk is it for her to join the Poison Gu cult? Yingying, stop fooling around. Su Hao glared at her. Huang Yingying made a funny face and laughed. This scene is surprising. Just a moment ago she was full of murderous intent, but in the blink of an eye she became obedient and cute. What a complicated woman she is. Can young Master Yin stop him? Su Yang's somewhat nervous words made everyone look back at the arena. 1123, Chapter 1123 is full of monsters. Oh no, senior brother is in danger. A hint of worry appeared on Yin Shi's beautiful face. The same applies to the other disciples of the Yama King's pavilion. Xianhai's strength has been proven in the martial arts world. Now that the two are facing off directly, the outcome is unknown. Good timing. Yan Wuming seemed very happy, and finally took out a gray longsword and slashed out. Today, I'll show you all the martial arts that are the most treasured in our sect. The 10 Kings of Hell. First move, 6 Paths of Reincarnation. Accompanied by a solemn voice, the move was perfectly executed. A black storm surged around him, instantly swallowing the demon-devouring Azura flame and sending it into the cycle of reincarnation, where it finally vanished into nothingness. Upon closer inspection, it seemed as if there was a black hole that swallowed up all of the enemy's moves. Holy crap! Yan Shi stood up abruptly, looking extremely pleased. I never expected that my senior brother would actually master the sect's strongest martial art this time he came out of seclusion. Senior brother, you are a genius that our sect has seen only once in a century. Ah, we've already won. This is it. The disciples of Yama's pavilion were overjoyed. The 10 Kings of Hell secret technique was their sect's strongest martial art. With extremely high requirements without supreme strength, it was simply impossible to cultivate it. Just think about how powerful the Supreme Realm is. Looking at all the contestants in the entire martial arts tournament, how many people can achieve that? Yan Wuming frowned upon hearing these words, thinking to himself that the others were still too weak and somewhat out of touch with reality. The current martial arts tournament was teeming with talented individuals. The Supreme Realm was now the minimum requirement. Without that ability, you don't even qualify for the advanced group. He is indeed a genius of the Yama King Pavilion, but he is definitely not the strongest in this martial arts tournament. From the moment he first saw Su Hao, he understood one thing: there are always outsiders and there is always something beyond our understanding. Yan Wuming, it seems that the Yama Pavilion has spent a lot of resources to cultivate you.
Even so what? What?
The 10 Kings of Hell martial art requires a high level of internal energy. With your current strength, you can only learn the first 2 moves at most.
Xian Hai said coldly.
These words immediately extinguished the flames of hope among the disciples of the Underworld Pavilion.
How did the other party know these things?
Strictly speaking, no one in the Yama King's Pavilion has been able to fully unleash the power of the 10 Kings of Hell's secret technique. Even their founding patriarch hadn't mastered it completely when he created this martial art. This martial art has 9 moves, each one stronger than the last. The first move, 6 Paths of Reincarnation, and the final move, Annihilation of Reincarnation, can be seen as a cycle according to ancestral teachings. Only those who have entered the celestial realm are qualified to learn all the moves.
So what? 2 moves are enough to deal with you? Yan Wuming said unwillingly. You are all so arrogant and ignorant. You don't really think the Hell Azura blade technique is weak, do you?
He roared, and his aura suddenly doubled. The dagger in his hand suddenly burst into flames, and when he swung it again, the entire arena was engulfed in black flames, the temperature so high that it caused a series of explosive sounds. If it weren't for the powerful formation set up by the Shu Mountain sect, the arena would probably have been completely destroyed. But for Yan Wuming, who was in the midst of it, it was a completely different feeling. He first felt suffocated, and then he was threatened by the ever-present flames. The power of the Hell Azura blade had already terrified him. This martial art seems to utilize the power of fire to its fullest extent. The temperature of the black flames far exceeds that of the red flames, and they also carry the power of soul attacks. On one hand, he maintained the immovable king mantra, and on the other hand, he continued to use the 6 paths of reincarnation to frantically devour the flames. The confrontation between the two seemed to have turned into a contest of internal energy. However, Xian Hai was in charge of the attack, while Yan Wuming was desperately defending, seemingly at a disadvantage. Senior brother. Yan Shi's palms were sweaty, and he began to get nervous. The situation changed again, leaving them with insufficient strength. Some people then realized that it was only natural for Xian Hai to have such strength. He had done so many evil deeds and was still alive and well, which was enough to prove that he was quite powerful. Yan Wuming was merely a hothouse flower nurtured by a wealthy family. He was ultimately lacking in ability. That bald guy is so strong, and he looks really evil too. Xiao Xuemin was a little worried. There were just too many experts emerging in the martial arts tournament. She couldn't help but look at Han Feiyang and asked, Senior brother, if you encounter him, can you win? Deal with him? Han Feiyang smiled faintly. 3 moves will be enough. Sister, you've asked the wrong person. Xiao Xuening smiled. From what we can see now, the power of the Hell Azura blade is probably not as great as that of the 10 Kings of Hell. It's just that young Master Yan's skill is limited. Once he becomes stronger and cultivates the later moves, it will be far beyond what the Hell Azura blade can match. The fact that this skill originated from an outer elder of the Poison Gu sect, yet it didn't become widely known in the martial arts world, speaks volumes. Because it's not the most advanced martial art at all. Brother Hao, if you encounter this, how will you deal with it? Zhao Hongyu joined in the discussion. How do I deal with this? I can stand on the stage without moving and he could fight me for 3 days and 3 nights without hurting me in the slightest. Su Hao said calmly. Zhao Hongyu rolled her eyes, wondering why she had asked such a question. She then looked at Li Qingmei and asked with a smile, Miss Li, can you beat this person? It's hard to say. I know a variety of moves, but I don't have any particularly good defensive methods. If we really fight, I can only try to see if I can knock him off the stage in 1 move. Li Qingmei answered very seriously. Zhao Hongyu was surprised again. She suddenly realized that she seemed to have underestimated Li Qingmei. The reason she was appreciated by Su Hao was not only because she was good-looking and came from a good family, but also because her martial arts skills were not too bad. I can testify that Miss Li is a hidden master. Xiao Xueming immediately testified. Miss Xiao, although you asked, but I'll answer too. To deal with Xian Hai, I estimate we'd need poison within 10 seconds, that'd be enough to turn him into bones. Huang Yingying also joined in the fun. Inside the casino, the others looked at these young men as if they were monsters. Judging from their tone, they all seemed more capable than the other. But upon closer reflection, this group practically gathers masters from several of the strongest sects in the martial arts world, so their strength is indeed convincing. The only exception is Su Hao. It's unclear whether he's exaggerating. Does our sword sect have to be the weakest?
Su Yang asked somewhat awkwardly. Ron, it's just that the experts from the sword sect didn't show up. Su Hao said calmly.
That's true compared to you. I'm not quite qualified, but senior brother Mingxian is.
Su Yang nodded.
The Yang sisters were also a little embarrassed. They couldn't hold their heads up high unless that senior brother was there.
1124, Chapter 1124. Who is the winner?
The sword sect isn't without experts, they just prefer to work alone and haven't shown themselves yet.
When this sect is mentioned, everyone will think of Hong Mingxian.
So much time has passed, and the people ranked 2nd to 50th on the list have been constantly changing, but the top spot has never changed. This represents the approval of the Heavenly Mystery Palace. This also means that, based on the current comprehensive information, no one can shake Hong Mingxuan's position. This person has been missing for so long, and now that he has reappeared, his strength must have increased to a higher level.
Let's see how long you can hold out.
Xian Hai, a seasoned veteran, noticed Yan Wuming's predicament and decided to intensify his offensive. Under his attack, the hellfire grew ever stronger. Those closest to the camera stood up and moved to the side, as if afraid of being roasted alive. The matches in the other arenas had also concluded, and the winners were astonished when they looked at this arena. They couldn't help but wonder, were they even in the same league? Why did these two seem so much stronger?
I must say, you do have some skill. Yan Wuming gritted his teeth and said. Admit defeat. Continuing to fight will do you no good. Xian Hai said coldly. How could I admit defeat in this situation?
Yan Wuming shook his head, not only refusing to give up but also revealing a mysterious smile, saying, if I were you, admitting defeat now would be the wisest decision. The audience was stunned by these words.
Did everyone misread it? Isn't Yan Wuming himself at a disadvantage right now? What reason could he possibly have for his opponent to admit defeat?
Has his brain been fried? He can't see reality at all.
He's probably so desperate to win that he's gone mad. He's a joke, he can't compare to Xian Hai at all. Everyone started mocking them.
Who bet on Yan Wuming just now? Looks like I'm smart. I placed a spirit stone bet on his opponent to win. Su Yang suddenly said smugly after winning. He rushed back to place his beta, saw that Xian Hai's aura was very strong, so he decisively trusted this person.
I think I bought Yan Wuming's item. Did I just throw away 40 spirit stones?
Li Qingmei said helplessly. She had planned to use her winnings to buy the secret techniques of the 10 Kings of Hell, but it seems her wish is about to be dashed. No one can predict the outcome until the very last moment.
Su Hao said. Young Master Su, have you lost your mind like Yan Wuming?
Su Yang said unhappily, it's already a miracle that he's not injured yet. Judging by the current trend, he can probably only hold on for another minute at most. These words were echoed by the other bettors, who had chosen Xian Hai and were happy to see this situation unfold. Those who placed bets on Yan Wuming wore long faces, as if they had lost all hope. I want to remind everyone of something. Don't forget that the Yama Pavilion is known as the Lesser Poison Gu cult, Huang Yingying suddenly said.
Upon hearing this, the others were filled with confusion. Could there really be a chance for things to turn around? You'll regret it if you don't admit defeat. Xian Hai said coldly. You'll regret it if you don't admit defeat.
Yan Wuming said coldly.
Xian Hai was stunned. Why was this guy mimicking his speech?
Since that's the case, then let me show you the strongest move of the Hell Azura Blade.
There is no gate to hell. Xian Hai shouted.
The hellfire transformed once more, turning into hundreds of three-headed hellhounds, radiating an aura of destruction, as they pounced on the enemy.
Good timing.
Yan Wuming remained motionless. Various black auras emanated from his body, which at first glance seemed to be the power of the 6 paths of reincarnation, but they also contained other methods.
Boom, boom, boom.
Yan Wuming could not withstand it and finally collapsed heavily to the ground.
Hellfire gained the upper hand and successfully defeated its opponent. "Hey, how could someone like you possibly be a match for me?" Xian Hai said coldly. "Senior brother, are you alright?" Yan Shi was very anxious, wishing he could rush onto the arena and catch Yan Wuming. However, before she could take any action, she was stopped by the disciples of the Shu Mountain sect. The results of the competition are not yet available. As long as Yan Wuming has not admitted defeat, no one should disturb the proceedings. Anyone can brag, but he still lost completely, didn't he? Yanwang Pavilion is nothing special, it's ultimately a second-rate sect. To be honest, their competition was very exciting to watch. This result is acceptable. Xian Hai became famous early, so he deserves to win. "Referee, what are you waiting for? Announce the result." The audience erupted in cheers, visibly excited. "See, the person I bet on won," Su Yang said smugly. "Wrong, you lost," Su Hao suddenly said. "Young Master Su, are you mistaken? It's young Master Su who has collapsed." Yang Rushuang asked in surprise. According to the competition rules, the one who ultimately loses their ability is the loser. Young Master Yan is only injured, not dead. Su Hao said calmly. It was at this moment that many people exclaimed in surprise. Yan Wuming supported himself on the ground with both hands and was slowly standing up. His body was charred black and he was seriously injured, but he did not completely collapse. At the same time, Xian Hai, who had initially appeared to be the victor, collapsed to the ground with a thud. "Yan Wuming, you actually poisoned me," Xian Hai said unwillingly. Everyone stared intently and saw that Xian Hai was bleeding from all 7 orifices and convulsing. When his blood fell onto the arena, it made a hissing sound, as if it were corrosive. "I come from the underworld, what's so strange about me using poison?" Yan Wuming said calmly. "You have 2 choices now, either admit defeat and I'll give you the antidote, or you'll die from your body festering and I'll still win." This result surprised many people. However, according to Yan Wuming's explanation, it seems to make sense. Everyone's attention was focused on the Hellfire, forgetting the most terrifying part of the underworld. They are from the Poison Gu cult. What's the surprise that someone who follows suit would use poison? The rules of this competition clearly state that the use of any hidden weapons or poisons is permitted during the competition as long as it is a one-on-one competition. There are no restrictions on the means used. "Referee, I concede." Xian Hai wasn't exactly a moral person, and seeing the situation was unfavorable, he immediately shouted loudly. "I hereby declare that, according to the rules, contestant number 13 has won and will advance to the next round." The elder of the Shu Mountain sect announced loudly, then added, "Young Master Yan, the choice is now in your hands, either hand over the antidote or leave immediately. No one can criticize you for that." "Referee, our Yama Pavilion keeps its word. If we say we'll give you the antidote, we will." Yan Wuming seized this opportunity to promote himself, took out a packet of antidote, and handed it to the referee. The referee then turned around and handed the item to Xian Hai. "Yan Wuming, you better watch out, this isn't over." Xian Hai threatened viciously after being rescued. 1125, Chapter 1125 Defensive Martial Arts. "Xian Hai, I have a feeling your good days are over. Don't forget what kind of martial art you just used. That was the Hell Shura Blade, from the Poison Gu sect. Look now, how many people are waiting in the audience? You'd better watch yourself." After Yan Wuming finished speaking, he walked gracefully off the stage. But after arriving at Yan Shi's side, he showed a pained expression and said, "Let's leave quickly and find a place to heal our wounds." Okay. Yan Shi immediately took it seriously and called to the disciples of the Yama King Pavilion to lead him away quickly. The other person on the arena was in danger, and Xian Hai realized that he had been targeted by the Poison Gu sect before he made his move. He thought that if he could finish the fight quickly, he would have a way to escape from the Poison Gu sect. Now it was different. He had already been poisoned, and although he had taken the antidote, it only guaranteed that he would not be poisoned to death. As he walked down, he saw 2 young men with faint smiles following behind him. Xian Hai didn't dare to leave, so he found a place and sat down to meditate. Soon more and more people followed, and a dozen or so people surrounded him. Young Master Yan is right, this man is destined to perish. He's really courting death by daring to attack the Poison Gu cult. Whether he lives or dies is irrelevant, but why did he have to lose to Yan Wuming? Isn't that just hurting someone?
Many people murmured amongst themselves, having lost their bets, and their gazes toward Xian Hai seemed murderous.
I won.
Li Qingmei was very happy to receive 80 spirit stones, which were all free. She smiled and said, Miss Huang, does your bid still stand? As long as you're willing to spend spirit stones, I'm willing to send the 10 kings of hell to you. Huang Yingying nodded and said that since it's a business, every buyer is welcome.
Alright, then I'll gladly accept it.
Li Qingmei handed over the spirit stones and received the martial arts manual from Huang Yingying. Having just finished the transaction here, Huang Yingying took out a new manual, the Immovable King Mantra, which was just brought back by an elder of the Poison Gu sect and was given to Su Hao for free. Thank you. Su Hao was quite pleased. Huang Yingying was becoming more and more reliable. Alright, the next round of the competition is about to begin. Everyone, stop resting and start placing your bets.
Huang Yingying smiled and then led everyone to continue placing their bets. Su Hao and Li Qingmei exchanged a glance, and then left.
They had acquired new martial arts techniques and all wanted to practice them. However, they hadn't gone far when they saw Zhao Hongyu shamelessly walking up to them. Brother Hao, are you looking for a quiet place to cultivate? Come with me, I'll take you to a good place, she said with a gentle smile.
Good. Su Hao agreed.
Shushan ancient town was practically Li Qingmei's second hometown, so she was very familiar with it. She led Su Hao on a journey, eventually arriving at the neighboring valley, where the air was thick with spiritual energy, making it seem like a perfect place for quiet cultivation. This is where I usually meditate and daydream. No one will bother me here, so you can do whatever you want. I'll wait inside. We'll go back to the venue after I'm done. After Zhao Hongyu finished speaking, she returned to her own wooden house. Young Master Su, how long does it usually take you to master a martial art?
Li Qingmei asked with a smile.
We need to analyze each problem specifically. If it's a better martial art, it will take about half an hour to learn it. Su Hao smiled. At this pace, it would be about the time it takes to complete a match.
So fast?
Li Qingmei was a little stunned. Ordinary people would probably need about half a year to train, even genius disciples would need 3 months, and she herself would need about a month.
When it came to Su Hao, it only took half an hour. How can there be such a big difference between people?
Qingmei, how about this, we practice each other's martial arts first, that way we can learn both. Su Hao was also very curious about the 10 Kings of Hell's secret technique, and it would be great if they could practice them at the same time. Okay, Li Qingmei had the same idea. Su Hao had already helped her a lot and taught her 2 sets of martial arts. She didn't want to keep anything to herself, so she gladly handed over the manual. Zhao Hongyu, inside the cabin, witnessed the scene clearly. While ostensibly giving the 2 space, she was secretly observing how exactly do Li Qingmei and Su Hao usually interact. Now, some answers are emerging. Both the 10 Kings of Hell secret technique and the Immovable King Mantra are extremely powerful martial arts. It's truly remarkable that the 2 of them are willing to share them. Having obtained their respective martial arts skills, Su Hao and Li Qingmei began to meditate and cultivate. The difference was immediately apparent. Su Hao's cultivation progress was rapid. He first spent some time figuring out the incantation, and then began practicing. There were 2 moves in total. When Yan Wuming dealt with Xian Hai, he only used the first move, 6 Paths of Reincarnation, in Su Hao's hands. The situation was completely different. He executed the first move smoothly, then the second, the third. Even until the final cycle of annihilation, it can be used without any pressure.
Doesn't this mean that Brother Hao's strength has already reached the celestial realm?
Zhao Hongyu was both surprised and delighted. She was surprised that he was so strong. She was delighted because this was already the ceiling among the younger generation, and he was still constantly rising. With the help of new martial arts techniques, his strength will only grow stronger. In less than half an hour, Su Hao had mastered the martial art to a high degree, and then returned to the Immovable King Mantra. What followed was somewhat incomprehensible. The martial art shone brightly in Yan Wuming's hands. However, on Su Hao, it was as if there was only a layer of mist, without any fluctuation.
Is he not suited for this defensive martial art? Wrong. It's probably because there are no enemies attacking, so we can't see the effect yet.
In any case, Brother Hao's strength is quite impressive, Zhao Hongyu thought to herself. Next, at that moment, when she looked up and looked back, she found that Su Hao was gone. Her heart skipped a beat, and she subconsciously turned around, only to find him standing behind her. This was terrifying. Su Hao had teleported there almost instantly, without a sound or trace, leaving no trace of his true energy. This was enough to prove that his strength far surpassed his own. Zhao Hongyu's heart stirred, and she said, "I want to try and see just how powerful this immovable king mantra really is." "Bring it on." Su Hao smiled faintly and said, "Be careful." Zhao Hongyu threw a right punch, clearly using all her strength against Su Hao. Amidst the booming applause and rumbling thunder, she wasn't qualified to cultivate thunder magic, but her fist techniques were equally impressive. Bang! A single punch is comparable to a missile strike. Surprisingly, Su Hao only emitted a faint golden light, much gentler than the previous Vajrachi shield, like a water curtain, which peacefully blocked all attacks. 1126, Chapter 1126, A Gathering of Masters. Moreover, her powerful offensive did not suffer any backlash. It was as if all the true energy had sunk into the ocean, without causing any ripples. "This is the Akala mantra?" Zhao Hongyu was amazed. The same martial arts technique performed by Su Hao was 100 times more effective than Yan Wuming's. "Immovable as a mountain, is there any problem?" Su Hao smiled. "Your punch just now was quite powerful. No wonder you are a genius disciple of the Shu Mountain sect and the goddess of martial arts in everyone's eyes." Zhao Hongyu's face flushed red. Although the words were meant as a compliment, they sounded incredibly sarcastic. A full-force attack hadn't even allowed the opponent to fully activate their defensive techniques. The difference in skill was obvious. "I don't want the title of Valkyrie anymore," Zhao Hongyu said with a helpless smile, "but this Miss Li has really impressed me. Just how strong is she?" "If you're not convinced, why don't you have a match with her yourself?" Su Hao said with a smile. "If I accidentally hurt her, I'm afraid someone will feel sorry for me." Zhao Hongyu said, a little jealous. "No, not at all," Su Hao continued with a smile, but he only said half the sentence. The other half was, "You can't beat her." Zhao Hongyu nodded and walked out happily. She deliberately made her footsteps louder, as if to remind Li Qingmei that someone was coming. The latter also sensed it, and when she opened her eyes, a golden light flashed. She was cultivating the 10 Kings of Hell's secret technique, but her progress was not as good as Su Hao's. She had only just begun and hadn't even learned the 6 paths of reincarnation. "Miss Zhao, do you have any ideas?" Li Qingmei asked with a smile, noticing the other party's eager expression. "To be honest, I'd like to spar with you." Zhao Hongyu's eyes gleamed, brimming with fighting spirit. "We are friends, and going too far would damage our relationship. How about this? We spar and decide the winner in one move," Li Qingmei said gently. "Good." Zhao Hongyu readily agreed, since the other party was not a mortal enemy, and it was best to stop there. For a master, a single move can reveal a great deal. "Valkyrie, please." Li Qingmei stood still, drawing her white sword, the primordial dragon soul sword. She held great respect for a master of Zhao Hongyu's caliber. This sword, Zhao Hongyu was surprised. She had many magical weapons, but this one was obviously much better than her own. This was a gift from my master. It's not famous, it's just for self-defense," Li Qingmei explained with a smile. Zhao Hongyu didn't believe that the less famous a weapon was, the more powerful it was. The martial arts world of the Dragon Kingdom was once incredibly glorious, boasting many unparalleled masters. For a millennium, martial arts declined, but recently there have been signs of a resurgence. This means that many of the legendary artifacts and martial arts techniques of the past, once unearthed, will be groundbreaking and shock the entire martial arts world. She frowned, a bad feeling creeping over her. In terms of weaponry, she had already lost. "Miss Li, please be careful." After thinking it over, Zhao Hongyu decided to go all out and see how her opponent would respond. The same fist technique was used once again. Once outdoors, this punch looked almost earth-shattering. A barrage of fist shadows, carrying an overwhelming momentum, pressed down upon the enemy. Li Qingmei was also taken aback by the sight. She didn't have much experience, and this was the first time she had faced such a powerful opponent, so she gripped her divine sword tightly and, in the midst of the chaos, unleashed a Buddhist sword technique. Su Hao looked pleased. Li Qingmei had a good foundation and, after many encounters, was now much more stable than at the beginning. With this single move, relying on the sharpness of the divine weapon and combined with immense strength, all attacks were rendered utterly ineffective. Like a cleaver slicing through tofu, the remaining momentum of the sword energy surged towards Zhao Hongyu.
It's obvious who is stronger and who is weaker.
At the last moment, Zhao Hongyu had no choice but to erect a defensive aura to block the attack.
Miss Li, you're actually stronger than me?
Although she had a feeling before she made her move, Zhao Hongyu was still a little embarrassed to witness this result. Wrong, our current strength is roughly equal. I lack practical experience, and if we really fight, I could easily wear you down. Li Qingmei replied seriously. This was indeed the case at present, but she had already entered the martial arts world and was observing the duels between masters at the martial arts tournament. In this way, she is rapidly absorbing experience, and given time, she will have a greater chance of winning.
That really doesn't comfort me.
Zhao Hongyu said helplessly. She could now feel the helplessness of knowing that there are always people more powerful than you. She had always been a godlike figure among female martial artists, and was even hailed as the second Gu Qingmei. Little did they know, the martial arts world is vast and full of talented individuals. There simply hadn't been a suitable occasion to gather all the world's best. Now, with the martial arts tournament hosted by the Shu Mountain sect, all the masters have gathered, resulting in many female martial artists who can rival her, and even escaped fish like Li Qingmei. Despite her lack of fame, she is actually quite capable. It seems that birds of a feather flock together. She smiled helplessly. As it stands, only Li Qingmei is worthy of being by Su Hao's side.
Ha!
Li Qingmei shook her head. I'm not a genius. Ali was raised entirely by spiritual herbs, and my strength is quite poor. Although she spoke sincerely, her words were somewhat hurtful, leaving Zhao Hongyu with only a wry smile. How could someone without genius possess such strength?
Alright, let's go back.
Su Hao suggested that they had been gone for some time.
Okay. Li Qingmei nodded.
Let's go. Zhao Hongyu smiled slightly. Just as he was about to leave, Su Hao suddenly realized that someone seemed to be watching him from the shadows. He observed. He vanished from his spot and rushed towards that aura, only to catch a glimpse of a fleeting afterimage as he arrived. The other party did not want to confront him and had already left.
Never mind.
Su Hao weighed his options. If he gave chase, he might have a chance to intercept the man, but if he left, it would mean that Li Qingmei and her companion would be exposed, potentially putting them in danger. So, with a hint of worry in his eyes, he rushed back.
Someone is spying on us? Li Qingmei immediately realized and said gravely.
That's right. I could vaguely tell that the other person was a man, but his identity was mysterious, and I wasn't sure what force he came from. Su Hao nodded.
There are just too many people in Shushan ancient town these days. The phrase a mixed bag is not an exaggeration at all. Is the other party from the Pantheon? No one can be sure.
He even felt that the Yama Pavilion was a suspect. After all, they had obtained two of the sect's top martial arts techniques.
1127, Chapter 1127. Unwilling to tolerate. Hey, where did young Master Su go?
Yang Rushuang suddenly realized that it seemed like she had been gone for a while. After Yan Wuming won, several other groups engaged in fierce competition, but the mysterious Su Hao disappeared. He left with Li Qingmei and Zhao Hongyu. I wonder what they went off to do. Su Yang saw the three of them leave, a hint of jealousy in his voice. Both Zhao Hongyu and Li Qingmei were stunning beauties. He was truly blessed to have both of them.
Oh, really? Yang Rushuang chuckled. So he really did steal a moment from his busy schedule to go out and have some fun.
Don't get the wrong idea, young master must have gone to cultivate. He just obtained the immovable king mantra, how could he possibly resist? Huang Yingying explained. From what she knew, once Su Hao obtained a good martial art, he would definitely practice it.
I see. Yang Rushue smiled knowingly. This explanation made much more sense. Alright, let's move on to the next round. Everyone, place your bets.
Huang Yingying called everyone over again, then glanced at the list and was somewhat stunned. In the next round, two contestants will appear on stage: number 3, number 18 and number 23. As a result, number 18 was Yang Rushue, and number 23 was Xiao Xuemeng. They come from the Sword Sect and the World Gang respectively, which are among the strongest sects. How could they have faced off so early?
Wow, the upcoming matches are going to be really exciting. The Shu Mountain sect really knows how to arrange things, letting two beautiful women fight for us?
Whether the Sword Sect or the World Gang is more powerful will soon be decided.
I bet on number 18 Ms. Yang is experienced and should be stronger.
I'm betting on number 23 instead. Miss Xiao is young, promising, and incredibly capable.
Many people got excited and started placing bets.
Yang Rushuang had already stood up, put on her number tag, and slowly walked onto the ring.
Sister, senior brother, wish us good luck.
Xiao Xuemeng said excitedly. She was the first among them to appear originally. She, Xiao Xuening, and Li Su had signed up together, but now it seemed that only she could compete.
Li Su is another story, he's already gone to the underworld.
Xiao Xuening was also poisoned and injured, making it inconvenient for her to perform on stage. She became the last hope of the once formidable trio of the Tianxia gang. Xiao Meng, don't underestimate your opponents. The disciples of the sword sect are very strong, Xiao Xuening reminded her.
Yes, Miss Yang is Su Yang's senior sister, and her strength is only stronger than his, Han Feiyang reminded her. Don't worry, I'm confident I can win. Xiao Xuening chuckled. I have 10 spirit stones left. Can I bet them all on myself to win?
Huang Yingying was a little surprised. In principle, they did not encourage buying their own products, so she shook her head and said, that won't do, it's suspected of cheating.
Alright then, I'll come back and place more bets after I win. Xiao Xuening smiled sweetly and immediately went on stage.
At this moment, thunderous applause erupted outside. Both the Tianxia gang and the sword sect had numerous disciples present to show their support, creating a grand and lively atmosphere that was far more exciting than that of other sects.
We finally made it. Su Hao looked back and breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that the competition hadn't started yet. This was the most anticipated match of the morning, and it was also between two friends. They were actually grouped together?
Zhao Hongyu couldn't help but chuckle. The organizers really knew how to generate buzz.
Unlike the previous duels, the two beauties standing on the stage now are quite pleasing to the eye.
I hope Xiao Meng does well. Li Qingmei said subconsciously. Relatively speaking, Xiao Xuemeng was lively and cute, and more endearing. However, Yang Rushuang was, after all, the senior sister of the sword sect, and her strength should not be underestimated.
Miss Xiao, I have always heard that the Tianxia gang has produced 2 female disciples with extremely high talent. It is an honor to spar with you here today. This trip has been worthwhile.
Yang Rushuang clasped her hands in a fist and said politely. Miss Yang, the sword sect has developed very rapidly in recent years, and it is almost catching up with our Tianxia Ganji. Don't know whether to be happy or despairing.
Xiao Xuemeng didn't know any of these roundabout ways, and directly expressed her dissatisfaction.
Yang Rushuang frowned. She had originally intended to be polite, but it seemed that politeness was useless when dealing with this newcomer to the martial arts world, so she became very aggressive and said, the Tianxia gang has occupied the 3 major sects for too long. Their strength is not comparable to other Shushan sects and the Poison Gu sect. They should have stepped down and given way to capable people long ago. These words caused an uproar at the scene. There are many sects that want to replace the Tianxia gang, and there are many who dare to express this desire to its face, but when other people say such things, they have no deterrent effect whatsoever. But if a disciple of the sword sect speaks, that's a different story. According to rumors, the 2 sects are roughly equal in strength.
Could this duel be seen as a concrete comparison of the strength of the 2 sects?
Young Master Su, I'm so sorry, my sister is a bit too direct. It's not very pleasant to hear, Xiao Xuening said politely, keeping the bigger picture in mind. What a coincidence, my temper is similar to your second young lady's, and I'm not exactly known for my harsh words either. Now that she and her senior sister are on the arena, it all comes down to strength, everything else is secondary. She successfully provoked her senior sister, and I'm afraid things won't end so easily, Su Yang said coldly.
Oh, so your sword sect is sure of defeating our world alliance? Han Feiyang said unhappily. Let's wait and see what the outcome will be.
The disciples from the 2 sects below the stage were also somewhat unwilling to back down.
The competition is about to begin.
I would like to reiterate here that everyone should engage in competition within the agreed upon rules. After the referee made his announcement, both sides looked at each other with intense fighting spirit.
Who will win? Everyone was filled with curiosity.
Based on the betting results, the Poison Gu cult was somewhat surprised after compiling the statistics. Almost in a 50-50 situation, the supporters for Yang Rushui and Xiao Xuemeng were completely unanimous.
In other words, they won't make any money from this bet at all.
This is the first time we've seen something like this. I hope they put on a spectacular fight. Huang Yingying smiled. From the perspective of the Poison Gu sect, the more intense the battle between the two sects, the better.
I'm about to make my move. Xiao Xuemeng took out her weapon and said solemnly. Bring it on. Yang Ruxue nodded.
Both were skilled swordsmen from different schools. The younger Xiao Xuemeng, losing her composure, slashed forward with her sword. She appeared polite, her strike lacking power. However, to others, this was a sign of inexperience in today's duels. Such rules were no longer observed.
A swift and decisive victory is actually something everyone is happy to see.
Fortunately, Yang Ruxue did not take advantage of her either, and also gave way. 1128, Chapter 1128 Heavenly Desolate 6 Harmonies Technique. Strictly speaking, Xiao Xuemeng's talent was better than her older sister Xiao Xuening's, and she was also more favored by her father. However, she was younger and received more care in her childhood, which led to her starting her training later, resulting in a slight deficiency in her overall strength. Now, facing Yang Ruxue fills me with excitement. She thought to herself that all her efforts over the years were finally about to bear fruit.
Take this. After the initial probing moves, a fierce offensive ensued.
When the sword was unleashed, the audience below was stunned. The martial arts of the Tianxia gang were quite complex, but why was this sword strike so beautiful? Wait, that's not right. It turns out the person who made the move was as beautiful as a painting. Her face was somewhat childlike, making her look like the little sister next door, yet she possessed a certain spiritedness. Not bad, your strength is barely passable. Yang Ruxuan easily parried the attack with a horizontal slash of her sword. She then unleashed a swift strike, targeting her opponent's upper body.
Xiao Xuening was immediately surprised and became embarrassed. Why had she fallen into a passive position after only one move?
Comparatively speaking, Yang Ruxuan is much more aloof and elegant. She comes from the sword sect and has spent more time cultivating her swordsmanship than Xiao Xuening. Her movements are sometimes light and graceful, and sometimes steady and profound. The two exchanged blows, delivering a spectacular duel on the ring.
Wonderful!
Just then, Yan Wuming returned, looking radiant and as if he had been fully revived after this brief rest. He had also fully recovered. Seeing two familiar faces competing on stage fills me with anticipation. Young Master Yan, your recovery ability is truly astonishing.
Yang Ruxue said with a smile.
Alas, my strength is insufficient, so I can only rely on elixirs to make up for it, Yan Wuming said modestly. By the way, how is Xianhai doing? He's still recovering and hasn't fully recovered, Huang Yingying replied directly. The Poison Gu cult has already set its sights on him, but they haven't made a move yet because this is Shu Mountain sect territory. Once the competition ends and everyone leaves, that will be their time to strike. It seems he's still lacking without the support of a sect, Yan Wuming said disdainfully. Someone had said before that learning martial arts is an extremely resource-intensive activity. With the backing of the underworld, even if he is injured, he has access to a vast supply of healing pills.
But what about Xianhai?
Now he's a traitor, working alone, without any help.
Speaking of which, who do you think will win? Huang Yingying asked with a smile.
It should be, Yan Wuming was about to speak when he saw Xiao Xuening's gaze on his left and Yang Ruxue's gaze on his right. It seemed that supporting either of them would offend the other, so he smiled and said, I'm just a spectator. How could I possibly predict this?
Yang Ruxue and Xiao Xuening were both somewhat unhappy, and it was clear that this person was rather shrewd.
Su Hao felt that Yan Wuming had actually been seriously injured in the previous competition. The fact that he recovered so quickly showed he still possessed considerable strength. Most importantly, his aura was even stronger than before after his return. Although he hid very well, he was still caught. This is very strange. Martial arts practitioners are already doing well if they can recover to their peak strength after healing. Who can become even stronger after being injured? This can only mean one thing: this person received help from a master within the sect, forcibly increasing their strength. There are indeed some incredibly capable individuals within the Yama's pavilion who defy explanation.
Young Master Su, what do you think? Yan Wuming immediately asked.
Judging from the current performance, Yang Ruxuan has the upper hand. The sword sect's swordsmanship is excellent, and she is an experienced fighter, getting better and better as the fight goes on. However, Xiao Xuemeng is, after all, a top-ranked expert in the world. I still think she has some powerful abilities that she just hasn't unleashed yet. Su Hao remained hopeful.
Han Fei Yang obtained the four symbols technique. Could it be that Xiao Wuming really left nothing for his daughter? This is abnormal from both a moral and logical standpoint. Bang! After the next move, Xiao Shueming was sent flying several meters away and fell to the ground with blood at the corner of her mouth. Xiao Meng!
Xiao Shuening was immediately shocked and could no longer sit still. She rushed out to watch the game from the stands. Junior sister Xuening, be careful. Han Feiyan was worried about her safety and immediately followed her out.
Let's go out and watch the game. Su Yan wasn't satisfied with what he saw inside, so he subconsciously followed them out. We're going to win. Yang Rushue said happily. Su Hao frowned. Was his speculation too idealistic? Did Xiao Shuemeng really have no backup plan at all? On the stage, the fallen female contestant stood up again. She wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and smiled miserably. It seems I was careless. I was actually injured by your swordsmanship. Oh, do you have some hidden strength? Yang Rushuang said calmly and steadily. Certainly. Xiao Shuemeng nodded.
They were well prepared to shine at the martial arts tournament. However, relying solely on this sword technique was clearly insufficient. She even sheathed her weapon, revealing herself barehanded, and said, "Our strongest technique is the four symbols technique. Besides that, we have another martial art suitable for the Xiao family disciples, called the Heavenly Desolate Six Harmonies technique."
The Heavenly Desolate Six Harmonies technique?
Those below the stage looked at each other in bewilderment. What kind of martial art was this? They had never seen it before.
The Xiao family's unique martial art, is it stronger or weaker than the four symbols technique?
It sounds impressive, but I wonder what the actual situation is like. At the moment she spoke, Miss Zhao's demeanor seemed to change, transforming from a fledgling eagle into a mature one.
Everyone was discussing it, showing great anticipation. What kind of martial art is this? Yan Shi looked intently at Yan Wuming, hoping for an explanation. Ahem, how would I know?
Yan Wuming was somewhat embarrassed. He only knew about some sects in the southwest, while the Tianxia gang was a sect in Yanjing, far exceeding his knowledge scope.
So, like everyone else, he looked at Rin Xianxian, waiting for her explanation.
Well, there are very few records about the Heavenly Desolate Six Harmonies technique. It is said that it was created by the patriarch of the Xiao family. This martial art is older than the Tianxia gang itself and is passed down only according to bloodline. The outside world only knows that the four symbols technique is very powerful, but they don't know that the Heavenly Desolate Six Harmonies technique is theoretically even stronger.
Ren Xianxian said. Interesting.
Su Hao couldn't help but feel excited. He had witnessed the power of the four symbols technique before. It was very strong. He just didn't know what the other martial art was like. I wonder who's more powerful, him or the 10 Kings of Hell?
Li Qingmei even made a comparison. Do you think I have a chance to get the Xiao family to hand over this martial art?
Huang Yingying asked with great interest. These words sent chills down the spines of the others. No wonder she was already eyeing it. This was someone else's family martial arts technique. How could they possibly hand it over?
1129, Chapter 1129. Your chances are running out.
I hope you can broaden my horizons. Yang Rushuang said solemnly.
Don't worry, you definitely won't be disappointed. Xiao Shuemeng nodded.
Sitting in the audience, Han Feiyang's expression was somewhat strange. As Xiao Wuming's disciple, he was well aware of the power of this martial art. According to his master, the Heavenly Desolate Six Harmonies was twice as strong as the four symbols technique. Even he, because his surname was Han and not Xiao, had never had the opportunity to learn it. Now, finally, like everyone else, I can witness this martial art firsthand.
I wonder if my junior sister's strength is enough. Han Feiyang muttered to himself.
This martial art demands an extremely high level of internal energy, somewhat similar to the 10 Kings of Hell. However, Xiao Shuemeng's strength is inferior to Yan Wuming, as this leads to the conclusion that Xiao Shuemeng will likely only be able to unleash one move at most.
Is it really possible to win with just one move?
This is our trump card normally. If I were to step in, Xiao Meng wouldn't use it, but now she has no choice but to take a gamble. Xiao Shuemeng sighed. Her illness was still holding her back.
Sai Han Feiyang also sighed. The universe is vast and boundless. First move. The heavenly wasteland shattered.
Xiao Shuemeng silently uttered a sound, and her aura suddenly increased tenfold. She made a strange hand gesture with her right hand, and in the blink of an eye, a vast city descended from the sky like a shooting star, pressing down. This moment was truly terrifying. It looked even more ferocious than the previous hellfire.
What an amazing move! Yang Rushue frowned, feeling unprecedented pressure.
She gripped the longsword with both hands and swung it upwards.
Bang! The dazzling sword light shattered instantly upon touching the city. The remaining attacks pressed forward relentlessly. Sister, you have to hang in there. Yang Rushue was stunned and couldn't help but shout in astonishment.
Senior sister, you are the pride of our sword sect, you cannot fall.
Su Yang panicked as well. The others were even more dumbfounded. Would Yang Rushuan be crushed to pieces in front of such a powerful company? I didn't expect the Tianxia gang to have such a deep foundation. Tianhuan Liuhai is too strong, isn't he?
I declare this to be the strongest move I've ever seen today, unmatched by anyone.
I can't believe how desperate it would be to be under this attack. Everyone exclaimed in astonishment. Brother Hao, is Miss Yang dead? Zhao Hongyu asked anxiously.
Not yet, but the situation is not optimistic.
Su Hao shook his head. As the light faded, two people remained on the arena.
Xiao Shueming's breathing was steady. After her previous move proved effective, she was no longer under much pressure. In a moment of crisis, she could unleash her family's martial arts, enough to make the name of the Tianxia gang known throughout the land. In contrast, Yang Rushuan's clothes were tattered, clearly indicating she was severely injured. She spat out a mouthful of blood, but remained calm, saying, "It was my carelessness. I didn't expect you to have such a move, but don't be too happy yet. This is just the beginning. Although your martial arts are strong, your inner energy is insufficient. If you could improve it by 30%, you could completely annihilate me."
Xiao Shueming was somewhat skeptical of his incisive words. Knowing something is one thing, being able to handle it is another. How can the Sword Sect's foundation compare to our World Alliance?
Your sect's martial arts are just so. Not a single one of them can compare to my Heavenly Desolation's 6 harmonies.
Xiao Shueming said somewhat smugly, a mocking smile on her face. What is this girl saying? Xiao Shueming was a little unhappy, feeling that she was getting a bit cocky.
The words may be rough, but the principle is sound. The sword sect really isn't that great. Han Feiyan was immediately filled with confidence. He figured that even if Hong Mingxian appeared, he wouldn't be afraid at all. After his seclusion, his strength had increased, making him capable of fighting anyone.
Senior brother, let's not be too happy yet, let's witness the result first. As an observer, Xiao Shuening carefully noticed that Yang Rushuan was very calm, as if she was fearless. Again. Xiao Shueming seized the opportunity to pursue and attacked again.
The massive city was attacked by a dark, overwhelming force.
I remember last time Yang Rushuan tried to destroy the city, but she was injured in the process. What methods will she use this time? Everyone stared wide-eyed, afraid of missing a single detail. In a battle between masters, a slight difference can lead to a huge discrepancy. It seems you really only know this one trick. Yang Rushuan was now certain and smiled faintly.
She took out a pill, swallowed it, and her injuries improved somewhat. At the same time, a strange white smoke suddenly appeared from his body, and he seemed to disappear completely.
Boom! When that move landed, the entire arena shook. Hey, where's Miss Yang? Why isn't she on stage? Did they just grind it into mincemeat? Congratulations, Miss Xiao Shueming, you have won. Many audience members stood up and cheered. That's it?
Li Qingmei was somewhat disappointed. She had originally thought it would be a more exciting match, but it turned out to be a one-sided crushing defeat. Whether it's a friendly spar or a life-or-death struggle, a powerful martial art has a tremendous impact. The Heavenly Desolate 6 Harmonies technique is an existence that will absolutely shock everyone.
It's still early, the scent of frost hasn't disappeared yet.
Su Hao reminded him.
Yeah.
The others looked back at the competition platform.
As expected, once everything stabilized, Yang Rushuan made her appearance.
She seemed to be standing still, not having left at all.
But what's puzzling is how she managed to dodge Tian Huangpo's moves, which covered the entire arena. How so? Xiao Shuemeng didn't understand the first attack was very effective, so why did she see that the opponent was completely unharmed during the second attack? Continue, or your chances will run out.
Yang Rushuang said calmly.
I refuse to believe you can dodge this.
Xiao Shui couldn't make sense of her dream, so she simply stopped thinking about it. The Heavenly Desolation Strike was unleashed again, another wide-ranging attack that covered the entire arena. Everyone stared wide-eyed, motionless, eager to see how she would dodge it. However, everyone overestimated their eyesight. The Heavenly Desolation broke and sinks too fast, and the entire arena shook again amidst the fluctuations of true energy. Most people had no choice but to close their eyes, unable to look directly at it. Just then, something even more absurd happened. The high-speed camera of the Poison Gu cult, which was preparing to capture the scene, suddenly cracked. The casino's display screen instantly went black, and nothing could be seen.
Holy crap, have I gone blind?
Ms. Wong, I have a suggestion. Use a drone to film, and keep a distance, don't get so close.
Did anyone see clearly how contestant number 23 dodged? Inside the tent, everyone could no longer stay inside and squeezed out. Young Master Su, did you see it clearly?
Yan Woming asked curiously, a thought stirring in his heart. 1130, Chapter 1130. The 32 Strongest. I saw it clearly. Su Hao nodded slightly, appearing confident.
Oh, how did she do that?
Yan Woming hurriedly asked, because in the eyes of others, Yang Rushuang should have had no way to avoid it. I must say, Rushuang is a very intelligent woman. Shui Meng's moves are very strong, and there is basically no place to dodge, except for one place.
Su Hao smiled slightly, as if reminding someone of something. The others immediately became interested. Where exactly was it? Your feet.
Li Qingmei immediately understood, and continued, Miss Xiao's moves certainly won't harm herself, so the place she's standing is the safest. This shows that the sword sect must have extremely mysterious movement techniques that allow them to avoid all attacks without anyone noticing. Yes, her movement skills are really amazing. Others also expressed their feelings.
What exactly was the movement technique Yang Rushuang used this time? Outsiders weren't quite sure.
On the stage, Yang Rushuang remained calm, confident of victory.
I didn't expect you to be able to dodge my attack.
Xiao Shuemeng Saichi felt that the arena was limiting her because the area was too small, giving her opponent room to dodge. I'm about to launch a counterattack, so please be prepared, Yang Rushuang said calmly.
Okay. Xiao Shuemeng's gaze darkened, clearly more nervous than before. The balance of power had shifted, and now it was her turn to be in danger. Start.
With a flick of her longsword, Yang Rushuang moved with the agility of a swallow, rushing to her opponent's side. Her movement technique was the sword sect's surprising steps, possessing astonishing speed. Xiao Shuening barely managed to block the first move, but then she felt a surge of sword light before her eyes, and her opponent's moves were coming at her relentlessly. At first glance, this kind of attack was not as good as the Xiao family's ultimate move, but it was like a continuous river, surging endlessly, and she quickly fell into her opponent's rhythm.
Laugh. Just then, in a moment of distraction, Yang Rushuang's longsword pierced her shoulder, sending up a cloud of blood mist.
She couldn't help but take a few steps back, and then she came to the edge of the ring. Xiaomeng still lacks experience and is about to lose. Xiao Shuening's side from the audience. It was too late to turn things around. The gap between the two seemed quite obvious.
Yes.
Han Feiyan was a little worried. Although Xiao Shuemeng was usually very lively, she was actually a very competitive person. He wondered if losing this time would be a blow to her.
Bang, bang, bang. After 3 moves, Xiao Shuemeng was forced to fall off the stage, suffering a humiliating defeat. Number 23 wins.
The referee announced loudly.
The audience members below the stage stood up and applauded.
In terms of strength, we still have to look to the sword sect. The World Gang is a thing of the past. Perhaps from this day forward, the rankings of the two sects are destined to be reversed. I believe that people from the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion are definitely mixed in, and a new ranking will be made soon.
What genius of the Xiao family, in the entire martial arts world, he's nothing. Does such a crushing defeat mean that the Tianxia gang is all show and no substance?
After Xiao Shuemeng's defeat, the most terrifying thing happened. Everyone began to doubt the Tianxia gang. She understood that some people had lost their bets and were angry and ashamed, but was that really the case? when she looked up at Yang Rushuang, she found that the other was receiving praise from everyone. The ironclad rule of the martial arts world is that strength reigns supreme. At that moment, she was brutally trampled underfoot. Sigh. Xiao Shuemeng sighed heavily, came to her own side, and said, I lost, and I brought shame to the Tianxia gang. Xiaomeng, victory and defeat are common in war. Losing once is not important in some ways. It's a good thing it brings you back to reality, showing you that there are always people better than you and that there's always something beyond your reach. Go back and work hard, you still have a chance to surpass Yang Rushuang. Xiao Xuening encouraged. That's right, it's just a competition. I believe there will be many more competitions and opportunities for exchange in the future. As long as you don't lose every time, it won't be a big problem. Han Feiyang also tried to persuade him. Xiao Shuemeng knew their good intentions, but felt even more guilty. Her face flushed, she sat back down in the stands and silently shed tears. Great! Great, we won! Yang Rushua's mood was completely different. She stood up and cheered loudly. Ladies and gentlemen, what is the name of our sect? Please say it out loud. Su Yang, who liked to show off, couldn't help but shout loudly. Sword sect, sword sect, sword sect. Others also shouted loudly. In an instant, the name of the sword sect resounded loudly, and everyone could hear it clearly. They returned to their tent in triumph, where they received congratulations from Yen Wuming and the others. Ms. Yang, your victory is very important. As long as you win the next round, you will advance to the top 32. Huang Yingying said with a smile. 32 teams? Yang Rushuang was startled. Strictly speaking, the current competition was equivalent to the second round of selection. Even stronger experts were yet to come, bringing with them even greater honors. Senior sister, let's all do our best. Su Yang, also a winner, said excitedly. Yes. Yang Rushuang nodded. The members of the Tianxia gang didn't return until the new betting period ended. It was clear that none of the three were in a good mood. Yang Rushuang could only nod amicably, saying anything now would be seen as mockery. There's already enough friction between the two factions, let's not add fuel to the fire, or it could easily escalate into a full-blown conflict. Huang Yingying, as always, remained enthusiastic and happily made money. The competition lasted a long time that day, with everyone giving their all to compete for a spot, resulting in an exceptionally fierce battle. When the final top 32 were announced, it was astonishing that only one person was on the world ranking, and that person was Han Feiyang. Although the other sects only have one or two, as the three ancient sects, for a sect to only achieve this result is clearly somewhat unacceptable. It's all my fault, I wasn't able to win. Xiao Shuemeng was filled with guilt. Sigh, this has nothing to do with you. Xiao Shuening shook her head. Their strength wasn't enough, and there was nothing they could do about it, but with so few spots, it still felt a bit embarrassing. Her gaze shifted, and when she looked at Su Hao, a hopeful smile appeared on her face. She said, Elder Su, in future competitions, could you please include the name of the Tianxia gang? Elder Su? The others were taken aback. Was Su Hao recently a member of no sect or faction? How did he suddenly become a member of the Tianxia gang, and even an elder at that? Is this appropriate? Su Hao smiled faintly. Absolutely no problem. You are our honorary elder, so it's reasonable for you to be listed as an honorary elder, Xiao Shuening said with a smile. Alright, then I'll use the name of the Tianxia gang. He continued to smile. Xiao Shuening felt a little flustered, something seemed off. 1131, Chapter 1131. Killing the chicken to warn the monkey. Su Hao and the Tianxia gang have a cooperative relationship. Since he can use their name in the competition, he will definitely be regarded as a member of the Tianxia gang in the future. If he causes trouble, it will also affect them. Whether the Tianxia gang ultimately benefits or finds itself in endless trouble remains uncertain. It's almost over, let's go back. Han Feiyang led his two junior sisters and left. The other forces gradually dispersed, leaving only Huang Yingying's people behind. They surrounded Xian Hai, clearly preparing for revenge. Some people sensed something was wrong and had already distanced themselves from Xian Hai. Stop meditating, and let's not occupy the Shu Mountain sect's territory. Let's find a place right now to resolve our conflict. Huang Yingying said coldly. Are you really going to kill us all? My feud with that elder has nothing to do with the Poison Gu sect. Xian Hai's face was grim. There was no one else here, and he had nowhere to turn for help. As long as he is an elder of our Poison Gu sect, he should not be targeted by others.
Huang Yingying coldly declared. How about I get a chance to join the Poison Gu cult?
Xian Hai thought about it for a long time and felt that this might be his only chance to survive. A hint of surprise flashed across Huang Yingying's beautiful face. She said disdainfully, "You're an old hand at this. Don't be delusional. Since you've already made enemies of the Poison Gu sect, you should think about what the consequences will be." Xian Hai used the Poison Gu sect's martial arts in public, and so many people have seen it. If we don't kill him, how can we explain it? The most poisonous heart is that of a woman. Now I finally understand what that means.
Fine, I only have one condition now, and that is to fight you to the death. Xian Hai said fiercely.
Upon hearing this, he suddenly realized that the members of the Poison Gu cult were looking at him as if he were already dead. Had he chosen the wrong target?
Please. Huang Yingying only uttered one word.
Xian Hai abruptly turned his head and ran off into the distance. He looked like a stray dog. He had promised to duel, but chose to run away. But he soon discovered that a figure was following him, moving at a leisurely pace, like a cat chasing a mouse. No matter how fast he sped up, he couldn't shake off the person. Turning my head, I saw that it was none other than Huang Yingying. He suddenly remembered that Huang Yingying was now ranked second on the amazing ranking, and was very powerful.
Let's give it our all. Xian Hai gritted his teeth and had no choice but to go all out.
In an instant, the darkness was filled with flames. At this moment, his martial arts skills reached an unprecedented level, and he even felt that if he performed this well in the competition, he would have a chance to defeat Yan Woming. It's just a pity that his opponent has changed. Huang Yingying smiled faintly, clapped her right hand, and somehow extinguished all the flames, as if she had easily suppressed her opponent's strength.
Not good. Xian Hai immediately fell into despair. Before he could figure out what was happening, he convulsed and collapsed to the ground, his consciousness gradually fading.
The rest of the Poison Gu sect followed, and seeing that Xian Hai was rapidly decaying and soon turned into a pool of sewage, they all showed satisfied smiles. Congratulations, Holy Maiden, for eliminating an enemy for the Poison Gu cult. Everyone spoke respectfully. It was just a small favor. Clean this place up and spread the word that Xian Hai is dead. Huang Yingying said coldly that she wanted everyone to understand the consequences of offending the Poison Gu sect.
Yes, ma'am.
They readily agreed. On the outskirts of the ancient town, there is a mysterious old house. This was the dwelling place of Eric, the chief god of the pantheon. He was enjoying his dinner, surrounded by several maids, none of whom dared to breathe too loudly.
Has he arrived? Eric suddenly asked a question. It collapsed as soon as we entered the old house. One person said directly. Very good. The blonde, blue-eyed man's eyes were sinister, exuding the air of an ambitious schemer. The next moment, heavy footsteps were heard, and it was Li Dashan who entered. He seemed very happy and immediately greeted him, saying, "Lord God, thank you very much for summoning me. Have you had dinner yet? If not, sit down and have a meal with us." Eric said calmly. "How dare I sit before the Lord God?" Li Dashan declined repeatedly. Eric nodded slightly, satisfied with his attitude. He was a powerful figure in the pantheon, and what he valued most was not the strength of his subordinates, but their loyalty. Strong people are often difficult to control. Li Dashan, however, was different. So far, he seemed quite obedient. Is there anyone I need to be wary of during these few days of competition? Eric asked casually. Based on their current performance, the most terrifying sect is the Poison Gu sect, followed by the Sword sect and the World Gongas. For the Shu Mountain sect, they have remained inactive, appearing quite mysterious. Li Dashan answered directly. Do you think our people can win the martial arts tournament? Eric cut straight to the point, asking coldly. To be honest, our people are far too weak right now. They simply can't compete with these experts. Li Dashan's forehead was covered in cold sweat. Wasn't this putting people in a difficult position? The top 32 contestants are all strong young people, not just anyone can handle them. Don't be nervous since we are going to take on the entire martial arts world, we are definitely well prepared. All three of you, come out here. Eric tapped the table, and immediately 3 footsteps could be heard. Li Dashan seemed somewhat excited. Did this mean he had gained the God King's approval? Did he have the opportunity to enter the core circle of the pantheon and become a highly regarded chief god? He first saw a man about 2 meters tall, with dark skin, who looked like a gorilla. The man's muscles were exaggeratedly large, bulging as if they were about to burst. My real name is Billy, but my friends prefer to call me Black King Kong. This person is arrogant the way. Black King Kong? Li Dashan shuddered. He remembered someone. In the dark world beyond China, there was a mutant known as Black King Kong. This man, relying on his bizarre and powerful strength, had completed many impossible assassination missions, thus earning him a renowned reputation as a top-tier assassin. Who would have thought that I would see him here? Most importantly, this person looks quite young, which seems to fit the rules of the competition. Hello, I hope we can have a pleasant cooperation. Li Dashan smiled faintly, walked up and extended his hand. I should follow your instructions? Black King Kong glanced at the man and thought that since he was a head shorter than him, how strong could this man be? That's right, Eric confirmed immediately. Li Dashan is a trustworthy chief god of our pantheon, and you will temporarily serve under him. Upon hearing this, not only Black King Kong, but also the other two cast provocative glances at Li Dashan, as if they were quite unconvinced. 1132, Chapter 1132. A disagreement. Black King Kong, are you challenging me? Li Dashan said somewhat unhappily. Even a clay figure has some temper, let alone a chief god of the pantheon. Challenge? It's not that serious. I just think you're a bit of a weakling. Black King Kong said disdainfully. Oh? Li Dashan sneered and said, I can give you a chance if you're not afraid of death, then come and test me. He knew one thing well, these three were arrogant and unruly, and he couldn't make them obey his orders without demonstrating formidable strength. This situation was similar to those who had approached the martial arts world of the Southwest, but with slight differences. First, these are people sent by the Temple of Gods, so we can't kill them directly. Second, they are all experts, so we can't undermine their confidence too much. Come on, come on. Black King Kong wasn't afraid of anyone, and readily agreed. Nonsense, this is the God King's reception room. How can you be allowed to act recklessly here? A maid shouted. Shut up. Eric waved his hand, feigning generosity, and said, this is just a residence. If it's a chance to see some experts spar, it doesn't matter if it's destroyed. If you two are in the mood, why not show everyone your skills? These words already carried a hint of provocation. His implication was clear, the man had already been found for Li Dashan. If the other party couldn't control him, it would prove that he didn't have the ability to lead these people, and it would be perfectly acceptable to replace him with someone trustworthy. Bring it on! Li Dashan beckoned with his finger and said confidently. Very good. Black King Kong cracked his knuckles, and a series of explosive sounds emanated from his body. He was already 2 meters tall, but somehow he suddenly grew another meter, exuding an overwhelming sense of oppression. He took a step forward, causing the entire old house to shake. He then stretched out his right hand and grabbed directly at Li Dashan. This grip was incredibly strong. If he were caught, the consequences would be unimaginable. Big dummy. Li Dashan simply commented, then, with purple lightning surging around him, he vanished from the spot. Huh, where did it go? Black King Kong asked, looking a bit dazed. Fool, there's something behind you. At this moment, another blonde, blue-eyed man spoke disdainfully. This man's face was extremely pale, looking like a corpse at first glance. Under the lamplight, wisps of white vapor emanated from his body, as if his body temperature was abnormally low. His name was Hack. He was Earl William's nephew, and also a member of the undead. Strictly speaking, he was originally a corpse that had been sleeping for 1,000 years. After being discovered by Earl William, he was nourished with fresh blood and finally regained his peak strength. You insulted me? Black King Kong turned around, his eyes wide with seriousness, and swung his fist, striking directly at the target. What an idiot! What's the difference between you and an uncivilized animal? I'm not your enemy, he is. Hack smoothly transformed into thousands of bats and disappeared from the spot. At this moment, he fully utilized the abilities of the undead race. Even Eric somewhat agreed. Although this person's strength was not as great as Earl Williams, he should be more than capable of dealing with the younger generation. Black King Kong missed again, looking particularly angry. He saw another short man and pounced on him furiously,
as if he wanted to crush him.
Baka!
This man was a warrior from the East Island. He was only 15 meters tall, half the height of Black King Kong, but he was also very agile. He turned into a wisp of black smoke and disappeared on the spot. Black King Kong roared, "Now look what happened. Last time he tried to attack, he couldn't even touch the opponent's clothes."
"Who are you?"
Huck turned his head to look at a spot in the air and said coldly,
"I am the eldest son of the Higashishima Yayoi family, Yayoi Kojiro."
He suddenly appeared from the darkness, displaying a powerful ninjutsu.
"Oh?"
Huck smiled dismissively, as if he looked down on the man. At this moment, Lee Dashin reappeared in front of Black King Kong and said, "It seems you have great strength, but you're not agile at all.
Why be so flexible? Don't you know that brute force can overcome all methods?"
The man was very unhappy and threw another punch, hitting the man hard.
"You have that ability?"
This time, Lee Dashin did not dodge. He stood still, and with a hiss, a thick lightning shield appeared in front of him. When Black King Kong's fist came down, countless bolts of lightning swept across his body. With a hissing sound, everyone could see purple electric snakes writhing, and a burnt smell emanated from the man, but surprisingly, Black King Kong seemed completely unaffected. He merely licked his lips and said, "You haven't eaten, have you? Why were you so lenient?" Lee Dashin frowned at this moment. He could see that this person was strong and had a strong defense. He was an absolute barbarian. In a match like this, it would be difficult to determine a winner in a short period of time. "Indeed, your strength has earned my recognition." He nodded in acknowledgement.
"So what? I don't acknowledge your abilities."
Black King Kong was completely unwilling to stop there, and threw another punch, relentlessly pressing the issue. Lee Dashin's temper flared up instantly. This guy was ungrateful and showed absolutely no respect. Did he really think the power of Thor was weak? With Yayoi Kojiro and Haku watching, this battle is unlikely to stop anytime soon. "Let me teach you a lesson," a thought struck him, and he increased his lightning power to launch a counterattack.
Boom!
Black King Kong's power erupted once more. It looked fierce, but it had no effect whatsoever. Instead, the opponent's lightning power exploded continuously on his body. Almost instantly, his shirt ripped, revealing dozens of wounds on his dark skin. Visible blood was about to drip down.
"Your power is a bit strange."
Black King Kong realized this at that moment. After all, lightning power was the power of a god, enough to break through his defenses. But what was even more surprising was that Black King Kong's blood actually flowed backward, and those wounds healed instantly.
Fuck!
Lee Dashin finally couldn't help but curse. It turned out that this guy's recovery ability was so strong, he was simply inhuman.
Again! Black King Kong, unwilling to give up, pounced again. "Do you two want to show off?"
Lee Dashin's heart stirred. He felt that if they continued fighting like this, it would take a long time. It would be better to hand the difficult task over to them.
"Leave it to me."
Hark readily agreed, believing himself to be of noble blood, while the others were mere mortals, utterly incomparable to him. Filled with hatred after being indiscriminately punched by Black King Kong, he transformed into a swarm of bats and charged forward.
"You fucking want to die." Black King Kong was completely fearless and threw a punch.
But amidst the thuds, the bats all turned into a bloody mist, as if they were no match for them.
1133, Chapter 1133. A mixed bag of joy and sorrow. Dead? Ah, so you're actually this weak.
Black King Kong was in high spirits. This time he finally didn't suffer a setback.
"Don't get too excited yet. If Hack were that weak, I wouldn't have come looking for him," Eric reminded him.
Huh? Black King Kong was a little confused. He had never been in contact with the undead before and thought those bats were Hack's true form. Since his true form was destroyed, how could it be restored? What happened next made his eyes widen in astonishment. The original 1,000 bats had unexpectedly doubled in number after turning into a blood mist. The dark swarm of bats opened their gaping maws and lunged at Black King Kong.
Ah!
Black King Kong roared, feeling as if he were being torn to pieces. This scene was truly bizarre. On one hand, his regenerative abilities were remarkable, with his wounds constantly healing. On the other hand, Hack's biting was terrifying, inflicting hundreds of wounds every second.
As a result, a large amount of blood continued to flow towards Hack. They're quite interesting.
Lee Dashin chuckled, thinking they seemed like a perpetual motion machine. What a pair of lunatics! Yayoi Kojiro said coldly. Enough! Just then, Eric couldn't stand it any longer. If this continued, it would never end. He enjoyed watching his men fight, but he didn't want them to leave behind indelible hatred. Oh, what a pity! Hack returned to normal, blood still trickling from the corner of his mouth, looking like he hadn't had enough. Enough. You're a real monster, stay away from me from now on. Black King Kong said warily after the ordeal. His aura was noticeably weaker. However, this man's constitution was somewhat strange, and he fully recovered in no time. In short, all three of you must give it your all in the martial arts tournament, Eric instructed. Whoever wins the championship will receive a generous reward from the Pantheon. How much money? Hack asked directly. 1 billion. Eric made the promise. It seems this money is definitely mine. Hack laughed happily, already having a plan in mind. After getting the money, he would definitely go back and find a few more beautiful women to have some fun. Black King Kong flashed a hint of displeasure, thinking that he would have a proper fight with him once they got to the arena. Yayoi Kojiro was also somewhat unconvinced, but he didn't show it for the time being. You can leave now. Erica waved her hand and said. Let's go. Li Dashin said. The group quietly left and rushed to Shushan Ancient Town. Tianxialu is the most luxurious restaurant in Shushan Ancient Town, a favorite haunt of martial arts enthusiasts today. It's bustling with activity as everyone discusses the top 32 contestants and speculates with great interest about who will win the championship. Han Feiyang's name appears many times. I didn't expect my senior brother to be so famous, and everyone thinks so highly of him. Xiao Shuemeng was very happy. This was definitely a good thing for them. Winning the championship is not that easy. We can only take it one step at a time. Han Feiyang appeared cautious and not overly excited. In fact, Tianxialu was their property. After leaving the venue, the group booked a table to celebrate Han Feiyang's arrival. Their choice to share the joy with the people in the main hall attracted considerable attention. Both Han Feiyang and the Xiao Shuening sisters seem to be outstanding individuals, and everyone envies them. Just then, a man and a woman walked in from the direction of the door. The man in question was dashing and debonair, with a calm and composed demeanor that made him somewhat enigmatic. The woman was elegant and stunning, captivating all who beheld her. Who are they? Should we go over and ask for their WeChat? Go ahead and ask for them if you don't want to die. They look like they're not to be trifled with. Some people were muttering to themselves. Young Master Su, Miss Li, we're here. Xiao Shuemeng stood up and greeted them loudly. It was only then that everyone realized they were friends of the Tianxia gang, so they all gave up the idea of striking up a conversation. If you're not of high enough status, how can you become friends with them? You guys seem to be having a great time, actually celebrating here. Su Hao sat down next to him. This restaurant must be doing very well. It must make a lot of money every year, Li Qingmei said with a faint smile, sitting next to him, as if she already knew they were the owners of the place. To be honest, it's really profitable here, but whether that's a good thing or not, nobody can be sure. Xiao Shuening's face showed a hint of worry. The Tianxia gang's ability to make money is indeed getting stronger and stronger. However, his status in the martial arts world is declining, as there are fewer and fewer masters, which is a mixed blessing. Making money is definitely a good thing, that's an age-old truth, Su Hao said with a smile. Let's not talk about these troublesome things today. Two of our Tianxia gang's top experts successfully made it into the top 32, which is worth celebrating, Xiao Shuening said happily, holding her wine glass. Xuening, your body hasn't fully recovered yet, so you can't drink alcohol for the time being, Su Hao said, stopping her immediately. Ha! Xiao Shuening was a little unhappy. A lot had happened that day, and she was looking forward to having a couple of drinks tonight to relieve her worry. She hadn't expected her attending physician to object. Her eyes darted around, and she said to Li Qingmei in a coquettish tone, Sister Qingmei, why don't you put in a good word for me? I think Dr. Su will definitely listen to you. You really think too highly of me. Once young Master Su has made up his mind, no one can dissuade him. Li Qingmei shook her head, indicating that she could not help. Junior sister, your health is the most important thing. You should have some tea today. Han Feiyang didn't help her either. It was rare to find someone who could control this junior sister, and he was too busy watching the show to care. Instead, he poured himself a full glass and drank it all in one gulp, as if he was deliberately trying to annoy her. Sister, drinking is not a good thing. Xiao Xuemeng also advised.
You've all ganged up on me, really, it's outrageous.
Xiao Xuemeng said helplessly. The more this happened, the more she wanted to have a couple of drinks. She kept swallowing as she looked at the fine wine. Everyone laughed. The eldest daughter of the Xiao family looked rather cute like this.
Beautiful lady, it's just drinking, isn't it? Come to our table, you can drink as much as you want. Just then, a person with a strange accent extended an invitation.
Everyone looked over and noticed that 3 strange guests had appeared at the next table. One looked like a chimpanzee, another was blonde and blue-eyed, and the third was short but had a very strong aura. The one who spoke was a blonde, blue-eyed man, who wore a fawning smile. They were Hack and his group. They had come to see what was going on here. After hearing that it was lively, however, Xiao Xuening's words caught his attention. Xiao Xuening felt disgusted after just one glance. This person's smile was greasy, and he was obviously a frivolous person.
1134, Chapter 1134, Making Trouble at the Door.
Ugh, what bad luck. I was hoping to have a couple of drinks to cheer myself up, but then this golden retriever popped up and ruined my mood. Xiao Xuening sighed heavily, her clear voice audible to everyone.
Golden retriever, don't underestimate me. Huck didn't understand at first. I am a foreign nobleman named Sir Huck.
When these words were spoken, many people's expressions changed. From a foreign perspective, Huck is a dashing playboy, which some people find attractive. Coupled with his distinguished status, he immediately garnered considerable attention.
What are you so smug about? They're calling you a dog. Yayoi Kojiro understood and couldn't help but retort sarcastically. He was actually jealous of Hack. The man was tall, handsome, and definitely popular with women.
Unlike himself, who was thin, ugly, and no woman would even glance at him.
You filthy woman, is that what you really mean?
Hack said rudely, a hint of anger flashing across his face.
If you don't understand, who can you blame?
Xiao Xuening said coldly. She was the daughter of the leader of the Tianxia gang, and everyone fawned over her wherever she went. She had never encountered such a frivolous person before. Woman, apologize to me now and I'll let bygones be bygones, otherwise, you'll be sorry. Hark was too arrogant, which led him to believe that women were just playthings and that they should never go against his wishes. Golden hair, what nonsense are you talking about? This is Tianxia Tower, not a place for you to cause trouble. Xiao Xuemeng couldn't stand it anymore, so she slammed her hand on the table, stood up, and said angrily. Oh, another beautiful lady has arrived. You want to stand out, don't you? It's simple. Since you don't want to drink, why don't you both come with me and we can enjoy the night together? How about that?
Hack gave a faint smile.
He considered himself very charming, but at this moment he appeared extremely sleazy to people in the martial arts world. Holy crap, where did he come from? He's got a death wish. Is this going against the Tianxia gang? Foreigners probably don't even know how to spell the word death. I support the Tianxia gang and drive him out. What bad luck, everyone's good mood has been ruined. Many people even expressed their anger and condemnation. What right do you pigs have to point fingers? Believe me, in a fit of rage, I'll burn down the entire Tianxia Tower. When had Hack ever been treated like this? His eyes widened, and his whole body trembled. If you're not deaf, you've already heard everyone's demands, right? Now just tuck your tail between your legs and get lost. I won't bother with you.
Xiao Xuemeng said in a deep voice.
What if I refuse?
Hack snapped.
Then don't blame us for being impolite. Xiao Xuemeng's heart stirred, and she grabbed 2 chopsticks, throwing them out like a hidden weapon.
With such little strength, you dare to be arrogant?
Huck suddenly stretched out his right hand and blocked it. A bizarre scene unfolded. His hand seemed to transform, producing several bats with fangs that opened their mouths and swallowed the chopsticks whole.
Holy crap, what kind of monster is that? Foreigners don't know martial arts, but they know illusion magic? Did I see that right? Did bats just appear? Some people were shocked. This was terrifying.
Xiao Xuemeng's expression was rather unpleasant. She had used about 70% of her strength in her attack, but the result was unexpected. Somewhat unconvinced, she picked up 2 more chopsticks and threw them again.
Sizzle. Two swallowing sounds rang out, and Haxbats devoured them once more. He revealed a disdainful smile and said slowly, "So this is the strength of the world, gang. Looks like nothing special. No wonder some people can't even make it into the top 32. This statement has a rather broad scope. There were hundreds of consumers present, but only a handful were able to advance to the next round. The rest either lost the competition or were not qualified to participate at all. Everyone looked at this person with anger. Young Master Su, can you tell who they are? Li Qingmei asked cautiously, sensing that these people were no ordinary individuals and might be there specifically to cause trouble. It should have some connection with the Pantheon. This hack is not easy to deal with. Su Hao said calmly. Really? Li Qingmei was a little puzzled. Was it that they were difficult to deal with, or that they were impossible to deal with? The difference between the two was quite significant. Xiao Xuaning's expression was not good. Her 2 attacks had been ineffective, and she knew she was no match for this person. However, she couldn't swallow her anger, so she looked to Han Feiyang for help, saying helplessly, "Senior brother, what do we do?" "You step back first, let me handle him." As Han Feiyang spoke, he slowly stood up, walked over to Hack and the other two, and said unhappily, "This is Tianxielu, we don't welcome foreign dogs here." "What do you mean? You're running a business here, and you dare to pick and choose your customers?" Huck frowned and said unhappily. "That's right, if you're not happy, then keep it to yourself." Han Feiyang said coldly, making a gesture as if he were shooing people away. "Black King Kong, what should we do? Should we go back now?" Hack had an idea and decided to persuade the big, dumb guy next to him. Go back. What right does he have to drive us away when he's so small and thin? You ugly freak, if you dare to spout nonsense again, believe me, I'll slap you to death. Black King Kong was rather simple-minded. He stood up abruptly and roared. Han Feiyang was very close to this man and immediately felt an inexplicable sense of oppression. This big guy was simply too fierce. Upon closer inspection, he could also see some black hair on the man's arms and neck, making him look like a wild beast. "I'll say it again, Tianxielu does not welcome you, please leave," Han Feiyang said coldly. Court death. Black King Kong was furious and slapped directly with his right hand. Despite having no specific moves, it unleashed a devastating attack. That's the feeling. He could pose a deadly threat simply by relying on his physical strength. If an ordinary person were to withstand this attack, they would be instantly crushed. This guy's a madman. Han Feiyang realized that Black King Kong was being used as a pawn. He struck out with his palm, wanting to test the other's strength. Unexpectedly, he was sent flying several meters backward, almost knocking over other customers' tables. No way, this big guy is actually that strong? Xiao Xueming's expression turned sour. Hark was a master, and Black King Kong was also a master. It seemed that today's matter would not be easy to handle. Senior brother, you must be careful, and don't bring shame to the Tianxia gang. Xiao Xuening thought worriedly. Young Master Su, do you think he can beat that big, dumb guy? Li Qingmei asked, frowning. That's really hard to say. Su Hao couldn't quite figure it out. The foreigner's power was different, and they weren't so easy to deal with. 1135, Chapter 1135. Deceiving me. Again. Han Feiyang's gaze darkened, and he decided to show some real skills and teach this foreigner a lesson. The next move was to use the 4 symbols technique. A dragon and an elephant suddenly erupted. At this moment, the power has increased dozens of times. Black King Kong felt a terrifying afterimage before his eyes. He wasn't skilled in movement techniques and knew he couldn't dodge, so he clenched his fist and smashed it directly at that moment. His aura was comparable to that of a ferocious elephant. Boom! The two forces collided, destroying all the surrounding seats and throwing some guests into the air. Black King Kong stood still, motionless. Damn, this black dog is pretty strong. It seems to specialize in physical techniques, using brute force to overcome brute force. I believe in Han Xiao, he can win. He just has brute strength, nothing special. Some people started discussing it in surprise. Su Hao, on the other hand, showed a relaxed expression. Compared to Hark, this person was easier to deal with. Black King Kong was like a wooden stake, basically not moving. All that was needed was a contest of strength. With only the power of 1 dragon and 1 elephant, Isn't that a relatively low-level stage of cultivation? Han Feiyang's strength has improved considerably, and he may now be able to unleash the 12 dragons and 12 elephants, enough to fight this person to the end. Not bad, you barbarian have some tricks up your sleeve. It's just a pity you don't know how to use leverage. You're just relying on your own strength, which is definitely not enough to fight me. Admitting your mistake now will save you some physical pain. Han Feiyang said coldly. Yellow-skinned pig, don't be arrogant. Don't you know the legend of the seagull achieving sainthood in its physical body? Practicing physical techniques is not necessarily worse than your internal energy cultivation. Take this punch. Black King Kong was somewhat unwilling to give up and pounced again. Unexpectedly, this leap was quite frightening, as if a car was running over it. A mere trick, nothing to fear. Han Feiyang said coldly, and made another move. The power suddenly doubled, and the 7 dragons ran rampant, while the 7 elephants trampled wildly. Then they saw the massive body of Black King Kong fly backwards, crashing heavily off the building and creating a deep crater in the ground. Useless thing, you're a disgrace to us. Hack was a little unhappy. Black King Kong was simply a brute, and his fighting style was extremely ugly. The show is about to begin, let's wait and see. Yayoi Kojiro said with a faint smile and full of trust. Then there was a loud bang, and Black King Kong crawled out from underground. His upper body, his clothes torn, revealed terrifying muscles, and his entire body shimmered with a mysterious power. His wounds were healing rapidly at the same time, his size was visibly increasing. Before long, it turned into a 4-meter-tall monster. Even the slightest step can shake the entire building. What is his identity, and why can he transform twice? You've grown taller again? It looks dumber now, but it's stronger. Everyone felt something was wrong. Just as Su Hao said, this foreigner's power system was completely incomprehensible to outsiders. Black King Kong's eyes, about the size of a fist, were now bloodshot, as if he wanted to devour someone. This is bad, we can't let him get back into the restaurant. Han Feiyang's heart skipped a beat. The situation looked dire. This man's destructive power had definitely doubled, and if the indoor fighting continued, he could easily tear the entire place down. He pushed off with his right foot and rushed out, blocking the man's path. Seeing this, the others all stood up and joined in the fun. Things are getting out of hand. How will they handle this? Li Qingmei slowly stood up, glancing at Su Hao as if hinting at something. This is a battle between the Tianxia gang. I hope I won't have to get involved, Su Hao said lazily. Let's go out and take a look. Li Qingmei smiled sweetly and turned around directly. Su Hao immediately followed. When I came out, a large crowd had already gathered around me. Han Feiyang exchanged a few more punches with Black King Kong, and his power indeed became even stronger. Everyone quickly realized that what they had initially thought would be an easy victory for Han Feiyang turned out to be quite formidable, as this big guy was by no means weak. The two were struggling and their match seemed evenly matched. Could it be? Li Qingmei's heart skipped a beat, and she whispered, could they also be among the top 32 contestants? Did they come here mainly to test the strength of their opponents? Su Hao was shocked. This was indeed a reasonable deduction. The list revealed today is not actually complete. It only includes some sects showing off their senior brothers and sisters. People like Su Hao are still keeping a low profile and haven't revealed their identities directly. This means that there are 7 or 8 more people on the list whose identities are kept secret. If Li Qingmei's guess is correct, these are indeed some rather troublesome opponents. Neither Hack nor Black King Kong are weak. They also look quite young, making them qualify to participate in the competition. Little did they know, of the 3, only Hake's age was fake. He had been asleep for 1,000 years, and when he registered, he wrote that he was 30 years old, which even the Shu Mao